A sharp smack rang out. A thick divorce agreement was thrown at Suye's face, the edge of the paper scraping his cheek, sending a stinging pain through him. Sign it, Suye. The woman in front of him removed her sunglasses, revealing a flawlessly beautiful face. It was Lin Warner, the national queen who had long dominated the screen and captivated countless male fans. At this moment, her eyes held only undisguised disgust. This villa is mine, the sports car in the garage is mine, and the savings are mine too. Lin Warner's red lips parted slightly, her tone as if dismissing a beggar. As for you, take that burden with you, go wherever you want. Suye bent down to pick up the agreement from the ground, dusting it off. 5 years in this parallel world, 5 years as a stay-at-home dad, and this was his ending? He turned to look beside him. 6-year-old Suzayo Bayo was carrying a huge SpongeBob SquarePants backpack and clutching a black laptop that seemed completely out of place on his frame. The little guy was expressionless, even using one hand to brush dust off Suye's trouser legs. Dad, sign it. Suzayo Bayo's voice was childish yet cold. This woman's menopause has come early. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid it will affect my intellectual development. Lin Warner's face stiffened, her delicate makeup almost crumbling. Su Chen, I'm your mother. Biologically speaking, Suzayo Bayo pushed up his non-existent glasses and looked up, but from a sociological perspective, when you deny our existence in front of the media to maintain a single persona, you've already lost that right. You. Lin Warner's chest heaved with anger. She didn't want to argue with a child, turning to Suye with even more disdain. Look at the good son you've raised. Just like you, all talk and no action, a good-for-nothing for life. Suye smiled. He picked up the pen and signed his name smoothly on the agreement. Fine, I wish you a bright future and a lonely old age. Suye slammed the agreement on the table, picked up the worn-out suitcase with one hand, and took Suzayo Bayo's hand with the other. Son, come on, Dad will take you to eat and drink your fill. As long as it's not your culinary disaster. The father and son, in perfect unison, walked out of the luxurious villa worth over 100 million without looking back. Behind them, the roar of a sports car engine echoed. A red Ferrari, like a ball of flame, roared out of the garage, even deliberately brushing past Suye, leaving behind a trail of acrid exhaust fumes and dust. The autumn wind blew, swirling up a few withered yellow leaves, which landed with a splat on Suye's forehead. Suye plucked the leaf off, stood at the entrance of the villa complex, looked at the neon lights of the bustling city, and sighed deeply. Penniless, homeless. He touched the few hundred yuan he had left in his pocket, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Son, we might have to sleep under a bridge tonight. Suzayo Bayo, head down, typed furiously on the keyboard, a waterfall of green code flashing across the screen, without even looking up. Dad, do you want to sleep under a 5-star bridge or a 7-star one? Just name your price, and I won't mind buying you a bridge to liven things up. Suye's lips twitched. Don't be silly, Dad's getting into the mood. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has suffered a major life blow, divorce, leaving with nothing, and the emotional fluctuation meets the standard. Supreme Misery System successfully bound. System description: this system is dedicated to creating the most pitiful artist in the entire universe. The host only needs to evoke emotions such as sympathy, pity, and a desire to protect through actions, words, or works to gain sympathy points. Sympathy points can be used for lotteries, Earth's Cultural and Entertainment Works Library, God-level skills, life-extending potions, black technology blueprints, everything is available. Newbie task issued: please obtain no less than 1,000 sympathy points within 24 hours. Suye's eyes lit up. Playing the victim? He knew this all too well. Before transmigrating, he was a corporate slave. After transmigrating, he was a doormat. He didn't even need to act out this broken aura, just standing there, he was the embodiment of human tragedy. With this system, how could we possibly not be able to support this kid? Suye immediately straightened his back. To save money, and to fit the playing the victim atmosphere, the father and son didn't stay in a hotel, but instead returned to the old, rundown neighborhood where Suye lived before he became successful Zinkulai community. Although it was dilapidated, the rent was cheap, and it was full of the lively, down-to-earth atmosphere of the neighborhood. As soon as they entered the building, a rich aroma of braised pork wafted towards them. Suye's stomach rumbled loudly, much to his dismay. Squeak! The security door on the first floor suddenly opened. A woman wearing a tight-fitting floral cheongsam, so voluptuous that the button seemed about to pop open, stepped out. In her early 30s, she still possessed a captivating charm, her eyes sparkling with youthful allure. It was Sister Wang from next door, the well-known pretty widow of the area. Sister Wang, carrying a basket of freshly steamed buns, saw Suye's disheveled appearance carrying a suitcase and leading a child, and her eyes instantly reddened. Oh my, isn't this Xiao Su? Sister Wang's voice sent a chill down Suye's spine. She swayed her hips as she hurried over, her eyes scanning Suye's still handsome face, though haggard, and she stamped her foot in heartache. What happened? Why are you back with the child in the middle of the night? Suye composed himself, looking up at the cobwebs on the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, his voice hoarse. Sister Wang, I'm divorced. No car, no house, only this child. The acting, the lines, the sense of heartbreak. Suye mentally gave himself a thumbs up, waiting for the system notification that sympathy points had been credited to his account. Sure enough, Sister Wang's tears streamed down her face. What a terrible thing. Is that big star blind? How could she throw away such a handsome young man? Sister Wang stepped forward, her mature womanly scent mixed with the aroma of steamed buns instantly enveloping Suye. She grabbed Suye's hand, shoved the steaming bun into his arms, and casually stroked the back of his hand a couple of times. It felt so good. Sister Wang's heart raced, and her eyes gradually turned strange. It wasn't pure sympathy, but rather a wolf eyeing a lamb. Little Sue, don't be afraid. Sister Wang leaned forward, lowering her voice, her tone dripping with suggestive ambiguity. I've been doing business these past few years, so I have some spare cash. If you don't mind, don't bother cleaning the house tonight, come squeeze into my room. As she spoke, her fingers lightly scratched Suye's palm. My bed is big and warm, and I can even give you a full massage. Suye's scalp tingled, and the hairs on her body stood on end. This isn't how the script is going. What happened to the sympathy? What happened to the tenderness? How did this turn into wanting a body? Suzayo, sitting next to her, silently closed his laptop, took 2 steps to the side, and gave her a I don't know him look. Sister Wang, this isn't appropriate. Suye tried to pull her hand back, but the woman's grip was ridiculously strong. What's inappropriate about it? Even though I'm a few years older than you, I know how to take care of people. Sister Wang's eyes were alluring, her body almost pressed against him. Just nod your head, and I'll take care of you. I'll give you 20,000 yuan a month for pocket money, how about that? 20,000? Who does she think she is? Suye was startled, abruptly pulling her hand away and grabbing Suzayo by the back of his collar, rushing upstairs. Thank you, Sister Wang. Another day. Another day. The suitcase wheels clattered on the concrete floor as Suye ran faster than a rabbit, as if a raging beast was behind her. Hey, Xiao Su, why are you running? We haven't even gotten the steamed buns yet. Sister Wang leaned against the doorframe, watching Suye's disheveled retreating figure. She held the spot Suye had just touched in her hand, took a deep breath, her eyes glazed. Smells so good. This young man's scent is amazing. On the 3rd floor, in that dusty rented room, Suye leaned against the door, panting heavily, still shaken. That was terrifying. Are all rich women this direct these days? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, when suddenly a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Host detected encountering rich woman harassment, judged as another form of misery, sympathy value +0. Special reminder detected that the host not only failed to gain sympathy but also aroused the target's possessiveness and lust. The host is currently in a high-risk state of romantic debt. System suggestion, please increase your sob story, make people think you're so miserable you're afraid to sleep with, not so miserable you're wanting to sleep with you. Suye's lips twitched, and he plopped down on the dusty, worn-out sofa. These days, you have to play the victim and guard against perverts? That's not a good job. Suzayo walked to the window, opened it to let in some fresh air, then turned around and looked at his father with an expression of utter disbelief. Dad, the way that Auntie looked at you just now was like how I look at the latest graphics card. Suye rolled his eyes at him, annoyed. What kind of look? Suzayo uttered 2 words expressionlessly. Want to sleep with me. To escape the murderous glare of their neighbor, Sister Wang, the father and son fled their rented room that very night. On a park bench late at night, the cold wind, like an unpaid bill, whistled through their collars. Suye pulled his faded trench coat tighter around himself, looking at his son calmly coding beside him, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Son, Dad is so sorry. Suye sniffled, his voice choked with emotion, trying to conjure up the feel of a tragic movie. Tonight, you'll have to stay here with Dad and feed the mosquitoes. Suzayo's fingers flew across the keyboard, the green light of the screen reflecting on his youthful yet indifferent face. Without looking up, he said, Dad, there's no need to be so pessimistic. That Aunt Wang's eyes were a bit intimidating, but the steamed buns she gave me were quite delicious. Those weren't steamed buns. They were sugar-coated bullets. Suye, his face righteous and indignant, declared, the men of the Su family, even if they starve to death, even if they die outside, would never eat this kind of freeloader. Suzayo stopped what he was doing, gave him a cold look, and said in a flat tone, so how did you put up with Linwaner all those years ago? Ahem, that's called enduring for love. Don't you understand art? Suye blushed and quickly changed the subject. At this moment, the system interface in his mind was glowing with a faint blue light, the numbers so dismal they made him want to cry. Current sympathy points, 5 points, from the gaze of a stray dog on the street. Time left until the end of the newbie mission, 23 hours. Suye panicked. If he didn't complete the mission, forget about the lottery, he wouldn't even have money for breakfast tomorrow. We have to do something big. Soo-ya pulled out his phone, its screen cracked at one corner, and expertly logged onto Weibo. Although he'd been kicked out by Lin Warner, he was still the Queen of Pop's ex-husband, and his Weibo account still had hundreds of thousands of inactive followers. Son, take a picture of Dad. Soo-ya handed the phone to Suzayo, then turned his back to the dim streetlights. He deliberately tousled his hair, slightly hunched his back, and gazed at the dark night sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes revealing 3 parts indifference, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts nonchalant despair. It has to capture that feeling, the world has abandoned me, but I'm still stubbornly defiant, understand? Suzayo took the phone with a look of disgust, as if it were something dirty. Dad, you look like a fugitive caught stealing a manhole cover. Stop talking nonsense, take the picture. Click. The photo was taken. Under the dim streetlights, the long, shadowy figure of a down-on-his-luck man lay beside him, a worn-out suitcase beside him. Brilliant. The sense of desolation, the atmosphere. Who wouldn't be bewildered? Soo-ya nodded in satisfaction and quickly edited the caption. Leaving with nothing, father and son relying on each other. Goodbye, former mansion, hello, tonight's park. No accusations, no insults, only a faint sadness. Click to send. Soo-ya rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. This time, I should at least garner tens of thousands of sympathy points, right? However, 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. Soo-ya's phone suddenly started vibrating wildly, the notification sounds exploding like a machine gun, almost numbing Soo-ya's hand. Ring 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 ring. Soo-ya's heart leaped with joy. It's here. The internet's sympathy has arrived. His hands trembled as he opened the comments section. The next second, his smile froze on his face, gradually cracking. Top comment, 50,000 plus likes. Holy crap. That back view. That waist. Those long legs. Is Lin Warner blind? She doesn't want such a perfect man? Second top comment, why even though I can't see his face, that sense of brokenness is amazing. That vulnerability of being abandoned by the whole world, I just want to pick him up, wash him clean, and hide him away. Third top comment, this isn't a homeless man, this is clearly a prince in distress. Honey, don't be afraid, send me your address, I'll come pick you up in my Maserati. Fourth top comment, leaving with nothing? That means, he's single now? Sisters, your chance has come. Go for it. Soo-ya, did she get the wrong script? I'm here to elicit sympathy, not to sell my body. Have you all gone completely off track? System, does this count as sympathy points? He roared internally. The system coldly replied. Detection revealed that the comments section is dominated by emotions like drooling, possessiveness, and heat, failing to meet the pure sympathy standard. Sympathy points plus 0. Soo-ya nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Dad, look at this. Suzayo suddenly turned the huge laptop screen around, a mocking glint in his eyes. On the screen was a newly created Weibo hashtag, #saving Prince Soo-ya in distress hashtag. The pinned post had a glaringly red title. Crowdfunding for a retirement plan for my husband. We can't let our broken heartthrob sleep on the streets. The post was flooded with screenshots of bank transfers, each one a slap in the face to Soo-ya. I'm still a student, I don't have much money, I transferred 500, my husband can buy a hot milk tea. That suitcase looks so worn out, I transferred 20,000 to buy a Rimowa. Don't let those hands that pull the suitcase suffer. Although I don't know what happened, that back view made my maternal instinct surge, 100,000 transferred, more if needed. In just 10 minutes, the crowdfunding amount had already surpassed 7 figures. Suzayo looked at the data stream in the backend and calmly pushed up his air glasses. Dad, congratulations, at this rate, you can buy half of the Happiness Lane neighborhood tomorrow. Soo-ya looked at the constantly changing numbers, feeling like they were burning his hands. This wasn't just money. This was clearly evidence of his sinking deeper and deeper into the world of being a kept man. Incomprehensible. Utterly incomprehensible. Soo-ya spun around on the bench in anger, her trench coat hem billowing in the wind. They're insulting my character. Do you think I, Soo-ya, am the kind of person who would sell my body for money? Suzayo 50-50 split? Soo-ya, Suzayo 4-6? I get 6, you get 4, after all, I provided the technical support. Shut up. Soo-ya was filled with grief and indignation, her hand trembling as she pointed at the string of numbers. Shut that crowdfunding channel right now. This is dirty money. It's hot potato. I, Soo-ya, would rather starve than accept this handout. The system added insult to injury. Warning. Detected that the host has not only failed to gain sympathy but has also triggered a nationwide rich woman supporting craze. The task rating is being downgraded. Soo-ya was on the verge of tears. Is being handsome a mistake? Why is it so hard to play the victim? Just as Suye was gazing at the moon, questioning his existence and feeling targeted by every rich woman in the world, his nearly dead phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Suye took a deep breath, composed himself, and answered the phone. "Hello, who is this? I don't buy insurance, I don't take out loans, and I don't need a rich woman's contact list." A slightly greasy, but unusually excited, middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the line. "Hee, is this Mr. Suye? I'm Wang Gang, the director of the variety show We Start Again." "A variety show?" Suye was taken aback. He'd heard of this show. It was a recently popular parent-child live-stream variety show, emphasizing authenticity and warmth. "Director Wang, do you need something?" Suye asked cautiously. "Well, we saw your, current situation on the trending topics." Wang Gang's voice betrayed barely suppressed excitement. "We heard you just got divorced? And you have a child? And now, you're sleeping in the park?" Suye frowned. That tone, it sounds like schadenfreude? But then he thought, isn't this exactly what he needs? Only by displaying extreme misery on camera can he garner the damned sympathy. Since online sob stories have become seduction, then let's go offline. Let's go live. Let the whole world see my suffering. That's right. Suye instantly channeled his inner Oscar winner, his voice becoming deep and hoarse, as if he had sand in his throat. "Director Wang, are you here to laugh? If so, then you've achieved your goal." "Oh my, how could I?" Wang Gang on the other end of the phone slapped his thigh, almost falling off his chair in excitement. That voice, that emotion, isn't this the topic generator he's been dreaming of? "Mr. Su, I'm here to offer you some warmth. Our program team happens to be short a guest, and we especially need someone like you, a single father with a story, experience, and going through a low point in his life." Wang Gang coaxed, "Look, instead of feeding mosquitoes in the park, why not bring your child to our program? Food and lodging are included, and you can also let the audience know about the hardships of single fathers." "How positive is that? Food and lodging included?" Suye's eyes lit up. "More importantly, this is a national broadcast. Director Wang, you're such a good person." Suye's voice trembled with emotion. "Not at all, it's a win-win situation." Wang Gang chuckled. "And about the appearance fee?" Suye glanced at his son, who was silently closing the crowdfunding channel beside him, and gritted his teeth. Although he wanted to appear aloof, his pockets were truly emptier than his face. "Is there an appearance fee? I only need cash, it's urgent." The morning sun pierced through the thin mist, illuminating the entrance to Qinghe Village, the filming location for We Are Starting Over. A slightly dilapidated production bus slowly pulled up. The door opened, and a foot in faded canvas shoes stepped out. Suye tightened his battle-worn trench coat, carrying a badly worn suitcase, and took a deep breath into the rising sun. "Son, we're here. This is where we, father and son, will turn our lives around." Behind him, Suzaobeo, carrying a SpongeBob SquarePants backpack that clashed drastically with his demeanor, jumped off the bus expressionlessly. He still clutched his black laptop, adjusted his nose, and coldly scanned the surrounding cameras. "Dad, the network signal here is only 3G. Suzaobeo curled his lip in disdain. "This kind of natural information cocoon caused by underdeveloped infrastructure is perfect for middle-aged men like you who want to play the victim." Suye's lips twitched. "That's called natural. Don't you understand?" As the father and son were talking, a group of staff members responsible for reception not far away noticed them. To be precise, a group of young female directors wearing intern badges. They were originally looking down at their phones, but the moment they saw Suye, it was as if a switch had been flipped. Dead silence. Then came a unified gasp. The morning sunlight shone on Suye slightly, is a difficult word to translate directly, but it implies a state of being listless, dispirited, or profile, his melancholy eyes, his stubble, the hem of his trench coat fluttering in the wind. He looked like a male protagonist straight out of a tragic movie. Oh my god, he's even more broken in person than on the live stream. A female director with a ponytail clutched her chest, her face instantly turning bright red. "I really want to give him a hug." "Don't take it. I'll do it." Another short-haired girl reacted the fastest, rushing forward with a wolf-like glint in her eyes. "Teacher Su, you must be tired from your journey. Is this suitcase heavy? Let me carry it." Before Suye could react, the suitcase was snatched from his hands. Then, a second, a third. A group of beautiful women instantly surrounded the father and son. "Brother Su, are you thirsty? This is some freshly brewed brown sugar ginger tea, it'll warm you up." "Brother Su, have you had breakfast? I have hand-ground coffee and sandwiches here, not the cruise box lunches, I made them myself." "Oh my, this must be Xiao Bao? He's so handsome." A round-faced girl squatted down in front of Su Xiao Bao, trying to pinch his cheek, holding a lollipop in her hand. "Here, have some candy. Tell me, does your dad snore at night?" Su Xiao Bao nimbly stepped back, dodging the claw. He glanced coldly at the lollipop, his eyes as if looking at some kind of biological weapon. Excessive calories will lead to a drop in intelligence. So Xiaobao looked up, his gaze sharp as he stared at the round-faced girl. Also, Auntie, if you want to get close to my dad by flattering me, I suggest you change your strategy. This childish approach will only lower your score with me. The round-faced girl froze. Instead of getting angry, she cupped her face and screamed, "Ah, so cool. This aloofness is exactly like Su Ji's. I love it." Squeezed among the women, Su Ye felt breathless. He helplessly raised his hands. "Everyone, could you let me catch my breath? This isn't how the script is going. I came here to be beaten up by society, not to experience a concubine selection." Just then, a deafening roar of an engine shattered the commotion. Boom boom. An extravagantly modified black Hummer came to a screeching halt at the village entrance, kicking up a cloud of dust. The door opened, and a muscular man wearing sunglasses and a tight vest jumped out. Action star Wang Tianba. He removed his sunglasses, revealing what he thought was an aura of dominance, and even deliberately flexed his chest muscles. "Hey, this is getting lively." Wang Tianba's voice boomed, followed by a similarly burly kid carrying a toy gun. He was specially invited by the production team to serve as a control group. The show's main selling point was tough guy taking care of a kid and strict father, filial son, specifically designed to crush soft rice men like Su Ye. Wang Tianba looked around, struck a bodybuilder pose, and waited for the cheers and screams of the staff. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, the wind swept across the fallen leaves. The group of female directors didn't even turn their heads, still surrounding Su Ye, showering him with concern. "Brother Su, it's windy, button up your shirt, don't catch a cold. Brother Su, look at that Wang Tianba, what's he showing off wearing so little? Someone like you, who dresses smartly and looks slim, has more substance." Wang Tianba's smile froze on his face, still in his bicep flexing pose, like an awkward sculpture. "Ahem." He coughed heavily twice, trying to regain his composure. Isn't anyone going to help me with my luggage? These dumbbells are quite heavy." Finally, a male stagehand ran over, looking perfunctory. "Teacher Wang's here. Sign in over there. Help your own luggage, we're short-handed." Wang Tianba, watching Su Ye being fawned over by everyone not far away, was so angry he felt like grinding his teeth to powder. Pretty boy. A good-for-nothing who can only make a living with his looks. He glared fiercely at Su Ye, secretly vowing, "Just you wait, once we get to the village, it'll be all manual labor, I'll see how I destroy you." Just then, the director, Wang Gang, came out with a megaphone. All right, everyone, quiet down." Wang Gang, looking at Su Ye's flower-filled scene, was also at a loss. Is this Su Ye a walking embodiment of hormones? Even these usually arrogant female directors have fallen for him? Everyone's here. Now for the most important part, the room allocation. A staff member pushed in a large red lottery box. "To be fair, we've prepared 5 different levels of housing." Wang Gang pointed to the display board behind him. "The best is a panoramic luxury villa, and the worst is, cough cough, a century-old house at the west end of the village, commonly known as a broken tile house." Hearing the words broken tile house, Su Ye's eyes lit up instantly. The opportunity had arrived. Just by living in the worst house, the feeling of desolation and helplessness would definitely garner sympathy from the entire internet. "Parents, who wants to go first?" "Me." Wang Tianba stepped forward, confidently reaching into the box. My luck has always been good." He pulled out a slip of paper, unfolded it, and his face immediately darkened. "Room 3, ordinary bungalow. Neither good nor bad, nothing special." It was Su Ye's turn. He prayed frantically in his heart system, "Please bless me. It has to be the worst. It has to be the worst." Su Ye took a deep breath, reached into the box, and pulled out a crumpled slip of paper. He slowly unfolded it. "Room 5, century-old house, requires repair. Beautiful." Su Ye almost burst out laughing. "This is too perfect. This is practically tailor-made for playing the victim." However, to maintain his persona, he forcefully suppressed the smile on his lips and put on a "the sky has fallen" expression. He held the note, his hand trembling slightly, his eyes instantly reddening. He looked up at Su Xiaobao, his voice choked with emotion. "Son, it seems our lives, father and son, are truly miserable." This scene was broadcast live across the entire internet. The comments section exploded. "Wah! No! Su Ye is already suffering enough, why does he have to live in this dilapidated house? Is the production team rigging this? Are they deliberately bullying honest people? So heartbreaking. Is that house even habitable? What if it leaks?" The female producers on set were heartbroken. The short-haired girl from before couldn't bear to watch any longer. She bit her lip and, taking advantage of a lull in the camera's focus, quietly moved closer to Su Ye. She reached out and gently tugged at Su Ye's sleeve, her voice low, tinged with shyness and concern. Brother Su, that house is really uninhabitable, it's full of cobwebs. How about, you bring Xiao Bao to my place tonight? The girl's face flushed like an apple, her voice barely audible. I have a single room, the bed is quite big, I don't mind. Su Ye was startled. Again? Why does everyone want to sleep with me? He took a half step back, straightened his back, and smoothed his wind-blown hair behind his ear. His handsome face was etched with the unwavering integrity of poverty cannot sway me. Miss, I appreciate your kindness. Su Ye spoke with righteous indignation, his voice soft but carrying an admirable stubbornness. But I, Su Ye, though down on my luck, still have backbone. No need. I like this feeling of hardship. This is life. Creak. With a sickening scraping sound, the rickety wooden door was pushed open. A musty, dusty stench assaulted his nostrils, causing Su Ye to sneeze 3 times. By the last rays of the setting sun, the interior was laid bare. Missing roof tiles, casting swirling dust in the beams of sunlight, cobwebs hung from the corners, like natural dream catchers. The so-called bed was merely 2 planks of wood resting on a few red bricks, creaking at the slightest touch. Perfect. Su Ye was overjoyed. This environment was practically made for garnering sympathy. He quickly composed himself, offering a forced, bitter smile to the cameraman who followed him in. It's a bit rough around the edges, but that's what makes it home, isn't it, son? Su Ye turned to seek his son's interaction. However, Su Xiaobao was standing in the center of the room, raising his left hand and gesturing towards the beams and walls. The seemingly ordinary children's watch on his wrist was emitting a pale blue beam of light, rapidly scanning the entire structure of the house. The load-bearing wall has a 3-degree tilt, the wooden beams have a 15% termite infestation rate, and the earthquake resistance rating is negative. Su Xiaobao expressionlessly lowered his hand, rubbing his nose. Dad, according to my calculations, this house has an 89% chance of collapsing in a level 3 wind. For your safety, I suggest you contact a construction team now to level this land and rebuild. Cough, cough, cough. Su Ye nearly choked on his saliva, quickly covering Su Xiaobao's mouth and forcibly explaining to the camera. Children say what they want. Children say what they want. This kid has loved watching sci-fi movies since he was little, he has a rich imagination. He glared at his son, lowering his voice. Dad, can't you cooperate a little? We're here to suffer, not to do real estate development. Su Xiaobao disgustedly brushed his hand away, pulling out a wet wipe to clean his mouth. Suffering is fine, but not dying. I'll reinforce a few points in the corners later. Sleep still, don't toss and turn. Night fell. The temperature in the mountains plummeted, and the dilapidated house was drafty and chilly. The only piece of furniture, a 3-legged table, was finally managed to stand upright, leaning against a brick, thanks to Su Ye's efforts. Phew! Su Ye wiped the dust from his face, just about to slump onto the creaking wooden bed to catch his breath. Knock, knock, knock. The already loosely closed wooden door was gently knocked on. Who is it? Su Ye was puzzled. Who would come to this godforsaken place so late? He went over and opened the door. Standing outside was a girl with 2 braids, wearing a floral cotton-padded jacket. She was probably 18 or 19 years old. Her skin wasn't as fair as city girls, it was a healthy wheat color. Her large, bright eyes shone with a simple, wild beauty. She was Xiao Fang, the village's undisputed village beauty. At that moment, she was tightly clutching a bamboo basket covered with a blue-printed cloth, from which steam was seeping out. Seeing Su Ye emerge, Xiao Fang's already rosy cheeks instantly turned as red as ripe tomatoes, flushing bright red all the way to her ears. Su, brother Su. Her voice was barely audible, trembling slightly. Su Ye paused, startled. Who are you? I'm Xiao Fang, I live in the next courtyard. Xiao Fang lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Ye's excessively handsome face in the moonlight, and simply handed him the basket. My mother said you just arrived, you probably don't have anything to eat. These are some freshly boiled eggs, to nourish the child. So it was a kind-hearted villager offering help. Su Ye's heart warmed. He hadn't even reached his sympathy threshold yet, but he'd already received the villager's kindness, making his own desire to play the victim feel a little guilty. Thank you so much. Su Ye reached out to take the basket. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against the back of Xiao Fang's hand. In that instant, Su Ye clearly felt her hand tremble violently, as if she'd been electrocuted. Ouch! Xiao Fang exclaimed, almost dropping the basket. Su Ye reacted quickly, catching the bottom of the basket and taking Xiao Fang's hand in return. Their eyes met. The air suddenly thickened. Xiao Fang didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she boldly raised her head, her large, watery eyes fixed on Su Ye. There was no simple neighborly affection in her eyes. It was undisguised infatuation. Brother Su, your hands are so beautiful. Xiao Fang murmured to herself, involuntarily taking a half step forward. Su Ye felt as if the hot egg in his hand had instantly turned into a scalding hot potato. Meanwhile, the live stream chat went wild. Holy crap! That look is insane. Is he offering eggs? He's clearly trying to give the person away too. Let go of that man. Let me deliver. I'll deliver the golden eggs. So yes, damn luck with women. Even living in a shabby house, he can attract the village beauty? Although this girl's clothes are plain, she's quite pretty. So yeah, you need to uphold your male virtues. So yes, scalp tingled. He quickly pulled his hand back, took a step back, and used the basket to shield his chest. Miss, you're too kind. How much are these eggs? I'll give them to you. No money. Xiao Fang panicked, taking a step forward, almost touching Su Ya. I don't want money. As long as you like them, I'll cook them for you every day. I can also make insoles, so shoes solace, and the words warm the bed almost slipped out. Su Ya broke out in a cold sweat. The side effects of this system are too much. The playing the victim system has turned into a woman-sucking system? Girl, it's getting late. A man and a woman alone together like this, it won't be good for your reputation if word gets out, Su Ya said, glancing pleadingly at his son inside the house. Su Xiaobao was sitting at the three-legged table, fiddling with his phone in the dim light. Receiving his father's distress signal, he sighed. Dad, put the eggs down first. Su Xiaobao's cool voice broke the ambiguous atmosphere in the doorway. He held up his phone. The screen emitted a faint white light in the darkness, illuminating his face, which was filled with disdain. Xiao Fang paused, looking at the child with some bewilderment. Su Ya, feeling relieved, quickly seized the opportunity. Yes. My son is hungry, I have to feed him. However, Su Xiaobao's next words almost made Su Ya drop the basket of eggs. Dad, that super popular female celebrity Yang Mimi just liked your post on her livestream. Su Xiaobao swiped the screen, his tone calm. She asked in the chat if these eggs were free-range or organic. If they are, she'll pay 100,000 yuan to buy them. Su Ya was stunned. 100,000 yuan? 4 eggs? Are you crazy? Su Xiaobao looked up at Xiao Fang, whose face was practically bleeding red at the door, then at his bewildered father, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. She said she not only wants to buy the eggs, but also wants to buy you outright and use you as a decoration in her mansion. Dad, what do you think? Should I sell these eggs to her, or should we eat them ourselves? With a loud crash, the bamboo basket full of hot eggs fell to the ground, scattering the round eggs everywhere. Xiao Fang, the village beauty who had been terrified by Su Xiaobao's 100,000 yuan buyout remark, covered her face and ran sobbing into the night, leaving only the dilapidated wooden door creaking and groaning in the wind. Su Ya bent down, picked up a dusty egg, wiped it on his sleeve, and sighed helplessly. Son, you've gone a bit too far. Su Ya peeled the egg, his voice filled with anguish. That's our dinner. It's the neighborly harmony that Dad worked so hard to build up. If you scare us like that, who will dare bring us food in the future? I'm doing this to protect your innocence. Su Xiaobao sat at the rickety table, his fingers rapidly swiping across the iPad screen. The flickering light from the overhead bulb cast a sinister glow on his young face. Dad, according to my data analysis, that woman's pupils were dilated more than 30% above normal, and her heart rate reached 120. Su Xiaobao looked up, his eyes cold. She's in heat. If you eat her eggs, the next thing she'll do is demand you live off her. Puffed. Su Yan nearly spat out the half-eaten egg he had just put in his mouth. At such a young age, your head is full of such lewd talk. Su Ya swallowed the choking yolk, patting his chest to catch his breath. And what, a top female celebrity buying eggs? Can't you at least write a draft before you make up a lie? A superstar like Yang Mimi, would she even look at the eggs in our rundown house? Who said it's a lie? Su Xiaobao turned the iPad around, shoving the screen directly at Su Ye's face. See for yourself. The screen displayed the homepage of a Weibo site account, with the ID, want to raise a down on his luck puppy. Although unverified, the sheer amount of imagery on the screen sent chills down Su Ye's spine. The latest Weibo post was published 3 minutes ago. The accompanying image was a screenshot from the live stream. Su Ye, wearing a tattered trench coat, stood in dim light, holding half an egg, his eyes filled with melancholy. Actually, he was choking. The caption read, "Ah, the way he ate the egg was so heartbreaking. I wish I were that egg, to be held in his mouth. Sisters, I can't take it anymore, I want to buy him a chicken farm." Scrolling down, there were countless photos of Su Ye. Su Ye's profile, head bowed in thought. Su Ye's collarbone, sweating as he carried bricks. There was even a close-up of Su Ye's terrified expression when the village beauty grabbed his hand at the door. Every photo was heavily edited, the filters adding a poignant beauty that practically overflowed the screen. This is insane, isn't it? Su Ye's lips twitched. This is Yang Mimi's alternate account. Su Xiaobao calmly pulled up a backend data page, pointing to the IP address. Although she used 3 VPNs to hide her IP, I still managed to track her down. She's at the film studio in the next city. Yeah. He slumped helplessly onto the dilapidated bed with only a few planks of wood, feeling utterly lost. System, come out and explain yourself. Yeah wailed inwardly, are all the female celebrities these days sick? I'm so pathetic, shouldn't they stay away from me? Why do they keep my unflattering photos? The system was silent for 2 seconds, its mechanical voice seemingly tinged with schadenfreude. Ding! Detected that the host's appearance is too high, and possesses an innate fallen aristocrat aura. This contrast is fatally attractive to female beings. Suggestion, please increase your sob story, try to look a little sleazy and greasy. Sleazy? Greasy? Yeah touched his sharply defined face and sighed. This is too much. Just as the father and son were staring at each other at the iPad, footsteps sounded outside the door. This time it wasn't the village belle, but a member of the production crew. Teacher Sue, are you asleep? The person who entered was an assistant director wearing glasses, holding a task card, his eyes revealing an undisguised respect, even a little admiration. After all, this is the man who could drive female fans across the internet to a frenzy of crowdfunding and have top female celebrities create alternate accounts to follow him. Yeah quickly hid the half-peeled egg behind her back, putting on a "I'm hungry but I'm strong" expression. Not yet, just about to put the kids to sleep, Yeah said in a hoarse voice. Is there something you need? The assistant director handed her the task card. It's like this, Mr. Sue. Tomorrow night is our show's first talent show. Talent show? Yes, to let the audience get a more direct look at the charm of each dad, the production team hopes you can prepare a performance singing, dancing, acrobatics, anything is fine. The assistant director paused, then added, the director specifically instructed that you can fully showcase your storytelling ability. Yes' eyes lit up. Storytelling ability? Isn't this the perfect opportunity to play the victim? Since looks can't be changed, then let's shatter their illusions with talent. He was going to sing the most bitter, the most sorrowful, the most heart-wrenching song, the one that would make anyone want to cry. He wanted to show all those women who lusted after him that Suya only felt pain, not love. I understand. Suya took the task card, his eyes deepening, as if he had already entered the role. Please tell the director I will prepare a song to mourn the past. The assistant director's heart skipped a beat at that look, and he quickly nodded, okay. Teacher Sue, get some rest. After saying that, he ran away as if fleeing, afraid that staying even a second longer would turn him into a mosquito coil. The next evening, the open-air threshing ground in Kinghe Village had been transformed into a makeshift studio. Although rudimentary, it was fully equipped with lighting and sound equipment. The live stream had already surpassed 10 million viewers. The chat was densely packed with comments like, waiting for my husband, and, yeah, fly bravely, the rich woman will always be with you. Su Xiaobao sat in the family section, still clutching his laptop, with Wang Tianba's son, Wang Xiaohu, sitting next to him. Wang Xiaohu sniffled, looking at Su Xiaobao with envy. Brother, your dad's so cool. My dad can only break rocks with his chest. Su Xiaobao coldly pushed away the large head that was leaning in. Stay away from me, your snot will get my keyboard dirty. On stage, the lights suddenly dimmed. Only a single, pale spotlight, like moonlight, shone on the center of the stage. Suya sat on a high stool, clutching an old guitar borrowed from the village committee. He wore a faded trench coat, the collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his delicate collarbone. His hair fell casually over his forehead, obscuring half an eye, but unable to conceal the deep, unyielding melancholy in his eyes. This look was the result of half an hour of adjusting himself in front of the mirror. It was a kind of decadent aesthetic. The entire audience fell silent. Even the female fans who had been chattering just moments before held their breath. The host of tonight's program was the station's renowned ice queen, the presenter Lin Shui. She wore a well-tailored business suit, a standard professional fake smile on her face, but her eyes visibly wavered the moment they met Suye's gaze. Lin Shui took a deep breath, picked up the microphone, and walked to Suye's side, trying to maintain her aloof persona. Mr. Su. Lin Shui's voice was clear and cold, with a hint of scrutiny. I heard you specially prepared an original song for tonight's performance. Suye slightly raised his head. In that instant, the light reflected in his eyes like shattered stars. His fingers gently traced the strings, producing a soft tinkling sound. His voice was deep and magnetic, as if every word was steeped in bitter coffee. Yes, this song isn't to please anyone. It's only to mourn my dead love. Zheng. The strings of the worn-out guitar vibrated, emitting a slightly dry, low hum. This guitar was an antique, used by Grandpa Wang from the village committee for 20 years. Its pitch was a bit off, but under Suye's slender fingers, it produced an indescribable sense of vicissitude. Suye lowered his eyelids, his eyelashes casting a shadow beneath his eyes. He was building up his emotions. The system's tragic song God experience card had been fully loaded. At this moment, he felt as if a wad of cotton soaked in bitterness was stuck in his throat. The emotion was right. Did I promise you too much, or was what I gave you originally insufficient? Soo-ya spoke. His voice was hoarse, with a slight graininess, like a lone wolf licking its wounds in the dead of night. This one sentence instantly captured the hearts of everyone in the audience. The female directors in the audience, who had been whispering amongst themselves, were now frozen in place, their mouths agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. This isn't singing. It's like cutting their hearts with a knife. Soo-ya didn't look up, his fingers mechanically strumming the strings, seemingly lost in a profound sorrow. You always have a million reasons, I've always followed your feelings. Let you go crazy, let you indulge. As the melody progressed, the suppressed emotions began to erupt. In the live stream, the chat was momentarily silent, then flooded with comments. I'm going to cry. These lyrics are about him. What did that woman Lin Wanner do to him, to make him so humble? Let you go crazy, let you indulge, how much love must it take to be so forgiving? My heart is broken, family, I want to jump into the screen and hug him. Suzayo Bayo sat in the audience, watching his deeply affectionate father on stage, silently putting his earphones in. Overacting. He commented coldly, then looked down at the real-time data stream on his computer screen. However, the effect is significant. The rate of increase in sympathy points has increased by 300%, and the total amount of donations has exceeded 5 million. Suzayo Bayo's fingers tapped on the keyboard, casually blocking several anti-fan accounts that were trying to stir up trouble and insult Soo-ya. On stage, the song reached its climax. Soo-ya suddenly raised his head, his peach blossom eyes glistening with tears, the veins on his neck slightly bulging, and with all his might, he roared out the classic lyrics. How could I bear to blame you for making a mistake? I gave you too much freedom. Boom. This line was like a nuclear-level tear gas. Several emotional female staff members on set immediately covered their mouths and cried out, their shoulders shaking violently. Even the guy carrying the camera trembled slightly and secretly wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. This is too damn tragic. How many times must one have been cheated on to sing with such a melancholic sense of forgiving the whole world? The most intense reaction came from the host, Lin Shui, standing to the side of the stage. This female host, known as the Ice Queen and the most difficult person in Taiwan, was like a volcano erupting tears. She bit her lip tightly, trying to maintain her professional demeanor. But the tears were uncontrollable, streaming down her face like broken beads. Black eyeliner mixed with the tears, leaving two shocking black streaks on her exquisitely beautiful face. Wah! Lin Shui finally broke down. She completely forgot she was still live streaming, forgot she was the host, and even forgot she had to maintain an image. She only wanted to do one thing now. Rush over. Comfort this broken man. Soo-ya. Just as the song's last note faded, Lin Shui, in her 10-centimeter heels, rushed to the center of the stage without hesitation. Soo-ya was just about to finish his note, striking a melancholic pose, when a soft body bumped into him. Before Soo-ya could react, a wad of scented tissues was shoved into his hand. Stop singing. Please stop singing. Lin Shui grabbed Soo-ya's sleeve, her eyes swollen from crying, looking up at him, her voice choked with sobs like a child who had lost their candy. It's too bitter, your heart is too bitter, sob sob sob. Soo-ya froze, his hand still holding the guitar, too afraid to move. Teacher Lin, the live stream is still going on. Soo-ya whispered, trying to pull his sleeve away from her grasp. Besides, your makeup is ruined, you look a bit like a panda now. I don't care. Lin Shui didn't let go, instead, she gripped even tighter, her eyes filled with fervent heartache and a self-consoling affection. Makeup can be fixed, but how can a broken heart be mended? Soo-ya, that woman doesn't cherish you, it's her loss. From now on, I'll cherish you. Soo-ya felt a chill run down his spine. Sister, wake up. I'm here to elicit sympathy and gain sympathy points, not to collect rich woman's happiness balls. System, help. Soo-ya frantically cried out in his mind, is this female host possessed? Why haven't my sympathy points increased much, but her want-to-be-kept index is off the charts? System, ding. Target Lin Shui's defenses have been breached, late-stage love-struck symptoms diagnosed. Recommendation for host, go for it. Get lost. Soo-ya took a deep breath and looked at director Wang Gang in the audience with pleading eyes. Wang Gang was squatting behind the monitor, grinning so hard his teeth almost flew off. Great. Excellent. Wang Gang slapped his thigh hard, this program effect. Absolutely amazing. The icy female host loses her composure for love, the down-on-his-luck male singer delivers a heartfelt monologue. The ratings broke 3. He picked up the walkie-talkie and roared, don't cut the camera. Give me a close-up. Shoot Lin Shui's tears. Shoot Soo-ya's helplessness. Shoot it hard. Soo-ya was in despair. There's not a single good person on this show. After finally persuading Lin Shui to go backstage for a makeup touch-up, Soo-ya grabbed his guitar and practically fled the stage. Back in the backstage dressing room, Soo-ya was about to slump into a chair and catch his breath. Dad, have some water. Su Xiaobao handed him a bottle of water, looking at his father with a complicated expression. What's wrong? Were you moved by your dad's singing? Su Ya unscrewed the cap, raising an eyebrow smugly. No. Su Xiaobao pointed to the wall clock. Regarding the copyright of that song, I have 3 music platforms sending me buyout contracts, the highest offer being 2 million. Also. He paused, then tapped on a screenshot on his tablet. Lin Shui just posted a message on her WeChat Moments backstage, with a picture of you singing just now, and the caption, if the whole world betrays you, I will stand behind you and betray the whole world. Puffed. Su Ya spat out a mouthful of water. This woman, is she a level 10 scholar of non-mainstream literature? Su Ya wiped his mouth, feeling utterly hopeless. Son, let's go back to our dilapidated house. This studio is too gloomy, full of peach blossom curses. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Qinghe Village, in a luxurious Riverview penthouse in Shanghai, before the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Wanner, wearing a silk robe, held a glass of expensive red wine. The living room lights were off, only the light from the 100-inch television on the wall illuminating her slightly pale face. On the television, Su Ye's singing performance was playing again. How could I bear to blame you for making a mistake? I gave you too much freedom. The man's voice was hoarse and full of emotion, each word sounding like both accusation and forgiveness. Lin Wanner stared intently at the familiar yet unfamiliar man on the screen. Married for 5 years, she had never heard Su Ye sing. In her memory, Su Ye was just a good-for-nothing who only knew how to cook, take care of children, and was always meek and submissive. But now, looking at the radiant man on the screen, the man who drove all the women in the room wild, Lin Wanner suddenly felt an unprecedented panic and anger. That was her man. That was the trash she had thrown away. Why was he treated like a treasure by someone else? Why was he singing such a heartfelt song to another woman? So yeah, what are you pretending to be so affectionate for? Lin Wanner gritted her teeth, her eyes uncontrollably reddening. She suddenly raised the wineglass in her hand and smashed it hard against the marble coffee table in front of her. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed in the empty living room. Red wine was spilled all over the floor, resembling dried blood. Wanner! What happened? Agent Zhao Hong rushed in upon hearing the commotion, startled by the scene. Lin Wanner's chest heaved violently. Pointing at the television screen, her voice shrill and distorted. Investigate! Investigate who that female host is. That Lin Shui, what right does she have to grab Su Ye's hand? What right does she have? Zhao Hong, looking at the seemingly deranged diva, swallowed cautiously. Wanner, that was a live broadcast accident, and, right now the whole internet is criticizing you for being ungrateful, shouldn't we? Shut up! Lin Wanner whirled around, her eyes fierce. Call the production team. I'm going to be a guest on the next episode. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of waves Su Ye can make without me. The air was thick with the sour smell of expensive red wine. Lin Wanner stood barefoot on the wool carpet, broken wine glasses scattered around her. She seemed oblivious to the pain, her meticulously made-up eyes fixed on the 100-inch LCD TV on the wall. The live stream continued. Although Su Ye had left the stage, the barrage of comments didn't subside. Instead, it exploded like an avalanche. Thank you, Lin Wanner, for sparing her life. You don't deserve this kind of scumbag. A petition written in blood begging Su Ye to debut. This sense of devastation is unique in the Chinese entertainment industry. Eyes Lin Wanner blind? She'd rather discard the pearls at home than pick up a fisheye outside? Upstairs, is it possible that Su Ye is too honest and can't satisfy the queen's ambition? Each comment was like a resounding slap across Lin Wanner's face. A burning pain. These lunatics, they're all lunatics. Lin Wanner grabbed a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at the television, but it slid limply to the floor. She couldn't understand it. Just 3 days ago, Su Ye was that timid, subservient coward who only knew how to fend for himself around the stove. How did he become the devoted prince pitted by the entire internet after the divorce? Wanner, don't be angry. A lazy, slightly greasy voice came from behind her. Rising star Chen Feng, wearing a bathrobe, held an apple and took a casual bite. He walked to Lin Wanner's side, glanced at the television, and a disdainful sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. He's just a washed-up gigolo, putting on an act to gain sympathy. Chen Feng reached out, wanting to put his arm around Lin Wanner's shoulder. I've seen this kind of sob story too many times. It only fools those brainless housewives. Once the hype dies down, he'll still be that good for nothing. If it were before, Lin Wanner would have found Chen Feng's words quite appealing. After all, in her eyes, Chen Feng was young, handsome, and at the peak of his career, 1,000,000 times better than Su Ye, who only cared about taking care of the kids all day. But now, Lin Wanner turned her head, looking at Chen Feng's slightly swollen face and his eyes, clouded by excessive indulgence. Then she looked at Su Ye on the screen, still aloof and elegant even in her tattered trench coat. A strong feeling of nausea suddenly welled up inside her. Take your hand away. Lin Wanner's voice was icy. Chen Feng paused, thinking she was just being petulant, and grinned as he leaned closer. What's wrong, baby? Still angry about that good for nothing? I'll make it up to you tonight. I told you to take your hand away. Lin Wanner abruptly flung his hand away, her voice rising 8 octaves. The apple in Chen Feng's hand rolled to the ground. Lin Wanner, what's wrong with you? Chen Feng's face darkened. You're giving me attitude because of an ex-husband? Suya is at least cleaner than you. Lin Wanner stared at Chen Feng, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. Look at yourself, besides hype and sleeping with fans, what else do you have? You could never write a song like Suya did. You. Chen Feng laughed angrily. Fine. You think he's great, huh? Then go remarry him. He's adored by female fans all over the internet now. Why would he want a piece of trash like you? Slap. A crisp slap cut Chen Feng off. Lin Wanner's chest heaved violently. Pointing at the door, her fingers trembled. Get out. Now, immediately, get out of here. Chen Feng covered his face, staring incredulously at the woman who usually obeyed him so obediently. Fine. Lin Wanner, you'll regret this. Chen Feng spat viciously, turned, and slammed the door shut. The mansion returned to a deathly silence. Only the occasional commercial break from the television sounded particularly jarring. Lin Wanner slumped onto the sofa, utterly exhausted, her hands covering her face, a glistening tear seeping through her fingers. Regret? She didn't know. She only knew that the moment she saw Lin Shui rush onto the stage and hug Suya, jealousy in her heart grew like poisonous weeds. That was hers. Even if it's trash she doesn't want to throw away, she won't allow anyone to treat it like a treasure. Her agent, Zhao Hong, cautiously approached, holding warm water and pills. Sister Wanner, calm down. Chen Feng has a sharp tongue, don't take it to heart. Zhao Hong handed her the water glass, trying to change the subject. That Suya too, he must have used some means to bribe the production team. Look at those comments, they're obviously paid trolls. Lin Wanner didn't take the water glass. She looked up, her once proud eyes now filled with confusion and self-doubt. Sister Hong. Lin Wanner pointed to the frozen image on the screen. In the image, Suya sat in a corner backstage. Suzayo Bayo was handing him water, the silhouettes of the father and son so harmonious, yet so unattainable. Tell me, am I really blind? Zhao Hong's heart skipped a beat. How could that be? Zhao Hong quickly forced a smile. You're a superstar, and Suya is just an ordinary person. You two are from completely different worlds. No. Lin Wanner interrupted her. She stood up, walked to the television, and gently stroked Suya's face on the screen. The cold touch brought her back to her senses slightly. Those women's eyes don't lie. Lin Wanner murmured to herself, that female host, that movie star, even those unknown female fans, the way they look at Suya, it's a desire to crush him and devour him. I've been with him for 5 years, and I've never seen him like that. Zhao Hong panicked slightly. Sister Wanner, you wouldn't be thinking. Lin Wanner turned around, her gaze gradually hardening, even revealing a hint of fanatical obsession. Get me in touch with director Wang Gang. No matter the cost, I have to be the guest star on the next episode. I want to see if Suya can really fly without me. Late at night, King He Village. The mountain wind carried a biting chill, rustling the thatched roof of the dilapidated house. Suya lay on the hard bed made of a few planks of wood, tossing and turning. He couldn't sleep. He simply couldn't sleep. Not because the bed was hard, nor because it was cold, but because it was too noisy. In the neighboring yard, the village beauty, Xiao Fang, seemed to be practicing singing, repeatedly singing an off-key rendition of Little Darling. A few barks occasionally drifted from the base of the front yard wall. Suzayo Bayo said it was the village's female dogs having a gathering. His phone kept ringing. Various text messages and WeChat friend requests from unknown numbers. Although Suzayo Bayo blocked most of them, the constant vibration was still incredibly annoying. Sigh. Suya sighed deeply and sat up. By the moonlight, he glanced at his son, who was sleeping soundly beside him. The little guy was clutching his black laptop, even in his sleep. His brow was slightly furrowed, as if he were repairing a firewall even in his dreams. Suya gently tucked his son in, put on his trench coat, and went out of the house. In the yard, the moonlight was like water. He sat on the doorstep, took out a lollipop whoever had given it to him from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. The sweet taste melted on his tongue, but it couldn't suppress the bitterness in his heart. System. Suya asked in his mind. I checked the backend, and the sympathy points only increased by 20,000? That doesn't make sense, does it? He almost cried while singing too much, and the whole internet was in tears. Logically, the sympathy points should be off the charts. Ding. Responding to the host. The system's voice remained emotionless. Based on big data analysis, although the host's performance was tragic, the host's high looks and strong presence caused a deviation in the audience's emotions. Sympathy points percentage, 15%. Want to sleep with someone percentage, 85%. So yeah. He crunched his lollipop loudly. So I sang for nothing? How can this audience be so impure? Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. Suya turned around alertly. Who? Could it be the village beauty climbing over the wall in the middle of the night? Or some crazy female fan sneaking into the village? The bushes parted. A dark shadow crept out furtively. It wasn't a person. It was a large yellow dog. It was the same large yellow dog from the village entrance who had cried while listening to the Urvu during the day. The dog, with a still flailing hen in its mouth, trotted over to Suya, put the hen down, wagged its tail, and looked at him with a fawning expression. Woof! Here you go, to nourish yourself. Suya looked at the hen on the ground, then at the dog with its drooling eyes, his lips twitching uncontrollably. System, does this count as sympathy points? Ding! Yes. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 interspecies sympathy points. Suya slapped his forehead. What a mess. Am I so down on my luck, even a dog thinks I need to be kept? Just as Suya was questioning his existence in front of the large yellow dog, the lights in the room suddenly came on. Suzaobeo, rubbing his sleepy eyes, stood at the doorway, staring at the bizarre combination of a man, a dog, and a chicken. Dad, in the middle of the night, are you negotiating with a dog? Suzaobeo yawned and pointed at the chicken. That's Aunt Wan's laying hen next door. If you take it, Aunt Wan will be coming to you with her household registration book tomorrow, demanding you marry into her family. Suya, startled, kicked the chicken back. Go away. Give it back. The big yellow dog whimpered pitifully, picked up the chicken, and walked away reluctantly, looking back several times. Suya patted his chest, still shaken. Son, this place is too dangerous. I have a feeling an even bigger romantic entanglement awaits us tomorrow. Suzaobeo sneered and turned to go back into the house. Be more confident, Dad. Remove the feeling. I just saw Lin Wanner's agent contact the production team. The next guest star will most likely be your ex-wife. Night deepened. Kingi village fell silent, save for the incessant chirping of unknown insects in the grass. In the courtyard of the dilapidated house, Suya, wrapped in a thin trench coat, sat on a cold stone stool. The moonlight, like water, bathed his sharply defined profile, casting a cool, silvery glow upon him. He tilted his head slightly back, his gaze vacant, fixed on the waning moon. He had maintained this posture for a full half hour. For no other reason than the system issuing a temporary mission, Midnight Emo. Mission description: demonstrate extreme loneliness in the dead of night, allowing the audience to feel the desolation deep within the host's heart. Reward: loneliness points plus 1000, randomly unlock 1 god-level life skill. For the skill, for survival, Suya was going all out. He deliberately chose a backlit angle, stretching his shadow long, and even picked up a dry twig from the ground, idly drawing circles on the ground. Drawing circles to curse life. In the program's control room, director Wang Gang was staring at the monitor, rubbing his hands excitedly. Quick! Open the live stream for that late-night heart-to-heart talk. Wang Gang roared in a low voice. This scene is too beautiful. A lonely single father, drinking alone under the moon late at night, even without alcohol. How many sleepless girls will this touch their hearts? The live stream started. The comments, which had been silent because of the late hour, instantly sprang to life. Holy crap! Still awake? Is my husband cultivating immortality? Oh my god, that back view makes me want to cry. He must be thinking about that heartless ex-wife, right? So lonely, so broken, I want to rush into the screen and put a coat on him. Dante cry, Suya, we're here for you tonight. Suya couldn't see the comments, but he could feel the series of ding-ding-ding notifications from the system. His loneliness level was skyrocketing. Is that enough? Suya felt his butt go numb from the cold stone bench and was about to get up and go back to his room to sleep. Suddenly, the previously quiet live stream screen exploded with a dazzling firework. Then a second, a third. The special effects filled the entire screen, obscuring Suya's face. All that could be seen were golden rockets and carnivals flying around. User Rich Woman Hungry sent 1 carnival. User Rich Woman Hungry sent 10 carnival gifts. User Rich Woman Hungry sent 50 carnival gifts. User Rich Woman Hungry sent 100 carnival gifts. The entire live stream froze for a full 3 seconds. That was a special effects rain worth 3 million RMB. Wang Gang jumped up from his chair in the control room, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Holy crap! Where did this fairy-like rich woman come from? 3 million? Just to see Suya spacing out? Suya was also startled by the sudden commotion. Although he couldn't see the special effects, he could hear the cameraman gasping for breath nearby, and his phone vibrating incessantly. He leaned closer to the camera and took a look. The screen was cleared of all the comments, leaving only a single, oversized, gold-edged comment pinned to the top, arrogantly displayed in the center of the screen. Rich woman's hungry little brother, don't be sad, it hurts to see you like this. Connect with me on voice chat, and I'll buy you the top fan account tonight. No amount of money is too much. Soo-ye's lips twitched violently. This ID, is it even legitimate? And this request, to put you to sleep? Is she trying to use me as some kind of late-night bedtime chat service? System, is this considered a successful attempt to play the victim? Soo-ye asked inwardly. System, strong sugar daddy intention detected, sympathy value +0, soft rice value +10,000. Soo-ye's face darkened. He took a deep breath and gave the camera a bitter smile that was somewhat helpless, yet tinged with a touch of stubbornness. This, sister hungry. Soo-ye's voice was hoarse, trying to appear indifferent to money. Thank you for your kindness, but even though I, Soo-ye, am poor, I have principles. I don't sell my body, nor my skills. Oh wait, I do sell a little skill. But this late-night live stream to help you fall asleep isn't appropriate. You should save your money to buy some good food. With that, Soo-ye was about to end the live stream. But the rich woman hungry was clearly stubborn, or perhaps provoked by Soo-ye's aloof attitude. User rich woman hungry gifted 66 carnival items. Gold-rimmed comments floated by again. Rich woman hungry, not enough? Add another 2 million. Little brother, I have severe insomnia, I can only fall asleep when I hear your voice. You don't want to see me awake until dawn, do you? This wasn't asking for comfort, this was clearly throwing money at someone. The entire internet audience was stunned. Is this the world of the rich? 5 million just for a bedtime story? So yeah, just give in. I want to live off her too. Look at me, sister hungry. I can not only lull people to sleep, I can also warm their beds. Soo-ye stared at the constantly fluctuating numbers, his heart bleeding. 5 million. That's 5 million. If it were before, he would have already shouted rich woman, come on over. But his current persona is that of a cool, down-on-his-luck artist, a heartbroken single father. If he were to give in for 5 million, wouldn't all the carefully constructed sense of despair crumble? Sister, stop swiping. Soo-ye clutched his chest, his face contorted with anguish. Actually, heartbroken over the money. If you swipe again, I'm going to call the police. Although I, Soo-ye, am down on my luck, I will never accept this kind of insulting charity. After saying this, Soo-ye felt his very soul tremble. Refusing 5 million, how much courage does that take? Just then, gurgle. An extremely untimely and incredibly loud sound echoed throughout the live stream through the microphone. Soo-ye's face, which had been etched with stubbornness, instantly froze. It was his stomach protesting. After a day of hard labor, he'd only eaten half an egg for dinner, and the big yellow dog had stolen his thunder. He was genuinely hungry. The atmosphere became incredibly awkward. The live stream chat paused for a second, then erupted in laughter. Ha 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 ha. Saying no, but his body says otherwise. Soo-ye, I'm not hungry, I'm faking it. Stomach, no, you're hungry. I am dying of laughter. This isn't a feeling of brokenness, it's a feeling of hunger. Hungry sister, is little brother hungry? Is 5 million enough for breakfast? The sky was beginning to lighten. This night's commotion stretched straight into dawn. Soo-ye, clutching his stomach, his face flushed, waved at the camera. It's dawn, everyone can go home now. I don't sell myself, but I'm really hungry. Go make the child some food. With that, he quickly cut off the live stream, as if fleeing a crime scene. Just as he turned around, he saw Soo-ye standing in the doorway, wearing his Pikachu print pajamas, still clutching his laptop. The little guy's hair was messy, but his eyes were clear. Dad, we found that rich woman's ID. Soo-ye yawned, walked to the stone bench, and sat down, his tone tinged with disdain. Who is it? Soo-ye asked curiously. Could it be another female boss trying to sexually harass me? Sexual harassment? Soo-ye sneered, tapping a few keys on the keyboard. An IP address and a blurry photo appeared on the screen. She's Black Widow, ranked among the top 10 hackers globally. Her real name is unknown. She has an eccentric personality and loves to harass respectable men online. Soo-ye pushed up his non-existent glasses, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Last month, she tried to attack my firewall. I reverse-engineered a SpongeBob SquarePants virus, crippling my computer for 3 days. Soo-ye was stunned. So, she's here for revenge? No. Soo-ye closed his laptop, stood up, and dusted off his backside. She came to become my apprentice. But she doesn't know who I am. She only tracked down your IP address, so she mistook you for me. Soo-ye glanced at his father, a hint of pity in his eyes. Dad, don't pay attention to that crazy woman. I've already donated the 5 million she spent to a Hope Primary School in the mountains for you, signed Soo-ye and his son. Soo-ye, 5 million? Donated? Son, didn't you even discuss it with your dad? Soo-ye felt a pang of heartache, unable to breathe. Discuss what? Soo-ye turned and walked into the house, leaving Soo-ye with a cold back view. That kind of ill-gotten gains is a hot potato. And, he paused, turning back to look at Su-Ye's bitter face. I'm hungry. Dad, I want scallion oil noodles. Extra scallions, less salt. Su-Ye looked at his son's domineering CEO demeanor, then patted his empty stomach. What else could he do? Go cook. What a disaster. Su-Ye sighed, looking up at the sky, and resignedly walked towards the simple stove. Su-Ye, a dignified 7-foot man, refused a 5 million yuan offer to be a kept man, and now I'm still going to be this kid's cook. The stove was made of mud bricks, and the pot was an iron pot missing a handle. The only ingredients were the basket of still hot eggs that Xiao Fang, the village beauty, had brought last night, and a bowl of leftover cold rice from the production crew. Su-Ye, wearing a floral apron he'd picked up from somewhere, stood in front of the stove, his face serious. Son, breakfast conditions are tough today. Su-Ye sighed, expertly cracking eggs with one hand. Dad will try to make it edible. If it's really awful, just think of it as a wilderness survival experience. Su Xiaobao sat on the doorstep, holding his laptop, not even looking up. Dad, according to the system's big data analysis, the mortality rate of your cooking is as high as 40%. I've already called 120, and they're waiting at the village entrance. Su-Ye's lips twitched. This unfilial son, his mouth is too venomous. System, bless me. Su-Ye roared inwardly, I'll show this kid what it means to be a culinary god descended to earth. Ding. Skill mastery of divine homestyle dishes activated. Current dish, golden fried rice. Special effects, the aroma travels far and wide, awakening childhood memories, a melancholic delicacy. As the system notification faded, Su-Ye's hands seemed to be under a spell. Heating the pan, pouring in oil. The moment the egg mixture hit the pan, it sizzled beautifully, the fluffy egg flowers bursting open instantly, golden and tempting. The rice was added, stir-fried, tossed in the pan. The movements were fluid and graceful, each grain of rice dancing in the air, coated in golden egg, releasing an aroma that struck straight to the soul. This aroma was too overpowering. It wasn't just the smell of ordinary rice, it was like an invisible hand directly hooking one's taste buds, pulling out all the cravings in one's stomach. Su Xiaobao, who was coding, paused. He sniffed, and for the first time, a look of shock appeared on his perpetually icy face. This smell. Su Xiaobao closed his laptop, ignoring the mortality rate, and ran to the stove with his short legs, grabbing chopsticks as if on cue. Meanwhile, on a village road not far from the dilapidated house, special guest, the famously aloof actress Lu Bing, wearing sunglasses and surrounded by a group of assistants, walked forward with a cold expression. Sister Lu, breakfast is prepared for you, whole wheat bread and skim milk. An assistant carefully handed over the breakfast bag. Lu Bing didn't even glance at it, coldly pushing it away. Take it. I'm on a diet, I don't eat carbs. She was in a bad mood. Her agent had tricked her into participating in this rural variety show. The accommodations were terrible, and the air reeked of chicken manure. Just then, a strange fragrance, carried by the morning breeze, wafted into her nostrils. Lu Bing's steps abruptly halted. That fragrance. It was like the steam rising from her grandmother's stove when she was a child, or like the warm sunlight streaming through the window on a winter's day. It smelled so good it made her want to cry. Gurgle. A loud rumble from her stomach emanated from the aloof actress's abdomen. Her assistants around her held their breath in fright. Lu Bing's sunglasses nearly slipped down, she swallowed hard, her throat dry. What is that smell? She ripped off her sunglasses, her once indifferent eyes now gleaming with an astonishing light, searching the room like radar. It seems to be coming from that dilapidated house up ahead? The assistant whispered. Let's go. Without a word, Lu Bing, in her high heels, rushed towards the aroma. What dieting period? What no-carb diet? To hell with all of that at this moment. Inside the dilapidated house, Su-Ye had just ladled out 2 large bowls of fried rice, golden and glistening, every grain of rice seemingly shimmering. Before he could even hand the chopsticks to Su Xiaobao, a shadow suddenly fell from the doorway. Su-Ye turned around and saw a stunningly beautiful woman with exquisite makeup and an elegant demeanor, peering through the broken wooden door, staring unabashedly at the bowl in his hand. That look was like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days seeing a lone, plump lamb. Lu Bing swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Could I have a bite? Su-Ye froze. Isn't that Lu Bing, the actress who won 3 major film awards? The aloof goddess who usually steals the show on the red carpet, her gaze chillingly cold, is now acting like, completely naive? Ms. Lu? Su-Ye instinctively clutched the bowl in his hands. This is for the child. I'll buy it. Lu Bing pulled a wad of cash from her designer bag, probably several thousand yuan, and slammed it on the 3-legged table. Is that enough? If not, I have cards. Su Xiaobao's eyes lit up at the wad of cash, and he was about to reach for it, but Su-Ye pushed the money back. Looking at Lu Bing's anxious yet pitiful expression, he suddenly thought of his own deceased younger sister. She was just as greedy, just as thin. A strange, fatherly glow instantly enveloped Suya. Take it back. Suya sighed, took a clean, chipped bowl, scooped half a bowl of fried rice into it, and handed it to Lu Bing. Look how hungry you are. It's not easy making it in the entertainment industry, is it? You can't even get a decent meal. Suya's tone was gentle, carrying a kind of elder's tenderness. Eat, child, don't starve yourself. Lu Bing held the bowl of steaming fried rice, her eyes instantly reddening. She debuted at 5, and had struggled in the entertainment industry for 20 years. Everyone treated her like a money-making machine, making her lose weight, making her maintain her image. No one had ever said to her, eat, child, don't starve yourself. Her hands trembled as she scooped a spoonful and put it in her mouth. The aroma of eggs, rice, and oil exploded in her mouth. It was the taste of home. It was the warmth she had missed for so many years. Lu Bing ate while tears streamed down her face, completely disregarding her image as a movie star, stuffing large mouthfuls into her mouth. Suya watched from the side, shaking his head. He casually pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the rice grains from Lu Bing's mouth. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you, Suya said softly. There's more in the pot if you're not full. In that instant, Lu Bing was in a daze. Through her tears, she seemed to see the figure of her father, a figure long since blurred in her memory. Warm, kind, and tolerant. Dad. A single word escaped her lips. The voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly audible in the quiet, dilapidated house. Su Xiaobao, who was engrossed in eating, trembled, and his chopsticks fell to the ground. Wang Gang, the director who was about to come in to check if Suya was slacking off, had just stepped 1 foot across the threshold. When he heard the deeply affectionate dad, Wang Gang slipped and fell flat on his face with a thud. Suya. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his ripped pants, Wang Gang leaped to his feet, roaring furiously. What did you do to Lu Bing? This is a parent-child reality show, not a family reunion event. Lu Bing snapped back to reality, looking at the bewildered Suya, then at the terrified director and assistant beside her. Her face flushed crimson, as red as a boiled lobster. No. Lu Bing frantically waved her hands, explaining incoherently, I mean, this food tastes like Dad. Suya held up a tissue, looking completely innocent. Director, if I said I was a victim of a staged accident, would you believe me? Su Xiaobao silently picked up the chopsticks from the ground, pushed up his nose, and coldly added insult to injury. Dad, congratulations. After your stepdaughter became a top star, you now have another actress as your daughter. Our Su family's household registration book is almost full. Behind the dilapidated house, away from all the cameras, lay the only safe zone in the entire village. Director Wang Gang squatted on the ground, a cigarette between his fingers, his hands trembling as if he had Parkinson's disease. The ash fell onto his expensive work pants, burning a hole, but he didn't react, as if his soul had left his body. Suya. Wang Gang took a deep drag of his cigarette, looking up at the innocent-looking man before him, who even seemed somewhat radiant. His tone was weary, as if he had just survived a catastrophe, or was a gambler who had just lost everything. Look at the top of my head. Suya looked down, examining it carefully in the moonlight, and answered honestly. It's a bit reflective, quite bright. Director Wang, you should get a hair transplant. While a bald patch is standard for directors, isn't this area a bit excessive? Is this a hair transplant problem? This is because you've made me bald. Wang Gang suddenly stood up, stomped out his cigarette, and roared in a low voice, but it was filled with a devastating energy. Suya, tell me honestly, what kind of contract did we sign? Suya blinked, looking completely innocent. It's a family-oriented variety show. We start over, it focuses on filial piety, heartwarming themes, traveling with kids, and experiencing life. Filial piety my foot. Heartwarming the foot. Wang Gang grabbed his hair, pointing at the recording studio not far away, his fingers trembling. Look at the current atmosphere. Look at the trending topics. Heartwarming, healing, day 1, live stream, and you got the top female fan on the fan page to want to spend $5 million to keep you. That's $5 million. Do you know how much the production team's budget is for one episode? Day 2, talent show, and you sang so well that even the famously aloof Lin Shue's makeup was ruined, and she begged for a hug in public. Do you know how badly Lin Shue's fans attacked the official Weibo account? Saying our production team was abusing the female host. Suya tried to interject, but Wang Gang's even more ferocious roar silenced her. The most outrageous thing just now. Actress Lu Bing. That's Lu Bing. She ate a bowl of your fried rice and called you dad. Wang Gang's chest heaved with anger, his face turning a deep purplish red, and he almost choked. Now the whole internet is saying that I, Wang Gang, am using a parent-child reality show as a front for it. If you are the one special, Just now, the CEO of the sponsoring Happy Baby Milk Powder called, asking if we could change the title sponsor to JuliYuan.com online dating site. Even a company selling kidney tonics asked if we could do product placement. So yeah, you're trying to drive me to my death. So yeah was stunned. He spread his hands in a wronged expression, his eyes more aggrieved than dough-ease, even carrying a hint of, you don't understand me, desolation. Director Wang, this isn't my fault. Lin Shui's was an artistic resonance, a collision of souls. Lu Bing's was a sensory experience, a compensation for lost fatherly love found in delicious food. Su Ye sighed, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, revealing his signature broken expression, his voice low. As for that top-ranking lady, didn't I firmly refuse? I have plenty of backbone. I'm just a single dad who wants to raise my child peacefully. I just want to, oh no, I just want to show the hardships of life. I also want to keep a low profile, to be a quiet, handsome man in this superficial world, but my abilities don't allow it. Puffed. Su Xiaobao, who was drinking water nearby, spat it out. The little guy calmly pulled out a wet wipe, wiped his mouth, rubbed his nose, and said to Wang Gang, Uncle Wang, my dad's illness is called late-stage Versailles syndrome. I recommend electroconvulsive therapy directly, no need for medical insurance. And according to my back-end data monitoring, the show's female audience now accounts for 98%, with male viewers only making up 2%. Su Xiaobao turned the computer screen towards Wang Gang, displaying a horrific pie chart. Of those 2% of male viewers, half are here to see the beautiful female guests, and the other half are here to learn how my dad lives off his girlfriend. Looking at this comical father and son, Wang Gang felt his blood pressure soar to 280, and his vision blurred. Fine. So yeah, you're still being stubborn, aren't you? You think this was all an accident, right? Wang Gang took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He pulled a crumpled program sheet from his pocket, a confident smile spreading across his face, the smile of a desperate counterattack. To salvage the show's reputation, to straighten out its distorted style, I've specifically used my most treasured connections. He pointed towards the village entrance, his eyes sharpening. The next mystery guest, I've already invited her, she'll be here shortly. Su Ye raised an eyebrow, which rich lady is it this time? Director Wang, let me make this clear, my back is bad, I really can't handle this. Rich lady my foot. Wang Gang spat, his face full of righteous indignation, she's a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. 3 years since her debut, 0 scandals, even her kissing scenes are done with camera tricks. She's never even held a male celebrity's hand. She's hailed as the nation's first love, introverted, extremely shy, blushes and avoids men at all costs, a well-known androphobia sufferer. Wang Gang stared at Su Ye, giving her a fierce warning, like guarding against a thief. Su Ye, I'm warning you. This guest is here to purify the air, to showcase purity and beauty. You better put away your damn, unrestrained charm. Stay away from her. Don't corrupt that young girl. If she gets all confused and disoriented, I really can't film this show. Su Ye shrugged helplessly, feeling utterly insulted. Director Wang, you're being a bit disrespectful. He straightened his collar, his face radiating righteous indignation, like a saintly monk about to become a monk. Right now, Su Ye only has my child and my career on my mind. Women will only hinder my speed in drawing my sword. Besides, those innocent little girls are clearly not my type. I like, cough cough, mature and stable women, someone I can talk to about the philosophy of life. Ideally, she should have a certain economic foundation and understand the soul of an artist like me, understand the hardships of raising a child. Su Xiaobao coldly added from the side, to translate, he likes rich women, preferably the kind who are quiet, rich, and die young. Su Ye glared at her son, shut up. Don't ruin your dad's shining image in Director Wang's eyes. Her words had barely left her lips when, beep, a crisp, melodious car horn rang out, breaking the argument by the back wall. A pure white van slowly pulled up at the entrance to the program's recording studio. The van was spotless, even the tires were gleaming, exuding an aura of pristine elegance and otherworldly beauty. It's here. Wang Gang's eyes lit up, as if he'd seen a savior. The car door slid open slowly. All the cameras immediately turned to the door, flashes ready to go. The live stream chat exploded, everyone speculating about the identity of this purification ambassador who had given the director such confidence. Under the spotlight, a leg clad in white sneakers and light blue jeans cautiously stepped out. Following that, a face so pure it seemed like it could be pinched to release water appeared. Long, straight black hair with wispy bangs, her face was bare of makeup, yet her skin was fair and radiant, her eyes as clear as a mountain stream. It really was Shen King Kaiu, the nation's first love, who haunted the dreams of countless men, yet whom they dared not even dare to trespass upon. She seemed very uncomfortable with being watched like this. As soon as she got out of the car, she nervously clutched the hem of her clothes, like a frightened little rabbit. Wang Gang nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his hair was saved again. That's right. This is the style a parent-child variety show should have. Pure, healing, harmless, without the stench of hormones. He turned to Suye, lowering his voice again, his tone stern. See? How innocent she is. This guest is famously pure and shy. Suye, stay away from her. Keep 3 meters, no, more than 5 meters away. Suye, hands in her pockets, wore an air of nonchalance, as if to say, if I don't go to hell, who will? She even shrank further into the shadows to avoid suspicion. Don't worry, director. Suye looked at the young woman who had just gotten out of the car, her eyes calm and unwavering. I don't get close to women. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze blew. Except for the anxious heart of the director, Wang Gang, everything seemed perfect. Shen Qingkaya stood beside the van, clutching the hem of her dress, which shimmered in the sunlight. She lowered her head slightly, her long hair obscuring half her face, looking both adorable and socially awkward. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with the word wife. Ah, it really is Shen Qingkaya. My first love is back. This is the real pure and innocent beauty. This is the kind of family variety show I want to see. Please don't let Suye get close to her. Protect my Qingkaya. Wang Gang glanced at the comments and straightened his back with satisfaction. It's a done deal. This is the effect he wanted. Come, Qingkaya, don't be nervous. Wang Gang, like a protective mother hen, enthusiastically went over to lead the way. Everyone's easy to get along with. Over there is teacher Wang Tianba, and over there is. He specifically pointed to Suye standing in the shadows at the far end, his eyes warning. That guy in the tattered trench coat over there is a dangerous individual. Just stay away from him. Shen Qingkaya nodded obediently, revealing a standard professional fake smile. Hello, director, hello everyone, I'm Shen Qingkaya, nice to meet you. Her voice was soft and sweet, radiating sweetness. She raised her head, her gaze politely sweeping over the guests present. When her gaze passed over the muscular Wang Tianba, she simply nodded politely. When her gaze passed over the snotty-nosed brat Wang Xiaohu, she showed no reaction. Until her gaze fell on the man in the corner, leaning against the broken wall, kicking pebbles with his head down. Suye noticed the gaze and instinctively looked up. Their eyes met. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Suye's eyes were clear, even carrying a hint of cold indifference, as if saying, don't even try. However, Shen Qingkaya's perfectly maintained professional smile froze instantly. Then, a visible blush burst forth from her neck, like a spilled bucket of paint, quickly spreading to her ears and finally staining her entire face crimson. In those clear eyes, shock, disbelief, and surprise finally melted into a pool of spring water. It's him. Shen Qingkaya's lips parted slightly, her voice trembling. 5 years ago. On that rainy night, having just been accepted into film school but unable to pay her tuition, she squatted by the roadside, crying like a fool. A long, slender, beautiful hand handed her an umbrella and a bank card tucked inside the handle. Will crying solve anything? Take this, go to school. The man left her with a desolate silhouette, disappearing into the rainy night. She searched for him for 5 whole years. Even after becoming the nation's first love, even after being adored by countless people, that silhouette from that rainy night always lived in her heart. And now, that silhouette was right before her eyes. Though his clothes were tattered, though he looked pitiful, she would never forget those eyes, not even in death. Sue. Before Shen Qingkaya could even utter the word benefactor, Wang Gang's loud voice interrupted her. Qingkaya, were you scared by that strange old man? Seeing Shen Qingkaya's face flushed red as if she had a fever, Wang Gang assumed she was experiencing social anxiety and quickly stepped between them. Don't be afraid. Suye just looks a bit weathered, but he's actually a good person, probably. Suye also thought his disheveled appearance had frightened the young girl. He quickly took a step back, turned up his trench coat collar to cover half his face, and said in a muffled voice, Hello, Miss Shen, I have a cold, and I'm afraid of catching it, so I won't shake hands. This was the director's instruction, keep your distance. However, the next second, Shen Qingkaya actually bypassed Wang Gang and, like a fangirl seeing her idol, slowly moved in front of Suye. She gripped her skirt tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white. No, I don't mind. Shen Qingkaya looked up, her large, watery eyes fixed on Suye, as if afraid he would run away at any moment. She tentatively extended a small, delicate hand, her voice barely audible. Ms. Su, could we shake hands? The entire room fell silent. Wang Gang's smile froze on his face. The live stream chat also froze. Suye stared blankly at the outstretched hand. Was something wrong with the script? What happened to the fear of men? What happened to avoiding men? This hand was extended faster than anyone else's. Ahem. Miss Shen, isn't this inappropriate? Suye tried to argue. Just a handshake. Shen Qingkaya's eyes reddened, her voice trembling with a sob. Her pitiful expression was enough to melt anyone's heart. Just one, please. Su Xiaobao, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, silently closed his laptop. He pushed up his nose and said to Wang Gang, who was frozen in shock beside him, "Uncle Wang, I suggest you take down the parent-child variety show sign and change it to Su Yes Personal Charm Awards. Also, according to micro-expression analysis, this nation's first love's dopamine levels are higher than winning the lottery." Wang Gang. Forced into a corner, Su Ye could only reach out and lightly touch Shen Qingkaya's fingertips. A fleeting touch. Just that one touch. Shen Qingkaya shuddered as if electrocuted, her face flushing even deeper. She withdrew her hand, clutching it tightly to her chest, looking at Su Ye with dazed eyes, murmuring, "Still that temperature, still that feeling." Su Ye felt a chill run down his spine. This girl, did her fever damage her brain? All right, the handshake is over. Wang Gang couldn't stand it anymore and rushed over to forcibly separate the two. Eat first. Everyone must be hungry. Lunchtime. What should have been a pleasant meal for the guests turns into a massive battleground. Su Ye, holding a bowl of lunch, hid in a corner, trying to minimize her presence. But Shen Qingkaya was like a tracking device with built-in radar. No matter where Su Ye hid, she always coincidentally appeared within 3 meters. And she didn't say a word, just rested her chin on her hand, watching Su Ye eat with a lovesick expression. Every time Su Ye took a bite, she would swallow hard. That look in her eyes. Su Ye felt she didn't want the food, but herself. "Son." Su Ye poked at her rice with her chopsticks, lowering her voice, "Dad thinks this nation's first love seems to have ulterior motives towards me." Su Xiaobao sneered, stuffing a piece of braised pork into his mouth. "Be more confident, remove the seams. I just checked her private diary, legally, of course, it's full of searching for brother Yu Yi." "Dad, were you flaunting your charm everywhere 5 years ago?" Su Ye was taken aback. 5 years ago? Back then I was busy washing clothes and cooking for Lin Wanner, how could I have time to go out? Ha, scumbags' excuses are always strikingly similar. Lunch ended in an awkward atmosphere. To break the awkwardness and salvage some ratings, Wang Gang brought out the legendary Talent PK segment. Ahem, parents, everyone. Wang Gang shouted through a megaphone, to set a good example for the children, we'll have a talent competition this afternoon. The winning family will receive a luxurious seafood feast tonight. The losers can only eat steamed buns and pickled vegetables tonight. Wang Tianba was the first to jump out, taking off his shirt to reveal his well-defined muscles. "I'll go first." Chest breaking a boulder. "Good." Wang Xiaohu clapped and cheered from the side. It must be said, Wang Tianba was quite skilled. A boulder shattered on his chest, drawing a sparse round of applause, mainly because the staff were afraid of being beaten. It was Su Ye's turn. All eyes were on him, especially Shen Qingkayu, whose eyes shone like 2 light bulbs. Su Ye sighed. He slowly stood up and pulled a long, rectangular object wrapped in newspaper from the pile of junk behind him. He tore open the newspaper. A worn-out erhu, its body cracked and its skin yellowed, was revealed. This was the magical instrument he'd borrowed from old Wang at the village entrance. With the erhu in play, who could rival it? That sense of melancholy etched into his DNA was palpable even before it was played. The moment Wang Gang saw the erhu, his eyelids twitched violently. Su Ye, what are you doing?" Su Ye found a broken stool, sat down, adopted an extremely weathered posture, and tested the sound. Zzz. A piercing note ripped through the air. Su Ye looked up, his eyes filled with melancholy as he glanced at the sky, then at the expectant Shen Qingkayu, finally settling on the ashen-faced director. "Director Wang, that song Too Much was too popular, not profound enough." Su Ye said calmly. "Today, I want to give everyone a more traditional, immersive experience. A rendition of Erquan Yingyu is dedicated to everyone here, those of us who share my misfortune." Standing beside him, Shen Qingkaya wrung her hands together, her heart pounding as she looked at Su Ye's dejected profile. She leaned closer to Su Ye, her voice barely a whisper, yet brimming with undisguised joy. Brother Su, you're here for the show too. What a coincidence." Not far away, Wang Gang, upon hearing Brother Su, felt his vision blur and collapse to the ground, covering his face. It's over. It's all over. The nation's first love has fallen. Sunlight dappled through the trees at the village entrance. Su Ye sat on a broken stool with a missing leg, cradling a worn-out erhu, a 2-stringed bowed instrument. Across from him, Wang Tianba, having just finished his chest-breaking boulder performance, was panting and enjoying the sparse applause, his eyes defiantly fixed on Su Ye. A piece of broken wood with 2 strings, what can you possibly play?" Wang Tianba scoffed, wiping his sweat. "Playing this thing is like sawing wood, you're lucky if you don't attract wolves." Su Ye ignored him. He simply lowered his head slightly, adjusting his posture, the hem of his tattered trench coat swaying gently in the breeze. "System, loading skill erhu master. Ding. Skill loaded. Effect, instrumental thug, auditory bullying. A faint smile played on Su-Ye's lips. As the saying goes, 1 year for the zither, 3 years for the xiao, but a good erhu will break your back. As the undisputed king of folk music, the erhu commands respect from all other instruments. Squeak. Su-Ye flicked his wrist, the bow plunging sharply across the strings. A sharp, high-pitched note pierced the afternoon's languor, like a bolt of lightning striking everyone's head. Wang Gang's teacup trembled, spilling water all over his pants. Shen Qingkaya clutched his chest, his eyes instantly glazed over. The prelude began, not the mournful Erquan Yingyu, but the exhilarating, flamboyant horse racing. Su-Ye's fingers danced across the strings, so fast they were mere afterimages. The bow moved with sweeping strokes, the stirring melody like a stampede of horses, yet carrying an indescribable, alluring quality. Too flamboyant. The music seemed to hold countless hooks, tantalizingly enticing. Quack, quack, quack. A flock of geese that had been fighting by the stream at the village entrance suddenly stopped honking. They stretched their necks in unison, waddling like soldiers obeying a command, their plump rumps swaying in perfect unison as they circled around the large banyan tree. Holy crap! The geese understand? The cameraman nearly tilted the lens in astonishment. Is this some kind of animal taming technique? However, even more outrageous things followed. As Su-Ye reached the climax, he even started showing off, the bow leaping across the strings, mimicking the sounds of horses' hooves and neighing. This commotion finally alerted a mysterious force in Qinghe village. Oh my! Who's playing that violin? The power is incredible, it's making my back weak. Accompanied by the sound of cracking sunflower seeds, Widow Lu from the east end of the village was the first to rush out. Following her were Aunt Zhang, Aunt Li, Aunt Zhao. A group of middle-aged women in floral shirts, carrying palm leaf fans, surged in from all directions like cats smelling fish, carrying small stools. In just 3 minutes, Su-Ye was surrounded. 3 layers deep. Inside the group were the village's ladyboy squad, their eyes burning with desire, staring at Su-Ye as if she were a freshly cooked piece of pork belly. On the outermost edge were the dumbfounded production crew and Wang Tianba, who had been pushed out. Looking at the empty space in front of him, then at Su-Ye, completely surrounded by the middle-aged women, Wang Tianba's composure crumbled. Why? I don't even get this treatment when I'm breaking rocks. Su-Ye was also in despair at this moment. He had only intended to show off his skills, but the side effect of this skill turned him into a trap for middle-aged and elderly women. Young man, you play so well. That hand speed, you must do manual labor often, Widow Lu said, casually grabbing a handful of peanuts and their shells and stuffing them into Su-Ye's trench coat pocket without a word. Here, have some peanuts, it'll nourish you. Why peanuts? Have some sunflower seeds. Aunt Zhang, not to be outdone, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and shoved them into Su-Ye's hand, taking the opportunity to grope the back of his hand. Oh, this hand is so smooth. Much better than my dead husband's. Aunt Zhang's eyes lit up, her gaze practically burning a hole through Su-Ye. Young man, how old are you? Single? My family just slaughtered a pig, want to come over for a pig-killing feast tonight? Su-Ye, while playing his violin, also had to dodge the auntie's groping hands, and cold sweat was breaking out on his back. Auntie, I'm recording a TV show. What show? That's not important. Aunt Li pushed through the crowd and plopped down at Su-Ye's feet, gazing at him with affection. I just adore talented men like you. Look at your physique, your waist strength, the way you play the violin, it's so captivating. The live stream chat was in an uproar. Ha ha ha, has Su-Ye fallen into a spider's web? This isn't a variety show, it's like Tang Santang accidentally entering the land of women. I can't even bear to look at the auntie's lewd comments. Su-Ye, run. If you're too late, you'll be nothing but bones. Is this the charm of a musical instrument, hooligans? Even the geese are nodding in agreement. Su-Ye's violin playing grew increasingly chaotic. It wasn't that his technique was bad, it was just that he had too many peanuts and melon seeds in his pocket, making them uncomfortable. Moreover, Widow Liu's hands had evolved from touching the back of his hands to pinching his arms, muttering, these muscles, so firm. Shen Qingkaya stood outside the crowd, trying to see on tiptoe, but couldn't squeeze in at all. She stamped her feet in frustration, her little face puffed up with anger. How can they do this? Brother Su belongs to everyone. Seeing the auntie's enthusiasm about to spiral out of control, some even starting to inquire about Su-Ye's birth date and time, Su-Ye finally couldn't take it anymore. He abruptly pulled back his bow, the music stopping abruptly. Sisters, aunties. Su-Ye, clutching his erhu, shrank back in terror, his back pressed tightly against the banyan tree. No, my child is watching. Child. Widow Liu's eyes lit up, looking at Su Xiaobao, who had been sitting silently beside her. Oh my. This child is so handsome, just like you. Widow Lu pulled a large red apple from her pocket and shoved it into Su Xiaobao's hand. Here, call me godmother, and this apple is yours. Suzayo Bao looked at the apple, then at his father, who had been forced up a tree by the aunties. He sighed and closed his laptop. Although I really want to see him make a fool of himself. Suzayo Bao stood up, straightened his clothes, and his small frame exuded a domineering air beyond his years. But, you're blocking my signal. He walked to the middle of the crowd, adjusted his nose, and a cold glint flashed in his peach blossom eyes, which resembled Yes. Ladies. Suzayo Bao emphasized the word grandmother, his voice cold. My dad may be single, but he has very high standards. Besides, he's drowning in debt. Anyone who wants to be with him has to help him get a 300 million yuan loan from the bank to pay it off. The room fell silent. The aunties' hands, which were stuffing sunflower seeds into their hands, froze in midair. 300 million. Widow Lu swallowed hard, dropping the peanuts she was holding. Yes. Suzayo Bao lied without batting an eye. The daily interest is 500,000 yuan. That auntie just now. He pointed at Widow Lu. You just touched my dad's hand. According to market rates, you have to help him pay 20,000 yuan in interest. WeChat or Alipay. The aunties, who had been so enthusiastic just moments before, instantly felt as if they'd been doused with cold water. Oops, I forgot to turn off the gas. Oh, I just remembered, I haven't fed the pigs yet. Well, young man, suddenly this lady doesn't think you're so handsome anymore. Goodbye. In just 10 seconds. The crowd that had been packed tightly together scattered faster than rabbits, leaving behind only a pile of sunflower seed shells and a dumbfounded Wang Tianba. Slid down the tree trunk, letting out a long sigh of relief, feeling like he had just escaped death. He patted Suzayo Bao's shoulder, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Son, my dear son, you're the only one who can rely on me in a pinch. Suzayo Bao swatted his hand away in disgust, picked up an apple from the ground, and wiped it clean. 20,000. Suzayo Bao took a bite of his apple and said casually, remember to transfer my appearance fee from earlier. Yeah. Just then, an older woman who hadn't gone far suddenly turned around and called out, unwilling to give up. Young man, you really don't have a girlfriend? I have a niece who owns a gold shop in the provincial capital. Can she help you pay off your debts? Yes, knees buckled, and he almost knelt before the woman. He grabbed Suzayo Bao's arm and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Help, son, save me. Help, son, save me. Yes wailing echoed through the village entrance, startling a flock of gulls. At that moment, he was like a lamb surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves, his battle-damaged trench coat torn and deformed by the older women. Widow Liu's hand was trying to reach into his collar, muttering, let me see if this collarbone is good for keeping goldfish. Just as Suya was about to lose his virginity, a childish yet chilling voice, like a bucket of ice water, was poured over his head. Take your hand away. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable pressure. The older women all paused. Suzayo Bao, hands in his pockets, strode over with an air of utter indifference. He stood in front of Suya, his height only reaching the women's waist, but his imposing presence forced several of them to take a couple of steps back. Oh dear, this child, why are your eyes so fierce? Widow Lu awkwardly withdrew her hand, still savoring the feeling of her touch. I just wanted to have a deeper conversation with your father. A conversation is fine. Suzayo Bao expressionlessly pulled a black tablet from his bag, his fingers rapidly tapping the screen. Then, he turned the screen around, pointing it at the group of predatory women in front of him. On the screen was a large, clearly defined black and white QR code. Below the QR code, a line of bold red text thoughtfully appeared. Yes Spouse Selection Registration Channel, Issue 108. What's this? Aunt Zhang was stunned. Q system. Suzayo Bao pushed up his nose, his tone as cold as if he were reading a verdict. Grandmas and aunties, since you all want to be my stepmother, then you have to follow the rules. He pointed to the screen. First, scan the code and fill out the Yes Suitor Qualification Verification form. The content includes, but is not limited to, proof of no criminal record within 3 generations, a personal asset assessment report, and an essay of no less than 5,000 words on how to be a qualified stepmother. The entire room fell silent. The aunties looked at each other, forgetting to even crack open their sunflower seeds. And also, Suzayo Bao added, his sharp eyes sweeping over the gold ring on Widow Liu's hand, to ensure my father's quality of life, the minimum requirement for registration is personal liquid assets of no less than 100 million. Note, liquid assets, not real estate. If you don't meet the requirement, the system will automatically block you. Of course, you can also choose to pay for the VIP channel, with a starting fee of 5 million. 100 million. Widow Liu's voice cracked, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Robbery. Is your father made of gold? Suzayo Bao sneered, looking Suya up and down as if he were a commodity waiting to be sold. Gold? Too vulgar. My father's face is priceless. Besides, the little guy paused, a cunning smile curving his lips. He also comes with a genius son with off-the-charts intelligence, that is, me, buy one get one free, you're getting a great deal. The aunties were stunned by this astronomical figure. 100 million? And I still have to write a 5,000-word essay? This isn't finding a partner, it's taking the imperial examination and incidentally acquiring a listed company. Auntie suddenly remembered, the gas at home is probably still on. Aunt Jung was the first to back down, stuffing the sunflower seeds in her pocket and running off. Young man, talk to me later. Talk to me later. Oh my. My pig. My pig is so hungry it's banging its head against the wall. Antly was even more dramatic, snatching back the apple she had just given Suya and disappearing in a flash. In just half a minute, the once packed spider web was instantly emptied, leaving only a mess of sunflower seed shells and a bewildered Suya in the wind. Suya leaned against a tree trunk, letting out a long sigh of relief, feeling like he had just finished a marathon. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking at his son with overwhelming gratitude. Son, well done. This high barrier deterrent tactic was brilliant. Look how scared those old ladies are, they probably won't dare bother me again for the rest of their lives. Suzayo Bayo put away his tablet, glancing disdainfully at Suya's askew collar. Dad, don't get too excited. He said calmly, this isn't just deterring, it's screening. If some rich woman impulsively scans the code, you'll really be stuck living off her for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, Suya straightened his back instantly, his face filled with righteous indignation. Impossible. Even if a rich woman scans the code, I will never give in. I, Suya, have backbone. His words had barely left his lips. Beep. A crisp notification sound of a successful scan echoed sharply in the empty village entrance. Suya froze. Suzayo Bayo was also startled, instinctively looking down at the tablet in his hand. On the screen, the previously grayed out registration channel suddenly lit up with a golden light. Ding! High-quality user access detected. Asset verification, passed, exceeds the threshold. User ID, National First Love. The father and son slowly turned their heads simultaneously. They saw Shen Qingkaiu, who had been standing not far away, pushed to the side by the older women, had somehow walked over. She was tightly clutching a pink phone in her hand, the screen facing Suzayo Bayo's tablet. The beep just now was from her scanning. Shen Qingkaiu's pure and beautiful face was now flushed red, even her delicate earlobes were pink. She bit her lip, her eyes darting away, not daring to look at Suya, yet she resolutely pushed the phone forward. Shen Qingkaiu's voice was barely audible, trembling slightly with nervousness, yet unusually earnest. Little friend, where do I fill out this registration form? Suzayo Bayo. Even the cameraman drinking water nearby trembled, nearly dropping the camera. Seeing no one paying attention, Shen Qingkaiu assumed she hadn't done it correctly. She frantically fiddled with her phone, her face growing redder with each passing moment, her eyes even welling with tears. I saw it says there's a registration fee. She looked up at Suzayo Bayo, her large, watery eyes filled with a heart-wrenching sincerity. Can I use Alipay? Or WeChat? Or, can I just transfer the money? I don't have enough liquid funds right now, but I can mortgage my property. Could you give me a number first? I want to cut in line. Suya felt like she'd been struck by lightning. This girl was serious. She not only believed that absurd 100 million claim, but she was actually planning to mortgage her property to get a number? Is this the legendary nation's first love? This is clearly nation's love brain. Qingkaiu. Suya was so shocked she stammered, rushing forward and grabbing Shen Qingkaiu's hand as she was about to enter the password. No, please don't. This is something my son made up. It's just a joke. Suya felt like she was holding not just a phone, but a ticking time bomb. Don't mess around like this. If this gets out, your fans will tear me apart. Shen Qingkaiu froze, her hand pinned down by Suya. She felt the warmth of Suya's palm against the back of her hand, and her mind went blank, reason completely vanished. She didn't pull her hand away, instead, she instinctively gripped Suya's fingers. Staring at him blankly, a silly smile played on her lips. As long as I can get on the list, I'd be willing to be torn apart. Not far away. Director Wang Gang watched this scene on the monitor and closed his eyes in anguish. But his walkie-talkie roared honestly. Quick! Editing team, cut this part out. The title will be shocking. The nation's first love sweeps billions in assets just to get a stepmother spot. This episode is going to explode in popularity. The internet has always been a breeding ground for idols. After yesterday's surreal Village Urvo performance, coupled with Shen Qingkaiu's shocking line, I want to cut in line, so yes, popularity was completely uncontrollable. Weibo programmers worked overnight to expand server capacity, their hairlines receding another 2 centimeters. In a dilapidated house, Suya squatted by the stove, holding half a cold steamed bun, scrolling through his phone with its cracked screen. His fingers trembled, his eyes widened in shock. He occupied 8 of the top 10 trending topics. And the content of these topics was increasingly absurd. Hashtag Suya, King of Ervo. Hashtag hot. Hashtag Shen King Kaio angrily sweeps billions to become a stepmother. Hashtag explosive. Hashtag all the rich women on the internet jointly declare Suya is ours. Hashtag boiling. If these were still within Suya's tolerance, then the next few things made him crush the steamed bun in his hand into a pancake. Hashtag Suya even dogs want to marry him. Hashtag cross-species god. Hashtag that big yellow dog with the smiley eyes. Hashtag Suya tremblingly clicked on the montage video titled Suya's Erva Solo, All Things in Heat. In the video, he sat under a tree playing the ervu, his clothes fluttering, exuding a sense of disarray. The camera then panned to the onlookers. Besides that group of wolfish middle-aged women, the damned editor actually gave a full 10 seconds of close-up shots of the geese and stray dogs at the village entrance. The video was slowed down at 0.5x speed, with a pink filter and ambiguous background music. The large yellow dog, male, lay on the ground, chin resting on its front paws, its eyes fixed intently on Suya, a look that actually seemed to radiate deep affection. Even more outrageous, a black female dog was nearby, a bone in her mouth, trotting over to Suya's feet, placing the bone down, and then wagging its tail shyly. The live stream exploded. Holy crap! Did I see that right? That female dog is giving Suya a love token? Big yellow, although I'm male, for Suya, I can be female. This damn charm. Suya isn't playing the erva strings, he's playing the heartstrings of dogs. Cross-species fandom. This is true top-tier popularity. I can't live anymore, I'm actually envious of a dog bringing Suya a bone. Thud. Suya slammed his phone face down on the stove, took a deep breath, and felt a tightness in his chest. System, come out here. Suya gritted his teeth inwardly. This is what you call playing the victim? You call this playing the victim? My image has evolved from a down-on-his-luck single father to a friend of women, and now it's evolved into a cross-species male god? If this continues, will I have to guard against the village so knocking on my door in the middle of the night? The system's emotionless, mechanical voice rang out. Ding! Host's charm value overflow detected, triggering a biological instinctive mating response. This indirectly proves that the host's tragic artist persona is very successful. After all, even animals want to warm your broken heart. Thank you. Suya sighed to the heavens. I don't need warmth. What I need is sympathy. Money, oh no, humility. Just as Suya was helplessly raging at the air, Suzaobeo sat on the doorstep, typing furiously on the keyboard, seemingly processing some tricky data. Dad, stop being so emotional. Suzaobeo didn't even look up. The Animal Protection Association just emailed me, asking if you'd be interested in being their global ambassador, 8-figure sum. No way. Suya refused with unwavering resolve. I'm a person, not a zookeeper. Suzaobeo shrugged. That's a pity. I was thinking of using that money to get you a new, draft-free roof. Just then, a slight tremor came from the ground, followed by a deep, resonant roar, like muffled thunder, rolling in from the direction of the village entrance. This sound was definitely not something a broken-down tractor or farm tricycle could produce. It was the industrial symphony only a top-of-the-line V12 engine cluster could produce. What's going on? An earthquake? Wang Tianba, who was hanging clothes to dry in the yard, was startled, dropping his underwear. The production crew also rushed out to see what was happening. At the end of the dusty village road, a convoy of cars slowly approached. Leading the way was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, all black with a Beijing license plate, A0000X. The pure gold Spirit of Ecstasy hood ornament gleamed blindingly in the sunlight, radiating an overwhelming sense of wealth. And that wasn't all. Following behind were a second, a third, a fourth. A full 10 Rolls-Royces, forming a long black line, imposingly rolled over the bumpy dirt road, making it seem as if a head of state had arrived for an inspection. The villagers who had been watching the commotion at the village entrance were now stunned. Even the geese that had been swooning over Suya just moments before shrank back, too afraid to quack. Holy crap! The man carrying the camera nearly dropped it, his hand trembling. Who is this big shot? This entourage could buy the entire Qinghe village. The director, Wang Gang, dropped his walkie-talkie with a thud. He swallowed hard, cold sweat instantly pouring down his back. The production team hadn't received any notification that an investor was coming to inspect the area. Could it be some powerful figure making an incognito visit? Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the lead car that slowly pulled up in front of the dilapidated house. Even before the car door opened, a suffocating sense of opulence emanated from it. Suya stood at the door, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably as she looked at the extravagant motorcade. A sense of foreboding washed over her. This simplistic, crude, and aesthetically pleasing nouveau riche style, solely for showing off I'm rich. Why does it look so familiar? Son, Suye nudged Su Xiaobao, who was calmly shutting down his computer, her voice trembling. This couldn't be. The onlookers on the street were in an uproar. My god, who are they here to pick up? Could they be here to pick up Shen Qingqiu? After all, she's the nation's first love. It could also be Lu Bing, the movie queen. She's a big star. Su Xiaobao stood up, dusted off his backside, and straightened his SpongeBob SquarePants t-shirt. He pushed up his nose, glanced at his father who was still clueless, and said in a flat tone, as if he were saying, "We're having cabbage tonight." "Oh, stop guessing. It's probably my grandma's family and friends coming. Dad, get ready to welcome them. Your good days, or bad days, are over." 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms came to a stop in unison on the open ground in front of the dilapidated houses. The moment the engine shut off, the world seemed to fall silent. Before the doors opened, a group of bodyguards in black suits and white gloves filed out. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, quickly spreading out a Persian carpet. Suye rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't seeing things. That blindingly red carpet, obviously ridiculously expensive, was casually laid out on the chicken droppings and yellow mud of Qingyi village, stretching all the way to his feet. This pomp. Suye's lips twitched as he looked at Su Xiaobao beside him. Is your grandma going to the Oscars? Su Xiaobao coldly closed his laptop. No, she just thinks the dirt here is dirty for her limited edition high heels. But it seems she didn't go herself this time, she sent the vanguard. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the middle extended phantom slowly slid open. A foot adorned with crystal high heels lightly touched the carpet. Immediately afterward, a young woman in a Chanel haute couture suit, carrying a Hermes Himalayan Birkin bag, stepped out. She removed her sunglasses, revealing a typical internet celebrity socialite face. Her eyes swept over the surroundings with disdain, finally settling on Suye, her eyes instantly sparkling. Brother Su. That sweet, coquettish call was at least 5 pluses high in sugariness. But that wasn't all. A second car, a third car, each car yielded a beautiful woman of a different style. There was a chaebol heiress with a mature, sophisticated style, a real estate heiress with a cute style, and the only daughter of a mining tycoon in a Lolita dress. A total of 12. They looked like they had stepped off a fashion magazine cover, completely out of place in this dilapidated little mountain village. Holy crap. Wang Tianba, hiding in the corner, nearly popped his eyes out. This is a group of rich women. Just who is this Suye? The live stream chat exploded instantly. Is that Miss Zhao, one of the 4 beauties of Beijing? Doesn't she never appear on variety shows? That one in Lolita, isn't she the one whose family owns 18 mines? My god. This isn't a set visit, it's a massive concubine selection. Suye's a gold digger, he's got a hard time getting in his teeth. The socialites, escorted by bodyguards, swarmed towards Suye on the red carpet. Brother Su, I'm your fan, I came especially to visit you on set. Miss Zhao, walking at the front, took the initiative, pushing aside Shen Qingqiu who was trying to get closer, and pulled an exquisite gift box from her bag. I heard you live in a poor place, and they're heartbroken. This Richard Mille is a limited edition, it's not worth much, only a little over 10 million. Wear it for fun, don't be shy. As she spoke, she tried to slip it onto Suye's wrist. Miss Zhao, this is too valuable, I can't. Suye backed away, trying to refuse. But before he could finish speaking, the cute real estate heiress squeezed in, waving a large red booklet. Brother Su, ignore her. What's the use of that broken watch? Look at this. The little princess, with an innocent and guileless expression, said, This is a large apartment I own on the Bund in Shanghai. It was just transferred to your name. The password is your birthday, and the key is here. You can move in any time you want, whenever you don't want to work hard anymore. Me too. Me too. The Lolita, the second-generation mine owner, wasn't to be outdone. She immediately had her bodyguards bring out a box of gold bars. Brother Su, my dad says antiques are a symbol of prosperity, gold is a symbol of chaos. Cash is too vulgar. Keep this box of gold bars as a treasure chest, buy whatever you want. Surrounded by this pile of glittering gifts, Suye felt breathless and his scalp tingled. Is this a love tribulation? This is clearly a love curse. The kind that can crush someone to death. Ladies. Suye leaned against the broken wall, raising his hands above his head in a gesture of surrender. Let's calm down. This is a live broadcast. The whole country is watching. What's there to be afraid of? Miss Zhao confidently tossed her hair, her eyes gleaming. We just want the whole internet to know, Brother Su, you're not miserable, you still have us. That's right. Who dares say Brother Su is a gigolo? We're happy to feed him. The socialites chattered amongst themselves, the scent of perfume mingling with the stench of money. It smells so good, making Suye dizzy. He looked desperately at Director Wang Gang not far away. Director Wang, help! This is against the rules. This is bribing the guests. Wang Gang was squatting on the ground counting gold bars, hallucination, only snapping back to reality upon hearing the cries for help. He wiped the drool from his mouth, glanced at the out-of-control scene, and thought that if this show continued like this, it would really be banned by the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television. Showing off wealth. Such blatant showing off wealth. Ahem. Everyone visiting the set. Wang Gang rushed over with a megaphone, shouting righteously, "Thank you all for your support of Suya. But we are starting over, and our main theme is hard work and perseverance. Giving gifts like this seriously undermines the core values of the program." The socialites all turned their heads, 12 cold gazes fixed on Wang Gang. Wang Gang's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. Any one of them could easily buy his entire production crew and use them as a backyard. Well. Wang Gang's eyes darted around, a sudden inspiration striking him. To test the guests' survival skills, the production team has decided that the current task is to go to town and earn money to buy lunch. Yes. Self-reliant. Suya, as if grasping at a straw, shoved aside the property deed handed to her. He looked righteous, his eyes resolute like a soldier about to go into battle. "I appreciate everyone's kindness. But I, Suya, am a man with hands and feet. I don't need charity. I'll earn money with my own talent." With that, he grabbed Suzayo Bayo, who was silently calculating the total value of the gifts, and dashed towards the production team's bus as if fleeing. "Director Wang, drive to town. I need to perform to pay off my debts." Behind him, Miss Zhao looked at the 10 million watch she hadn't given away, and stamped her foot in disappointment. Brother Su is so principled, he doesn't even care about 10 million. The little princess beside her, cupping her face, was even more infatuated. Yeah, the way he refuses money is a million times more handsome than the way he accepts it. What am I going to do if I want to support him even more? Suzayo Bayo sat by the car window, watching the scene, and coldly pushed up his nose. "Dad, based on my psychological analysis of these women, the more you refuse, the stronger their desire to conquer becomes. This time, you're not seeking refuge, you're adding fuel to the fire." Suya slumped in his seat, staring blankly at the roof. "Son, do you think it's too late for me to get plastic surgery? Make yourself ugly, preferably the kind that gives people nightmares just by looking at you." The market in Qinghe town was bustling like a pot of boiling water. The shouts of vendors selling candied hawthorns, the chugging of tractors, and the spittle of haggling blended into a vibrant symphony of life. Suya found a relatively spacious spot against a wall and placed the chipped bowl he had borrowed on the ground. "Son, watch closely." Suya straightened his trench coat, wrinkled from the tugs of the older women, and solemnly imparted his wisdom. "Even street performers have dignity. We don't beg, we use our talent to earn a little kindness from passers-by." Suzayo Bayo sat on a small stool, holding his incongruous laptop, and coldly surveyed his surroundings. "Dad, your dignity might be drowning in money soon." Before he finished speaking, a fragrant breeze wafted over. It was a sophisticated, complex fragrance, a blend of Chanel No. 5, Jo Malone Bluebell, and Terra D. Hermes, instantly overpowering the smell of fried stinky tofu wafting from the market. "Brother Su, it's too dirty here. How could you sit on the ground?" The eldest daughter of the Zhao family, in 10-centimeter heels, rushed over like a protective mother hen, escorted by a group of bodyguards. Without a word, she ordered her bodyguards to clear the ground within 3 meters of Suya and then spread out a brand new cashmere blanket. Soon after, the real estate heiress and the mining heiress arrived. "Get out of the way. Don't block Brother Su's fresh air." The 3 women formed a triangular formation, tightly surrounding Suya, their backs to him, facing the onlookers, creating an impenetrable wall. Several elderly people who had originally come to listen to the music retreated in fear at the sight of this display. "What's going on here? Catching a fugitive? Doesn't look like it. Those women are dressed like fairies, more like a selection of suitors from a spider's web." Passers-by pointed and whispered, not daring to approach the vacuum zone surrounded by bodyguards. Suya sat cross-legged on the cashmere carpet, looking at the 3 mountains in front of him, feeling breathless. It smelled too good. This high concentration of perfume was giving him a headache. Ladies. Suya, clutching his guitar, weakly raised his hand. "Could you please move aside? You're blocking my business." "Business? Isn't it just money?" The mining heiress, brimming with extravagance, pulled a wad of pink banknotes from her Hermes bag, estimated at 20 or 30,000, and threw them into the chip bowl without even looking. Clatter. The bowl made a crisp sound, almost shattering. "I want to request a song." The heiress, hands on her hips, eyes blazing, declared, "Sing me Conquer. I want to hear you sing it on your knees." "Tacky." The real estate heiress beside her protested, pulling out a gold card and slamming it in front of Suya. "Brother Su, ignore her. I'll give you 100,000 if you sing Learn to Meow. I want to see you do that cat paw gesture." "Shut up, all of you." The Zhao family's eldest daughter was the most ruthless. She immediately had her bodyguard bring over a safe, opened it, and found it filled with bright red cash. Here's 200,000. Miss Zhao stared infatuatedly at Su Ye's helpless face, her tone domineering. Brother Su, I'll pay you to shut up. Your voice is precious, don't sing for these commoners. Drink some water and rest for an hour. The entire audience erupted in uproar. The onlookers in the distance were dumbfounded. These days, people actually pay 200,000 yuan to stop someone from singing. Su Ye looked at the broken bowl almost overflowing with money, feeling utterly insulted. I came here to play the victim. I came here to show how hard it is to be a single father raising a child. What have you all done to me? A kept woman's canary? Or a paid chat companion? On the system interface, the soft rice value was frantically alarming, while the sympathy value remained a glaring 0. Su Zio Bao. Su Ye looked at his son in despair. Su Zio Bao sighed, pulled a mask from his pocket, put it on, and said in a muffled voice, "Don't look at me, I can't save you. These three aunties' combined assets could buy half a province. They genuinely want to support you. I quit." Su Ye abruptly stood up. He shoved open the safe in front of him, his air of utter disregard for money startling the three socialites who were currently bickering over him. "Ladies, please put your money away." Su Ye's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a penetrating force, standing out clearly in the noisy market. He brushed the dust off his trench coat, picked up his guitar, and walked step by step out of that gentle haven enveloped in the scent of perfume. He walked to the front of the crowd and stood next to an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes. The ground was covered in dust, yet it held the most genuine warmth and life. "I won't sing conquer, nor learn to meow, and I certainly won't shut up." Su Ye plucked a string, his gaze passing over the three bewildered rich girls, settling on the ordinary passers-by in the distance, their faces simple yet their eyes curious. He looked at the aunties carrying baskets, the old men smoking pipes, and the vendors haggling over a few dollars. At this moment, his ostentatious airs faded, leaving only a deep-seated world weariness. "I want to sing a song about ordinary people." Su Ye lowered his head, his fingers lightly pressing the strings, his voice low and somber, as if he were talking to himself. "This song is for everyone who struggles and feels lost in life, yet refuses to be ordinary, us." The bustling market seemed to have been muted by an invisible hand. The wind stopped, the hawkers' cries ceased. Even the old man in the distance, preparing to slaughter a chicken, held his knife in mid-air, staring blankly at the man with the guitar at the foot of the wall. Su Ye lowered his head, his fingers gently plucking the strings. The intro was simple, even somewhat monotonous, but that was exactly the effect he wanted. A kind of indifference and helplessness emanating from his very bones. "Someone as outstanding as me," Su Ye began. His voice was soft, without much embellishment, like a whispered murmur to himself in the mirror late at night. "Should have lived a brilliant life. How come after more than 20 years, I'm still adrift in the sea of people?" Upon hearing this line, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, standing at the front, trembled violently. The safe containing 200,000 yuan in cash in her hand clattered to the ground. The arrogance and domineering attitude, the desire to use money to bully others, were instantly extinguished by these few lyrics. Is he outstanding? Of course, he is. That face, that talent by all accounts, he should be a prodigy, standing in the spotlight, receiving the worship of millions. But now, wearing a faded old trench coat, squatting against a dusty wall, a chipped bowl in front of him. This stark contrast, coupled with Su Ye's slightly hoarse voice, was devastating. "Someone as smart as me has long since said goodbye to naivete. How come you still used a relationship to exchange for a body full of scars?" Su Ye raised his head, his eyes staring blankly into the void. He was acting. The system's empathy aura was already at its maximum, every micro-expression he made now precisely struck the softest spot in a woman's heart. But he wasn't acting entirely. 5 years of life, 5 years raising a child, 5 years of being neglected by Lin Warner. That feeling of helplessness, of having his edges gradually worn down by life, is real. In the live stream, the screen, previously filled with comments like "Brother Su is so handsome," and "Rich woman, so sweet," suddenly disappeared. In its place was a deathly silence, followed by a frenzy of comments. "Wah! I'm breaking down. Isn't this just him singing? I spent 5 years loving Lin Warner, only to be left with nothing. Su Ye, is your heart made of iron? How can you hold back your tears? I cried too. Although I'm not as handsome as him, these lyrics are so heartbreaking. Is this what adult breakdown is like?" Meanwhile, in a dressing room on a film set in Hengdian, Rising Star by Lu was casually browsing her phone, intending to watch something amusing, but as she listened, tears ruined her freshly applied eye makeup. "Wah! Assistant! Get me some tissues!" Bai Lu sobbed uncontrollably, forgetting all about her makeup, and immediately shared the live stream. "Everyone listen. Anyone who dares say Su Ye is a gigolo, I'll be the first to disagree. He's clearly a broken angel. And it wasn't just her. Actress Lu Bing, resting in her van, host Lin Shui, preparing to record a program at the TV station, even the rich woman Yi, who had just gotten off the plane. Half of the female stars in the entertainment industry were wiping away tears in front of their screens. This song not only expressed Suye's grievances but also awakened a surge of maternal love and protective instincts within them. People like me, lost and confused. People like me, searching. How many people like me, so unproductive and aimless, have you seen? The last line of the lyrics faded. Suye's fingers pressed the strings, and the lingering sound abruptly stopped. The market remained deathly silent. Drip. A tear fell onto the $1 million Hermes Himalayan Birkin bag. It was the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Just moments before, she had boasted that she would spend $200,000 to shut Suye up. Now, she cried like a child who had lost her beloved toy. Brother Su. Miss Zhao sniffled, her voice trembling. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have insulted you with money. You're so outstanding, so good, this world doesn't deserve you. The real estate heiress next to her squatted down, hugging her knees and wailing. Wah! It's so tragic. How can there be such a tragic person? Brother Su, I won't make you meow like a cat anymore. You can sing whatever you want, I just want to make you happy. Suye looked at the group of wealthy women crying their hearts out in front of him and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's settled. In his mind, the system's notification sounded like heavenly music. Ding! Detected a mass outburst of grief. Sympathy value plus 999. Sympathy value plus 9,999. The accumulated sympathy points have now surpassed 100,000. Congratulations, host. You have finally escaped the low-level pleasure of being kept and successfully ascended to become the most pitiful man on the entire internet. Suye was so moved he almost cried. It was so hard. Finally, he was no longer a gold digger. This was the script he wanted. He slowly stood up, dusted off his trousers, and picked up the tattered bowl that hadn't contained much money. Everyone. Suye's voice was low, tinged with relief. Thank you for listening to my rant. Forget about the money, everyone's struggling. Keep it to buy something good to eat. After saying that, he carefully put the few loose change left in the bowl, something a few fellow villagers had secretly slipped in earlier, into his pocket. This scene once again tore the viewers in the live stream to shreds. He refused hundreds of thousands in cash, but accepted those few coins, because he felt it was recognition of his talent, not charity. That damned pride. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to wreck Lin Warner's Weibo. How could she bear to hurt a man like that? Suye packed up his guitar and turned to call his son. Son, that's enough for today. These few dollars are enough to buy 2 pancakes. Suzaobeo had been sitting to the side, coldly observing this massive tearjerker. He closed his laptop, glanced at his father's "I'm so sad but I'm so strong" back, and his lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Excellent acting. Suzaobeo muttered his assessment, then slung his SpongeBob SquarePants backpack over his shoulder and followed. But Dad, I've already registered the copyright for that song for you. Conservatively speaking, the download fees alone could buy you this whole town. Suye stumbled. SHH. Keep it low-key. We're poor. Just as the father and son were about to leave the market, concealing their good deed, Suzaobeo's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. It was a notification he had specifically set for special attention. Suzaobeo stopped and took out his phone to look at it. On the screen was a newly posted Weibo post, published by top agent Zhao Hong. Clearly, the widespread online buzz surrounding Suye's song "A Person Like Me" had thoroughly offended some people. Zhao Hong couldn't sit still. The Weibo post was short, but every word was piercing. At Suye, what's this all about now? Pretending to be sentimental? Playing the victim? If it weren't for Sister Warner taking you in 5 years ago, you would have starved to death on the streets. Now you're using Sister Warner's popularity to trick young girls into crying. Have you no shame? A spineless coward who only knows how to live off women. No matter how well you sing, it can't hide your poverty. Disgusting. The accompanying picture was of Suye squatting on the ground with a broken bowl in front of her, with the word beggar photoshopped next to it. This Weibo post instantly became a trending topic among Lin Warner's brainless fans. The comments section was a chaotic mess, full of insults. Suzaobeo stared at her phone screen, her usually indifferent face expressionless. But the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees instantly. His slender little hand slid lightly across the screen, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes that was completely out of character for his age. Dad! Suzaobeo suddenly called out to Suye, who was standing in front of him. What is it? Suye turned around, still holding the hot sesame seed cake he had just bought. Want some? It has pork tenderloin in it. Suzaobeo didn't take the cake. He looked up, his clear black and white eyes reflecting Zhao Hong's sharp and sarcastic profile picture on his phone screen. That old auntie named Zhao Hong just posted a Weibo praising you. Praising me? Suye was taken aback, taking a bite of the cake. She wouldn't be so kind. What did she praise me for? Su Xiaobeo's lips curled into a smile that was innocent yet chilling. Praising you as a principled beggar. After saying that, he lowered his head, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard, lines of complex code flashing across the screen like shooting stars. Since she likes to rant online so much, let's make sure she never makes a sound again for the rest of her life. Suya watched her son's retreating figure and inexplicably felt the hot pancake in her hand grow cold. Son, what did you just say? Su Xiaobeo put away his phone, looked up at Suya, and said obediently, Nothing, Dad. I meant, some people are asking for it. Su Xiaobeo's finger, hovering over the enter key, ultimately didn't fall, because he didn't need to. Within the mere 3 minutes of Zhao Hong's Weibo post, the internet's public opinion exploded like a detonated nuclear bomb. Su Ye's song, A Person Like Me, had a powerful after effect. At this moment, female fans across the internet were in a frenzied state of heartbroken to the point of wanting to kill. Their tears hadn't even dried, and they were clutching tissues, unable to vent their emotions, when Zhao Hong walked right into the line of fire. This wasn't just courting death, it was practically handing her emotionally distraught fans a live punching bag. Ring 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 ring. Zhao Hong's phone began vibrating incessantly, the notification sounds forming a continuous line, even overheating from the overload, almost causing her to drop it. Her previously smug smile froze. Opening the comments section, there was no expected bandwagon of mockery, only a deluge of condemnation. At Zhao Hong, who do you think you are? You dare comment on Su Ya, a gigolo? She just rejected millions in cash and a mansion. You call that being a gigolo? What did you eat to grow up like that? I think you're the disgusting old witch. Su Ya has been a slave to the Lin family for the past 5 years, have you ever given him a kind word? Don't waste your breath on her, everyone. Sisters, let's go. Bomb this old woman's account. This is just the anger of ordinary netizens. Even more terrifying are the rich women's group who have just become fans of Su Ya. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family was currently sitting in her Rolls-Royce wiping away tears when she saw this Weibo post, and her freshly touched-up makeup was instantly ruined by anger. Dare to insult my Sugeg? Miss Zhao sneered and sent a voice message directly to a WeChat group called Protecting the Best Su Ya in the World. Sisters, I've got a job. Someone doesn't want to work anymore, expose her dirty laundry. Less than 10 minutes later, the tide had completely turned. If what was just insults was now blatant social death. A barrage of solid evidence flooded Zhao Hong's social media feed like snowflakes. Breaking news. 2 years ago, Zhao Hong maliciously suppressed a fellow artist in her company to promote a newcomer, causing the artist to become depressed and leave the industry. Solid evidence. Zhao Hong repeatedly accepted kickbacks from brands and falsified accounts in Lin Warner's appearance fees. Evidence is here. And this. A video of her verbally abusing an intern on set and making her kneel down to wipe her shoes. Looking at the old accusations on the screen, Zhao Hong's face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat poured down her forehead. Her prized top agent persona crumbled like paper in the face of furious netizens. How could this happen? Zhao Hong's hands trembled so much she dropped her phone, which fell to the floor with a thud. Not only that, her inbox was flooded with curses, and someone even doxed her number, bombarding her with harassing calls. Hello? Is this Zhao Hong? I advise you to have some decency, or you'd better watch out. Beep. Zhao Hong was so frightened she immediately turned off her phone, collapsing onto the sofa, gasping for breath, her heart pounding in her chest. She couldn't understand it. Before, whenever she spoke, Lin Warner's fans would attack Su Ya like mad dogs. Why did the mad dog bite me today? 1. Sister Warner. Zhao Hong's hands trembled as she dialed Lin Warner's number on the landline, her voice trembling with tears. Help! Those lunatics want to kill me. Su Ya must have hired online trolls. He wants to ruin me. On the other end of the line, Lin Warner sat in the dimly lit living room, watching the singing scene that had been replayed countless times on TV, her expression dark and unreadable. Listening to Zhao Hong's incoherent sobs, she didn't offer her usual comfort, but instead felt a surge of irritation. Shut up. Lin Warner coldly uttered 2 words. Sister Warner. Zhao Hong was stunned. You're stupid, who else can you blame? Lin Warner took a sip of red wine, her eyes fixed on Su Ye's cold face on the screen, her tone laced with mockery. The Su Ya of today is no longer the soft persimmon we could manipulate. If you don't want to die, delete the post, turn off comments, and play dead. Don't drag me into this. Beep. The call ended. Zhao Hong listened to the dial tone, feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She frantically picked up her phone, turned it on, and deleted the offending Weibo post with the fastest speed she'd ever used, disabling all comments. The world was finally a little quieter. But she knew that her reputation in the industry was completely ruined tonight. The night in Qinghe village remained peaceful. Suya and his son finished their 2 sesame seed cakes with pork tenderloin and were walking towards their dilapidated house by moonlight. Suya was in a good mood. Although he hadn't received the money from the rich woman, the few coins in his pocket made him feel exceptionally secure. Son, you did well today. Suya hummed a little tune, taking out his phone to check the online feedback. Once the show's appearance fee comes through in a couple of days, Dad will get you a new computer. This crappy laptop is too laggy. He casually opened Weibo, wanting to see how his song "A Person Like Me" was being received. What he saw stunned him. On the trending topics list, besides his song, there was a prominent hashtag #Zhaohong apologizes hashtag. Clicking on it, Zhao Hong's profile was completely clean, with only a newly released apology statement, her tone humble like a dog, completely devoid of her previous arrogant and domineering air. Under the related topic, netizens had dug up all sorts of dirt on her, as dramatic as a soap opera. Whoa! Suye's eyes widened, his face beaming with the excitement of a spectator. Has Zhao Hong been cursed by heaven? How did she suddenly get exposed like this? He scrolled through the dirt, growing increasingly alarmed with each reading. Some of the material was extremely confidential, even including Zhao Hong's private financial transactions, something no ordinary netizen could possibly uncover. This method was precise, ruthless, and utterly devastating. Suye stopped, turning suspiciously to look at the innocent-looking little boy beside him, carrying a SpongeBob SquarePants backpack. Son! Suye crouched down, his gaze level with his son's, and waved his phone screen. Something's fishy. That old hag Zhao Hong usually kept a tight rein on things. How did she suddenly get all exposed? This method looks familiar. He narrowed his eyes, trying to glean some clues from his son's face. Tell me the truth, did you do this, you little brat? I knew your computer wasn't filled with study materials. Su Xiaobao blinked. In the moonlight, his clear black and white eyes looked exceptionally innocent, even carrying a hint of drowsiness from being disturbed. He tightened his backpack strap, tilted his head, and said in an extremely innocent tone, Dad, what are you talking about? I'm only 6 years old, I can't even recognize all the Chinese characters. How could I know how to do these complicated things? Su Xiaobao stretched out his chubby little hand and pointed to the stars in the sky. Besides, the teacher said this is karma. God sees all the bad things bad people do. As for the computer, he pulled a piece of candy from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. I really only know how to play Connect 4, I just beat it. Don't believe me? Go back and check. Suye stared at his son for a long time. That expression, that tone, it really sounds like an innocent little kid. Am I overthinking it? Are netizens these days really that all-knowing? Fine. Suye scratched his head, stood up, and said, that old hag's bad luck. Let's go home and sleep. We still have to deal with those wolfish female guests tomorrow. Watching Suye turn away, Su Xiaobao's smile vanished instantly. He wasn't lying. He really was playing Connect the Dots. However, he wasn't connecting fruit icons. He was connecting all of Zhao Hong's illegal transfer records over the years, and those shady chat backups she hid in the cloud. Candy Crush, it's really fun. Su Xiaobao murmured softly, a barely perceptible chill flashing in his eyes, as he followed Suye. Dad, I want to have congee with preserved egg and lean pork for breakfast tomorrow. Okay. As long as you don't tear the house down, I'll even find a way to get you dragon meat. The night was as deep as a thick inkwell. In the dilapidated house, the dim light bulb finally completed its task, extinguishing with a soft squeak. Only moonlight streamed through the holes in the roof, like a pale beam, illuminating the wooden bed propped up by red bricks. Creak. Suye turned over. The bed was as hard as stone, making his back ache. He turned his head, looking at the little one lying beside him in the moonlight. Su Xiaobao slept peacefully, his hands folded over his chest, his breathing even and deep. His usually stern face now showed a hint of the innocence and tranquility of a 6-year-old in his sleep. That brat, he's not annoying when he's asleep. Suye's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. He reached out and pulled the blanket up, covering the boy's exposed shoulders completely. This day had been more surreal than a movie. He was worried about not having breakfast in the morning, then he was besieged by a group of middle-aged women at noon, and in the afternoon, he was subjected to a money bombardment from a group of socialites. Suye sighed, put his hands behind his head, and stared blankly at the spider spinning its web on the ceiling beam. System, oh system, this isn't playing the victim, it's pushing me into the gold digger trap. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a nap, a faint light suddenly illuminated the bed. Suye was startled and abruptly pulled back a corner of the blanket. Su Xiaobao, who should have been sound asleep, was lying on his side in bed, holding Suye's cracked screen phone, his fingers flying across the screen, leaving after images. Son, why are you stealing my phone in the middle of the night? Suye leaned closer to look and gasped, almost rolling off the bed. On the WeChat interface, a row of red delete buttons was glaringly obvious. Holy crap. Stop. What are you doing? Suya snatched the phone, his hands trembling with worry. You deleted my friends? These are the connections your dad worked so hard to build today. Connections? Suzayo Bayo sat up abruptly, rubbing his eyes, his tone filled with a world-weariness and disdain beyond his years. Dad, please wake up. He pointed to a profile picture that had just been deleted from the screen. This one called Miss Zhao, just sent you 10 voice messages. The last one asked what color bed sheets you liked. Is this some kind of connection? Suya choked. Maybe she wanted to give me a set of bedding? After all, our bed sheets are a bit worn out. Heh. Suzayo Bayo sneered, reaching out to grab the phone again. What about this one? That actress named Lu Bing. Suya quickly clutched the phone to her chest, as if protecting a family heirloom. This can't be deleted. Teacher Lu is an artist. She said she'd introduce me to resources, and that she wanted me to play the male lead in her next film. The male lead? Suzayo Bayo curled her lip, her eyes sharp as knives. The script she sent you is called Whispers in the Middle of the Night, and the note says, come to my room tonight, let's discuss the character's inner world in depth. Dad, although I don't understand acting, I think this kind of discussion probably doesn't require clothes. Suya blushed, forcing a defense. That's called an immersive experience. You don't understand art. I don't understand art, but I understand biology. Suzayo Bayo sighed, like a worried old father. These women's hormone levels are higher than cats in heat right now. If you really go, I'm afraid I'll have to go to the police station tomorrow to pick you up, charged with suspected forced labor. With that, while Suya was stunned, he swiftly snatched back his phone. His fingers flew across the screen. The other party is no longer your friend. The other party is no longer your friend. One by one, the profile pictures disappeared under Suya's despairing gaze. The real estate princess who offered to give him property deeds, the mining heiress who offered to give him gold bars, and even Shen Kinkayu, who never spoke but kept sending shy emojis. None of them escaped Suzayo Bayo's cleanup. No, that Shen Kinkayu, she's the nation's first love. Even keeping a memento is fine. Suya cried out in despair. First love? Suzayo Bayo's finger paused, then pressed harder. Those who seem harmless are often the most dangerous. Delete them, and you'll never have another chance. 3 minutes later, Suya looked at her clean contact list, only the director, Wang Tianba, and the old man selling pancakes remaining, and felt like crying. It's over, all over. Suya collapsed onto the bed, utterly dejected. Son, you've cut off your dad's escape route. What if we really can't make a living one day? We won't even have a gigolo to rely on. Suzayo Bayo tossed his phone onto the pillow, lay back down in bed, pulled the covers up, and closed his eyes. Don't worry, Mr. Su. From the darkness came his son's cool voice, tinged with a barely perceptible firmness. With me here, you'll never be a gigolo in your life. I'll raise you to be plump and healthy, with all my own abilities. Suya was stunned. Looking at his son's small back of the head, a warm feeling welled up in his heart, and his nose inexplicably stung. This brat, even though his words were a bit sharp, his heart was still with him. Alright, I'll delete it then. Suya gently patted her son's back, her voice softening. Go to sleep, we have to get up early tomorrow. Anyway, it's better for us to be together. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Suya was awakened by a blaring loudspeaker. Get up, get up. The sun's already high in the sky. Director Wang Gang's voice, filled with a kind of revenge on society pleasure, echoed outside the dilapidated house. Suya, with messy hair and sleepy eyes, pushed open the door. The courtyard was already full of people. The other groups of guests had also arrived one after another. Wang Tianba, wearing a tight vest, was doing push-ups to warm up, while the mischievous Wang Ziyaho held half a half-eaten steamed bun. Shen Kinkaya stood in the corner, her eyes slightly dark, as if she hadn't slept well last night. Seeing Suya come out, she gave him a resentful look before quickly lowering her head. It seemed she had discovered she'd been unfriended. Suya guiltily looked away, pretending to admire the scenery. Dear parents and children. Wang Gang, holding a megaphone, stood on a large rock, a capitalist smile plastered on his face. After yesterday's talent show, everyone's popularity is high. But we mustn't forget our original aspirations. Life isn't just about poetry in distant places, but also about the present hardships, oh no, the present struggles. He waved his hand, pointing to the edge of town not far away, where a dusty construction site stood. Today's task is very down-to-earth. To let the children experience the hardships of life and understand the meaning of every grain is hard-earned, all the fathers will go to the construction site to experience life carrying bricks. The rules are simple, lunch will be paid according to the number of bricks carried. The more you carry, the more plentiful your lunch. The fewer you carry, you'll only have the Northwest wine to eat. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianba was the first to jump up excitedly, his chest muscles trembling. Great! Finally, it's my turn to show off my real skills. Wang Tianba glanced at Su Ye provocatively. Some pretty boys probably can't even lift a brick, right? Don't come crying to me for your bread later. Shen Qingkaiu, standing nearby, looked worried and muttered softly, that kind of rough work, how can Brother Su's hands handle it? However, to everyone's surprise, Su Ye didn't look distressed at all. Instead, his eyes lit up instantly, and he became instantly radiant. He stepped out the door, took a deep breath of the cement-scented air, and a genuine smile appeared on his face. Moving bricks? That's great. Su Ye clenched his fist excitedly, turning to look at Su Xiaobao, his eyes filled with relief. Son, did you hear that? It's moving bricks. Pure physical labor. The construction site is full of big, strong men, all rough, sweaty laborers. Finally I can earn a living with my own strength. Finally I can get away from those ravenous women. Su Xiaobao, carrying his school bag, looked at his father's escape from hell expression and silently pushed up his nose. Dad, although I really don't want to discourage you, Su Xiaobao said coldly, but as far as I know, the canteen lady at that construction site is supposedly the notorious queen of matchmakers in the area. Are you sure that's a refuge, not another spider's den? The air at the construction site was thick with the smells of cement dust and sweltering sweat, which, to Su Ye, felt like a refreshing escape. No designer perfumes, no perfume, only the stark reality of reinforced concrete. Ah, that feels good. Su Ye put on his white gloves, streaked with loose threads, took a deep breath, and felt his soul being purified. He wasn't afraid of being tired. What he dreaded was being surrounded by those rich women offering him money. That suffocating feeling of being a kept man was more exhausting than carrying 10,000 bricks. Beside him, Wang Tianba had already taken off his shirt, revealing a muscular physique gleaming with oil. He hoisted a stack of bricks and started running, puffing and puffing, yelling at the camera as he ran, as if he were fighting against thin air. See that? That's a real man. Wang Tianba walked past Su Ye, provocatively flexing his chest muscles. Su Ye, don't push yourself. If you can't handle it, go get me some water. It's not shameful. Su Ye ignored him, simply bending down silently. He didn't use brute force like Wang Tianba. Instead, he adjusted his breathing, his arm muscles bulging slightly with exertion, firm but not exaggerated, exuding a pleasingly powerful explosiveness. Up, down, stacking. His movements were fluid and graceful, not like carrying bricks, but like a slow-motion close-up of some kind of fashion film. Sweat trickled down his sharply defined jawline, dripping onto the scorching red bricks, evaporating instantly. The sight was damnably sexy. His fellow workers, who had been working, were all stunned. Several women responsible for recording work points dropped their pens, their eyes fixed on Su Ye's sweat-soaked back. Even the burly men near the concrete mixer couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this young man can turn even carrying bricks into an art form. We were just messing around before." The live stream's tone instantly veered off course. Is this the legendary coolest guy on the construction site? I declare this the sexiest brick-carrying scene I've ever seen. I want to catch that sweat. Wang Tianba looks like a crazed chimpanzee, while Su Ye is practically Apollo descended to Earth. The morning flew by in Su Ye's immersive brick-carrying. Lunch is served. Lunch is served. With the foreman's shout, the already starving crowd dropped their work and rushed towards the makeshift canteen made of corrugated iron like hungry wolves. Wang Tianba charged ahead, stainless steel tray in hand, his face radiating confidence. "Auntie, give me 2 scoops of braised pork. The fatty kind." The person serving the food was a burly woman, wearing a greasy apron, her face a mass of fat and menacing features, clearly someone who held the reins of the cafeteria. She glanced at Wang Tianba's gleaming muscles, her eyes unmoved. Thud! A full scoop of braised pork was scooped up. Just as Wang Tianba was about to laugh, the woman's wrist suddenly seemed to suffer from Parkinson's syndrome, trembling violently. Pieces of meat rained down, leaving only 2 fingernail-sized pieces of fat and a meager half-scoop of sauce on Wang Tianba's plate. Next, the woman said coldly. Wang Tianba, holding his plate, stared at the pitiful amount of minced meat and his composure crumbled. "Auntie, shouldn't you take your hand to the hospital? I've been carrying bricks all morning. Eat it or not, there's a line behind you." The auntie didn't even lift an eyelid. Su Ye stood at the back of the line, feeling a little uneasy. Although he had carried quite a lot, the cafeteria auntie's masterful walk-shaking skills were legendary. He figured he might not be any better. "Never mind, as long as I have something to eat." Su Ye stepped forward, handed over his plate, and gave a polite but tired smile, his voice hoarse from dehydration. "Auntie, could you please give me some food? Thank you." Hearing the magnetic auntie, the auntie abruptly looked up. For a moment, the air froze. Su Ye's face, slightly dusty but still devastatingly handsome, met the auntie's gaze. The middle-aged woman's small, worldly-wise eyes widened instantly, the fierce glint in them vanishing at a visible speed, replaced by a kind of benevolent glow, like that of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. "Oh my! This young man! the woman exclaimed, her hand, which had been clenching like a Parkinson's patient, instantly becoming as steady as a mountain, as if welded shut. She completely ignored the small spoon, grabbed the large iron ladle next to her that held soup, and scooped deep into the braised pork bowl. Splash! A huge ladleful of braised pork, broth and all, piled up like a small mountain, was firmly placed on Suye's plate. But that wasn't all. The woman quickly added a large chicken leg and 2 salted duck eggs, effectively building a wall of meat on Suye's plate. Is that enough? Auntie will get you more if you need more. The auntie's face crinkled with laughter, her voice as gentle as if she were coaxing a grandson. Look how thin you are. You must be exhausted from carrying bricks, right? Eat more, it'll help you recover. Wang Tianba, standing nearby, looked at the 2 pieces of fat on his plate, then at the sumptuous feast on Suye's plate, and immediately wanted to call the police. This is blatant discrimination. This is bullying based on looks. Suye, carrying the heavy plate, was also a little overwhelmed. That's enough. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you so much. He tried to leave with the plate, but found himself unable to move. Looking down, he saw the cafeteria auntie's greasy hand gripping his wrist tightly, with the strength of a vice. Young man, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The older woman's eyes burned with desire as she sized up Suye's small frame, growing more and more satisfied with her. Auntie sees you're quite sturdy, work efficiently, and are so handsome. Do you have a boyfriend? Suye's heart skipped a beat. Here we go again. This familiar formula, this familiar taste. Auntie, I have a child. Suye quickly pointed to Suzayo Bayo, who was sitting in the corner eating a steamed bun. That's my son. I'm divorced. Divorced? The older woman wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, her eyes lit up even more. She slammed her hand on the cutting board, making the soup pot shake. Divorce is good. Divorced people know how to care for each other. Having a child isn't a problem either. Buy one get one free, a great deal. Suye broke out in a cold sweat, trying to pull his hand back. Auntie, this isn't appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? The middle-aged woman didn't give him a chance to refuse, pulling out her phone and shoving a photo in Suye's face. Look, this is my daughter. She's an instructor at Langxiang Vocational School, operating an excavator. In the photo, a girl 2 sizes larger than the woman was carrying a huge wrench in one hand, laughing heartily. My daughter is honest and capable, and she even has 3 excavators as a dowry. The woman held onto Suye's hand tightly, her eyes filled with a frightening sincerity. Young man, just give in. My daughter may look strong, but she's very thoughtful. If you don't want to do manual labor anymore, let her operate the excavator to support you. She can lift you up high while digging. How romantic. Suye looked at the arm in the photo, thicker than his own thigh, and imagined being lifted high by an excavator, almost fainting on the spot. Romantic? This is murder. Auntie, I'm actually very weak. Suye, pale-faced, tried to escape the situation with self-deprecation. My back is bad, really. I barely manage to carry bricks. I'm practically a walking pharmacy. It's all right. The auntie, brimming with confidence, waved her hand. What's wrong with being a little weak? My daughter's strong. After we get married, she can carry you upstairs. She can carry you around. You just need to stay home and be beautiful. The live stream chat was already in stitches. Ha 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 ha. Hardcore mother-in-law. Excavator princess. Suye, I thought I dodged a rich woman, but I ended up with an excavator. This isn't finding a partner, it's finding a bandit queen. Carrying Suye upstairs? That scene is too beautiful to bear. Suye was cornered, the braised pork on her plate almost spilling. He looked desperately at Suzayo Bayo in the corner, his eyes filled with the word save me. Suzayo Bayo sighed, just putting down her steamed bun and preparing to come over. Just then, rumble. The familiar tremor came from the ground again, the deep roar of engines, like the howls of a pack of wild beasts, carrying through the construction site fence. Immediately afterward, the sound of brakes. Outside the cafeteria, the Rolls-Royce convoy that had given Suye nightmares stopped again, as if under a dark cloud. The car doors opened. This time, there were no socialites, no bodyguards. Only an elderly butler, dressed in a Zhongshen suit, with graying hair but a sprightly spirit, carrying a thermos, walked with elegant steps into the cafeteria, which reeked of cooking oil. Under everyone's gaze, he walked straight to Suye, who was cornered by the middle-aged woman. She bowed slightly, her tone respectful yet carrying an undeniable air of nobility. Young master, the old madam said. The food at the construction site isn't hygienic, she's worried you might get an upset stomach. This is top-grade Wagyu beef, just air-freighted from Australia. The old madam personally cooked it, please eat it while it's hot. The cafeteria lady holding Suye's hand froze. She glanced at the row of Rolls-Royces, then at the braised pork on her plate, and finally at her daughter in the photo driving the excavator. 3 seconds of silence followed. Suye seized the opportunity to pull his hand back, letting out a long sigh, about to say something to ease the awkwardness. The cafeteria lady suddenly slapped her thigh, her eyes burning with even more fervor. Oh my god. So it's a rich young master here to experience life. That's even better. My daughter loves these rich, delicate pretty boys. A perfect match. Suye's vision blurred, and the braised pork in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Son. He leaned against the wall, his voice trembling. Quick, check how much the nearest spaceship ticket to Mars costs. Earth is too dangerous, this gigolo, I can't eat a single bite. The air seemed to freeze. On one side was a cafeteria worker in an apron stained with grease, clutching half a spoon of braised pork. On the other, an elderly butler in an impeccably tailored tuxedo, his hair perfectly combed, a Rolls-Royce convoy standing behind him. This striking scene caused the live stream chat to pause for 2 seconds. The cafeteria worker's hands trembled slightly. She glanced at the luxury car enough to buy the entire construction site, then at Suye, who held a stainless steel tray and looked utterly dejected. Is this really a rich young master out here experiencing life? The worker swallowed hard. The domineering air she'd had about forcing her daughter onto Suye instantly dissipated. The elderly butler, Wang Fugui, smiled slightly, a smile so perfect it looked measured. He elegantly opened the thermos in his hand, and a rich, savory aroma of meat instantly overwhelmed the greasy smell of the cafeteria. Madam, allow me to correct you. Wang Fugui's tone was gentle, yet carried an aloofness that kept people at a distance. Although my young master is down on his luck now, to play along with his act, his appetite was cultivated by the old lady since childhood with the finest food and drink. He glanced at the photo of him carrying a large wrench on the woman's phone, and adjusted his monocle. As for what you mentioned, the excavator-style romance. Forgive my bluntness, but my young master, being delicate, might not be able to handle this kind of heavy industry romance. Suye nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. Uncle Wang is right. I'm very delicate, I can't stand even the slightest bump. The woman was a little bewildered by this barrage of words from her master and servant, but looking at Suye's handsome face, she still hadn't given up. So what if he's a bit delicate? He'll be fine after a while. My family has plenty of money, 3 excavators. The older woman, neck stiff, tried to salvage the situation by emphasizing her heavy assets. Oh, comparing assets? Wang Fugui raised an eyebrow, pulling a tablet inlaid with small diamonds from his pocket. Since this involves the young master's lifelong happiness, we have to get past the old lady. With a light tap, the video call connected. The next second, a well-maintained, exuding aristocratic air appeared on the tablet screen. The background seemed to be a private ocean view spa room, with several masseuses busy in the back. Li Ziyulian wore exaggerated sunglasses, and the imperial green jade necklace around her neck was unsettlingly green. Fugui, what's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted my son to do manual labor to get some exercise? Li Ziyulian's loud voice boomed through the speaker, full of energy and carrying an imposing, authoritative air. Wang Fugui pointed the screen at the cafeteria lady. Madam, this lady has taken a liking to the young master and wants to introduce him to her daughter, who drives an excavator. Ha! Li Ziyulian took off her sunglasses, her shrewd eyes scanning the lady up and down before letting out a cold laugh. Heh! Just one word, not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. The lady was taken aback by the aura, but still forced herself to say, young lady, I'm not bragging, but my daughter is strong, capable. She can even carry your son upstairs. Strong is good. Li Ziyulian slowly sipped some red wine of unknown vintage, her tone playful. To enter the Su family, one must be physically fit. She pointed to the mountain of red bricks outside the window. Alright, since your daughter is so capable, have her come over now. First, move all the bricks on this construction site. Don't use the excavator, move them by hand. Let's prove whether her physical strength can protect my frail son. The room fell silent. Move them all? That's tens of thousands of bricks. Before the older woman could react, Li Ziyulian added insult to injury. Also, since this is a marriage proposal, we need to discuss the dowry. I won't ask for much. Li Ziyulian held up one finger, the enormous diamond ring on it dazzling everyone. Since you say you'll raise my son, first send over 10 billion in pocket money to show your sincerity. Note, pocket money, not a dowry. These days, you can't even afford this much money, and you say you love my son? Puffed. Wang Tianba, who was eavesdropping, spat out a mouthful of soup. 10 billion? Pocket money? Is this a wedding or an acquisition of a listed company? The cafeteria lady was completely dumbfounded. Her mouth gaped open, looking at the wealthy woman, then at the innocent-looking Suye, and finally at the excavator on her phone. 3 excavators combined wouldn't even sell for 10 million. You're all crazy, you've all gone mad. The spoon in the old woman's hand clattered to the ground, and she didn't dare look at Suye again. This son-in-law is beneath me. Goodbye. With that, she took off running, faster than Wang Tianba, who had been grabbing food earlier, disappearing instantly from the cafeteria kitchen. Suya let out a long sigh of relief, feeling like he had just survived a life or death ordeal. Mom, you're my real mom. Suya blew a kiss to the screen. This assist was amazing. Stop being so cheeky. Li Ziyulian rolled her eyes at him, the exasperated yet doting look palpable even through the screen. Hurry up and eat that Wei Jiao beef, or I'll hold you responsible if you lose even half a pound. Also, come home tonight. Is that dilapidated house even fit for a human? Hanging up the video call, Suya was about to pick up the bowl of Wei Jiao beef and dig in, but Wang Fugui stopped him. Young master, the old madam instructed that you must take a nap after lunch. Wang Fugui gestured please, pointing to the extended Rolls-Royce outside. The air conditioning is on, the leather seats are reclined, and there's even sleep-inducing essential oil aromatherapy. I'm not sleepy. I still need to work to earn money. Suya tried to struggle. Working to earn money isn't urgent. Wang Fugui didn't give him a chance to refuse, giving a wink to the two bodyguards behind him. Two burly men immediately stepped forward, one on each side, and gently lifted Suya up like he was carrying a rare animal. Hey, give me some face. I'm still live streaming. Suya's feet left the ground, kicking helplessly, as he was forcibly shoved into the luxurious car. Su Xiaobao, carrying his laptop, calmly followed behind, casually holding the chicken leg Suya hadn't finished eating in his mouth. Grandpa Wang, remember to close the car windows tightly. Su Xiaobao climbed into the car and found a comfortable position to lie down. My dad's a womanizer, I'm afraid some clueless butterflies will fly in later. The car door slowly closed. It shut out the noise and dust of the construction site. Lying under the soft starry sky roof, Suya looked at Wang Tianba's jealous face outside the car window and suddenly thought, this gigolo is actually quite delicious. Just as the Rolls-Royce convoy was about to start, taking this fallen young master for a summer afternoon rest, Suya caught a glimpse of another car approaching the construction site gate. It was a huge van, but something was off about it. It was entirely pink, covered in cute cartoon stickers, and adorned with a giant bow on the roof. This anime-style vehicle, in this rugged construction site filled with steel and concrete, was like a little white rabbit that had wandered into a pack of wolves. It was utterly incongruous. Suya frowned, pressing his face against the car window. Uncle Wang, whose car is that? It looks familiar. This flamboyant style vaguely reminded him of some unpleasant memories. Wang Fugui, sitting in the passenger seat, elegantly glanced at the car through the rearview mirror, his tone as flat as reciting a menu. Oh, young master. That's the car of the hottest girl group right now, Candy Girls. I heard the production team organized this collaboration to boost ratings. They're here at the construction site for a performance to comfort the workers. Suya's heart skipped a beat. Girl group? A performance to comfort the workers? This isn't a performance to comfort the workers, it's clearly another group of vixens. Uncle Wang, quick, lock the doors. Suya cried out in terror, don't let them near me. I'm allergic to pink. With a click, before the sound of the car door locking had even faded, the Rolls-Royce door, which had just closed, was pounded on mercilessly from the outside. The enlarged face of the chief director, Wang Gang, was pressed against the privacy glass, his features distorted and contorted, resembling some kind of deep-sea monster. Young Master Su, wake up. The guests for the joint promotion have arrived. They're a ratings booster for our show. You have to give us the honor of coming out to greet them, to welcome them. Suya slumped under the starry sky, closing his eyes in despair. He had just switched the massage chair to deep sleep mode. Uncle Wang, can we ram him? Suya asked weakly. Just a light bump will do, enough to get him hospitalized, then we'll have some peace and quiet. Wang Fugui adjusted his monocle, his tone elegant yet regretful. Young master, according to the law, intentional assault is a criminal offense. However, if you really don't want to get out of the car, I can arrange for bodyguards to clear the production crew off the set. Never mind, I'll get out. Suya sighed, resignedly pushing open the car door. As soon as she stepped out, a sweet, cloying scent of strawberries, peaches, and expensive perfume instantly overwhelmed the cement smell of the construction site. The pink van's door swung open, and the upbeat electronic dance music Sugar Baby blared throughout the construction site. To the powerful rhythm, 7 young girls in sequin mini-skirts, their long legs exposed, jumped out like 7 rainbows. The current top girl group Candy Girls. Hello everyone. We are Candy Girls. 7 girls flashed heart shapes at the camera in unison, their youthful smiles almost blinding the bricklayers nearby, especially the girl in the center. With long, highlighted silver hair, striking cat-eye makeup, and a black bodysuit and cargo pants, she exuded a wild and untamed charm. She was Bai Lu, the girl group's leader, affectionately known as the wildcat of the human world by fans. Wang Tianba's eyes widened instantly at the sight of this group. He no longer felt tired. He tossed aside the bricks he was holding, wiped the sweat from his hair, struck what he thought was a cool pose leaning against the wall, trying to show off his biceps brimming with masculine hormones. Hey, ladies! Seeing Bai Lu approaching, Wang Tianba confidently stepped forward, extending a hand. I'm Wang Tianba. Ever seen my movies? I'll take you guys. However, Bai Lu didn't even glance at him. She wore Doc Martens, exuding a cool, aloof aura, and swept past Wang Tianba, the wind she stirred choking him on his words. Wang Tianba's hand froze in midair, so embarrassed he wanted to disappear into the ground. Bai Lu's target was clear. She weaved through the crowd, past the cameras frantically snapping photos, and stopped in front of Su Ye, who was about to retreat to his car. Su Ye was currently shrinking back, trying to use Su Xiaobeo's small frame as cover. Mr. Su? Bai Lu took off her sunglasses. The wildcat who was originally so domineering on stage now had a layer of red mist in her eyes, which were painted with upturned eyeliner. She stared intently at Su Ye, her lips trembling slightly, as if she couldn't believe the person before her was real. Su Ye's heart skipped a beat. It's over. That look was all too familiar. It was exactly the same as that real estate princess who offered property deeds, and that second-generation mine owner who offered gold bars. Miss Bai, hello. Su Ye chuckled dryly, leaning back to maintain a safe distance. Nice to meet you, I'm Su Ye. Well, I still have a few hundred bricks to move, so I won't disturb your performance. Nice to meet you? Bai Lu repeated those 4 words, then suddenly smiled. It was a smile tinged with sadness, yet also with relief. She didn't speak, but carefully pulled a neatly folded piece of paper from her inner pocket. The paper was yellowed, the edges even worn, clearly having been frequently handled by its owner. In front of tens of millions of viewers online, she slowly unfolded the paper. It was a shopping mall promotional poster from 6 years ago. On the back of the poster, a hastily drawn smiley face was visible, next to which was a line of bold, flamboyant handwriting. Don't cry, tears will ruin your makeup. Even if you're standing in the gutter, remember to look up at the stars. Keep going, future superstar. The signature was extremely casual, so yeah. The entire room fell silent. Even the comments in the live stream stopped. Su Ye stared at those words, and long-buried memories suddenly began to assault him. 6 years ago? Back then, he wasn't married to Lin Wanner yet, he was still a naive young man who sang in the subway all day with his guitar. It seemed there really was a rainy night when he met a girl in the subway who was crying so hard her makeup was ruined. She said she had been eliminated from the trainee auditions and wanted to go home and farm. He seemed to have just bought a sausage and casually handed her the flyer, offering a few perfunctory words of comfort. This, Su Ye pointed at the paper, dumbfounded. Did I write this? It's you. Bai Lu sniffed, tears finally streaming down her face, landing on the old poster. That night, I was starving for 2 days, almost ready to give up. You gave me a sausage and drew this smiley face for me. Bai Lu took a step forward, her stage aloofness completely gone. Now, she was just a little girl who had finally found her light. Brother Su, I've been looking for you for 6 years. I practiced desperately tried to debut, desperately climbed to the center position, also you could see me on TV, see the little girl you once encouraged, truly become a big star. Wah! Bai Lu couldn't hold back any longer, crying uncontrollably in front of the camera. The girl group members around her were stunned. Is this still their usually cool and sassy captain who mercilessly berates obsessive fans? The live stream chat exploded. Holy crap! What kind of divine script is this? A redemption story from 6 years ago. So Bai Lu's white moonlight is Su Ye. This is too good to be true. Just how much charm has Su Ye been exuding behind our backs? How come he's everywhere, with all these romantic entanglements, crossed out, debts of gratitude? That blind Lin Wanner. How could she treat such a treasure of a man like trash? Su Ye stood frozen, looking at his top idol, tears streaming down his face, feeling utterly guilty. He wanted to offer a tissue, but all he had was a pair of dusty white gloves. Don't cry. Su Ye scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't do anything, it was just a little something, just something. It was something you did casually, but for me it's salvation. Bai Lu suddenly looked up, her eyes burning with intensity and determination. She opened her arms, ignoring the cement dust covering Su Ye, and rushed towards him. Brother Su, hug me. Just once. I've waited 6 whole years for this day. Seeing that stunningly beautiful face getting closer and closer, and the overwhelming youthful energy emanating from her, Su Ye instinctively wanted to back away. But this was a live broadcast. Wouldn't it be too cruel to reject a girl crying like this in public? Just as Su Ye hesitated, his phone suddenly vibrated piercingly. Buzz buzz. The vibration came at the most inopportune time, shattering the pink, ambiguous atmosphere. Su Ye felt a sense of relief. Wait. The phone. It's urgent. He quickly reached out to block Bai Lu's enthusiastic hug, frantically pulling his phone from his pocket. Bai Lu paused, pouting with a wronged expression, her eyes fixed resentfully on the phone that had interrupted her. Su-ya glanced at the caller ID. His expression, which had initially held a hint of embarrassment and apology, instantly turned cold. It was an unnumbered account, but he would recognize those numbers even if they were reduced to ashes. It was Lin Wanner's private number. "Brother Su, who is it?" Bai Lu noticed Su-ya's unusual mood and leaned closer to peek, her voice soft and coquettish. "Hang up, I finally got to see you." Su-ya didn't hang up. He stared at the flashing number, a flicker of disgust in his eyes, like seeing a piece of chewing gum stuck to the sole of his shoe. "Nobody." Su-ya looked up at the camera pointed at him not far away, a mocking sneer playing on his lips. A crazy woman who should have been in a mental hospital long ago. At that moment, the entire construction site was so quiet that only the whistling of the wind through the steel bars could be heard. Su-ya's fingers were covered in cement dust from carrying bricks, and the screen was shattered right on the crucial touchscreen area. His finger, which had intended to hang up, inexplicably or perhaps by some divine coincidence slipped onto the speakerphone button. Beep. A soft beep, the signal connected. Because Su-ya was wearing the production team's high-resolution microphone, the voice from the other end of the line instantly amplified by the on-site sound system, carrying with perfect clarity to every corner. It also reached the ears of the tens of millions of viewers watching the live stream. Hiccup. First came a drunken hiccup, the smell of alcohol palpable even through the screen. Then came the once aloof and arrogant diva, Lin Wanner, her voice trembling with sobs. "So yeah, is that you? So yeah. Wah, I was wrong, I was really wrong." Bai Lu, who was about to pounce, froze in midair. She withdrew her hands, crossed her arms, and stared at the phone with disdain, a cold, amused smirk playing on her lips. Su-ya didn't speak, simply holding the phone silently, expressionless. His cold gaze was like that of someone watching a clown. On the other end of the line, Lin Wanner seemed to have moved herself, her voice growing increasingly shrill, filled with a nauseatingly sentimental tone. "I've thought a lot these past few days, and I've realized I can't live without you. That Chen Feng is trash. He only knows how to spend my money, only knows how to use me for publicity. He's not even worth a toe of yours. Husband, let's remarry, okay? I won't mind that you're poor anymore, I'll support you, I'll listen to you from now on. The child can't be without a mother. Xiao Bao is still so young, do you want him to live in a broken home?" This barrage of moral blackmail was too much for the construction workers to bear. Several grown men spat on the ground. The live stream chat exploded like a cesspool, filled with disgusting comments. "Ugh. I'm throwing up. How can this woman have the nerve to say such things? You were the one who kicked him out because you were greedy and materialistic, and now you're trying to take a cut because he's famous? Using the child as a shield? Where were you before? Have you cared about Su-ya raising the child these past few years? I've never seen such a shameless person." Su-ya listened to the sobbing on the phone, but instead of feeling anything, he found it somewhat amusing. This was the woman he once loved? Is this the aloof diva whom fans adored? Stripped of her glamorous facade, all that's left is a selfish, opportunistic, and utterly shameless wretch. Lin Wanner. Su-ya finally spoke. His voice was soft, yet chillingly cold. "Are you sober? If not, go wash your face in the toilet." "Su-ya, I'm serious." Lin Wanner screamed on the other end of the phone, seemingly enraged by Su-ya's attitude, her tone carrying her usual imperious air. "Don't push your luck. I'm giving you a chance. What do you think you are without me? Those women are just looking for something new." Just then, the backup phone Su-ya was holding, used to monitor the live stream chat, suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Immediately afterwards, the live stream, which had been filled with frantic spam and insults, was suddenly flooded with a dazzling golden light. That was the supreme live stream effect, triggered only by donations exceeding 1 million. An extremely arrogant, domineering female voice, carrying a hint of a mature woman's voice, completely drowned out Lin Wanner's screams, resounding throughout the entire room. It was the mysterious top donor, rich woman hungry. "Shut up, you old hag." This roar, powerful and resonant, made Su-ya's eardrums ring. "Lin Wanner, is it? Who gave you the audacity to bark like a dog here?" The top-ranking woman was clearly enraged, her words flowing like a machine gun, each word like a brick thrown with money, slapping hard at Lin Wanner's face. "Give him another chance? Have you no shame? He was treated like a slave in your house, and you threw him away like a rag. Now you see he's a diamond in the rough and want to pick him up again? You wish. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You say Su-ya is nothing without you? I think without Su-ya, you're nothing but a fart." Lin Wanner on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned. She paused for a few seconds before reacting, then roared angrily. "Who are you? This is a family matter between Su-ya and me, what right do you have to interfere? Who am I?" The top-ranked woman sneered, her voice dripping with the smugness of money. "I'm your father, someone you can't possibly reach. Listen up. Suye's current net worth is so high that a washed-up actress like you isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Want to get back together? Fine. Pay that 1 billion yuan breach of contract fee first, then crawl over here on your knees. The words had barely left her lips. On the live stream screen, 100 super rockets shot into the sky. The dazzling special effects were like a grand fireworks display to celebrate this exhilarating verbal battle. User Rich Woman Hungry sent 100 super rockets. P.S. Go buy some regret pills, though they won't work. The entire internet erupted in celebration. Countless female fans clapped and cheered in front of their screens, some even smashing their keyboards in excitement. So satisfying. Is this the allure of money? Even insults are delivered with such refined elegance. Suye stood there, watching the charade unfolding on his two phones, momentarily speechless. He glanced at Su Xiaobao beside him. The little guy was engrossed in fiddling with the laptop, a subtle smile playing on his lips, a quiet satisfaction on his lips. On the other end of the phone, Lin Warner completely broke down. Ignored by her ex-husband, insulted by a strange woman, and watched by the entire internet. Her mental defenses crumbled at that moment. Suye, say something. You just stand by and watch outsiders bully me like this? Are you even a man? Suye sighed. He looked up at Wang Gang, the director, who was flushed with excitement and frantically gesturing to him from a short distance away. Wang Gang held up a whiteboard with several large characters written on it. Quick, hang up. Make a big deal out of it. Suye looked away, speaking calmly into the phone as if she were discussing dinner. Lin Warner, we're even now. Don't say it's for the child. Xiao Bao has me, he doesn't need a mother who only uses him. He paused, the last trace of warmth in his eyes vanishing. And one more thing for you. Late-blown affection is worthless. Beep. The call ended. The world was finally quiet. Suye let out a long sigh, casually tossing his phone to Bai Lu beside him, as if throwing away a bag of trash. He turned around, facing countless flashing lights and dark camera lenses. At that moment, he neither laughed nor cried. He simply stood there, surrounded by dust and noise, radiating a heartbreaking loneliness. That desolation of finally severing ties with the past, yet being left battered and bruised, moved countless viewers. Wang Gang, behind the monitor, slapped his thigh excitedly. Absolutely brilliant. That look, that line, that damn sense of brokenness. If this doesn't get a 5% rating, he'll eat his alive. He grabbed the guitar beside him, winked at the production assistant, and shouted, Suye, in this situation, shouldn't you sing a song to mourn the dead past? Beep. That dead tone, like a sharp blade, cleanly severed all the entanglements of the past 5 years. At that moment, the red curve in the live stream's data monitoring system plummeted straight to the ceiling. The server hummed under immense pressure, and Wang Gang's walkie-talkie crackled with the desperate shout of Xiao Lu from the tech department director. It's a hit. The number of online viewers has surpassed 50 million. The backup server is about to crash. On Weibo's trending topics list, the previously climbing hashtag was instantly replaced by a new, deep purple hit sign. Hashtag Suye hangs up his ex-wife's call. Hashtag late affection is cheaper than grass. Hashtag female fans across the internet, well done, husband. Hashtag. In the comments section, fans who had been holding back for so long erupted in celebration. Awesome. That's fucking awesome. I love this kind of tough guy who doesn't go back to his ex. Lin Warner probably never expected this, right? The man who used to be so subservient to you now finds even listening to you disgusting. That's a real man. No dragging things out, no lingering attachments. So yeah, tonight I'm yours. Meanwhile, at the dusty construction site, the atmosphere was subtly heavy. Bai Lu stood beside Suye, her large, cat-eye-style eyes blinking. Suddenly, as if realizing something, she took a step forward. She wasn't embarrassed by the earlier argument, instead, as if asserting her ownership, she directly took Suye's arm in front of everyone. Tightly, you could even feel the warmth of her arm. Did you hear that, ex-wife? Bai Lu, facing the still-on camera, contorted her delicate face with a fiercely aggressive grin, her tone laced with smug mockery. Don't call again, brother Su is busy right now. Busy being protected by us, busy being pitted by the entire internet. As for you, she snorted coldly, like a protective little wildcat, go away. Brother Su, this soft rice, oh no, this hard rice, we'll take it. Suye felt a soft touch on his arm, but he was in no mood for such a stroke of luck. He gently, yet undeniably, pulled his arm away from Bai Lu's embrace. Stop it. Suye's voice was soft, slightly hoarse. He didn't show the smug satisfaction or triumphant joy expected by the onlookers. Instead, his expression was indifferent as a glass of cooled-down water. He lowered his head, looking at the dust-covered tips of his shoes, then looked up at the setting sun in the distance. A deep-seated weariness seeped from every pore of his body. He was truly exhausted. For the past 5 years, he had served Lin Warner's family like a nanny, enduring their disdain and neglect, only to be thrown out like trash. That phone call just now had completely exhausted his last shred of patience for that woman. Now, all he wanted was to find a secluded place, smoke a cigarette, or simply sleep. Brothers Sue. Bai Lu, seeing Su Ye's dejected appearance, suddenly found the words she was about to say stuck in her throat. She stood there, somewhat lost, looking at the man who, though in the center of the crowd, seemed utterly out of place in the world. A sudden, inexplicable pang of pain shot through her heart. This was true heartbreak, wasn't it? Not hysteria, not a fit of rage, but a complete lack of even the will to hate. Quick! Camera! Zoom in! Close up! Wang Gang, behind the monitor, trembled with excitement. As a seasoned director, he knew all too well the significance of this kind of shot. A broken, handsome man who had just rejected his ex-wife's advances, rejected a billionaire businesswoman, covered in dust yet with clear eyes. This scene would definitely go down in the annals of variety show history. We can't let him remain silent like this. The emotions are there, he needs an outlet. Wang Gang's eyes darted around. He grabbed the old guitar he'd borrowed from the village and, like a sprinter, panting heavily, dashed into the center of the field. Su Ya! Teacher Su! Wang Gang shoved the guitar into Su Ye's arms, his eyes filled with fervent anticipation. Don't hold it in. I know you're suffering. In this scene, with the sun setting and a heartbroken traveler far from home, oh wait, it's on a construction site. Don't you think you should sing a song right now? Sing out all your emotions, your farewell to the past. Su Ye paused, looking down at the slightly chipped wooden guitar in his arms. The cool texture of the strings made him momentarily dazed. Sing? Perhaps. Some things seem pretentious when spoken and tasteless when cursed. Only by singing can he draw a not-so-perfect, but dignified conclusion to these absurd 5 years. The surrounding workers stopped what they were doing. Bai Lu quietly stepped aside, and even Suzayo Bayo put down his computer, silently watching his father. The setting sun cast its last rays upon Su Ye, staining his worn-out trench coat a poignant crimson. He didn't refuse. He simply found a dusty, cement-covered stone stool to sit on, casually strumming the strings, producing a muffled hum. All right. Su Ye sighed deeply, his fingers pressing down on the frets, his gaze growing deep and distant. Since it's all over, let me give her one last song. It's also a way of giving myself closure. The setting sun, like a drunken painter, spilled a bucket of golden red paint onto the construction site. The cold, hard lines of steel and concrete were tinged with a gentle orange red. Su Ye sat on a pile of hay used as a buffer, clutching the borrowed old guitar, one leg casually bent, the hem of his trench coat draped over the dusty ground. There were no elaborate stage lights, only the backdrop of the vast sunset. There was no professional sound equipment, only the howling wind of the construction site as harmony. But the moment he sat there, the sense of brokenness that seemed to emanate from his very bones instantly made everything around him seem secondary. Zhang. Su Ye's fingers lightly swept across the strings. The prelude began, not a heart-wrenching lament, but a faint, whispered narration, like an old friend's voice. Calm, yet all the more deadly. The live stream chat vanished instantly. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the man who had just severed ties with the past to speak. Su Ye lowered his eyes, watching his fingertips dance on the strings, his voice hoarse and low. Watching you and him walk up to me, smiling and saying, "Long time no see. If it weren't for my sacrifice back then, would I still be circling in the same place today?" Upon hearing these two lines, Bai Lu, standing beside him, trembled violently. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. It was too cruel. This wasn't singing, it was laying his heart bare for someone else to see. The helplessness of watching the one you deeply love walk towards someone else was sung by Su Ye with an almost cold calm. Su Ye didn't pause. His emotions built layer by layer with the melody, the grievances and resentment suppressed for 5 years transformed into the sharpest blade in that moment. I gave you so many years of my youth. In return, I only received a thank you for your sacrifice. You were given your freedom and adventure, and I was given my clear blue sky. These lyrics struck like a hammer blow to the hearts of every listener. A middle-aged man carrying bricks, oblivious to the cigarette burning his fingers, turned away, his eyes red. Who hasn't experienced unrequited love in their youth? Who hasn't had to let go? Just as the entire audience was immersed in the sophisticated sadness created by Su Ye, suddenly, a jarring, even heart-wrenching wail erupted from a corner of the guest seating area. Wah! The sound was so piercing that the cameraman's hand trembled, almost shoving the lens into Su Ye's face. Su Ye was also startled, her piano playing faltering. A female guest who had been touching up her makeup and posing for the camera, sitting in the corner, was now slumped on the floor, pounding her chest in frustration. She was Xiaoa, an obscure internet celebrity hired by the production team to stir up trouble. Her persona was that of a sharp-tongued, green tea type, specifically tasked with being sarcastic and creating conflict on the show to highlight the genuine goodness of the other guests. Just now, when Suye was being harassed by his ex-wife, she was rolling her eyes, preparing to join in and mock him after he hung up, saying things like, "No man is any good." But now, Xiao's makeup was ruined from crying, half of her false eyelashes had fallen off, hanging like caterpillars on her cheeks. She cried, clutching at the dirt on the ground, mumbling incoherently. "Wah! It's so tragic. So cruel. I'm so sorry, Daekyung. I'm so sorry, Ergu. I'm not human." The entire audience was stunned. Director Wang Gang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he roared into the walkie-talkie, "What's going on? Did this woman add scenes? This wasn't in the script." Xiao couldn't hear the director's roar at all. Suye's words, "It fulfilled your carefree and adventurous spirit," shattered her seemingly hardened, but actually riddled with holes, green tea heart. She remembered her backup boyfriend, who ate instant noodles every day to support her becoming an internet celebrity but bought her designer bags. She remembered the honest man she had rejected for being poor, who had left her heartbroken. At that moment, regret overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. "Suye, stop singing. I can't take it anymore." Xiaoye stumbled and crawled towards Suye. She grabbed Suye's leg, wiping her snot and tears all over his already filthy pants. "Wah, brother Su, you sang so well. You're my internet stunt double. I used to be like that bitch Lin Warner. I didn't know how to cherish, I ruined everyone who loved me. I'm guilty. I want to repent. I'll never be a green tea bitch again. I want to start anew." Suye froze. He held his guitar, looking at the woman clinging to his leg like an ornament, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This is a performance mishap, isn't it? I wanted to play the victim, but I didn't want to be a pastor giving confessions. Beautiful lady, please get up and talk." Suye tried to pull her leg away, but the woman was incredibly strong and wouldn't let go. "I won't get up. Unless you forgive me. Forgive me on behalf of all honest people in the world." Xiaoye cried hysterically. The live stream chat was in an uproar, both laughing and crying. "Holy crap. Is this song addictive? It actually made that green tea bitch reform? Is this the power of art? Suye is awesome. Even though this woman is dramatic, why am I crying along with her? Suye, I was just singing a song. I didn't mean to save the world." Suye, helpless, could only look to Wang Gang for help. Wang Gang had already realized what was happening. This was a god-level entertainment effect. "Quick, close up. Shoot Xiao's regret. Shoot Suye's forgiveness, helplessness." Wang Gang's face flushed with excitement. "This episode is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal." Amidst the chaos and sobs, Suye gritted his teeth and persevered, finishing the last verse. "One person's sacrifice is better than three people's entanglement." As the last note faded, the sun completely sank below the horizon, and night fell. Suye gently pressed the still vibrating strings, the deep-seated weariness washing over him again. But within this weariness, there seemed to be a hint of relief. He glanced at Xiao, who was still clinging to his leg, sobbing uncontrollably, and then at the staff and co-workers around him, their eyes red-rimmed. Even Su Xiaobao silently turned away, secretly wiping the corner of his eye. "Is this resonance?" Suye murmured to himself. Just then, a cold, familiar mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Your rendition of accomplishment has successfully triggered a mass outpouring of tears, achieving the achievement Green Tea Terminator. Sympathy points being calculated. The system has detected that the host's singing voice possesses extremely strong emotional penetration and maternal inspiration, therefore, a special reward is being issued." Suye's eyes lit up. "A special reward? Is it a direct cash gift? Or some kind of god-tier skill? Congratulations, host, you have obtained a permanent passive aura friend of women. Aura effect: any female being, from 99 years old to toddlers, will automatically experience a strong illusion of, he understands me so well, I want to confide in him, and I want to rely on him upon seeing the host. Note, wearing this aura, the host will become the confidant/best friend/perfect backup plan for all women in the world." Suye's expression froze instantly. He stared at the pink glowing aura icon in his mind, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Confidant? Best friend? Isn't this just a disguised form of central air conditioning, a term for someone who is overly attentive to others? He wanted to play the victim to make money, not to become a neighborhood committee anti-mediating family disputes. "System, can we return this?" Suye wailed in despair. "I think just giving me cash directly would be fine, really." The system didn't respond, only silently equipping him with the aura. The next second, Suye felt a jolt run through him, an inexplicable aura emanating from him. Xiaoya, who had been crying, suddenly looked up, her eyes blurry with tears, looking at Suye. Her gaze had changed. It was no longer the regret and admiration from before, but a kind of dependence on a family member. "Brother Su, Xiaoya sniffed, released Suye's leg, and instead took his hand, her voice soft and sweet, like she was pleading with her best friend. I think, you can definitely understand how I feel right now. I have so much to tell you. Tonight, can we talk in your tent? Suye felt a chill run down his spine, a cold sweat shooting from the solace of his feet to the top of his head. This aura, it worked way too fast. Talk? Talk about what? Suye stammered, backing away. Talk about life, talk about ideals, talk about my shattered view of love. Xiaoya burst into laughter through her tears, her eyes gleaming with a fanatical urge to dump her grievances on Suye. Suye, he looked up at the sky in despair. This wasn't a reward, it was a curse. System. Suye gritted his teeth inwardly. This doesn't sound like a good skill. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the word reward? The makeshift backstage dressing room was stuffy. Suye slumped in a folding chair, clutching an unopened bottle of mineral water, his eyes fixed on the system panel in the void. The newly acquired skill icon was flashing an unsettling pink light. Friend of women, passive / cannot be turned off. These words hung like a Damocles sword over his head. System, come out. Suye gritted his teeth in his mind. Let's not even talk about money, can't we talk about practicality? What's the use of this skill other than turning me into a central air conditioner? The system's cold, mechanical voice seemed to carry a strange pride. Host, please note that this aura can significantly increase the favorability and trust levels of female characters. In the entertainment industry, whoever wins over female fans wins the world. What a load of rubbish. Suye crunched the mineral water bottle, making a loud cracking sound. I'm here to play the victim. I want their pity, to give me money, and then to stay away from me. Not for them to treat me like a caring older sister. Before she finished speaking, the curtain to the lounge was lifted. A simply dressed middle-aged woman carrying a thermos walked in. It was the wife of director Wang Gang, who had come to bring him soup during a set visit. Normally, this woman was known for her fiery temper, always ready to argue with anyone. Even Wang Gang had to stand at attention in her presence. But at this moment, when her gaze fell on Suye, she abruptly stopped. In that instant, Suye felt as if an invisible pink holy light emanated from her. Wang's wife's previously sharp gaze softened instantly, and then, her eyes reddened at an unbelievable speed. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Suye's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively shrank back. Director Wang is next door. You've come to the wrong place. No, you've come to the right place. Sister-in-law Wang sniffed, placed the thermos on the table, and pulled up a chair to sit opposite Suye. She looked at Suye as if she were a long-lost younger brother, or the only soulmate who could understand her inner turmoil. Little Sue. Sister-in-law Wang's voice choked, tears streaming down her face. I'm so heartbroken. Suye, that damned old Wang, all he does is film shows, he doesn't even come home once a month. Sister-in-law Wang grabbed Suye's hand, crying miserably. The water pipes burst and he didn't care. He didn't go to the kids' parent-teacher conferences, and even on my birthday. Wah, he told me to go back to manual labor if I wasn't happy. Little Sue, tell me, how can we live like this? Suye's scalp tingled, and she tried to pull her hand away but couldn't. Sister-in-law, well, every family has its own troubles. Director Wang was just doing it for his job. He wasn't doing it for his job. Even if he went bald, he'd become stronger. He doesn't care about this family. Sister-in-law Wang became more and more agitated, burying her head in Suye's shoulder and bursting into tears. Suye stood frozen like a statue, raising her hands in surrender, her eyes filled with despair as she looked towards the door. This aura is toxic. Has it turned my body into a fully automatic emotional dumping ground? Just then, the curtain was lifted again. A young makeup artist, responsible for touching up the guests' makeup, walked in with a powder puff. Seeing this scene, she wasn't surprised. Instead, her eyes welled up with tears. Teacher Sue. The makeup artist threw down the powder puff, covered her mouth, rushed over, squatted down on Suye's other side, and burst into tears. I'm suffering too. My boyfriend cheated on me. He even took my cat. Teacher Sue, what should I do? Immediately afterward, the cleaning lady, carrying a mop, walked by and glanced inside. With a clatter, the mop fell to the ground. The cleaning lady rushed in, pushed past the makeup artist, grabbed Suye's remaining hand, and tears streamed down her face. Young man, you seem like a sensible person. That woman's daughter-in-law is such a scoundrel. In just 5 minutes, the once quiet lounge had transformed into a large-scale complaint session. Surrounded by women, Suye was to her left the director's wife berating her husband, to her right the makeup artist cursing her cheating boyfriend, and in front of her an older woman beating her daughter-in-law. 3 women make a drama, 30 women are the end of the world. Suye felt like she was suffocating. This wasn't a Friends of Women situation, it was clearly a seduction of women. Help, someone save me. Suye managed a weak cry for help, but it was quickly drowned out by the women's cries. Bang! Just as Suya was about to faint from lack of oxygen, the curtain to the dressing room was violently ripped off. Director Wang Gang rushed in, sweating profusely, a walkie-talkie in hand. "Wife, what are you doing here? Where's the soup? I'm hungry." Holy crap! Wang Gang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at the sight before him. His wife was sobbing uncontrollably on Suye's shoulder. His makeup artist was clinging to Suye's arm, seeking comfort. Even the cleaning lady was gazing at Suye with deep affection. "Suye!" Wang Gang let out a piercing roar, feeling as if the last few hairs on his head were about to stand on end. "What did you do to my wife? This is a lounge, not your harem." Suye shoved everyone aside, as if seeing a savior, and scrambled to Wang Gang's side. "Director Wang, I'm calling the police. This halo, oh no, these people are crazy." Suye grabbed Wang Gang's clothes, her face pale, panting heavily. "Quick, change my assignment. Find somewhere secluded. I can't stand this place for another second." Wang's wife, having finally come to her senses, looked at her husband's cuckolded expression and awkwardly wiped away her tears. "Old Wang, what are you yelling about? I just felt comfortable chatting with Xiao Su, so I chatted with him for a bit. Do you need to hug someone to chat?" Wang Gang was exasperated, but looking at Suye's disheveled appearance, as if he'd just escaped from a spider's web, he knew that this was most likely Suye's damned physical condition acting up again. This kid is practically a walking testosterone bomb right now. If he stays in this crowd any longer, this show will turn into an ethical drama sooner or later. "Fine, change it. Change it right now." Wang Gang gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and made a decision that went against his ancestors' crossed out, original plan. The next stop was supposed to be an ancient town, but that's cancelled. No more crowded places. He pointed southeast, his eyes fierce. "We're going to an island. A deserted island. It's surrounded by the sea, just birds and fish, hardly any female mosquitoes. Let's see how you attract attention then. Let's go. Everyone evacuate. Activate wilderness survival mode." Suye's eyes lit up instantly at the mention of desert island. A deserted island is great. Nobody. No women. Only waves, beaches, and the lonely struggle for survival. This is the kind of environment he wanted to play the victim. "Let's go. Let's go now." Suye didn't want to stay a moment longer. He turned, grabbed his suitcase, pulled Suzaobeo, who had been watching the show from the corner, and rushed towards the bus. "Son, hurry. We're going to the wilderness. It's a man's paradise." Suzaobeo stumbled as his father dragged him, still clutching the laptop. He glanced back at the group of women behind him, their eyes filled with reluctance and longing, then at Suye, who looked utterly relieved. The little guy sighed helplessly, adjusting his sunglasses. "Dad, aren't you getting a little too excited?" Suzaobeo's tone was detached, like a bucket of cold water being poured on him. "There are no strangers on this deserted island. But," he pointed to the group of guests gathering not far away. Bai Lu, Shen Qingkaiu, Lu Bing, and even the recently reformed green tea girl Xiaoya were carrying bags and packages to the car, their faces beaming with anticipation. "Are you sure that keeping these women locked up on a secluded island would make you safer than you are now?" Waves crashed against the rocks, churning up countless whitecaps. This deserted island, named Nobody Leaves, was the carefully chosen exile site for the production team. Surrounded by the sea, jagged rocks abounded, and apart from the mournful cries of seabirds, not a soul could be seen. Director Wang Gang stood at the bow of the boat, the sea breeze tooling his few remaining hairs, but his smile was brighter than ever before. "We're here. This is where you'll be living for the next 3 days." Wang Gang waved his hand, pointing to the desolate beach, his tone filled with the satisfaction of revenge. "No fans, no takeout, no rich women. Here, everything must be created with your own hands." Suye jumped off the boat, carrying his suitcase, and took a deep breath of the salty sea air. Although the environment was harsh, he felt incredibly refreshed. Finally, some peace and quiet. "This place is deserted, those crazed female fans can't fly over here now, right? And that rich kid who wanted to give away gold bars can't exactly move his mind to this island, can he? Good place." Suye nodded in satisfaction, turning to Suzaobeo behind him. "Son, now we can finally have a few days of peace." Suzaobeo, clutching his laptop, stood on the soft sand, a hint of pity in his eyes behind his sunglasses. "Dad, look back." Suye instinctively turned around. On the deck behind him, 3 women stood side by side, their gazes intense, like 3 lionesses locking onto their prey. Popular idol Bai Lu, wearing a revealing sports vest, her ABS subtly visible, held a machete, managing to make a survival tool look like a fashion item. Shen Qingkaiu, the nation's first love, changed into a light blue windbreaker. Though she looked delicate, her eyes, fixed intently on Suye, burned with a fierce fire of wanting to take back what's lost. Then there was actress Lu Bing, who was the most extravagant. She brought an enormous hiking backpack, bulging with untold items, and her gaze towards Suya was filled with affection and possessiveness. Ahem, let's start the group assignments. Wine Gang shouted through a megaphone. To be fair, we'll draw lots. No need to draw. Bai Lu was the first to jump down, shoving her machete into the sand with an air of dominance. I want to be in a group with Brother Su. I have wilderness survival experience, I can protect him. Why? Lu Bing gracefully descended the spiral staircase, her aura overwhelming. Suya has a sensitive stomach and needs care. I brought a full set of picnic tools and seasonings. If you're in my group, he won't go hungry. I wanted to. Shen Qingqiu, though soft-spoken, was the fastest. Taking advantage of the two arguing, she silently walked to Suya's side, reaching out her small hand to tightly grasp the hem of his clothes. I'm not strong, but I'm obedient. I won't cause trouble. She looked up, her large, watery eyes gazing at Suya, activating her passive skill, pitiful and charming. Brother Su, you won't abandon me, will you? The entire room fell silent. Wang Tianba stood to the side, carrying a bundle of rope. Looking at his snotty-nosed son beside him, then at Suya surrounded by three beautiful women, he completely snapped. Director! This isn't fair. Wang Tianba roared, why can he bring three girls? Is this still wilderness survival? This is like Wei Xiaobao going to Jiangnan. Wine Gang was dumbfounded. This wasn't the script. He originally wanted to separate the women, leaving Suya alone, and watch him struggle miserably in the wilderness to shatter his male god filter. But now, if anyone dared to separate them from Suya, these three women would tear the production crew's boat apart on the spot. Suya, look at this. Wine Gang looked helplessly at the person in charge. Suya was surrounded by three women, and that familiar suffocating feeling returned. On his left was Bai Lu's perfume, on his right was Shen Qingqiu's hair fragrance, and in front was Lu Bing's mature womanly charm. On the system panel, the halo of Friend of Women was flashing wildly, indicating that the host's current charm value had exceeded the limit. Can I refuse? Suya weakly raised her hand. I think it's good that I'm in a group with Wang Tianba. We complement each other. No way. The three girls spoke in unison, their shrill voices startling the seagulls. Fine, I give up. Suya surrendered, looking utterly hopeless. Then, let's go together. But it's a promise, I won't do heavy work, my back hurts. 10 minutes later, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded at the campsite. In the next group, Wang Tianba was diligently working on starting a fire by rubbing sticks together, sweating profusely, and yelling at his son to gather firewood. The father and son looked disheveled and extremely pathetic. Meanwhile, Suya was just about to bend down to get a tent peg. Don't move! Lu Bing shrieked, rushing over like a mother hen protecting her chicks, snatching the nail away. How can I let you do this kind of rough work? What if you hurt your hand? Your hands are for playing the guitar. Suya sheepishly withdrew his hand. Then I'll go get some branches. Don't go. Bai Lu brandished her machete, chopping down a nearby dead tree in one stroke, her eyes sharp. There are bugs in the woods. And snakes. What if they bite you? Brother Su, you sit down, I'm best at this kind of physical work. Suya could only stand there awkwardly. Well, I should do something, right? Shen Qingqiu, who hadn't spoken until now, silently moved a flat stone over and laid a clean handkerchief on it. Brother Su, please sit down. She pulled a pack of wet wipes from her pocket, cautiously approached, and stood on tiptoe. Look at you, you're all sweaty. Don't move, let me wipe you. Suya, sweating? I didn't even move a finger. Where did the sweat come from? That's cold sweat from being scared by you guys. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Is this supposed to be wilderness survival? This is clearly an emperor choosing his concubines. Wang Tianba, I'm doing wilderness survival. Suya, I'm retiring in the wilderness. Lu Bing's eyes, it's like she wants to raise Suya as her son. Bai Lu is so cool. The way she chops down trees with a knife is so handsome. But the contrast is too much, isn't it? Only Shen Qingqiu is seriously engaged in palace intrigue. That sweat-wiping gesture is top-notch tea ceremony. And that's it. Suya was forced to sit on a stone covered with a handkerchief, and a bottle of water with the cap just unscrewed was shoved into her hand. He watched Lu Bing skillfully set up the tent, Bai Lu ruthlessly chopped firewood, and Shen Qingqiu fanned him to keep away mosquitoes. This life of being waited on hand and foot was the soft rice life he had always dreamed of. But for some reason, being stared at by these three women with such loving eyes made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, a chill running down his spine. Son! Suya looked at Su Xiaobao, who was charging his computer with a solar panel, and whispered for help. Think of something. This scene is too eerie. I feel like they're not setting up a tent, they're setting up a funeral shrine for me. Su Xiaobao took off his sunglasses and glanced at the three women who were secretly competing over who could hammer the tent peg straighter. Dad, what's done is done. Suzayo Bayo's tone was calm, carrying a hint of world-weary detachment. Since we can't resist, let's enjoy it. At least, they're quite efficient at their work, better than Wang Tianba. The sun gradually sank in the west. The sea was dyed blood red. The most important part of wilderness survival dinner time had arrived. Next door, Wang Tianba's group, father and son, sat around a smoldering campfire, holding 2 small fish they had just caught from the sea, trying to eat them raw. Tui, so fishy. Wang Xiaohe cried out, his face contorted. Bear with it. It's protein. Wang Tianba gritted his teeth, forcing the fish down, still needing to maintain his tough guy image in front of the camera. Meanwhile, on Su Ye's side, the 3 women, after a busy afternoon, finally stopped. Unlike the other groups who were worried about food shortages, they all approached Su Ye with mysterious and confident smiles. Su, are you hungry? Lu Bing was the first to act. As if by magic, she pulled 3 self-heating rice bowls and even a can of luncheon meat from her enormous backpack. Look, I brought self-heating rice. It's simple, but it's definitely better than raw fish. Lu Bing looked at her with a pleading expression. I secretly hid this in my sleeping bag, and the director didn't even notice. Su Ye's eyes lit up. Self-heating rice. On this deserted island, it was practically a feast. Sister Lu, you're amazing. Su Ye reached out to take it. TCH. No nutrition. Bai Lu scoffed dismissively, kicking aside the self-heating rice bowl beside her. She threw her machete on the ground and pulled a large, still-throwing creature from the basket on her back. It was an Australian lobster as thick as an arm. Brother Su, don't eat that kind of food with preservatives. Bai Lu held the lobster up to Su Ye's face, its claws still waving wildly, almost pinching Su Ye's nose. Look what I caught. This is real seafood. Pure, natural, and pollution-free. I just found it while diving over there by the reef. Let's grill it. Su Ye was stunned. This area has Australian lobsters? He stared at the lobster, clearly not a native species, lost in deep thought. Is this a prop from the production team? Or did you cheat and bring it in? Never mind where it came from, as long as it's edible. Bai Lu raised an eyebrow smugly, giving Lu Bing a defiant look. How about it, movie queen? Can your self-heating rice compare to my giant lobster? Lu Bing's face turned green with anger. It looked like the two were about to fight over what to eat for dinner. Shen Qingkaiu, who had been silent all along, quietly pulled a paper package from his pocket. It contained the finest Jinhua ham, thinly sliced, glistening enticingly in the setting sun. Brother Su. Shen Qingkaiu handed over the ham, his eyes overflowing with tenderness. Eating only seafood is too cold, some ham will warm your stomach. This is something I specially saved for you. 3 women, 3 kinds of food, 3 completely different approaches. Su Ye was surrounded, looking at the pile of food enough for a small banquet, then at Wang Tianba next door, who was gnawing on raw fish. He suddenly realized that the look in Wang Tianba's eyes was no longer just jealousy. That was the urge to kill him. Director. Wang Tianba finally snapped, slamming the raw fish he was holding to the ground and roaring at the monitor. This isn't fair. I'm reporting this. Su Ye's group is cheating. Is this a survival show? They're on vacation. Meanwhile, director Wang Gang was squatting on the beach, watching the monitor feed Su Ye to 3 beautiful women, and his composure completely crumbled. He grabbed a handful of sand and threw it out. Su Ye, you've ruined my survival show. Is this supposed to be a dating reality show? One of those harem anime with 1 man and 3 women. I spent so much money renting this island, not for you to eat lobsters. Night fell like a vast, black velvet blanket, completely enveloping the deserted island called Nobody Leaves. The sea breeze grew biting, whipping up waves that crashed against the rocks with a loud, mournful sound. On the eastern side of the beach, a small, flickering fire burned weakly in the wind, as if it might die at any moment. Wang Tianba crouched beside the fire, stirring a strangely colored soup in an iron pot by its dim light. It was a mixture of bitter herbs, kelp strips, and a few crabs the size of fingernails, emitting a despairingly bitter, fishy odor. Dad, is it ready yet? Wang Xiaohe, huddled in his down jacket, sniffled, his eyes glazed over. I'm starving. Almost. Wang Tianba swallowed hard, forcing a tough guy smile, and gave the camera a thumbs up. Viewers, this is the charm of wilderness survival. Although conditions are harsh, we must learn to find joy in hardship. This soup is full of protein and vitamins. His hand trembled as he scooped a spoonful of the green broth and put it in his mouth. In that instant, his features contorted, as if he were wearing a mask of pain. Bitter. Astringent. Foul. It tasted like boiling ocean water being poured down his throat. How is it? Is it good? Wang Xiaohe asked expectantly. So delicious. Wang Tianba gritted his teeth and swallowed, tears welling in his eyes. Pure, original flavor. The taste of nature. Just as the father and son were deeply moved by this pot of foot-washing water, an extremely domineering and unreasonable aroma, carried by the sea breeze, mercilessly slapped them in the face. It was a rich scent, a blend of the caramelized aroma of butter, the sweetness of seafood, and the bursting fat of top-quality ham. Wang Tianba's spoon clattered into the pot. Wang Ziya's nose twitched like a dog's, and he burst into tears. Dad, I want to eat that. I don't want to drink the foot-washing water anymore. Looking in the direction the aroma was coming from, on the other side of the beach, at Suye's campsite, it was like another world. The campfire was burning brightly, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. On the makeshift stove made of stones, a giant Australian lobster, as thick as an arm, was sizzling and glowing red from grilling. Bai Lu, holding a brush, was intently brushing butter something she'd gotten herself onto the lobster meat. With each brush, the aroma intensified. Ready! Bai Lu cheered, skillfully prying open the shell with a machete to reveal the snow-white, bouncy, and steaming hot meat inside. Brother Su, come on, you have to have the first bite. Suye, sitting on a cushioned stone, reached out to take it. Slap! Shen Qingqiu, quick as a flash, slapped Suye's hand away. Don't move. Shen Qingqiu's face was serious, her large, watery eyes filled with concern. They're freshly grilled, they're so hot. Your hands are for playing guitar, how can you peel shrimp? With that, she used two slender fingers to tear off a piece of the plumpest shrimp meat and gently blew on it. Ah! Shen Qingqiu held the shrimp meat to Suye's lips, his eyes gleaming with a sly look. Open your mouth, be careful, it's hot. Suye froze completely. He looked at the tempting shrimp meat in front of him, then at the ring of cameras around him. This is a survival show. I'm here to suffer, not to be crippled. Qingqiu, I have hands, I can manage myself. No! Lu Bing joined the fray. This usually aloof, three-time Golden Horse Award-winning actress was now holding a steaming box of self-heating rice, topped with thinly sliced jinhua ham. Seafood alone won't fill you up. Su has a sensitive stomach, she needs to eat something substantial. Lu Bing scooped a spoonful of rice with ham, forcefully pushed Shen Qingqiu's hand away, and shoved it towards Suye's mouth. Come on, be good, eat a bite of your sister's cooking. Eat mine. Bai Lu, not to be outdone, used her knife and fork to pick up a larger piece of lobster meat and shoved it directly into Suye's mouth. I caught this while diving. If you dare not eat it, I'll cry. 3 women, 3 hands, 3 kinds of food. They completely surrounded Suye's handsome face. Suye was caught in the middle, dodging left and right, his face screaming help. No, can you guys be reasonable? Suye cried out in despair, my mouth is only so big, are you trying to choke me to death so you can inherit my Alipay account? Stop talking nonsense. Eat mine first. Brother Su, are you complaining that I didn't peel it well? The scene briefly spiraled out of control. The live stream chat was absolutely in an uproar, the screen practically flooded with lemon-themed emojis. I'm so jealous. This isn't wilderness survival, it's wilderness enjoyment. Wang Tianba is drinking foot bath water, Suye is eating Australian lobster, and he's being fed. The world is so unfair. I want to be Suye, even for just a minute. Are these 3 women feeding me? This is clearly feeding me dog food. I'm stuffed. Just as Suye was about to be forced to swallow this sweet burden, Su Xiaobao, who had been silently eating beside him, finally couldn't stand it anymore. The little guy, holding a crab leg, pushed up his sunglasses and coldly said, Dad, open your mouth. Suye instinctively opened his mouth. Slurp. Su Xiaobao, with lightning speed, shoved a piece of crab meat into his mouth. Chew. Suye mechanically chewed twice. Delicious. Su Xiaobao calmly watched the 3 jealous aunties, a hint of disdain in his voice. Aunties, based on my observation, my dad's chewing muscles haven't atrophied. Besides, with you all arguing like this, the lobster will get cold. Cold seafood is high in purines, which can easily cause gout. The 3 women paused, exchanged glances, and seemed to have reached some kind of truce. Fine. Lu Bing placed the rice in Suye's hand. Then you have to finish this bowl of rice, not a single grain. You have to finish the lobster too. Bai Lu threatened fiercely. Suye held the pile of food, looking at Wang Tianba's murderous gaze in the distance, and tears of emotion streamed down her face. What a mess. I want to eat wild vegetables. I want to drink that lush green soup. Meanwhile, in the production crew's makeshift command center, a tent not far from the beach, Director Wang Gang was staring at the monitor when his lunchbox fell to the ground with a thud. On the screen, Suye was being fed by 3 beautiful women with a pained, Versailles-like expression. Meanwhile, in another corner of the screen, Wang Tianba was drinking a pot of some kind of liquid, his face contorted like a meme. This stark contrast, this jarring visual style, completely shattered Wang Gang's last shred of composure. I'm not filming anymore. This is unbearable. Wang Gang abruptly stood up, grabbing his already mangled hair, and let out a scream like a groundhog. He flung open the tent flap and charged onto the beach like a madman. He even lost a shoe in the process. The sea breeze whipped his clothes wildly as he rushed to Suya, pointing to the pile of lobster shells and ham slices on the ground, his fingers trembling violently. Suya! Wang Gang's voice, choked with sobs, echoed across the empty beach. Look what you're doing. You've ruined my survival show. Ruined it. Is this supposed to be wilderness survival? This is more like Love is 100%. One of those harem anime with one man and 3 women. I spent so much money renting this island to watch you suffer. Not to let you eat lobster. So yeah, with half a ham still stuffed in her mouth, mumbled her explanation. Director, I want to suffer too, but they won't let me. Look at my eyes, so helpless, so yearning for work. I don't believe you. Wang Gang, furious, plopped down on the sand and started throwing a tantrum. I quit. I want to go home. This show can't be filmed. Unless you give me a bite of lobster too. I've been craving it all night. The sea breeze howled, whipping up fine sand that lashed against Wang Gang's emaciated, lifeless face. This once powerful director of variety shows was now kneeling on the beach, completely unrefined, his hands clutching Suye's legs, a couple of tears of anger still glistening in the corners of his eyes. Brother Su. Master Su. Ancestor Su. Wang Gang's voice was shrill and mournful, like a cuckoo's cry of blood. Please stop. I'm begging you. My show is called Wilderness Survival, not the Emperor's selection of concubines. Look at the current state of affairs. The State Administration of Radio, Film and Television is about to call me for rectification. Suye looked down at the leg ornament, sighed helplessly, and tossed the freshly peeled shrimp shells into the trash bag. Director, it's really not my fault. Suye shrugged, looking innocent. They insisted on feeding me. They cried if I didn't eat, so it was difficult for me. Then could you act a little more useless? Wang Gang looked up, his eyes gleaming with a desperate glimmer, and started offering terrible advice. Just pretend. Pretend to be stupid. Pretend to be lazy. Pretend you can't take care of yourself. These days, female fans like capable men. If you just act like you can't do anything right, you're always hungry, and you're just a burden who causes trouble, they'll definitely fall for you. Really? So yeah, was a little skeptical. Absolutely. Wang Gang patted his chest to assure her, that's called demystifying. Once you shatter the godlike image, they'll naturally dislike you. Suye thought about it and realized it made sense. After all, no one likes a useless person who only makes things worse. Fine. For the sake of the show's integrity, I'll go all out. Suye gritted his teeth, turned, and walked towards the campsite, his back conveying a resolute determination to ruin his image. Meanwhile, at the campsite, the 3 female guests were huddled together, discussing how to reinforce the tent in case the sea wind was too strong that night. I'll do it. Suye shouted, rolled up his sleeves, and rushed over. He aimed at the tent's main support pole, thinking that if he accidentally broke it or collapsed the tent, these women would definitely think he was more of a hindrance than a help. How can you let girls do this kind of rough work? Let me do it. Suye snatched the hammer from Lu Bing's hand, and, pretending to slip, hammered a perfectly steady nail, crooked it. Ouch! Suye cried out dramatically, tilting his body to the side, his entire body pressing down on the tent like a mountain. Boom! The tent, which had been perfectly erected, collapsed in an instant, half of it splintering, the frame twisted, and the fabric torn. Amidst the billowing dust, Suye lay prone in the rubble, his face covered in dirt, raising his head to await the women's anger and disdain. However, the expected scolding did not come. The air was silent for 3 seconds. Then, a unified, maternal scream erupted. Ah, Brother Su! Shen Qingkaya was the first to rush over, not to check the collapsed tent, but to tenderly cup Suye's face in her hands, frantically wiping it with tissues. Are you hurt? Does it hurt? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you do such dangerous work. Lu Bing went even further, squatting down to examine Suye's hands. Oh my god, what if he breaks those beautiful hands? He's so clumsy. Wah, how can he be so cute? Cute? Suye was stunned. Bai Lu, standing to the side, clutched her heart, her eyes glazed over, as if she were seeing an absolutely adorable creature. Is this the legendary, clumsy, handsome guy? That feeling of wanting to perform well but accidentally messing it up. I can't take it. I want to steal him home. Even the live stream chat was flooded with comments. This is the feeling of being broken. This is the contrast of cuteness. Even when Suye falls, he's so handsome. Tent, I collapsed, but I was just there to be a backdrop for Suye. Who dares to criticize him? Didn't you see how hard he tried? We must protect this kind of life skills idiot. Wang Gang, watching this scene from afar, almost spat blood onto the monitor. This is terrible. Wang Gang clutched his chest, feeling like he was about to have a heart attack. Is this fucking poisonous? You can add filters like this. Suya refused to believe it. He struggled to his feet, deciding to escalate the situation. I want some water. Suya walked to the makeshift table and picked up the kettle. This time, he planned to spill water everywhere, preferably on someone's clothes, to create some trouble. Splash! Suya's hand jerked, and most of the kettle spilled out. It landed squarely on his own white shirt. The once loose shirt was instantly soaked, clinging tightly to his body, outlining the faint lines of his ABS and delicate collarbones. Water droplets dripped from his hair, past his Adam's apple, and finally disappeared deep into his collar. At this moment, Suya was the epitome of wet and wild. The three women instantly held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment. Lu Bing swallowed hard, her eyes glazed over. This water was sprinkled so well, so perfectly. Bai Lu had already pulled out her phone and was snapping away. This is the material I wanted. That body. Those lines. He. Shen Qingkai's face turned as red as a tomato, but she still rushed over with a towel, wiping herself while taking the opportunity to touch him a couple of times. Brother Su, hurry up and wipe yourself, don't catch a cold. Oh my, those pecs. No, these clothes are really good quality. Wine Gang was completely speechless. He threw the walkie-talkie onto the beach, sprawled out on the ground, and looked at the starry sky, tears of regret streaming down his face. Destroy it, I'm tired. This isn't wilderness survival, this is Suye's personal photo album. I'm not recording anymore, I'm going home to find my mom. Late at night, the sound of the waves gradually subsided, and the campsite became quiet. Exhausted from a long day, Suye retreated into the newly erected, and reinforced 3 times, tent. He now wanted to run away at the sight of any woman, not even a celestial being. This is terrifying. Suye wrapped himself tightly in his sleeping bag, feeling like Tang Santang who had just escaped from the spider cave. The power of this aura is simply unreasonable. Just as he was about to close his eyes and sleep, a small, cool hand gently patted his shoulder. Suye jumped in fright, almost leaping up. Who? He turned around and saw Su Xiaobao. The little guy wasn't asleep, instead, he sat cross-legged beside his sleeping bag, clutching the black laptop, the screen's pale blue light illuminating his serious face. Dad, stop acting. I have something important to tell you. Su Xiaobao's voice was low, yet carried a seriousness far beyond his years. Suye breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. What's the important thing? Is another rich woman trying to give me money? It's not about money. Su Xiaobao shook his head, his fingers tapping a few times on the keyboard, bringing up an encrypted document. On the screen was a photo of Bai Lu, surrounded by dense red annotations. That Aunt Bailu, I was bored just now, so I did some digging into her background. Su Xiaobao adjusted his sunglasses, turned his head, and stared sharply at Suye. She's not just a fan of yours from 6 years ago. Dad, her background is a bit problematic. Suye was taken aback. What problem? Isn't she a popular idol? Is she a fugitive? Su Xiaobao pointed to a line of data highlighted in red on the screen, a cold smile playing on his lips. Her management company, on the surface, is an entertainment company. But in reality, the investors behind her are the same group of people who are backing your ex-wife Lin Wanner now. And Su Xiaobao paused, his voice lowering. I found an interesting transfer record. The day before she came to participate in the show, a payment of 2 million was transferred from an overseas account to her personal card. The note only had 2 words crush. The air inside the tent felt heavy, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks drowned out by the whirring of the black laptop's cooling fan. Su Xiaobao, sitting cross-legged, lightly slid his fingers across the touchpad, pushing the newly generated financial due diligence report in front of Suye. On the screen, next to Bai Lu's meticulously edited photo, were strings of alarming red data. Dad, given that suspicious transfer we just discovered, I also conducted a comprehensive, penetrating audit of her assets. Su Xiaobao adjusted his sunglasses, his tone as calm as a Wall Street elite rejecting a multi-billion-dollar merger. The conclusion is unfortunate, this woman is a non-performing asset. Suye leaned closer to look, the dense array of numbers made his head spin. What do you mean? Isn't she a top star? I saw her carrying a bag worth hundreds of thousands. That's rented, or sponsored by a brand. Su Xiaobao curled his lip dismissively, his fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. Look here, although she nominally earns over 100 million a year, her agency takes a whopping 70%, plus deductions for publicity, team operations, and enormous costume and outfit costs. And look here, she also has to support a gambling-addicted father and a younger brother attending a prestigious private school. The little guy sighed, his eyes filled with pity for poverty. I did the math, her liquid assets total less than 30 million, and her only fixed asset is an apartment she's still paying off. 30 million? Suye's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Son, you call that non-performing assets? That's a fortune. We don't even have 3,000 yuan in our pockets right now. Perspective, Dad, perspective. Su Xiaobao gave him a look of exasperation, then shook a finger. 30 million? That's not even enough for the annual maintenance of our private jet. If you marry her, not only will you not achieve upward mobility, but you'll also be helping her fill the bottomless pit of her family's financial burdens. This deal has an extremely low return on investment and an extremely high risk. After saying that, he slammed his hand on the huge red pass button on the screen. In conclusion, this woman, with such poor value, is eliminated. Su Ye was completely stunned. He collapsed onto his sleeping bag, staring at the tent ceiling, feeling as if an entire galaxy separated his and his son's worldviews. Son, wake up. Su Ye groaned weakly. We're looking for a stepmother, we're dating, not doing a corporate merger. How can you measure feelings with ROI, return on investment? Feelings? Su Xiaobao sneered, his expression like that of a worldly wise, ruthless scumbag. Feelings without a material foundation are like a pile of loose sand, scattered by the wind. Besides, aren't all those so-called feelings just after your looks? Since they're after your looks, and we're after their money, it's called an equal exchange, fair and reasonable. Su Ye was speechless. This logic was damnably tight. But Su Ye tried to resist. Bai Lu seemed quite sincere, she even cried just now. Even crocodiles cry when they eat people. Su Xiaobao interrupted him mercilessly. He closed his laptop, tossed it aside, and then stared intently at Su Ye's trench coat pocket. Give me your phone. Why? Su Ye warily clutched his pocket. Are you going to delete me as a friend again? Let me tell you, this time I won't delete you. Su Xiaobao stretched out his small hand and beckoned with his finger. I just want to help you check things out. Before Grandma passed away, didn't she force you to install a dating app called Golden Match on your phone? Su Ye was taken aback. Yes, that was true. It was a high-end dating app specially customized for him by his mother, Li Xiaolian. It was said that the membership threshold was assets exceeding 100 million, but he found it annoying and had never opened it. Here you go. Su Ye obediently handed over his phone. Su Xiaobao took the phone and skillfully opened the app with its ostentatious gold interface, a design brimming with nouveau riche aesthetics. Tisk, this firewall is as flimsy as paper. The little guy grumbled disdainfully, then pulled a data cable from his backpack and connected the phone to his computer. In an instant, the colorful photos of socialites on the screen disappeared, replaced by a rapidly scrolling stream of green code. The only sound in the tent was the clatter of keyboard keystrokes. Su Ye looked at her son's focused profile and felt a sudden, inexplicable chill run down her spine. Son, what are you doing? This is illegal, isn't it? SHH. Su Xiaobao didn't even look up, his fingers flying across the keyboard like he was playing the piano. I'm cleaning your data. This app is full of fraudulent stuff. It's got a lot of poor people with only tens of millions in assets mixed in, even some socialites who only do group buying and those involved in pig butchering scams. To prevent you from being scammed by these low-quality poor people. As he typed the last line of code, Su Xiaobao slammed down the enter key. I've decided to hack into the app's backend database and refilter it for you. The code on the screen stopped instantly. Then, a brand new, clean interface popped up. It only had a few profile pictures, but the asset numbers listed below each picture, with their strings of zeros, were so long they made Su Ye dizzy. Su Xiaobao unplugged the data cable, tossed the phone back to Su Ye, and a knowing smile played on his lips. All right. The current selection criteria are at least 10 billion in liquid assets, no family debt, and independent inheritance rights. Dad, pick one. This is the true rich woman worthy of our Su family. Inside the tent, the black laptop screen was the only source of light. Green code cascaded down like a waterfall, reflecting on Su Xiaobao's young yet serious face, adding a cyberpunk eeriness to what should have been a heartwarming father-son conversation. Su Ye, huddled in his sleeping bag, watched his son's tiny hands moving so fast they were practically blurry, and swallowed hard. Son, slow down, it's making my eyes dizzy. Su Ye cautiously leaned closer, pointing to the lines of red warning boxes on the screen. What do these red crosses mean? Did we mess up the system? That's junk file cleaning. Su Xiaobao didn't even look up, his tone as indifferent as if discussing tonight's leftovers. This so-called most high-end dating app on the internet has more water content than the water-injected beef we just ate. He slammed down the enter key. On the screen, the once vibrant interface, filled with images of long legs and designer bags, instantly transformed as if Thanos had snapped his fingers. A large number of profile pictures turned into gray skulls. Look at this ID, Shanghai's #1 socialite. Su Xiaobao pointed to one of the highlighted profile pictures, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The profile says assets of 500 million, but I hacked into her spending records and found that even her stockings were secondhand, bought in bulk with 3 of her girlfriends. And this mining queen, her family's mine collapsed 3 years ago, and now they owe the bank 200 million, and are being restricted from high-end spending. If such low-quality assets were to infiltrate the Su family, it would be a financial black hole. Su Ye broke out in a cold sweat. Good heavens, this isn't a dating app, it's practically a fraudster's den. Well, we don't need to delete them all, right? Su Ye said weakly. What if there's someone who's poor but truly loves me? Dad, wake up. Su Xiaobao stopped what he was doing, turned around, and gave his father a deep look through his sunglasses. You're a top influencer online now. Women who want to use you to climb the social ladder could line up all the way to France. If I don't help you with this screening, your appearance fees won't even be enough to pay off their debts. After saying that, he placed his hands on the keyboard again, exuding an aura of dominance. Initiate the ultimate screening program. Screening criteria: personal liquid assets of no less than 10 billion RMB, no bad habits, no history of plastic surgery, no hidden family debts. As Su Xiaobao entered the command, the code on the screen suddenly accelerated, even emitting a slight buzzing sound. The app's backend database was currently undergoing an unprecedented major purge. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in Shanghai CBD, the headquarters of the Golden Match app was in complete chaos within its tech department. Red alarm lights flashed frantically, and piercing sirens blared throughout the office area. What's going on? Why did the server load suddenly explode? The tech director, sweating profusely and with his tie askew, rushed into the server room. Is there a hacker attack? Where's the firewall? Is our multi-level firewall just for show? It's not enough, boss. Programmer Xiao Li stared at the screen filled with garbled text, howling in despair. Their methods are too brutal. They're not just bypassing the firewall, they're directly modifying our underlying logic. They're kicking people out like crazy. 3,000 of our VIP members disappeared in a second. And Xiao Li swallowed hard, pointing to the huge, constantly flashing pop-up window in the center of the screen, his voice trembling. They also left us a message. The director leaned over to look, and saw a line of large, blatantly sarcastic text on a black background. This is what you call high-quality resources? A bunch of poor bastards dare call themselves socialites? Your garbage sorting is terrible, I'll clean it up for you. You're welcome, call me a young pioneer. Then, the screen went black. The server was completely paralyzed. In a deserted island tent, Su Xiaobao looked at the large done on his laptop screen and closed the computer with satisfaction. Done. He tossed the phone back to Su Ye, who was already dumbfounded, and clapped his hands. Now it's quiet. Only 3 suitable candidates remain on the entire app. Only 3? Su Ye held the phone like it was a hot potato. That app claims to have millions of members. Only 3 left? Yeah, that means truly wealthy women are a scarce resource. Su Xiaobao yawned and crawled into his sleeping bag. Dad, you can choose any of these 3. Whichever one you choose, we'll be sleeping on piles of money for the rest of our lives. Su Ye stared at the 3 lonely profile pictures on the phone screen, his feelings incredibly complex. What was this? A hardcore arranged marriage by his son? Just then, Su Xiaobao's phone vibrated. It was a news notification. Su Xiaobao glanced at the phone, a slight smile playing on his lips, and handed it to Su Ye. Looks like that company's PR team reacted pretty quickly. Su Ye took it and saw a newly released official announcement. Urgent statement: this evening, our company's servers suffered a large-scale attack by a mysterious hacker, resulting in the loss of some user data. Preliminary investigations suggest the hacker's motive was simple and peculiar, possibly aimed at screening for high-quality partners. The police have intervened in the investigation, though we know they won't find anything. The comments from netizens were even more hilarious. Are hackers desperate to get married these days? Hilarious. I heard many socialites who participate in group buying have had their accounts banned. This hacker is a champion of justice. This method, it feels familiar. Doesn't it resemble the style of Su Ye's genius son? Su Ye looked at the comments and felt a chill run down his spine. Son, does this count as cybercrime? No. Su Xiaobao's eyes were closed, his voice lazy. I just fixed a few system vulnerabilities caused by false advertising. They should give me a bonus. Su Ye was speechless. Is this the world of geniuses? Hacking into someone's server and calling it fixing vulnerabilities? Just as the father and son were about to turn off the lights and go to sleep, ending this thrilling day, a sudden commotion erupted outside the tent. The roar of a speedboat engine, mixed with the sound of hurried footsteps and blinding flashes of light, shattered the tranquility of the deserted island's night. Over there. That tent. Quick, quick, don't let her get away. Lin Wanner, look this way. Did you come to the island so late at night to try and win back Su Ye? Su Ye sat bolt upright, his eyes narrowing. Lin Wanner? How did this crazy woman manage to follow him to the deserted island? And with reporters in tow? Teacher Su. Teacher Su. The tent flap was flung open. It was a security guard, his face filled with terror, panting heavily. Something terrible has happened. What happened? An earthquake? Su Ye frowned. The staff member pointed towards the beach, his voice trembling. More terrifying than an earthquake. Your ex-wife, Lin Wanner, with reporters from over a dozen media outlets, forced her way onto Caden Island. She said she has to see you tonight, or she'll die at your tent's doorstep. And she's holding a paternity test report. Su Ye's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. Su Xiaobao, standing beside him, also opened his eyes. A chill beyond his years flashed in his eyes behind his sunglasses. You chose the path to hell, choosing the path to heaven. Su Xiaobao coldly uttered these words, pulling a small signal jammer from under his pillow. Dad, it seems we'll have to lock the door and beat the dog tonight. The night sky on the beach was shattered by the blinding flashes of camera lights. Lin Wanner, in her unsuitable sandwalking stilettos, stumbled towards the campsite. She had clearly planned this carefully. Instead of her usual assertive haute couture gown, she wore a light-colored cotton linen dress, her face painted with a pitiful no-makeup, and even her hair was deliberately tousled. Her main persona was that of a heartbroken, innocent girl searching for her husband across the sea, filled with regret. The paparazzi following behind her were like sharks smelling blood, their shutters clicking furiously. Su Ye, are you in there? Lin Wanner shouted towards the tent, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and despair. It would be a loss to the Peking opera world if she didn't become an actress. I know you're still angry with me, but I really don't want to lose you. Please come out and see me, okay? I have something important to tell you. It's for the child. Inside the tent, Su Ye was about to leave when Su Xiaobao grabbed him. Dad, sit down. Su Xiaobao looked at the signal jammer in his hand, a cold smile playing on his lips. This kind of low-level situation doesn't require your involvement. Your group of guardian angels have already arrived. Before he finished speaking, just as Lin Wanner was about to touch Su Ye's tent flap, who dares to touch my Sugeg's tent? A sharp shout, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, rang out. Immediately afterward, a group of young women dressed in Chanel and Gucci tracksuits, like an impenetrable wall, instantly positioned themselves between Lin Wanner and the tent. It was the same rich women's group that had delivered gold bars and property deeds at the village entrance that day. The leader, Miss Zhao, carried a 2 million yuan Himalayan Birkin bag, but now it wasn't for carrying anything, it was for use as a shield. Lin Wanner's eldest daughter stood like a protective mother hen, firmly blocking her path, her chin held higher than Lin Wanner's. Lin Wanner, have you no shame? Miss Zhao's face was filled with disdain, a confidence built on real wealth. Bringing so many random men into private property in the middle of the night, what are you trying to do? Force a coup? Lin Wanner was startled by this sudden display of power. Looking at the group of wealthy and influential women before her, she felt a little uneasy, but relying on the presence of the media, she forced herself to continue the act. Who are you? This is a private matter between Su Ye and me. Lin Wanner's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up uncontrollably. I'm his wife. I came to see my husband. Why are you stopping me? Wife? Ex-wife? Huh, auntie. The mining heiress in the Lolita dress next to her couldn't hold back any longer and spat. The divorce papers are already signed. What's with the pretense of being sentimental now? Are those crocodile brand tears? Get out of the way. If you don't want us to fight, get lost. Although these wealthy women were usually pampered, at this moment, to protect the best Su Ye on the entire internet, their fighting spirit was off the charts. They linked arms, forming an unbreakable human wall. Lin Wanner panicked. She spent over 10,000 yuan bribing reporters and then took a 3-hour speedboat ride to the island. If she couldn't even see Su Ye, wouldn't all that effort have been for nothing? I'm not leaving. Su Ye, come out and see. These crazy women are bullying me. Lin Wanner screamed and charged forward, trying to break through the crowd. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Miss Zhao's eyes turned cold. She shoved her limited edition Hermes bag across her chest and shoved it back hard. Bang! A muffled thud. The hard leather bag slammed solidly into Lin Wanner's chest. Ah! Lin Wanner screamed, staggered back several steps, her high heels buckling, and landed hard on her bottom on the wet sand. Her carefully styled hair was ruined, her dress was covered in sand, and worst of all, her makeup from the impact and the sea breeze, her eyeliner had smudged, turning her into a comical panda eye. She was utterly disheveled. The surrounding flashbulbs went off wildly, capturing this diva's most awkward moment. You're bullying me. Lin Wanner sat on the ground, pointing at Miss Zhao, trembling with anger. So what if I'm bullying you? Miss Zhao looked down at her, pulled a stack of wet wipes from her bag, and slowly wiped the dust off her bag, her tone utterly contemptuous. Stay away from here. The air here is too expensive, filled with the smell of money and pride. A woman like you who snobs can't afford to breathe it. The live stream chat was buzzing with excitement. Ha ha ha. Sister Zhao is awesome. That bag smash was so satisfying. Lin Wanner's look is perfect for playing a ghost. Is this the power of money? Hermes as a shield, so Versailles. Is Suye just watching the show from inside the tent? He's so composed. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, and Lin Wanner was about to throw a tantrum and escalate the situation. Boom! A tremendous, chilling roar suddenly echoed through the once dark night sky. The sound was 10 times louder than the helicopter carrying the wealthy women, like a colossal beast circling overhead. A fierce wind arose. The powerful gusts of air whipped up sand and gravel from the beach, stinging people's faces. Everyone had to squint, cover their ears, and look up at the sky in terror. A heavy private helicopter, painted in black and gold, like a mobile aerial fortress, slowly tore through the night and hovered above the camp. The beam of its searchlight slashed down like a sharp sword, precisely locking onto Lin Wanner, who was sitting on the ground throwing a tantrum. With a deafening roar, the cabin door slowly opened. Blinded by the bright light, Lin Wanner clung to her last straw, screaming hysterically at the sky. Why are you stopping me? I'm Su Xiaobeo's biological mother. I'm Su Ye's only legal ex-wife. I have the right to see them. The next second, a middle-aged woman's voice, amplified by a loudspeaker and filled with authority and domineering presence, came from the helicopter. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried the oppressive aura of someone long accustomed to a high position, instantly shattering all of Lin Wanner's confidence. Biological mother? The voice sneered, laced with deep disdain. Why didn't you say you were her biological mother when you abandoned your husband and children? Now that my son is successful, you want to reap the benefits? Lin Wanner, you dare to challenge me. The sandstorm whipped up by the gale finally subsided, and the black and gold heavy helicopter slowly shut down, its rotors whipping the tent flapping in the wind. The hatch opened, and the escalator descended. First to step out were 4 bodyguards, each over 6 feet tall, wearing sunglasses and headsets, exuding a menacing aura. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, quickly taking their positions on either side of the escalator. Their professional, imposing presence far surpassed that of the security team brought by Miss Zhao. If Miss Zhao's bodyguards were there to protect the house, these 4 looked like mercenaries straight out of a battlefield. Then, a foot clad in a hand-embroidered cloth shoe landed firmly on the sand. Li Ziyulian finally appeared. She wasn't wearing a high-fashion gown from an international designer brand, but rather a perfectly tailored dark green cheongsam, draped with a plain cashmere shawl. Looking quite understated? No. A connoisseur could immediately see the jade necklace around her neck. Each bead was the size of a longan, a vibrant, deep green, the finest imperial green. And the seemingly unremarkable jade bracelet on her wrist was so lustrous it seemed ready to drip. This entire outfit, even on this desolate island, exuded an aura of opulence that dared not be looked at directly. It was the refinement accumulated over time, the true style of an old money tycoon. This is the legendary leader of the family and friends group? The eldest daughter of the Zhao family swallowed hard, instinctively hiding her Hermes bag behind her back. In front of Li Ziyulian, these so-called socialites and heiresses suddenly felt like a bunch of immature girls. Li Ziyulian removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of shrewd and sharp eyes. She completely ignored the blinding flashes of the cameras around her, and paid no attention to the stunned reporters. Her gaze, like a cold knife, pierced through the crowd and landed on Lin Wanner, who was slumped on the ground. Was it you who was shouting just now? Li Ziyulian's voice wasn't loud, nor was her speech fast, but every word was like a heavy hammer blow to Lin Wanner's heart. Lin Wanner trembled. She tried to stand up, but found her legs too weak to muster any strength. The oppressive aura cultivated from her long-term high position instilled an instinctive fear in her. Who are you? Lin Wanner's voice trembled, forcing out her last bit of stubbornness. I am Su Ye's wife. I have the right to see him. What right do you have to interfere in our family affairs? Wife. Li Ziyulian sneered, her smile full of mockery. She took a step forward, and the bodyguards automatically parted to make way. She stood before Lin Wanner, looking down at the woman who had once treated her son like a servant. You've signed the divorce papers, legally you're strangers now. Coming to claim kinship now, don't you think it's a bit late? Li Ziyulian bent slightly, her sharp eyes fixed on Lin Wanner's smudged face. 5 years ago, Su Ye sold his own house to pay off your gambling father's debts. Why didn't you say he was your husband then? For the past 5 years, he's been a slave in your Lin family, cooking and cleaning, never even buying himself a new piece of clothing. And you? You're out there indulging in debauchery, and you even complain about the smell of cooking oil on him. Lin Wanner's face turned deathly pale, her lips trembling. I didn't. You didn't? Li Ziyulian abruptly straightened up, her voice rising sharply, her aura overwhelming. When he was poor, you treated him like dirt, wishing you could trample him into the mud. Now that my son's status has risen, that he's famous, you're swarming around like a fly-smelling fish? Lin Wanner, you can be shameless, but you can't be without principles. Li Ziyulian pointed at Lin Wanner's nose, her insults flowing freely. Where did this slut come from, daring to look at my son, daring to be Xiao Bao's mother? You dare. These 3 words were like a resounding slap across Lin Warner's face. The entire room fell silent. Even the most notorious paparazzi held their breath, not daring to press the shutter. So domineering. So satisfying. This isn't just a wealthy socialite, she's a female warrior wielding justice. Lin Warner completely broke down. All her pretense, all her scheming, were shattered before this powerful woman. Wah, you're bullying me. Lin Warner covered her face, crying like a shrew, I'll expose you. I'll tell the media that Suya colluded with outsiders to bully his ex-wife. I'll make sure he can't stay in the entertainment industry. Expose? Li Ziyulian seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. She slowly adjusted her shawl, her eyes sweeping contemptuously over the trembling reporters around her. You can try. Let's see tomorrow's headlines. Will it be your successful sob story, Lin Warner, or will your Lin family's dirty laundry be exposed? Having said that, she didn't bother to look at Lin Warner again, waving her hand at the bodyguards behind her as if shooing away an annoying fly. Too noisy, throw her out. Don't dirty this place, my son needs to rest. Yes, madam. 2 bodyguards in black immediately stepped forward, 1 on each side, and lifted Lin Warner up like a chick. Let me go. You're breaking the law. Suya, save me. Lin Warner's piercing screams echoed in the sea breeze, gradually fading into the distance until she was thrown out of the campgrounds, at which point the sound completely disappeared. The world was finally quiet. Li Ziyulian turned around, her previously sharp gaze softening instantly. She looked at the closed tent, sighed softly, and said to Wang Fugui beside her, All right, put down the midnight snacks we brought, let's go. That kid's shy, if I go in, he'll feel embarrassed. With that, she turned and boarded the helicopter without hesitation. Boom! The black and gold helicopter rose again, disappearing into the vast night, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded onlookers and the lingering aura of dominance in the air. Only after the helicopter was completely out of sight did the live stream chat erupt with a torrent of comments. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Who is this auntie? Her aura is even stronger than a queen's. This isn't just a slap in the face, it's a complete annihilation. They've utterly crushed Lin Warner. Imperial Green Jade. I saw that pendant clearly, it's at least 9 figures. This is truly a top-tier wealthy family. Just what kind of background does Suya have? A genius son in front, a domineering mother behind. Is this some kind of script for a protagonist who's practically a dragon invincible? I have a feeling Suya's background is a huge scandal. This gigolo is probably so tough it could break your teeth. Inside the tent, Suya listened to the commotion outside completely subside, let out a long sigh, and collapsed onto his sleeping bag. Son, your grandma's temper hasn't changed at all. Suzayo Bayo was staring at the live stream replay on the computer screen, a faint smile playing on his lips. Dad, Grandma really cleared the field for you this time. However, the little guy pushed up his sunglasses, pointed to the barrage of comments on the screen wildly speculating about Suya's background, and said in a low voice, This also means that your poor persona has completely collapsed. Next, the entire internet will probably start digging into your true identity. The helicopter departed, taking with it the sandstorm and the huge problem of Lin Warner, but leaving Suya with an even bigger mess. It was the ultimate mystery, who exactly is Suya? Inside the tent, Suya held his phone with its shattered screen, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The Weibo trending topics list had crashed 3 times already. Programmers worked through the night to expand the server's capacity, barely managing to prevent it from exploding. The top-ranked hashtag was incredibly popular, hashtag mysterious rich woman smashes up event, Suya's identity remains a mystery hashtag. Following closely behind were countless derivative topics that left one speechless. Hashtag Suya fleeing rich man hashtag. Hashtag who is the Imperial Green Jade and hashtag. Hashtag how many good sisters does Suya have hashtag. There was even an even more outrageous one, hashtag one person write us in blood petition for Suyeto publish Agaito Bane gas off fish hashtag. Rumors. This is blatant fabrication. Suya slammed his phone onto his sleeping bag, pacing angrily in the cramped tent. What tycoon's son? I don't even have 100 yuan in my pocket right now. What living off a woman? I earn my living through my talent. Suzayo Bayo sat cross-legged in the corner, calmly adding insult to injury while eating the top-grade Weijia beef Wang Fugui had left behind. Dad, your explanations now are futile. The little guy pointed to the mind map on the computer screen, a Suya's relationship network compiled overnight by a helpful netizen. This map was a modern version of Along the River during the Qingming festival, quite spectacular. At the very center was Suya's melancholy headshot. A dense circle of lines connected to it a series of familiar names. Look. Suzayo Bayo tapped the screen with his greasy fingers. Miss Zhao, failed attempt to deliver a watch, nicknamed ATM number 1. Mining heiress, failed attempt to deliver gold bars, nicknamed ATM number 2. Shen Qingkaiu, the nation's first love, nicknamed Devoted X, suspected, by Lu, top-tier celebrity, nicknamed Growing Up Fangirl. Lu Bing, 3-time Golden Horse Award winner, nicknamed Drugstan Who Wants to Be a Mother. Suzayo Bayo paused, his finger swiping towards a corner at the edge, where even the big yellow dog from the village entrance was listed. Even the dog has a nickname, cross-species simp. Suya stared at this intricate network of relationships, comparable to a harem drama, and felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Are these netizens Sherlock Holmes reincarnated? Their imaginations are so vivid. Suya clutched his chest, feeling utterly hopeless. I'm innocent. I'm completely innocent with them. I haven't even held their hands. Nobody believes me. Suzayo Bayo shrugged, cruelly pointing out the reality. The whole internet is saying you're a master womanizer, feigning misery while secretly orchestrating a grand scheme to conquer the entire socialite circle with your charm. Some people have even started betting on which wealthy family you'll eventually marry into. Suya completely broke down. He wanted to play the victim, to gain sympathy, to cultivate a persona of single-handedly struggling to survive. And now, he'd become the internet's undisputed master of the gigolo and socialite harvester. How could he ever face anyone again? How could he build up his sympathy? Everyone would only be jealous of him, wishing they could take his place. No, I have to clarify. Suya sat bolt upright, his eyes resolute like a martyr about to be executed. I'm going to go live. I'm going to explain to the entire internet. I, Suya, am a decent person. He acted immediately. Suya found a stand, set up his phone, took a deep breath, and opened the live streaming app. The moment he started streaming, before he even adjusted the filters, the number of viewers in the live stream instantly soared to 100,000 plus, and was still growing at a rate of tens of thousands per second. The comments were dense and fast-paced, making it impossible to read the words. All you could see was a blur of white blur. Suya cleared his throat and gave the camera a serious, earnest, and sincere expression. Ahem, good evening, everyone. Regarding some rumors circulating online, I feel it's necessary to use some public resources to clarify something. First of all, that auntie from earlier is indeed my mother, but she broke off all ties with me a long time ago. She had to lie to gain sympathy, and I'm truly penniless right now. Secondly, regarding those female guests. Suya paused, her eyes sincere. We just have a normal working relationship. I, Suya, am upright and honest, currently single, and only want to raise my child. I absolutely haven't been involved in any illicit relationships. Before she finished speaking, the barrage of questioning comments suddenly stopped for a second. Then, the screen exploded. Not because of a flame war, but because of the special effects. User Miss Zhao has entered the live stream. User Miss Zhao sent 10 carnival gifts. User Home in the Mine entered the live stream. User Home in the Mine sent 20 super rockets. User Rich Woman Hungry entered the live stream. User Rich Woman Hungry sent 66 supreme salutes. A barrage of dazzling gift effects rained down like they were free, completely obscuring Suya's serious face. Golden light shimmered, auspicious energy rippled everywhere. The entire live stream lagged like a PowerPoint presentation. Suya's mouth hung open, the word single from single still unspoken, before the screen was filled with special effects, silencing him. Immediately afterward, oversized gold-edged comments dominated the center of the screen, as if silencing him with their money power. Miss Zhao SHH. Don't explain. Explaining is just a cover-up. Take your money and buy some throat lozenges, don't ruin your voice. A family in the mine, single? Great. Then I have an even better chance. These 20 rockets are a small gift. I'll pick you up from the island tomorrow. Rich Woman Hungry, listen to this, such a sensible child, even doing a live stream so we won't worry. I feel even more sorry for him, I'll send another 100. Suya watched the constantly fluctuating donation amounts, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. In just 2 minutes, several million more had been earned. He was desperate. He wanted to cry. He wanted to smash his phone. Stop sending. Suya spoke to the camera, his voice barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. I really don't lack money, what I lack is my innocence. However, no one listened to him. The netizens were already in a frenzy. Ha ha ha. Suya, I want to explain. Rich woman, no, you don't, you want to count your money. Is this what it feels like to be overwhelmed by money? I want to experience this suffocating pain too. Suya, this isn't a clarification session, it's clearly a rich woman's battle for attention. Suya looked helplessly at Suzayo Bayo beside her. Son, unplug the internet. Suya closed her eyes in despair. This live stream is impossible, this generation of netizens is too difficult to manage. They don't listen to me at all, they just want to humiliate me with money. Suzayo Bayo looked at the numbers on the screen that were almost overflowing and sighed silently. Dad, is there a possibility? The little guy closed his laptop, his tone wistful. This isn't called humiliation. This is called a beating from capitalism. And you seem to be enjoying it? Suya suddenly opened her eyes, about to retort. In the live stream, a new comment suddenly caught his attention. Since Brother Su is single, does that mean we all have a chance? Sisters, let's team up and go to the island to snatch him away. Yeah. Anyway, Lin Wanner has been kicked out, and now Suya is single. I am booking a boat ticket right now. Anyone want to share a boat? Suya looked at these increasingly outrageous comments and felt a chill run down his spine. These weren't fans. These were clearly a bunch of bandits coming to snatch his wife. Turn it off. Turn it off right now. Suya frantically pressed the power button, his fingers trembling. Everyone, listen to me. I'm really single. And I'm very poor. I also have a disease. I have gynophobia. However, in the last second before the live stream ended, a barrage of comments flooded the screen in unison, shattering Suya's last line of defense. Shut up. Take my money. Don't say you're single. You're ours. Snap. As Suya's trembling hand unplugged the router's power cord, the screen of the live stream, previously filled with frenzied carnival-themed messages and suffocatingly professing love, finally turned into a peaceful black. The world was quiet. Suya slumped to the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling as if he had just survived an ordeal. That was terrifying. He looked at his hot phone, still shaken these days. Female benefactors are even more troublesome than the demons of the spider cave. He thought cutting off the internet would save him from this ordeal. But he clearly underestimated the physical destructive power of money power combined with love-struck tendencies. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the beach of the deserted island, a supply ship bearing the program's flag cut through the waves. Suya was squatting by the sea brushing his teeth when he saw the ship arrive, and his eyes lit up instantly. Son, look, a supply ship. Suya, toothbrush in hand, slurred excitedly. Director Wang must have had a change of heart and brought us food. I want braised pork. I want a big pork knuckle. Suzayo Bayo stood to the side, laptop in hand, the sea breeze ruffling his bangs, revealing eyes that seemed to have seen it all. Dad, don't be so optimistic. The little guy said calmly, judging from the ship's draft, it doesn't look like it's carrying food, it looks more like paper. Paper? Suya was taken aback. Why send paper? We wouldn't need this whole ship to wipe our bottoms. Soon, he understood why. The ship docked. Several crew members, panting heavily, unloaded sacks. Not sacks for rice, but those large green sacks used for postal deliveries. How much? 5 tons. He stared at the mountain of love letters, feeling a pungent, cheap perfume mixed with the smell of ink assault his nostrils, giving him a headache. That's not all. Wine Gang pointed to the ships still on the sea. The ships are full, there are 3 more in line. Suya was in despair. He slammed his toothbrush on the ground, utterly devastated. Director Wang, I came here to survive in the wilderness, not to run a junkyard. What are you doing bringing all this stuff here? To increase interaction. Wang Gang confidently picked up a megaphone and shouted to Bai Lu, Lu Bing, and the others who were watching the spectacle. Everyone, to thank our fans for their enthusiasm, the production team has decided to add a special segment letters as faces. Please, Mr. Suya, read aloud the fans' letters to everyone, so we can feel your heartfelt love. I won't read. Suya refused without hesitation. It's private. It's. Read one letter, and the production team will reward you with 500 yuan in cash. Wine Gang played his trump card. Suya's hand, which had been refusing, froze in midair. He looked at the mountain of love letters and quickly did the math in his mind. 500 yuan per letter, 5,000 yuan for 10. To buy his son a new computer, to be able to eat meat in the future. Ahem. Suya straightened his collar and walked over with a righteous expression. Money doesn't matter, the main thing is that I can't let down my fans' feelings. He casually pulled a letter from the sack. The envelope was pink, sprayed with perfume, and covered with hearts. Suya opened the letter, cleared his throat, and read it aloud to the camera with deep emotion. My dearest brother Suya. He'd barely finished the first few lines when Suya's face turned green, because what followed was utterly cringeworthy. Ever since I saw your melancholy eyes on the screen, I knew that my lifelong supply of nitroglycerin pills was now yours. I want to be the brick in your hand, held tightly in your palm. I want to be the sweat on your body, flowing over every inch of your skin. If loving you is a crime, then I'm willing to be sentenced to life imprisonment. Brother Su, come find me in my dreams tonight. The door's unlocked. Ugh. Bai Lu, standing beside him, gagged and rolled her eyes dramatically. Who wrote this? So cheesy. Can't this be enough? Suya was so engrossed in reading that he wanted to dig a 3-bedroom apartment in the sand and bury himself in it. This fan's writing is just too unrestrained. Suya's hands trembled like leaves. He quickly stuffed the letter back and replaced it with another. This one was even more outrageous. A bank card was pasted onto the letter. Little Sue, Auntie is 68 this year, widowed, and owns 3 buildings for rent. After watching your live stream, Auntie's heart ached. Don't try so hard, come to Auntie's arms, Auntie will take care of you. The password is your birthday, if it's not enough, just ask Auntie. Soo-ya held that bank card, feeling like he was holding a branding iron. What a disaster. He sighed to the heavens, handing the card to Suzaobeo beside him for safekeeping, crossed out. The entire morning passed. Soo-ya was forced to read 50 love letters on the beach. The contents covered the domineering female CEO's forced love, the painful literature of a literary girl, the sugar daddy agreement of a rich aunt, and a kindergarten teacher's pure confession. By the end, Soo-ya's voice was hoarse, and he was practically in a trance. The female guests around him looked increasingly grim. Lu Bing sneered, "Ha, a bunch of vulgar beauties, daring to try and steal my man?" Shen Kinkaya silently tore at the leaves in her hand, her eyes filled with resentment. "Brother Su is mine, no one can take him away." The scene was about to turn into a bloodbath. Soo-ya suddenly stood up and threw the letter into the air. Pink letters rained down like snowflakes. He stood in the snow, facing the camera, his eyes weary and weathered, as if he had seen through the world's illusions. Enough. Soo-ya's voice was hoarse, tinged with pleading. "Sisters, aunties, fans. Please, don't love me, it's pointless." He pointed to his dirty trench coat, then to the drafty tent behind him. "Look closely, I'm just a penniless, down-on-his-luck middle-aged man with a child in tow. I'm not worth your madness. I just want to be a pitiful person, unloved and uncared for, quietly rotting away in a corner. This is my destiny." Soo-ya felt that his words were incredibly humble, incredibly discouraging. However, he clearly underestimated the power of Versailles. In the live stream, the comments weren't fewer, in fact, they went even crazier. "Listen to this. What a remarkably clear-headed statement. He's so talented, yet he still belittles himself like this. It's heartbreaking. Just want to quietly rot? No. You're gold. We're going to polish you." This sense of brokenness, amazing. Soo-ya, the more you refuse, the more excited we get. Looking at Wang Gang's beaming face, Soo-ya knew he'd messed up again. These days, trying to elicit sympathy is harder than climbing to heaven. Alright. This episode of the Wilderness Survival segment is successfully concluded. Wang Gang, seeing his success, waved his hand dismissively. "Guests, pack up. We're moving to another location. Next stop, the city sports center. We're going to hold a unique parent-child sports meet." Hearing the word sports meet, Soo-ya felt a slight sense of relief. The sports field? That place is great. Spacious, crowded, and it's for competitive sports. If he just acts a little weak, can't run, can't jump high, and is exhausted like a dog, those female fans will definitely think he's weak and lose interest in him. Yes, that's it. Let's go to the sports field. Soo-ya grabbed his suitcase and practically fled onto the speedboat, not wanting to stay on this deserted island piled high with love letters for even a second longer. 2 hours later, the bus slowly pulled into the underground parking garage of the city sports center. Soo-ya, wearing sunglasses and a mask, stepped off the bus, fully disguised. Phew, finally back. Feeling the cool air conditioning in the city, Soo-ya felt alive again. "Son, when we go in later, remember to support me and pretend I have bad legs." Soo-ya leaned close to Suzaobeo's ear, imparting his secret to feigning weakness. Suzaobeo ignored him. The little guy was standing at the elevator entrance, looking at the stadium stands through the glass doors, his lips twitching slightly. He took off his sunglasses, turned his head, and looked at his still naive father, his eyes filled with pity. "Dad, do you think you can get rid of those women once we get to the stadium?" "Of course." Soo-ya said confidently, "The stadium is a man's domain. Sweat, muscles. It's a battlefield for real men." "Ha!" Suzaobeo sneered and pressed the elevator button. "Dad, you're too naive. In this world where looks matter, wherever you are, it's a land of women. Don't believe me? See for yourself." Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. A tremendous wave of noise, like a tsunami, rushed in, almost knocking Soo-ya to the ground. He looked up at the stadium stands, which were said to hold 30,000 people. The next second, Soo-ya's knees buckled, and he knelt down. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. He had expected the stadium to be filled with the chatter of children or the idle chatter of parents comparing themselves to each other. However, there was none of that. What greeted Soo-ya was a deafening, synchronized wave of screams. The decibels were so high they nearly blew Soo-ya's skull off. He instinctively covered his ears and squinted at the stands. The next second, he was completely stunned. The VIP section facing the entrance, where parents and friends should have been sitting, was now a sea of pink. No elderly people, no unruly children. It was all long-legged, slim-waisted, stunningly beautiful women. And all of these women looked incredibly familiar. Leading the dance at the very front was Bai Lu, the top idol who had just been fighting him for lobsters on the deserted island. She had changed into a sizzling mini-pleated skirt, radiating energy as she held two enormous colorful pom-poms. To her left stood Shen Qingqiu, the nation's first love, dressed in slightly conservative sportswear, but with red heart stickers on her face and holding a giant lightboard bearing the word Suye in large characters. To her right was actress Lu Bing, who, to match the atmosphere, had her hair styled in pigtails inappropriate for her age and was holding a megaphone. Behind them was the socialite contingent, led by the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, waving glow sticks. The scene was more lively than the World Cup final. What's going on? Suye, gripping the elevator doorframe, felt her legs tremble. Did I walk into the wrong movie set? Is this a parent-child sports day or a girl group audition? Su Xiaobao stood beside her, calmly taking out earplugs from his bag and putting them on. Dad, stop struggling. The little boy pointed to a giant banner hanging above the stands. This is your Suye Global Fan Club, or wife group for short. The words had barely left his lips. Bai Lu in the stands seemed to spot Suye. Her eyes lit up, and she swung her colorful ball wildly, shouting, "Ready, go!" Immediately afterward, hundreds of beautiful women roared in unison, their voices penetrating and echoing throughout the stadium's dome. Suye, Suye, you're the strongest. Suye, Suye, you're the best. Suye, Suye, don't be afraid. We'll have your babies. Have babies. Have babies. Have a whole bunch of babies. The entire stadium fell silent. Then came the sound of hearts breaking from all the men present. Suye felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He almost died on the spot. Have babies? In front of tens of thousands of people? And with a live broadcast? This was a death sentence. This was going to leave a permanent record on the internet. Stop shouting. Please stop shouting. Suye waved frantically at the stands, his face as red as if he'd just been pulled from a dive at. This is a parent-child sports meet. There are children here. Be mindful of the atmosphere. However, his protest sounded so weak and powerless in that frenzied atmosphere. The female guests, seeing Suye's response, albeit a rejection, became even more excited, their screams rising another octave. Not far away, Wang Tianba, also warming up at the starting line, was still clutching a half-empty bottle of mineral water. At this moment, the plastic bottle was crushed in his hand, water spilled everywhere. He looked up at his entourage. Only his wife was there, sitting in a corner eating sunflower seeds, a plastic bag of trash beside her, not even glancing at him. Then he looked at Suye's side. Stars shone brightly, beauties were everywhere, heiresses were his cheerleaders, and movie stars held up lightboards for him. Is this fair? Wang Tianba completely lost his temper, slamming the bottle to the ground and roaring at the passing referee. Referee! I'm reporting him. Suye is cheating. This is psychological warfare. He brought so many beautiful women to distract us, to make us jealous to death. The referee, a middle-aged balding man, was holding binoculars, watching Bai Lu dance in the stands with a lecherous grin. Hearing Wang Tianba's roar, the referee waved his hand impatiently. Shut up. They found their cheerleaders through skill. If you're so capable, find yours too. Wang Tianba trembled with rage, turning to look at Suye, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Fine, pretty boy. You just wait. In the 100-meter race later, I'll show you what a real man is. Having women is useless. On the track, it's all about skill. Suye just wanted to disappear into the ground. He pulled Su Xiaobao, trying to hide behind an advertising board. Son, do you think it's too late for me to pretend to faint? Suye asked desperately. Too late. Su Xiaobao pointed to the cameraman walking towards them, and to the sly-looking director Wang Gang. Besides, the system just issued a new mission. What mission? Suye had a bad feeling. Hormones on the field, when the upcoming 100-meter race and display explosive power that will make all the women in the stadium, including the referees, scream. Reward, God-level stamina potion X1. Suye. He looked at his own weak little frame, then at Wang Tianba next to him, who was frantically warming up, his muscles bulging. Beat him? This wasn't just a matter of life and death, it meant he would forever be banished from his gold digger comfort zone. Dads, please take your positions. The announcement came over the loudspeaker. The first event, the men's 100-meter sprint. Suye was forcibly pushed to the starting line by the staff. To his left was Wang Tianba, gritting his teeth, determined to avenge his previous defeat. To his right were several ordinary dads who had graduated from sports schools, each looking like they wanted to crush the track. Only Suye, wearing that trench coat, he tried to take it off but Bai Lu stopped him, saying it looked better this way, stood there looking completely out of place. Suye, go! Suye, you are the wind. You are the lightning. You are the only legend. In the stands, the cheerleaders' chants changed, becoming even more humiliating. Suye took a deep breath and decided to give up. Since he was already doomed whether he won or not, he might as well run slower and maintain his physically weak persona. He crouched down, getting into his starting position. Just then, he looked up at the finish line 100 meters away. There stood a finish line referee responsible for timing. It wasn't the bald, middle-aged man from before. It was a stunningly beautiful referee with a hot figure, wearing a tight-fitting tracksuit and a high ponytail. At this moment, the beautiful referee wasn't looking at her stopwatch. She was tilting her head, her alluring eyes fixed on Suya at the starting line, gently waving the red flag in her hand. Even from 100 meters away, Suya could still clearly see her mouth movements and that provocatively blue kiss. Brother Su, run faster. The finish line, there's a reward, a very, very big reward. Bang! The starting gun fired, a wisp of white smoke rising from its muzzle. The sharp crack ignited the air throughout the stadium. At the starting line, Wang Tianba, like a bear that had been stabbed in the backside, roared, his muscles bulging, his stomp creating a small crater. He surged forward, taking the lead. Suya, meanwhile, leisurely stood up, just about to unleash his famous old-timer disco gait, preparing for a performance ostensibly a run but actually a stroll. The damn system notification sounded in my mind like a death knell. Ding! Host slacking off detected. Emergency mission triggered, win the 100-meter championship. Mission reward, God-level stamina potion. Want to carry a rich woman upstairs without getting out of breath? Want to, no, not tired of carrying bricks? This is your only salvation. Failure penalty, confess your feelings to a random person of the same sex present. Holy crap. Suya slipped and nearly fell to his knees. Confessing to someone of the same sex? He glanced at Wang Tianba, a burly man whose vest was soaked with sweat. Suya shivered, his stomach churning. I'll risk it. For his innocence, for not being gay, a resolute glint flashed in Suya's eyes. The next second, he changed. The previous languid is a difficult word to translate directly, but it implies a state of listlessness, decadence, and a sense of being on the verge of collapse, and fragile feeling vanished instantly. In its place was a chilling explosive power. It was the tension of a cheetah before its hunt, the sharpness of a sword drawn from its sheath. Whoosh! A white blur shot out from the starting line. Because he hadn't changed into his sportswear, his beige trench coat billowed backward in the swift airflow, like a battle robe. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. The spectators, who had been mocking Suya for stalling at the start, were now gaping in astonishment. Too fast. Unbelievably fast. Wang Tianba was sprinting ahead, feeling confident of victory, even having the leisure to glance back. Heh, pretty boy, go eat dust. Before he could finish the word, a gust of wind swept past him. He only saw a blur before a tall, slender figure, like a white lightning bolt, instantly overtook him. There was no ferocious facial expression, no pathetic flailing. Suya pursed his lips, his eyes sharp, each arm swing brimming with powerful beauty, each push off the ground feeling like it was treading on the heartbeats of the crowd. Sweat streamed down his sharply defined profile, tracing a glistening arc in the air. Sunlight bathed him, and in that moment, hormones exploded. This scene was perfectly captured by a high-speed camera and projected live onto the giant screen at the stadium. The thousands of female fans in the stands fell silent for a second. Immediately afterwards, the screams ripped the roof off. Awesome! So awesome! This isn't running, this is a sprint through my heart. That explosive power, that core strength, I can't take it. Give me an oxygen tank. And at the finish line, 100 meters away, the stunningly beautiful referee, holding a stopwatch, was completely frozen in shock. She had originally intended to watch Suya jog, even planning to give him a comforting hug at the finish line. But now, the man in her line of sight was charging towards her with overwhelming force. Closer and closer. That face with its wind-blown hair, that aura of sweat and wildness, that visual impact that struck straight to the soul. The beautiful referee felt her heart pounding wildly, as if it would burst from her chest. Her mind went blank, save for one thought. If he hit me, I'd probably die a happy death, wouldn't I? 90 meters. 100 meters. Suya showed no sign of slowing down. Propelled by inertia, he crossed the finish line like a cannonball. Because he was going too fast, he couldn't stop. He was about to collide with the referee. Watch out! Suya shouted, his long legs slamming into the ground, bringing him to a screeching halt. His body lurched forward from the impact. The distance between them instantly closed to less than 5 centimeters. Suya's magnified handsome face was almost touching the referee's nose. He could even feel his heavy breathing, the heat of his breath on her face. The beautiful referee stared wide-eyed at Suya, who was now inches away. Her panicked face was reflected in his deep, captivating eyes. Boom! The referee felt something explode in her head, a rush of hot blood uncontrollably gushing from her nose. 2 streams of bright red blood trickled down her delicate makeup. Drip! They fell onto her white referee's uniform like two blooming red plum blossoms. Soo-ye froze. He had intended to ask, "Are you all right?" But seeing the scene, he fumbled for tissues in his trench coat pocket, instinctively trying to wipe her nose. Referee, are you feeling hot?" This action ignited the entire stadium's powder keg. In the stands, the cheerleaders, who had been screaming, instantly transformed into a battleground of jealousy. Shen Qingqiu, watching the close-up on the big screen of someone wiping the referee's nosebleed, crushed her light stick with a crack. She abruptly stood up, pointing at the finish line, her voice trembling with tears and anger. "Let go of that, referee. I'm feeling hot too. Let me have my nosebleed. Let me wipe it." Bai Lu next to her was even more direct, throwing down her pom-pom and leaping over the railing. "That's a foul. The referee is seducing the player. I'm going to get Sugag back. Charge, sisters. We can't let that little vixen of a referee get away with it." In an instant, a pink wave surged in the stands as hundreds of beautiful women charged towards the finish line like a zombie apocalypse. Soo-ye stared at the overwhelming crowd, then at the referee in front of him, who was still grinning foolishly with a bloodshot nose. His scalp tingled. He turned to look at Wang Tianba, who had just crossed the finish line and was exhausted, looking like a dead dog. "Brother Wang, help!" Soo-ye grabbed Wang Tianba's arm as if it were a lifeline. "Quick! Say I'm a gigolo! Say I'm a gigolo! Make them hate me!" Wang Tianba, panting heavily, looked at the group of crazed female fans, then at Soo-ye, tears of jealousy welling in his eyes. "Get lost! I want to be chased by these women too. You don't know how lucky you are." The pink wave in the stands had burst its banks. Hundreds of beautiful women in short skirts, waving colorful pom-poms, chanted synchronized slogans, like a swarm of demons eyeing a piece of Tang Santang's flesh, charging towards the finish line. Their momentum was 10 times stronger than the athletes in the 100-meter race. Holy crap! Is this Resident Evil? Soo-ye stared at the sea of heads, his scalp tingling with dread. He glanced at Wang Tianba, who was still panting heavily beside him, a look of utter amusement on his face. He was out of luck. "Son, retreat!" Soo-ye roared, dashing towards the rest area. There, Suzaobeo, carrying his heavy SpongeBob SquarePants backpack and clutching his military-grade laptop heavier than a brick, calmly watched his father being surrounded. "Dad, according to fluid dynamics calculations, the probability of you being surrounded is 99.9%. Suzaobeo pushed up his nose, even having the leisure to check his watch. "I suggest you give up resisting and enjoy life." "Enjoy my ass. That's going to kill me." Soo-ye rushed to his son, giving the kid no chance to react. He stretched out his right arm, as if scooping up a light pillow, and scooped Suzaobeo up in his arms. "Ha!" Suzaobeo felt his body lighten, and his gaze instantly shifted upwards. The next second, he was sitting steadily in the crook of Soo-ye's right arm. You should know that although Suzaobeo is only 6 years old, weighing only about 40 pounds, but the backpack he was carrying was full of hardcore electronic devices, plus the modified nuclear-grade laptop in his hand. This set of equipment together weighed at least 60 pounds. For an ordinary person, carrying it with both hands would be difficult, let alone running. But what about Soo-ye? The system-rewarded God-level stamina potion was taking effect. He felt an inexhaustible surge of energy, carrying the 60-pound load in one arm as if it were a ball of cotton. "Hold on tight. The veteran driver is starting," Soo-ye shouted, taking a long stride with true speed. His trench coat fluttered again, rustling loudly. And then, on the stadium's big screen, a scene appeared that would be etched into the annals of dad history. A man in a trench coat, carrying a cool-looking child wearing sunglasses in one arm, sprinted down the red track. His posture was incredibly graceful, his back ramrod straight, showing no sign of hunching or strain. In fact, from the exertion, clearly visible veins bulged on his right forearm beneath his rolled-up sleeves. Those lines, strong, menacing, exuded explosive power. Hormones. Overflowing with male hormones. Oh my god. The female fans, who had been screaming and charging wildly, inexplicably stopped in their tracks upon seeing this scene. They covered their mouths, their eyes fixed on Soo-ye's taut arm on the big screen. A current called Su-style instantly pierced the hearts of every woman present. This is too manly. Bai Lu dropped the colorful ball in her hand, swallowing hard, holding a baby with one hand. That arm strength, that waist strength. Shen Qingqiu's face flushed crimson, her mind already replaying certain indescribable scenes of married life. If we have children in the future, he'll definitely hold us like this. It wasn't just on sight. In front of their televisions, countless middle-aged women watching the live broadcast went wild. Remember that cafeteria lady who insisted on introducing her daughter, who drove an excavator, to Soo-ye? At this moment, she sat on her sofa at home, remote control in hand, completely frozen. On TV, Soo-ye was effortlessly carrying a child in one arm, easily stepping over a railing, his movements as nimble as a cat. Liar! Big liar. The woman slapped her thigh, making the sunflower seeds on the coffee table jump. This young man isn't honest. He even told me he was weak, and he wanted my daughter to carry him upstairs? That physique? That waist strength? He could carry my daughter upstairs without even breaking a sweat. The woman turned to her burly daughter, who was gnawing on a pig's trotter, her face filled with exasperation. Daughter, stop eating. If this son-in-law runs away, I'll never rest in peace. This is the real deal. The kind that looks slim in clothes but is muscular underneath. The live stream chat went from ha 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 to a screen full of hissing sounds. Help! Holding a baby with one hand is my fetish. It makes me feel so safe. Who said Suya was a gigolo? With that stamina, could any rich woman handle him? Doge. I declare, that cafeteria lady had a really good eye for talent. This young man is in amazing shape. Suya, I'm faking my back problem. Actually, I could run a marathon carrying a gas cylinder. Suya had no idea how impressive he looked at that moment. He only knew that if he didn't run fast, he'd be overwhelmed by the group of women. Whoosh whoosh. Sprinting into the athlete's tunnel, Suya locked the heavy iron door behind him. Most of the screams outside were now blocked out. It's safe now. Suya put Suzaobeo down, leaned against the door, and breathed a sigh of relief. Even with the system's support, the mental pressure was immense. After landing, Suzaobeo tidied his wind-blown hair and carefully wiped the fingerprints off his laptop. Dad, your heart rate was 160 just now. Suzaobeo looked up at Suya, his eyes filled with complex emotions, and, it seems you've been exposed. Exposed what? Suya was taken aback, instinctively touching his face. Did my mask fall off? Not the mask. Suzaobeo took out his phone, pulled up the live stream replay, and pointed to the barrage of comments about waist strength, arm strength, and muscle man. All that delicate and frail and needs a rich woman persona you painstakingly built up has completely collapsed after that run. Now the whole internet knows you're a stamina monster. Suzaobeo paused, then added insult to injury. In other words, if you want to be a kept man in the future, you'll probably have to put in even more physical labor. Yeah. He looked down at his arms, on the verge of tears. What the hell is this? He wanted to play the weak card to avoid unwanted attention, but it turned into him showing off his muscles to attract women? Just as Suya was silently mourning her impending loss of her comfortable life, Suzaobeo's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a special notification sound, signifying the emergence of negative public opinion. Suzaobeo frowned slightly, her fingers rapidly swiping across the screen. Her previously relaxed face instantly darkened. It was the calm before the storm. Dad, it seems someone not only doesn't want you to be a kept man, but they also want to take your job away. Suzaobeo handed his phone to Suya. The screen displayed several articles from marketing accounts that had just gone viral. The headlines were increasingly sensational, each word reeking of sour grapes. Solid evidence. Suya is a master of time management, juggling multiple actresses. A detailed account of Suya's rise to power, from Lin Wanner to Bai Lu. How many did he sleep with? Holding a baby in one hand? Just a show. According to insiders, Suya's private life is extremely chaotic. He's a notorious playboy. The accompanying photos were all candid shots taken from bizarre angles. There were pictures of Bai Lu holding his arm, Shen Qingkaya wiping his sweat, and Lu Bing feeding him. Even the photo of the female referee with a nosebleed was captioned. He doesn't even spare the referee. Just how thirsty is this man? Suya stared at these distorted accounts, his hands trembling with anger. A playboy? Me. Suya pointed to his nose, his voice rising 8 octaves. I haven't even held their hands. I'm more wrong than Do-e. This isn't a marketing account, it's a rumor-mongering account. Suzaobeo took back his phone, his eyes behind his sunglasses as cold as ice. Dad, don't panic. These organized, premeditated, and simultaneous attacks on smear campaigns must have a backer. The little guy's finger hovered over the enter key, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Since they want to play, I'll play a big game with them. This one's guaranteed to be ripe. The lounge door was tightly shut, blocking out most of the deafening screams outside. Suya slumped onto a bench in front of the lockers, his trench coat soaked with sweat, sticking stickily to his back. But he didn't care about that now. He stared intently at his phone screen, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets, his expression more ferocious than after running the 100 meters. Rumors. This is blatant fabrication. Suya sprang up from the bench, pacing angrily back and forth in the cramped lounge like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What time management master? I don't even have enough time to sleep. Where would a woman with time management skills come from? And a playboy? I've barely been to the beach in my life. Except for that deserted island just now. On the screen, an article from a marketing account called Entertainment Industry Exposing King was rapidly gaining tens of thousands of views per second. The comments section was utterly unbearable to look at, filled with vulgar and offensive language from online trolls. Eyes this Su-yes true face? Ugh, I even thought he was so devoted. An insider revealed that he was having an affair with that female idol even before his divorce. He's a gold digger who cheats on his wife, the ultimate scumbag. That female referee was clearly seduced by him. Men who exude hormones are the most disgusting, they can't control their lust. Boycott Su-yeah. Get him out of the entertainment industry. Don't corrupt the children. Each comment was like a poisoned dagger, precisely stabbing at Su-ye's most cherished innocence. I'm innocent. Su-ye shoved her phone in front of Suzaobeo, who was drinking water, her voice filled with indignation. Son, you be the judge. What does that female referee's nosebleed have to do with me? Did I tell her to? And by Lu grabbed my arm, she came at me herself. I pushed her away. Are these haters blind? Do they only look at pictures and not the videos? Suzaobeo put down his water glass and calmly wiped his mouth. Unlike Su-ye's impatience, he pulled out his black laptop from his bag, expertly turned it on, and connected to the internet. Dad, calm down. The little guy's voice was as calm as a finely tuned machine. In the internet age, the truth is often unimportant, emotion is the key to traffic. Netizens these days are like a herd of bulls provoked by a red cloth, the more you explain, the harder they charge. Su-ye panicked even more, grabbing his hair and wailing. What do we do? Just let them smear me like this? If my reputation is ruined, how will I find you a rich stepmother? No, how will I make a living in the entertainment industry? Suzaobeo glanced at him, a faint sneer playing on his lips. Don't worry, with me here, your gigolo job won't be ruined. As he spoke, his fingers were already on the keyboard. The rapid tapping of the keys was exceptionally clear in the quiet lounge, like the rapid drumbeats of a marching army. On the screen, the page of the marketing account had shrunk to a corner. Instead, a black screen with green text appeared as a tracking interface. Countless streams of data rushed by like a waterfall, so fast it was dazzling. Dad, look at these accounts that are insulting you. Suzaobeo pointed to the IDs frantically spamming the screen, his tone icy. Most of them were registered within the last 3 months, their profile pictures are all the same, and their posts are highly overlapping. And, most interestingly, their IP addresses. As he pressed enter, a world map appeared on the screen. The IP addresses, originally scattered across the country, after being stripped of layers of disguise, strangely converged in one place. It was an office building in the suburbs of Shanghai. The same building, the same server room, possibly even operating from the same computer. Suzaobeo pushed up his sunglasses, a cold glint in his eyes. These aren't angry passersby, these are paid, organized, and disciplined professional trolls. Someone paid a high price to buy this wave of online attacks, their goal being to completely crush you at the height of your popularity. Su-ye felt a chill run down his spine. He initially thought it was just a misunderstanding by netizens, but he never expected such deep malice to lurk behind it. Who hates me so much? Su-ye gritted his teeth. I'm just a single father with a child. I haven't gotten in anyone's way. Could it be Wang Tianba? With Wang Tianba's intelligence, he'd only challenge you with a chest-breaking boulder challenge, he wouldn't do something so insidious. Suzaobeo dismissed this guess. His fingers didn't stop, instead, they danced faster across the keyboard. Since they want to play, I'll play a big game with them. Track the funding chain. Crack the payment password. Locate the mastermind. With each whispered command from Suzaobeo, the progress bar on the screen advanced rapidly. 90%, 95%, 99%. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out. All the garbled text disappeared, leaving only a screenshot of a bank transfer receipt and a WeChat chat history that hadn't been deleted. Suzaobeo looked at the familiar name, a cold smile playing on his lips, as if to say, just as I expected. He turned his head, glancing at Su-ye who was still pacing anxiously beside him, and turned the computer screen away. Found it. Suzaobeo's voice was soft, yet it carried an air of absolute control. Dad, I can't believe who's behind this. Su-ye leaned closer to look. When he saw the name of the person who made the transfer, and the vicious message in the chat log, go ahead and smear Su-ye to death, Warner won't be happy. His pupils constricted sharply, and the anger on his face instantly turned to astonishment. It was him? Chen Feng. Su-ye stared at the glaring name on the screen, her anger turning into a bitter laugh, the mineral water bottle in her hand cracking loudly. I knew this kid was no good. He acts all high and mighty all the time, but behind the scenes he's always up to no good. The chat history on the screen was crystal clear, every sentence reeking of sour grapes and malice. Sponsor, Chen Feng. Su-ye's been getting too much attention these past few days. Sister Warner is upset about it and has been drinking a lot. Troll leader, received, boss, what do you want to do? Sponsor, Chen Feng. Smear him to death. Spread rumors. Say he has a messy private life. Especially that running video today, you have to say he was on drugs. No normal person has that much power. Sponsor, Chen Feng. As long as you ruin his reputation and kick him out of the show, the final payment will be doubled. Su Ye looked at these words and felt nauseous. This isn't a competitor. This is a rat in the gutter. Just because he's jealous of how cool I am at running, he's spreading rumors that I'm doing drugs. Su Ye pointed at the screen, utterly bewildered. Is this person's brain filled with mush? Is it so hard to admit someone else is better? Su Xiaobao sneered, his finger lightly tracing the enter key, like a sniper about to pull the trigger. Dad, jealousy is the original sin. That Chen Feng has always considered you his rival. Now that he sees you're not only not down on your luck, but are being adored by the entire internet, even Lin Wanner wants to come back to him, he's panicked. However, the little guy's eyes sharpened, his finger landing heavily. He messed with the wrong person. Slap. With the press of the enter key, the pre-edited nuclear-level evidence package was instantly sent across major social media platforms nationwide via thousands of botnets, Weibo, Douyin, forums, and even Chen Feng's own Weibo supertopic. The headlines were simple and blunt, yet highly inflammatory. This is your brother? Solid evidence that Chen Feng hired online trolls to maliciously smear Su Ye. Chat log expose. This caused a huge uproar. Netizens who were previously furiously insulting Su Ye suddenly found their homepages flooded with these screenshots. Clicking on them, they were all shocked. Holy crap! This is definitely real. There are even transfer receipts? 5 million? Chen Feng is that rich. This is disgusting. If Sister Wanner is unhappy, she'll ruin Su Ye. What kind of ultimate sycophantic statement is this? I knew Su Ye wasn't being attacked so badly all of a sudden. Turns out someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Is Chen Feng just jealous? He's definitely jealous that Su Ye looks better holding a baby with one hand than him. He's so narrow-minded. The tide of public opinion reversed completely in the face of irrefutable evidence. Su Ye, who was just moments ago being called a playboy, suddenly became the perfect victim persecuted by capital and sycophants. Netizens found a new outlet for their anger. Chen Feng's Weibo was instantly flooded with comments. Get out here and apologize. You insidious villain. I've been a fan of yours for 3 years, and you're just a piece of trash who stabs people in the back. Lin Wanner isn't any better. Her ex-husband being treated like this by his current girlfriend, how could she not know? She might have even instructed them. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in Shanghai, Chen Feng, sipping his red wine, smugly enjoyed the online tirade against Su Ye. Trying to fight me? What can a washed-up gigolo like you do? However, the next second, his phone suddenly started vibrating wildly, not the usual message vibration, but the prelude to a system crash, bombarded with countless private messages and mentions. His agent called, her voice shrill and piercing, like the house was on fire. Chen Feng, are you crazy? Who told you to use your main WeChat account linked to hire online trolls? Your chat history is being leaked all over the internet. You've lost 3 endorsements. The production team is even canceling projects. You're finished. What? Chen Feng's hand trembled, spilling red wine all over his crotch. He frantically opened Weibo, but before he could even read the content, he was terrified by the screen filled with funeral photos and candles, causing his phone to fly out of his hand. Impossible, how could they find me? He slumped to the floor, his face ashen. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner wasn't having an easy time either. Although the evidence didn't directly mention her, the phrase Sister Wanner is unhappy immediately linked her to Chen Feng. The hashtag Lin Wanner tolerates Burbulian ex-husband hashtag trend again. Looking at her phone, she trembled with anger and immediately blocked all of Chen Feng's contact information. Idiot. A useless idiot who's good for nothing. Lin Wanner gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. Trying to drag me down with you? Dream on. She decisively issued a statement claiming she knew nothing about the matter and expressing shock and disappointment at Chen Feng's behavior, announcing that she was cutting off all contact with him. This move, while saving some face, permanently cemented the label of heartless on her. In the gymnasium's locker room, Su Ye looked at the one-sided situation online, and at Chen Feng's rapidly graying profile picture, and let out a long sigh of relief. Awesome! Su Ye slapped his thigh, feeling every pore on his body open up. Son, you played the using someone else to do your dirty work move brilliantly. Not only did you clear my name, but you also swatted that annoying fly away. Su Xiaobao closed his laptop, concealing his accomplishment. Standard procedure, nothing fancy. The little guy pulled a lollipop from his backpack and popped it into his mouth, resuming his smug demeanor. Dad, the haters are dealt with, but your troubles aren't over. Ha! Su Ye was taken aback. What troubles? I've cleared my name. Precisely because you've cleared your name. Su Xiaobao pointed to the door of the lounge, where noisy footsteps and suppressed excited screams could be heard. Your group of wife fans are now at their peak of guilt and protectiveness. They feel they misunderstood you, that you've been wronged, and now they're preparing to rush in, to make amends with love and money. Soo-ye's expression changed. Before he could even decide where to hide, the lounge door was kicked open. Director Wang Gang rushed in, his face beaming, his expression more joyful than if he'd won the lottery. Soo-ye, Su-shen, you're amazing. Wang Gang rushed over, hugged Soo-ye tightly, and was so excited that spittle flew everywhere. This is a complete reversal. Absolutely incredible. Ratings have broken all records. Our show is a total hit. The sponsors have added another 300 million in investment. They specifically requested you for the center position. Soo-ye, nearly suffocated by the pressure, struggled to her feet. Director, can we not talk about money yet? Those women outside, are they gone? Gone? Of course they are. Wang Gang laughed heartily, patting Soo-ye's shoulder. They're incredibly excited right now. They're all shouting outside that they want to have your babies. But don't worry, for your safety, mainly to prevent you from being eaten, we'll move immediately. Soo-ye's eyes lit up. Move? Where to? Back to the village? If she could go back to that dilapidated house for a few days, even though the conditions would be tough, it would be better than being besieged here. Wang Gang smiled mysteriously, pulling a golden mission card from his pocket and waving it in front of Soo-ye. His eyes gleamed with a lewd pride. Go back to the village? That kind of low-class entertainment is beneath your current status. Soo-ye, hurry up and pack your bags. The sponsor has specially arranged the next filming location as a reward for you. That's a man's paradise. A hormone refueling station. Wang Gang leaned close to Soo-ye's ear, lowering his voice, his tone extremely ambiguous. Next stop Hainan Rendezvous. Oh no, it's the famous fashion capital, the home of models. We're going to participate in the annual supermodel swimsuit show. There are all these long-legged beauties in bikinis. And, they're all your fans. Soo-ye's smile froze on his face. He felt a wave of dizziness, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt before the director. Supermodels? Swimsuits? And all fans? This isn't paradise at all. This is clearly going to drain this old man dry. He glanced back at Soo-ye, his eyes screaming help. Soo-ye shrugged helplessly, slung his SpongeBob SquarePants backpack over his shoulder, indicating he couldn't help. Soo-ye turned to the expectant director, her lips twitching, and let out a deep, guttural cry. Director, can I take a sick leave? My back hurts, my legs hurt, my whole body aches. I want to go home. Backstage at the city stadium, a suffocating restlessness filled the air. The feeling was like the final frenzy before the apocalypse, or the last moment of calm before a dam bursts. Soo-ye clung to the locker room doorframe like a gecko, her knuckles white. I'm not going. I have a herniated disc. I have a comminuted meniscus fracture. Soo-ye screamed hoarsely, completely abandoning any semblance of dignity. Director Wang, leave a way out for me. You're pushing me into a fire pit. Wang Gang, accompanied by two burly stagehands, each held one of Soo-ye's arms, a benevolent yet cruel smile on their faces. Teacher Soo, stop fooling around. Wang Gang pleaded earnestly, this is the final episode. Tens of millions of viewers are waiting to see you. Besides, it's okay if your back hurts. We're mainly standing today, not moving. Standing isn't okay either. I get stage fright. Soo-ye was still struggling desperately. Unfortunately, faced with the power of capital, the penalty for breach of contract, his resistance seemed so pale and powerless. In the end, he was forcibly dragged into that VIP lounge filled with a pink, menacing aura. As soon as he entered, with a click, the door was locked from the outside by Wang Gang. Soo-ye's heart skipped a beat, and he stiffly turned around. In the once spacious lounge, three women sat, each with a different expression, but all with eyes that were equally predatory. Bai Lu sat on the dressing table, swinging her long legs, toying with a silver necklace in her hand. Shen Qingqiu, clutching a bulging ball of yarn, her eyes red-rimmed, looked like a wronged rabbit. Lu Bing, on the other hand, sat imposingly on the main sofa, a thick document on the coffee table in front of her, her posture suggesting she was waiting to sign a sales contract. Seeing Soo-ye enter, the three women stood up in unison. Their eyes were gleaming with lust. Brother Soo. Bai Lu was the first to rush forward, moving with the speed of a predator. She didn't give Soo-ye a chance to react, forcefully slipping the still warm necklace around his neck. This is the first necklace I bought when I debuted, it's been with me for 5 years. Bai Lu tiptoed, leaning close to Soo-ye's ear, her breath sweet as orchids. It has my name on it, and my scent. Wearing it is like I'm always with you. Soo-ye felt a burning sensation on his neck. It wasn't just the heat of metal, it was the heavy possessiveness of a top idol. No, Bai Lu, this is too expensive, and besides, I'm a man, what's the point of wearing a woman's necklace? Soo-ye tried to take the necklace off. Don't take it off. Bai Lu glared with her cat-like eyes, threatening fiercely, if you dare take it off, I'll cry right here and now. I'll also post on Weibo saying you started this relationship and then abandoned me. Soo-ye's hand trembled, and he dared not move. Before he could catch his breath, Shen King-kaya came over carrying a dusty, rag-like bundle. Sue, brother Sue. Shen King-kaya sniffed, her voice soft and heartbreaking. I'm not as rich as Sister Bai Lu, this is a scarf I knitted myself. She unfolded the bundle of yarn. Good heavens, this isn't a scarf, it's practically an elongated pair of woolen trousers, the stitches crooked and uneven, brimming with a postmodern, abstract beauty. It's a bit ugly, but I wove my hair into it, symbolizing a bond of lifelong commitment. Shen King-kaya, blushing, without a word, wrapped the thick scarf enough to cause heat rash around Soo-ye's neck, even in the 30-degree room temperature. Hot. King-kaya, this is summer. Soo-ye rolled his eyes, feeling like he was about to get heatstroke. There's a kind of coldness called, I feel you're cold. Shen King-kaya stubbornly tied a tight knot, looking at him with teary eyes. If you don't wear it, you're implying I'm clumsy. Soo-ye, what could I say? Would I dare imply I'm being rejected by the nation's first love? Just when Soo-ye felt like he was about to be strangled by the necklace and suffocated by the scarf, Lu Bing, who had remained silent until now, walked over with elegant steps. She didn't offer jewelry or handmade gifts. She simply slammed the document on the coffee table onto Soo-ye's chest. Sue, ignore their fancy talk. Lu Bing adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her tone domineering like a female CEO. This is my new movie contract, the male lead, tailor-made for you. 100 million in salary, plus a share of the box office profits. The only condition is. Lu Bing paused, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. During filming, you must stay at my private villa, so we can discuss the script. Holy crap. Su Xiaobao, hiding behind Soo-ye, couldn't help but curse. This wasn't a contract, it was clearly a contract of servitude. No, absolutely not. Soo-ye, as if burned, pushed the contract back. Sister Lu, what have I done to deserve this? I'm just a variety show hustler, I don't deserve to act in movies. I say you deserve it, so you deserve it. Lu Bing approached step by step, her aura overwhelming. What? You think the money isn't enough? Then I'll add a courtyard house? I don't lack money, I lack my life. Soo-ye, looking at the three women pressing closer, felt like Tang Santang falling into the spider cave, surrounded by spider demons spinning webs. You can all calm down. Soo-ye, with his back against the wall, had nowhere to retreat. The show is about to finish filming, can't we part ways amicably? No, the three women said in unison. Bai Lu tugged at Soo-ye's left arm. The show's over, but our story has only just begun. Shen King-kaya grabbed Soo-ye's right arm. Brother Su, I don't want to break up with you, I want to go home with you. Lu Bing stood in front, her eyes dangerous, trying to run. Did you ask about the contract I have? The situation was about to spiral out of control, possibly even turning into a man-stealing battle. Soo-ye, quick-wit, grabbed Su Xiaobao, who was watching the scene unfold, and used him as a human shield. Then, with lightning speed, he opened the door of the locker next to them, and the two of them, one big and one small, whooshed inside. Bang! The locker door slammed shut. In the dark, cramped locker, father and son huddled together, staring at each other. The banging on the door outside was deafening. Brother Su, come out. Soo-ye, you've got the guts to steal a man, you've got the guts to open the door. What kind of man hides in there? Come out and face the storm. Soo-ye huddled in the corner, shivering, cold sweat soaking the scarf Shen King-kaya had knitted for him. Son. Soo-ye's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. This isn't a gift, this is a funeral. These women are terrifying. Are they trying to eat me up? Su Xiaobao, his face pressed against the closet door, rolled his eyes helplessly. Dad, based on my analysis, they really do want to eat you. But not that kind of eating, it's that kind of, you know. Su Xiaobao sighed, pulled a miniature oxygen tank from his backpack, and handed it to Soo-ye. Take a breath, don't suffocate in the closet before you're eaten. Just as the father and son were preparing to hide in the closet until the end of time. Click! The locker lock was pried open from the outside. A blinding beam of light shone through the crack in the door. Wang Gang's large face appeared in the doorway, his grin spreading across his face. Hey, Teacher Su, playing hide-and-seek? Stop hiding. Tens of thousands of audience members have been calling your name until they're hoarse. Hurry up, it's your turn to go on stage. Soo-ye clung tightly to the cabinet door, refusing to let go. I'm not going. I'd rather die than go. It's full of temptresses outside. Don't worry. Wang Gang patted his chest, assuring her, his face mysterious. To ensure your safety, the production team has specially upgraded the stage security measures for you. Absolutely safe. Absolutely hardcore. Not even a fly could get in. Soo-ye was skeptical. Really? I'd be a dog if I lied. With the help of a group of staff, Soo-ye was finally dragged out of backstage and pushed towards the dazzling stage entrance. However, As the platform slowly rose, Suye saw the so-called security measures in the center of the stage. He froze. Right in the center of the enormous stage stood a huge, gleaming steel cage. An iron cage. And it was a shark cage, the bars thicker than a wrist. The audience erupted in a deafening roar when they saw Suye inside the cage. Suye gripped the cold iron bars, turned his head, and looked at Wang Gang in the audience, his eyes filled with disbelief at the world. Director. Suye's voice, trembling with despair, echoed through the microphone. Can you explain why there's a cage in the middle of the stage? Am I here to sing, or to be a monkey on display? Wang Gang, holding a walkie-talkie, grinned slyly, his voice reverberating through the loudspeakers. Ms. Su, don't misunderstand. This is to protect you, to prevent the audience from getting too enthusiastic and rushing up to eat you. This is called the Canary Limited Edition stage. Just sing in there in peace. Like tens of thousands of golden arrows, spotlights pierced the darkness without warning, fixing their light squarely on the center of the stage. In the iron cage dubbed the Canary Limited Edition, Suye, like a prisoner about to be publicly tried, gripped the cold bars tightly. He squinted, trying to adjust to the sudden, intense light. Before he could even see the audience below, the director Wang Gang's passionate roar filled his earpiece. Attention all departments. The showdown is here. Music. Start. Boom. A deep bass boom reverberated, making Suye's legs go numb. Immediately afterward, a wildly exotic and rhythmically charged electronic dance track engulfed the entire stadium like a tsunami. The stage lifts slowly rose around the perimeter. Suye instinctively looked around, and the next second, he gasped, feeling as if the top of his head had been blown off. People. Everywhere. All female dancers, dressed scantily, showing off their long legs, their figures so hot they were breathtaking. A full 100. They wore short, gold-fringed skirts, their faces veiled in mystery, like a group of fairies who had stepped out of the Dunhuang murals, or spider demons who had cultivated for 1,000 years in the spider cave. Holy crap! Suye swallowed hard, instinctively shrinking further into the center of the cage. Director Wang, have you emptied out every nightclub in the city? No one answered him, because the dancers moved. With the beat of the drums, 100 dancers surged towards the center like mercury. They swayed their slender waists, their eyes alluring, every movement filled with extremely explicit provocation. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air. Even through the iron cage, Suye could smell the pungent scent of perfume, making his head throb. Surround them. Press close. Wang Gang commanded from the control room, his eyes gleaming with the red light of a ratings-boosting ambition. That's the oppressive feeling we need. That's the despair of Tang Santang mistakenly entering the land of women. The dancers obeyed. They surrounded the iron cage, some even extending their slender fingers, slowly sliding them down the bars, their fingertips scraping the metal with a sound that was both teeth-grinding and tantalizing. Even more extreme, some pressed their bodies against the cage, blowing kisses to Suye through the bars. Suye completely panicked. This wasn't a performance, this was a large-scale cannibalism scene. He had nowhere to retreat, his back pressed tightly against the railing on the other side, cold sweat streaming down his face. No, don't come any closer. Suye's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. Ladies, please have some self-respect. This humble monk only sells his art, not his body. However, the more he acted this way, the more frenzied the screams from below the stage became. Aha! A celibate type. I'm dying. He's so scary. He's so pure. I want to tear that cage apart. Suye, don't hide. Let us sisters pamper you. Bai Lu sat in the first row of the stands, her glow stick almost crushed in her hand, glaring at the seductive sluts on stage through gritted teeth. Shameless. Stay away from my Sugag. The one touching the railing, where are you putting your hand? Shen King-Kaya was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes, she wished she could rush forward and tie up all the dancers with balls of yarn. On stage, Suye was driven to the brink. Since he couldn't escape, he could only give up. He took a deep breath and simply sat cross-legged in the middle of the cage. He clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and muttered incantations. He was reciting Pi. But to outsiders, this scene was utterly sacred. The light shone on him, gilding him with a golden edge. Around him, there was a chaotic dance of temptations, a tempting world, while he was like a white lotus rising from the mud, his brows etched with the meaning of form is emptiness, emptiness is form. This extreme contrast instantly heightened the tension of the entire scene. An aura of fragility intertwined with sanctity pierced the hearts of every woman present. Oh my God! Lu Bing clutched her chest, her eyes wide with fascination. He's undergoing tribulation in the mortal world. His acting skills are better than any movie star. The song ended. The dancers receded like the tide, leaving behind only a mess and a lingering, ambiguous atmosphere. Suye slowly opened her eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. She survived. She was almost devoured alive by the glares of those vixens. At that moment, the host, microphone in hand, walked onto the stage in high heels. Although she tried her best to remain professional, her flushed cheeks and slightly rapid breathing betrayed the fact that she had also bumped into something. Ahem. Thank you, Teacher Sue, and the dance troupe for the wonderful performance. The host composed himself, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Suya in the cage. Teacher Sue, that scene was truly breathtaking. Surrounded by so many beautiful women, faced with such a powerful visual impact, what were you thinking at that moment? Were you resisting temptation? Or were you contemplating the true meaning of life? The entire audience fell silent. Tens of thousands of eyes were fixed on Suya, awaiting his answer. Everyone expected him to utter some profound, romantic line like, "Of all the waters in the world, I only choose one," or "With no woman in my heart, I can draw my sword and become a god." Suya slowly stood up, gripping the railing. His legs were a little weak, but that didn't stop him from feigning profundity. He didn't answer immediately, but instead looked up at the blinding spotlight above him, then down at his still intact trench coat. The weariness of surviving a close call made him look even more melancholic. Host. Suye's voice was low and husky, carrying through the microphone to every corner of the stadium. Actually, for a moment just now, looking at all those enthusiastic faces around me, my mind went completely blank. That silence after the noise, the desolation behind the glamour, suddenly reminded me of someone. The host paused, instinctively asking, "Who? Your ex-wife? Or, no?" Suya shook his head, a glistening tear flashing in his eye. Actually, it was just the light shining through. He had to end this ambiguous atmosphere. He had to calm these female fans whose minds were full of nonsense. Magic must defeat magic. Family must defeat love. Suya took a deep breath, her gaze piercing through the crowd, as if looking towards her distant hometown. I remembered my old father. The entire audience. The host almost dropped the microphone. Father. Wasn't this transition a bit too abrupt? Just a moment ago it was the spider cave, how did it suddenly fast forward to come home often? Ignoring the bewildered crowd, Suya even offered a bitter smile, his voice filled with the sorrow of a parent longing to care for their child but finding them gone. Yes, father. That feeling of helplessness from being surrounded just now reminded me of my childhood, the days when my father sheltered me from the wind and rain with his broad shoulders. Back then, I was ignorant, always wanting to escape his control. Now that I'm grown up, trapped in this cage of fame and fortune, I finally understand. Suya paused, turned to the band leader, and snapped his fingers. Teacher, please play a D major. I want to sing a song, dedicated to all fathers in the world, and also to the childhood that can never be returned to. The stage lights slowly shifted from dazzling laser white to a warm, soft yellow, like the color of an old photograph. The iron cage, which had just been filled with an aura of hormones, now exuded an eerie warmth. Suya sat before the pure white grand piano, his slender fingers hovering above the keys. He took a deep breath. This was a fire extinguisher he had carefully selected from the system's music library. As the saying goes, the best way to destroy ambiguity is to chat about everyday things, the best way to destroy desire is to talk about family. Stay calm. Suya mentally encouraged himself, as soon as this song starts, these women who are obsessed with sleeping with me will definitely remember their strict fathers at home. When the shame hits, who will still have the nerve to swoon over me? Plan succeeded. Ding. The first note fell, heavy, slow, like a sigh. Then, a melancholic melody, flowing like water, poured forth. The female fans, who had been screaming and trying to break through security, seemed to have been put on pause. The entire stadium, 30,000 people, fell silent in that instant. Suya leaned closer to the microphone, his voice low and slightly hoarse, perfectly capturing the regret born of hardship. Always taking from you, yet never saying thank you. Only after growing up did I understand how hard you've worked. The first line of lyrics came out. In the first row of the stands, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, still holding a glow stick, ready to shout "Husband, I love you," suddenly froze. She thought of her wealthy but hunched over father. Every time I leave, I pretend to be carefree. Smiling, I say go back, but tears well up in my eyes as I turn away. Suya closed his eyes as he sang this, a single, glistening tear even squeezing from the corner of his eye. System skill empathy aura, activated at full power. This singing was no longer singing, it was a rusty, dull knife, slowly sawing at the softest spot in everyone's heart. Wah! Someone uttered the first sound. Then, like dominoes falling, cries began to spread throughout the stadium. On stage, the 100 female dancers who had been posing seductively around the iron cages now had their makeup ruined. Some crouched on the ground, covering their faces, others leaned against the railings, wiping away tears. The alluring atmosphere of the spider cave had vanished, replaced by a desolate, collective prison visit. How I long to hold your warm hand, just like before. But you are not by my side, I entrust the gentle breeze to carry my well-being. The climax arrived. Suye's voice suddenly rose, that heart-wrenching cry shattering everyone's defenses. Time, slow down. Don't let you grow old anymore. I would give anything to keep you young forever. Boom. The entire audience burst into tears. They really broke down. Shen Qingqiu, clutching the ball of yarn she hadn't yet given away, cried like a baby. Wah. I miss my dad. My dad's hair turned white from supporting my art studies. Bai Lu, completely losing her composure, cried until her eyeliner was smudged, black tears streaming down her cheeks. Dad, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have had a relationship so young. Oh, no, I shouldn't have been a fan. Even the usually domineering Lu Bing took off her glasses, constantly wiping her eyes, thinking of her deceased father. Director Wang Gang, behind the monitor, cried louder than anyone else. Blowing his nose, he roared into the walkie-talkie. Great! Excellent! This is real positive energy. This is the core of a parent-child variety show. Quick! Give the audience a close-up. I want to see tears forming a sea. The piece ended. Suye's fingers pressed heavily on the piano keys, the lingering notes echoing. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the sea of tears below the stage, feeling incredibly smug. It worked! Now no one wants to sleep with me, right? Everyone was immersed in the greatness of fatherly love. Who had the mind to think about romance? Suye stood up, straightened his clothes, and prepared to receive the applause, a kind of respectful yet distant applause. However, he had clearly underestimated the thought processes of this group of female fans. Or perhaps, he overestimated the limits of the Friend of Women label. In the stands, Bai Lu wiped away her tears, her eyes red as she stared at Suye on stage. That look had changed. It was no longer simply lust, it held a new, sacred sense of mission. So filial. Bai Lu murmured to herself, could you find another man in this world so talented and so filial? Raising a child alone must be so hard for him, right? He must also long for a complete family to make up for the regrets of his childhood, right? Beside her, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family sniffled, her eyes resolute as if she were about to join the party. That's right. He's suffered so much. He needs a gentle and virtuous woman to help him fulfill his filial duties, to help him take care of that motherless child. If you miss out on such a perfect man, you'll be cursed by heaven. And so, an eerie atmosphere began to ferment in the gymnasium. The shouts of husband disappeared. In their place came a more unified, more frenzied, even tragically heroic chant, if I don't go to hell, who will? Suye, we want to give you a home. Suye, we don't just want your body anymore. We want to help you raise your child. We want to be the woman behind that successful man. Suye stood in the cage, her smile gradually freezing. This script isn't quite what he expected. Before he could react, someone in the stand suddenly turned their gaze to Su Xiaobao, who was sitting in the family section, wearing earplugs and looking indifferent. Someone started it, and a scream pierced the air. Xiaobao, look here! Su Xiaobao instinctively took off her earplugs, frowned, and turned around. The next second, tens of thousands of female fans, ranging from 18-year-old girls to 48-year-old aunties, roared in unison at the 6-year-old boy. Xiao Bao, mommy loves you. Xiao Bao, call me mommy. Mommy will buy you Ultraman, a limited edition. Xiao Bao, that Lin Wanner doesn't deserve to be your mom. Look at your auntie. Your auntie's family is rich. Some people even threw their gold bracelets, bank cards, and car keys like grenades into the family seating area. Thud. Thud! A shower of wealth instantly fell around Su Xiaobao. The little guy sat amidst this pile of valuables, his usually aloof, CEO-like face showing, for the first time, an expression of fear and disgust. He looked at the pairs of eyes that seemed to glow with a green light, as if they wanted to rush down and feed him. Goosebumps rose all over his body, and he even shivered. Crazy! Su Xiaobao shrank back, clutching his schoolbag tightly, and turned to look at his equally bewildered father on the stage. He mouthed 2 words to Suye. Childish. And 1 sentence. Dad, is this what you call putting out a fire? You've blown up the oil depot. The stage lights didn't dim after the song ended, instead, they shone even brighter. Suye took a deep breath and pulled the still terrified Su Xiaobao from the family section to the center of the stage. Hand in hand, the father and son stood under the spotlight, one in an old trench coat, his face weathered, the other carrying a large backpack, his expression indifferent. Actually, he was still stunned by the recognizing his mother's scene. The scene was poignant, yet tinged with a tender warmth of mutual dependence. Thank you, everyone. Suye gripped the microphone, looking at the red, swollen eyes below the stage, feeling that his family card had been played perfectly. Today's competition, the ranking isn't important. The important thing is that it taught me a lesson. Suye paused, revealing a strong yet restrained smile, an Oscar-worthy expression he'd practiced countless times in front of the mirror. No matter how hard life gets, no matter how bumpy the road ahead, as long as Xiao Bao is here, I have the motivation to keep going. I will work hard to earn money, even if it's manual labor, I will provide for my child. His intention was to express, I am a capable, positive, and good man, I don't need you rich women to support me. However, these words, spoken to fans already overly emotional, instantly took on a different meaning. Having endured the tragic buildup of Too Much and the tear-jerking bombardment of Father, every word Suya spoke at this moment was automatically filtered with the tragic lens of forced by life's circumstances. This is so heartbreaking, he said, even if it's just manual labor. A once genius singer, now reduced to supporting his son by manual labor. He's clearly so tired, yet he still smiles and says he's working hard. He doesn't even have money to buy his child a new outfit, referring to Suzayo Bayo's SpongeBob SquarePants t-shirt that he's worn for several episodes. An emotion called heartache spread like wildfire through the air. Then, amplified by the internet, this emotion underwent a qualitative change. It was a shift from emotional support to material assistance. The live stream's chats suddenly stopped flooding with messages. Instead, a brand new and explosive trending topic shot to the top of the list at lightning speed. Hashtag crowdfunding to support Suya. Hashtag. Since his ex-wife doesn't care, and life is so hard, then we'll take care of him. We can't let talent be buried by poverty. We can't let such a good father be forced to do manual labor. Sisters, save your bubble tea money. We're going to crowdfund to support this family. I also want to be a godmother for virtually raising him. I'll cover Xiao Bao's tuition. Boom! The live streaming platform's servers, after several tests, finally succumbed to the strain. The donation channel completely crashed. Because within a second, hundreds of millions of transfer requests flooded in. And it wasn't just online. The chaos at the stadium far exceeded Suya's expectations. Suya, don't be afraid. Take this. In the first row of the stands, an emotionally agitated middle-aged woman suddenly pulled a thick red envelope from her bag and, without even aiming, threw it forcefully onto the stage. Thud! The red envelope landed at Suya's feet. This was like a signal. Immediately afterward, countless red envelopes, cash, and even glittering jewelry rained down from the stands. Brother Su, this is my dowry. It's for you, Xiao Bao. This is a gift from your aunt. Take it and buy some candy. Stop doing manual labor. Please stop doing manual labor. I'll support you. Suya stood in the center of the stage, completely stunned by the rain of money. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Clang! A heavy gold bracelet hit his arm, making him wince in pain. Don't throw it. Suya dodged this heavy love while shouting into the microphone. Everyone, calm down. What's going on? I'm not a beggar. I have money. I really have money. However, no one listened to him. His explanation was drowned out by the chorus of "We'll take care of you. We'll take care of you" from the crowd, sounding so pale and powerless. In the eyes of the fans, this wasn't an explanation at all. This was clearly a man with extremely strong self-respect, trying to maintain the last shred of his dignity. He's still putting on a brave face. Wah, it makes me even more sorry for him. Don't say anything, Suya, we all understand. Take the money, it's a small token of our appreciation. Suya looked at the mountain of wealth piled up at his feet, feeling utterly humiliated. I wanted to gain system points by playing the victim, not to illegally raise funds. If the police saw this, wouldn't they think I was staging some kind of large-scale scam? Son, think of something. Suya, hiding behind the piano, tugged at Suzayo Bayo's sleeve, her voice trembling. These people are crazy. Utterly crazy. If this keeps up, I'll be in jail tomorrow. Suzayo Bayo squatted on the ground, clutching the solid gold bracelet that had just flown up to him. It was quite heavy. He glanced at his terrified father, then at the godmothers in the audience who seemed ready to rush up to him. The little guy sighed. He tossed the gold bracelet into his backpack and took the microphone from Suya. Buzz! A static crackled through the room, and the entire hall fell silent for a moment. All eyes were on the 6-year-old boy. Suzayo Bayo pushed up his sunglasses, his youthful face revealing a seriousness and gravity far beyond his years. Aunties, sisters. Suzayo Bayo's voice was clear and crisp, yet carried a maturity beyond her years. Please be mindful of your spending. Don't litter. Damaging the flowers and plants is bad, and damaging my dad, the medical bills are expensive. A chorus of good-natured laughter erupted from the audience. And another thing. Suzayo Bayo paused, turned, and gave Suya, who was about to explain, my family is actually rich, a deep look. His eyes held a warning, and a resolute determination for the greater good. My dad just said he doesn't need money. Suzayo Bayo sighed, facing the camera, and slowly said, that was a lie he was telling you. Suya, actually. Suzayo Bayo lowered her head, her voice becoming low and heavy, as if bearing a burden too heavy for her age. My family is indeed quite poor. So poor. I can barely scrape together 100 or 200 billion for pocket money. Of course, he only thought the latter part. What he said aloud was, so poor that even this backpack of mine is second-hand. The entire audience burst into tears again. Suya stared wide-eyed at his unfilial son, who was blatantly lying, and was about to rush forward and cover his mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? Our family. Su Xiaobao reacted quickly, immediately turning off Suya's microphone. Then, he bowed deeply to the entire audience. Thank you all for your kindness. We can't accept the money, but we appreciate the sentiment. After all, supporting my good-for-nothing dad is my responsibility as his son. I will try my best to earn money, even if it means collecting bottles. The door to the backstage dressing room slammed shut with a loud bang. Most of the noise outside was cut off, but the lingering screams, as if they were about to rip the roof off the stadium, could still be heard. Suya leaned against the door, collapsing like a limp rag. He still clutched the old guitar he'd used to play the victim. His hair, soaked with cold sweat, clung to his face in strands, making him look both disheveled and breathtakingly beautiful in a state of utter despair. Huff, huff. Suya gasped for breath, feeling like his heart was about to leap out of his throat. The scene of crowdfunding for a foster father he'd just witnessed was so shocking that his legs were still cramping. Son. After a long pause, Suya finally looked up, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared at Su Xiaobao, who was sitting on the dressing table, dangling his short legs. Explain this to me. Suya pointed to the SpongeBob SquarePants backpack crammed with red envelopes, gold jewelry, and even car keys in the corner, her voice trembling. What do you mean by my family is indeed quite poor? What do you mean by the backpack is secondhand? If your grandma heard that, do you believe she could come over in a bomber and raze this stadium to the ground? Su Xiaobao pulled a piece of imported chocolate that a fan had thrown at him earlier from his backpack, unwrapped it, and slowly popped it into his mouth. Dad, what do you know? The little guy chewed on the chocolate, speaking indistinctly, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to Suya's exasperation. This is called expectation management. Expectation management? Suya's eyes widened. That's right. Su Xiaobao jumped off the vanity, hands behind his back like a little adult, and paced around the room. Now the whole internet knows you're handsome, talented, and romantic. If you let them know you're a super-rich second-generation heir, what do you think will happen? Suya paused. What? It'll trigger a nuclear explosion. Su Xiaobao pushed up his sunglasses, his tone as serious as if he were analyzing international affairs. Perfect men don't exist. Once you have the flaw of being poor, those truly top-tier heiresses might back down because of family pressure. Only when they feel they can't afford to support you, or that you're a bottomless pit, will they give up. I'm helping you filter them, understand? Suya listened, stunned. Although something felt off, it also seemed to make a lot of sense. But Suya pointed to the backpack that was about to burst. I see they didn't back down at all, they got even more excited. Look at these gold bracelets, do they look like they're backing down? That's because. Su Xiaobao sighed, looking at his father with a complicated expression. That's because when you sang father just now, it was just too moving. Dad, I suggest you don't sing anymore, especially tear-jerking songs like that. If you keep singing, I'm afraid I won't be able to control the situation. Suya was about to retort, to prove his artistic appeal. Just then, Su Xiaobao's children's phone, lying on the table, suddenly emitted a cheerful yet urgent ringtone. It was the important call alert he had specially set. Suya glanced at it instinctively. 3 words flashed on the screen, teacherly. Teacherly? Suya's heart skipped a beat. That teacher from your kindergarten? The one with glasses, the really strict teacherly? Su Xiaobao nodded, his expression also becoming somewhat serious. Calling at this hour, is it because I've been skipping too much school lately and got caught? The little guy hesitated for a moment, then pressed the answer button and immediately turned on speakerphone. Hello, Teacher Lee, this is Su Chen. Su Xiaobao's voice immediately became incredibly obedient. It's so late, is it about next week's craft project? However, the voice on the other end of the line wasn't the usual stern and authoritative one. Instead, a gentle, almost trembling female voice spoke. Xiao Bao, you're still awake? Teacher just watched the live stream. Seeing you speak up for your father on stage really touched me. You're such a sensible child. Su Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, teacher, it's what I should do. Teacher Lee on the other end of the phone paused, her voice suddenly becoming more hesitant, and the sound of clattering pots and pans seemed to come from the background. Teacher heard that there are only 2 men in your family, so you must usually just make do with whatever you eat. Teacher made chicken soup tonight, the really nourishing kind. If it's convenient, could teacher perform a home visit? And help your father recover. Dead silence. The air in the break room instantly froze. Suya's mouth formed an O, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. This was the same ruthless, merciless teacher who never held back when punishing someone? That voice was even more manipulative than that scheming female guest from before. Another home visit? And she's going to give me some tonics? This isn't a home visit, it's clearly an attempt to become my teacher's wife. Su Xiaobeo's face froze. His hand holding the phone trembled slightly. For the first time, he realized the seriousness of the situation. Teacher Lee. Teacher Lee. Su Xiaobeo swallowed hard, trying to salvage the situation. It's too late, and my dad, he doesn't like chicken soup, he has gout. It's all right. Teacher Lee's voice instantly became louder. I have a folk remedy for gout. It was passed down from my great-grandfather. I also know massage and acupuncture. Xiaobeo, give the phone to your dad, I'll talk to him myself. Slap. Su Ye snatched the phone with lightning speed, hung up decisively, and then quickly turned it off. The movements were fluid and seamless. After doing all this, he tossed the phone back to Su Xiaobeo like it was a hot potato. It's over. Su Ye slumped in her chair, her eyes vacant, staring at the ceiling and muttering to herself. It's all over. Even the kindergarten teacher has fallen for him. I can't live like this anymore. Son, let's transfer schools. To an all-boys school, the kind full of monks. Su Xiaobeo stared at his black-screen phone and sighed silently. Dad, even an all-boys school won't help. Based on my understanding of Teacher Lee, she's a ruthless person who means what she says. Tomorrow morning, she'll most likely be waiting at the school gate with chicken soup. Your current situation can't be solved by simply moving to a different place. Just as the father and son were speechless, tears streaming down their faces, there was a knock on the door of the lounge. Teacher Su, are you ready? Wang Gang's loud voice rang out from outside, tinged with undisguised elation. The show's over. The car's waiting outside. We have to leave. If we don't leave, the fans outside will tear the stadium down. Hearing the word leave, Su Ye felt like a dying man receiving a shot of adrenaline. He jumped up, grabbed his suitcase, and pulled Su Xiaobeo's hand. Go! Go now! Go home! I'm welding the door shut. I won't open it for anyone. The two, fully armed, wearing sunglasses and masks, their baseball caps pulled low, slipped out of the backstage area like thieves under the cover of bodyguards. However, the moment they stepped out of the stadium, Su Ye realized what a vast ocean of people truly meant. The plaza outside the stadium was brightly lit. Countless heads surged, glow sticks forming a sea of light. Seeing Su Ye emerge, screams erupted like a tsunami, shaking the ground. Su Ye, husband, Xiao Bao's mom is here. The van struggled to move through the crowd, like a small boat tossed about in a storm. Su Ye huddled in the seat, drawing the curtains tightly shut, too afraid to look out. This is insane. Don't these people ever sleep? Su Ye clutched his head, feeling his trypophobia about to flare up. The car finally squeezed through the crowd and onto a wide main road. The city's neon lights dappled the car interior through the cracks in the windows. Su Ye breathed a slight sigh of relief, took off his mask, and wanted some fresh air. Finally over. He leaned back in his seat, watching the night view rush by outside, mentally planning how to board up the windows when he got home. Dad! Su Xiaobeo, who had been pressed against the window, suddenly spoke. His voice was soft, yet strangely calm. Don't relax yet. The little guy pointed out the window to the largest shopping plaza in the city center. Atop a towering skyscraper, a giant LED screen, hundreds of square meters in size, hung. Look what that is. Su Ye instinctively followed his son's finger. The next second, his blood froze. On the screen that should have been displaying luxury goods advertisements, a huge, high-definition, even retouched photo was now scrolling. In the photo, Su Ye, wearing his signature trench coat, looked melancholic, holding Su Xiaobeo in one arm, with a magnificent sunset in the background. Next to the photo was a huge, bold, bright, and shimmering gold headline. Congratulations to Su Ye, top of this year's National Desire to Marry a Male God ranking. Votes 99.99 million plus, a landslide victory. Su Ye's mouth gaped open, his jaw nearly hitting his feet. He stared at the words number one, which were larger than himself, and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What a tragedy. Su Ye let out a deep, soul-searching wail, the sound echoing in the enclosed carriage. I just wanted to play the victim. How did I become the nation's husband? Who put this ranking together? I'm suing them. This is defamation. This is deliberate flattery. Su Xiaobeo turned around, looking at his father's utterly dejected expression, a sympathetic smile playing on his lips. Dad, accept reality. This is just the beginning. Look at the fine print below. Su Xiaobeo pointed to a scrolling comment at the bottom of the screen and read it aloud, word by word. A blend of brokenness and strength, good looks and talent. A master of childcare and cooking, with no flaws except for being poor. Even, being poor is an advantage. Because it's easy to manipulate. At that moment, the once bustling city center square seemed to become Suye's personal execution ground. A gigantic LED screen stood atop the department store, its radiant light blindingly bright. Suye's face, magnified hundreds of times, hung in the city's sky, subjected to the inspection of the entire city. It was a candid shot of him during his 100-meter sprint. His trench coat fluttered in the wind, his hair was disheveled yet unrestrained. He held Suzayo Bayo, who wore sunglasses, in one arm, his eyes resolute, sweat trickling down his jawline, exuding masculine dynamism. Beside the photo, the large, gold-embossed characters practically blinded Suye's titanium alloy eyes. This year's national desire to marry a male god ranking, the final reveal. Number 1, Suye. Votes 99.99 million plus, a crushing victory. Second place went to Chen Feng, the top influencer recently exposed for hiring online trolls, with a paltry few million votes, not even a fraction of Suye's. This wasn't a ranking list. This was clearly Suye's personal massacre show. Stop the car, stop the car. Suye clutched his chest, feeling a bit short of breath. Director Wang, could you find a cloth to cover that screen? I feel my privacy has been severely violated. Cover it? What are you thinking? Wang Gang, sitting in the passenger seat, excitedly turned around, pointing out the window at the passers-by frantically taking pictures of the large screen with their phones. Suye, open your eyes wide and look. What is this? This is status. This is the treatment of a top influencer. Do you know how much an ad on this screen costs per minute? Now they're giving you free advertising for 24 hours straight. You're making a killing. Suye didn't think he was making a killing. He felt nothing but shame. This shame reached its peak when his gaze fell upon the scrolling award speech at the bottom of the screen. The speech was beautifully written, every word a gem, yet each one pierced his heart. He is the perfect embodiment of brokenness and strength. He can play the erhu in a grand hall, cook lobster in the kitchen, and easily carry a baby with one hand. But his greatest charm lies not in his looks, nor in his talent. It lies in his poverty. Suye. The words on the screen continued to scroll, as if publicly executing him. Because he's poor, he has no ulterior motives. Because he's poor, he knows how to cherish. Because he's poor, therefore. The last three words were bolded, highlighted in red, and marked with an exclamation mark. Good. Take. Crush. Bang. Suye slammed his head against the back of the seat in front of him, letting out a roar from the depths of his soul. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. What do you mean easy to crush? Am I dough? Am I a pushover? I, Suye, am a 7-foot-tall man, with hands and feet, a system, and cheat codes. Why do they think I'm easy to crush? Suye was red-faced and furious, pointing at the large screen outside the window, his fingers trembling. This is defamation. This is an insult to my character. I'm sending a lawyer's letter. I'm suing the producer of this ranking. Beside him, Suzayo Bayo, who had been silent all along, quietly closed his laptop. The little guy pushed up his sunglasses, looking at his father with the kind of gaze one might give a mentally challenged child. Dad, save your breath. Suzayo Bayo's tone was detached, revealing a cold indifference born of someone who had long seen through everything. The organizer of this list is the largest fashion group in the country. And the person who wrote the comments, if I'm not mistaken, is the daughter of the group's chairman, the best friend of the woman who tried to give you the gold bar the other day. You want to sue them? Do you think our lawyers' letters aren't enough to fold paper airplanes? Suye choked. He slumped back in his chair, looking at the three bright red easy-to-handle signs, feeling utterly hopeless. So, in their eyes, I'm just a submissive gigolo who only wants to live off a rich woman? Otherwise? Suzayo Bayo shrugged, pulled a chocolate bar from his bag, and popped it into his mouth. You're broke, have a kid to take care of, and are still so handsome. In a rich woman's eyes, you're the ultimate pet combination. Obedient, good-looking, and inexpensive. A pet? Suye felt his dignity shatter into pieces, beyond repair. I refuse to accept this. I'll prove myself. I'll build a career. I'll let them know that I, Suye, earn my living through talent, not my looks. Just as Suye resolved to work hard, his phone suddenly rang without warning. It wasn't a WeChat message notification. It was a rapid, continuous ringtone. Who is it? In the middle of the night. Suye irritably pulled out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar landline number, ending in all eights, exuding an air of wealth. Hello? Who is this? No insurance, no loans, no money for a house, Suye said sharply. On the other end of the line came a capable, cold, and somewhat forceful female voice. Hello Mr. Su, this is Qin Lan, CEO of Starlight Entertainment. Starlight Entertainment? Isn't that one of the top 3 giant companies in the country? Suye was stunned for a moment. Before he could speak, the other party had already launched into a rapid-fire speech. I've watched your live stream. The data is impressive, and your persona is very likable. We want to sign you. An S-level contract, a signing bonus of 80 million, plus an apartment in the city center and a nanny van. The only condition is that you are not allowed to date or marry for the next 5 years, unless the partner is someone I designate. So yeah, before he could refuse, his phone beeped with another call. He hung up and answered. Hello? So yeah? This is the chairperson of Tianhua Media. I think your temperament is perfect for the male lead, oh no, the male lead, in our company's next big female-centric drama. Annual salary of 100 million. As long as you agree, we'll pay the penalty for breach of contract. Hang up, then answer again. Brother Sue? This is. In just 5 minutes. So yes, phone was like a hot potato, ringing non-stop. The calls were all from well-known companies in the entertainment industry. And without exception, the bosses were all women, and the conditions they offered were increasingly outrageous. Some wanted to send him abroad for further studies, actually, they wanted to accompany him, some wanted to open a personal studio for him, actually, it was next door to the bosses, and some even directly asked if he minded dating an older woman. This is insane, this world has gone mad. Suya stared at his phone, which had automatically shut down due to overheating, his hands trembling. This wasn't about signing an artist. This was clearly a disguised selection of concubines, and they were choosing him, the easy-to-manipulate top performer. Wang Gang in the front row turned around, looked at Suye's terrified expression, and gave him a meaningful smile. He patted Suye's knee, his tone filled with schadenfreude and pity. Suye, accept your fate. You're famous, really famous. Now all the capital in the Chinese entertainment industry is looking for you, those female bosses are green with envy. You think the end of the variety show is a relief? Wang Gang shook his head, pointing to the dazzling lights of the bustling city outside the window. No, that's just the beginning. The real battleground has only just begun. Good luck. Beneath the peeling tin sign of Xingfulai Residential Complex, a scene of surrealism was unfolding. The narrow, dirty alley, where even tricycles usually had to maneuver sideways, was now like a top-tier luxury car show. Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Bentley Mulsanne, Maybach S680S, a dazzling array of luxury cars lined the entrance to the complex, blocking the way so tightly that even a stray cat couldn't squeeze through. The elderly men and women selling fried stinky tofu and grilled cold noodles on either side of the alley, shovels in hand, stared wide-eyed at these well-dressed, imposing uninvited guests, their worldviews utterly shattered. Suya, dragging his suitcase, stopped abruptly before even reaching his building entrance. Looking at his weary reflection in the rows of gleaming car paint, he instinctively wanted to turn and run away. Director Wang lied to me. Suye's lips twitched, her knuckles white as she gripped the suitcase handle. He said it would be peaceful at home, but this isn't peaceful at all. This is a den of wolves. They're here. Suye's back. Someone shouted. Immediately afterward, the doors of several luxury cars opened in unison. Stepping out weren't shrewd agents with briefcases or paparazzi with cameras, but a group of powerful women, impeccably made up, their every inch radiating an aura of I'm rich. The leader, dressed in a sharply tailored red suit and 10-centimeter red-soled heels, strode confidently to Suya. She was Zhang Man, the chairwoman of Shenxi Media, one of the 3 major entertainment giants in China. Mr. Su, it's an honor to meet you. Zhang Man removed her sunglasses, her eyes sweeping over Suya with unabashed ferocity, as if examining a rare treasure about to be stored away. She nodded with satisfaction. I'm a straightforward person, I don't like beating around the bush. The contract is here, top-tier S-level salary. She snapped her fingers, and her female assistant immediately handed her a thick document and a Mont Blanc pen. The signing fee is 100 million, after tax. Zhang Man held the pen to Suya, her red lips parting slightly as she uttered the tempting terms. In addition, I own a courtyard house within the second ring road. It's usually empty anyway, so you can bring your child to live there. I've provided a nanny and driver. Suya stared at the gleaming gold pen, his Adam's apple bobbing. 100 million? A courtyard house? If this had happened yesterday, he probably would have knelt down and called her sugar daddy on the spot. But now, looking at Zhang Man's murderous gaze, he instinctively felt danger. Ms. Zhang. Suya took a half step back, shielding Suzaobeo behind him. The terms are indeed very tempting, but I need to ask, what obligations do I need to fulfill? For example, how many films to shoot each year? How many albums to release? Filming? Zhang Man chuckled, as if she had heard a joke. Mr. Su, your face is your biggest work. Filming is tiring, and you get tanned easily. She took a step closer, lowered her voice, and said ambiguously, it's clearly stated in the contract that your main job is companionship. Accompany me to banquets, accompany me on overseas vacations, and sing for me when you're in a good mood. Of course, most importantly. She extended her slender fingers, wanting to straighten Suye's collar. It's about having dinner with me every night. You know, eating alone is lonely. Suye's scalp tingled, and he abruptly slapped her hand away. Isn't this just being kept? His eyes widened, his face filled with insulted shock. President Zhang, please have some self-respect. I'm an artist, not a gigolo. You think the conditions aren't good enough? Before Zhang Man could speak, a cool, aloof woman in a black business suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked over. She was Zhao Qing, the CEO of Tianhua Entertainment. Zhao Qing pushed up her glasses, her eyes cold, and pulled a bunch of keys from her bag, tossing them onto Suye's suitcase. A crisp clink rang out. A penthouse duplex in Thompson Riviera, the property deed is already in your name. Zhao Qing's tone was calm, as if he were tossing a coin, not a multi-million-dollar mansion. Come to my company. No need for dinners or vacations. A 50 million annual salary, resources to choose from. Suye's eyes lit up. Really? Just work? Yes. Zhao Qing nodded, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. There's only one small condition. I live next door to that apartment. For easier work communication, I'd like our balconies to be connected. Su Xiaobao couldn't help but chuckle. The little guy pushed up his sunglasses, looking up at his father, his expression clearly saying, Dad, you can't escape this gigolo situation. Suye's face turned green. Connecting balconies? What's the difference between that and cohabitation? This is practically keeping him as a caged bird. You're all insane, you're all crazy. Suye looked at the pairs of green eyes around him, feeling like a lamb caught in a pack of wolves. These powerful female CEOs, who were once so influential in the business world, had completely torn off their masks of restraint, brandishing checkbooks and property deeds, bidding wildly. I'll offer 200 million. Suye is mine. I'll give him shares. I'll put him on the board. I just want him to spend the weekend with me. He's free from Monday to Friday. Suye's head throbbed from the noise. The humiliation of being treated like merchandise finally caused his remaining male pride to explode. Shut up, all of you. Suye roared, his voice piercing through the noisy crowd and echoing through the dilapidated alley. The scene fell silent instantly. The female CEOs were stunned, seemingly never expecting that this supposedly easy-to-manage gigolo could actually have a temper. Suye took a deep breath and straightened his wrinkled trench coat. He straightened his back, his eyes clear and firm, and surveyed the powerful figures surrounding him who controlled half of the entertainment industry's resources. Gentlemen, thank you for your kindness. But I, Suye, have hands and feet, talent and ability. I want to enter the entertainment industry to sing, to act, to let my work speak for itself, not to sell my body for luxury homes and cars. He bent down, picked up his suitcase, and, pulling Su Xiaobao along, squeezed his way out of the circle of luxury cars. Although his back still bore that same disheveled appearance, his spine was now ramrod straight. I'm here to be an entertainer, not a gigolo. Keep this money and find someone obedient. I'm a man, stubborn, I won't kneel. With that, he turned and walked into the dilapidated apartment building without looking back. Behind him, a group of female CEOs watched his retreating figure, not angry, but their eyes gleaming even brighter. Something special. Zhang Man licked her red lips, her eyes playful, stubborn. I like gnawing on tough nuts. Interesting. Zhao Qing picked up the keys from the ground, her eyes determined. A man who won't bow to money is the real gem. Suye, you can't escape. In the hallway, the motion sensor lights were broken, plunging the building into darkness. Suye leaned against the cold wall, panting heavily. His impassioned speech had almost completely exhausted him. Son, did I miss out on 100 million? Suye clutched his chest, his heart pounding with pain. Su Xiaobao calmly turned on his phone's flashlight, illuminating the steps beneath his feet. To be precise, you missed out on roughly 50 billion in assets. The little guy added insult to injury, but Dad, the way you rejected them just now was quite manly. At least more handsome than Wang Tianba. That's right. Suye forced a smile. Your dad has principles. The father and son climbed to the third floor, arriving at the familiar security door plastered with flyers. Suye took out his key, ready to open the door, to get some sleep, and soothe his wounded heart. However, before the key even went into the lock, a hand suddenly reached out from the shadows beside him and abruptly pressed down on his wrist. The hand was cold and forceful, the nails sharply trimmed, digging deeply into Suye's flesh. Who? Suye was startled and instinctively wanted to retaliate. Suye, you've got quite the attitude. A cold, familiar, yet hysterical female voice rang out in the darkness. The motion-activated lights in the stairwell suddenly switched on. In the dim light, Lin Wanner, dressed in a black trench coat and sunglasses, her face as pale as a ghost, stared intently at him. Behind her, on the narrow staircase, stood 4 burly men, batons in hand, blocking the way up and down. This setup clearly indicated they weren't there for a reunion. Lin Wanner. Suye frowned and pulled Su Xiaobao behind him. What are you doing here? We're over. Over. Lin Wanner removed her sunglasses, revealing bloodshot eyes. Those eyes held no trace of their former arrogance, only madness and resentment. Since being kicked off the deserted island by Li Ziyulian last night and betrayed by Chen Feng, her reputation is completely ruined. Endorsements terminated, film crews replaced her, she's now penniless. And the culprit behind all this, in her eyes, is none other than her ex-husband, who should have been rotting in the mud. So yeah, you've ruined me like this, and now you want to just walk away. Lin Warner sneered and waved her hand. The 4 bodyguards behind her immediately pressed forward, their batons pounding against the armrest, making a sickeningly loud sound. So, you won't listen to reason, will you? Lin Warner approached step by step, her voice shrill. Since soft tactics don't work, then let's try hard ones. Come back with me. Clarify everything in front of the media, say I made you famous, say you wronged me. Otherwise. She glanced at Su Xiaobao hiding behind Su Ye, her eyes filled with malice. Otherwise, neither of you, father and son, will leave this building alive today. In the cramped stairwell, the air seemed to solidify into concrete. The black baton whistled through the air, only 0.01 centimeters from Su Ye's nose. Cold sweat trickled down Su Ye's temples. He shielded Su Xiaobao behind him, his back pressed against the cold security door, his heart pounding. Lin Warner, are you crazy? Su Ye gritted his teeth, his voice filled with suppressed rage. This is a society governed by law. You dare lay a hand on me? Law. Lin Warner seemed to have heard the most outrageous joke. She removed her sunglasses, her eyes, twisted with jealousy and resentment, appearing particularly chilling in the dim, motion-activated light. In this dilapidated building, nobody cares whether a washed-up gigolo lives or dies. She flicked her bright red-nailed finger, her tone ruthless. Get him. Do whatever you want to him, just don't kill him. Scratch that womanizing face of his. Let's see which rich woman will want to support him after this. 4 burly men grinned menacingly as they approached. The oppressive aura, a mixture of cheap tobacco and the stench of sweat, was suffocating. Su Ye closed his eyes in despair. Although his physical abilities had improved, these were 4 armed men, and he had a child with him. He couldn't fight back at all. Son, Dad will hold them, you run downstairs. Su Ye whispered, preparing to fight to the death. However, just as the baton was about to fall, click! The security door behind them, tightly shut, the one Su Ye hadn't even had time to insert the key into, suddenly opened from the inside. A very faint sound, yet remarkably clear in the deathly silence, the sound of a lock being opened. Su Ye froze. Lin Warner froze. Even the burly man wielding the baton was stunned. This house, wasn't it empty? Before anyone could react, a black flash of lightning suddenly shot out from the crack in the door. Fast. Too fast. So fast that the retina could only catch a fleeting afterimage. Immediately following was a crisp sound of bones dislocating. Crack. Ah! The burly man with the baton let out a pig-like scream. His thick arm bent backward at an unnatural angle, the baton clattering to the ground. Before him stood a tall, blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty in a tight black leather outfit. She gripped the burly man's wrist with one hand, a nonchalant sneer on her face, her deep blue eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent. But that wasn't all. The security doors swung open. Go! 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 Accompanied by several crisp shouts, 3 more beautiful bodyguards, also dressed in tight black combat suits, with incredibly hot figures, and wielding tactical stun guns, rushed out. They were like a group of elegant yet deadly black widows, instantly charging into the flock. In the narrow stairwell, a one-sided spectacle of violent aesthetics unfolded. Bang! An over-the-shoulder throw sent the 200-pound men plummeting down the stairs like a sack of potatoes. Thud! A high side kick sent another burly man embedded in the plaster of the opposite wall, impossible to pry out. Less than 10 seconds. The 4 thugs who had been so menacing just moments before were now sprawled on the ground, groaning and too weak to even get up. Lin Warner was completely dumbfounded. Her mouth hung open, staring at the surreal scene before her, her mind blank. What was going on? How could a group of foreign female agents be hiding in Su Ye's shabby rented room? And each one of them was more beautiful than a supermodel, yet more ruthless than an assassin? Clear. The blonde beauty in the lead brushed the dust off her hands, the movement as elegant as flicking a speck of dust from her clothes. She turned and strode over to Su Ye. Snap. A perfect salute. Boss, target cleared. Please give instructions. Su Ye leaned against the doorframe, completely bewildered, wondering, who am I? Where am I? He swallowed hard, staring at the group of beautiful bodyguards who looked like they'd stepped out of a Hollywood movie, then turned to Su Xiaobao, who hadn't spoken. Son. Su Ye's voice trembled. Did you hire them? Or were they sent by your rich grandma? Su Xiaobao pulled a lollipop from his bag and slowly unwrapped it. Both, I guess. The little guy pushed up his sunglasses, his tone calm. Grandma heard you were moving back in, and she was worried you'd be harassed by bad women, so she specially had me transfer a female special forces team from Blackwater. After all, she doesn't trust men to protect you. She's more comfortable with women protecting you, maybe. Su, yeah, what kind of twisted logic is this? Lin Wanner finally came to her senses. Looking at her groaning subordinate on the ground, then at Suye surrounded by a group of top-tier female bodyguards, a mixture of fear and jealousy nearly drove her mad. Suye, you actually hired thugs. Lin Wanner pointed at Suye, her finger trembling. I'm calling the police. I'm suing you for intentional assault. Call the police? The blonde captain sneered, speaking in broken Chinese. Ma'am, there are security cameras in the hallway. You brought men armed and broke into a private residence with the intent to kidnap someone. We were acting in self-defense. She took a step forward, toying with a gleaming tactical dagger in her hand. If you don't want tomorrow's headlines to be "Fated Diva hires hitman to kidnap ex-husband, failed attempt," I suggest you roll. That roll carried a chilling murderous intent. Lin Wanner trembled violently, her high heel snapping with a crack. She awkwardly leaned against the wall, looking at her ex-husband, now a complete stranger, her eyes filled with resentment and helplessness. The Suye of today was no longer the pushover she could easily manipulate. The person standing beside him was someone she could never afford to offend. Suye, you just wait. Lin Wanner threw down a weak but intimidating threat, ignoring her subordinates on the ground, and, carrying her broken shoe, ran barefoot and disheveled downstairs. Her retreating figure looked like a defeated dog. The stairwell finally fell silent. Suye let out a long sigh, feeling his legs go weak. All right, everyone, you can all leave now. Suye waved his hand, wanting to quickly go inside and lie down for a while. Thank you, beautiful ladies, you should all go back and rest early too. With that, he pulled Suzayo Bayo towards the door to close it. However, a hand wearing a black leather glove blocked the doorway. The blonde captain's beautiful yet cold face appeared in the crack. Boss, you've misunderstood. She smiled slightly, revealing her white teeth, but it sent a chill down Suye's spine. Our contract is 24-hour close protection. Close protection, understand? Suye froze. Close protection? The blonde captain pushed forcefully, squeezing into the room, followed by her 3 teammates. The originally cramped 2-bedroom apartment was instantly filled with 4 long-legged beauties. Yes, close protection. The captain began inspecting the windows and blind spots, explaining as she went. This includes, but is not limited to eating, sleeping, using the toilet, and... She turned and looked Suye up and down, her eyes filled with professional rigor. Showering. We'll take turns standing guard at the bathroom door to ensure no one can peek at you, or ambush you. Suye looked at this room full of black widows, and then imagined himself with 4 female bodyguards standing at the bathroom door while he showered. He felt a wave of dizziness, his legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the worn-out sofa. Son! Suye let out a desperate wail, grabbing Suzayo Bayo's collar. These aren't bodyguards. These are clearly foremen. This is completely unnecessary. It's really completely unnecessary. I want to go back to the construction site and work as a bricklayer. I miss that cafeteria lady who wanted me to marry into her family. A black, extended Rolls-Royce, like a silent submarine, glided through the dense foliage and finally entered a manor nestled halfway up a mountain. The gate, cast in pure bronze and intricately carved with European patterns, gleamed with the cold light of money in the night. As the gate slid open, a wide asphalt road wound its way uphill, lined with uniquely designed streetlights, each one like a luminous pearl. We've arrived, young master. The blonde bodyguard opened the car door for Suye, even thoughtfully placing her hand on the car frame to prevent him from bumping his head. Suye stepped onto the soft lawn, his steps uneven, and looked up at the castle-like building before him, feeling somewhat dazed. Although he had inherited the memories of his transmigration, for the past 5 years he had lived the hard life of a live-in-law, residing in a villa like Lin Wanner's expensive but lacking in substance. Suddenly returning to a truly wealthy family of this caliber was quite a change for him. Son! Suye swallowed hard, tugging at Suzayo Bayo, who was calmly carrying his school bag beside him. Has our family always been this extravagant? This is just a place we have in Beijing. Suzayo Bayo pushed up his sunglasses, his tone as flat as if he were saying, this is just a temporary tent. Grandma thought the air in the city center was bad, so she bought it last month. Apparently, it's because the feng shui here is good for wealth. Suye's lips twitched. Good for wealth? With the Su family's wealth, do they even need to be good? If they get any better, the earth won't be able to contain them. Entering the hall. The 10-meter-high crystal chandelier was dazzling. The floor was paved with large slabs of imported marble, so shiny they could be used as mirrors. And in the very center of the hall, on a custom-made leather sofa large enough to lie down 10 people, sat a powerful and aloof lady. It was Li Ziyulian, the same woman who had so fiercely confronted Lin Wanner on the helicopter. Now, she had changed out of her cheongsam and was wearing a silk loungewear set, holding a steaming cup of ginseng tea. Mom! Suye called out, feeling inexplicably guilty. After all, for the past 5 years, he had severed ties with his family for the sake of so-called love. He had indeed been quite a scoundrel. You're back. Li Ziyulian didn't even lift her eyelids, gently blowing on the tea froth, her tone unreadable. You've lost weight. It seems that woman Lin Wanner really hasn't given you a proper meal. Mom, it's all in the past. Suya quickly moved closer, wanting to massage his mother's shoulders to appease her. I'm doing quite well now, aren't I? I've even been on TV, become a top star. Top star? Li Ziyulian sneered, slamming the teacup down on the coffee table. Clang! The sharp sound startled Suya, causing him to nearly press his hand against his mother's carotid artery. You call that top tier? Being surrounded by women offering money, pressured into marriage by an older woman, and blocked at the door by his ex-wife? Li Ziyulian turned around, poking Suya's forehead with a look of utter exasperation. You've disgraced the Su family. The sole heir of the prestigious Su group actually went into the entertainment industry? And became a national gigolo? That's a persona. Don't you understand what a persona is? Suya tried to argue. I don't care about personas. Li Ziyulian waved her hand dismissively, exuding domineering power. I've had my fill of fun and hardship. Now that I'm back, I don't want to suffer in that filthy place again. With that, she pulled a thick stack of photos from under the cushion behind her. She slammed them onto the coffee table with a thud. The photos scattered, colorful and vibrant, all featuring beautiful women of various styles. Son, Mom won't force you to take over the company. I know you're lazy. Li Ziyulian pointed at the photos, her tone as domineering as if she were picking out cabbages at a market. But the marriage still has to happen. We don't even consider someone like Lin Wanner. This time, Mom will personally vet her. Look at this one, the only daughter of an oil tycoon, with 3 oil fields as her dowry. She's a bit dark-skinned, but it's a healthy complexion. And look at this one, the granddaughter of a shipping magnate, who owns 2 ocean-going fleets. Don't you love the sea? Marry her, and you can go wherever you want. And this one, a princess from a collateral branch of a European royal family. Although she doesn't have real power, she has a title. From now on, you'll be a nobleman wherever you go. Suya looked at the table full of oil fields, ship fleets, and titles, feeling a chill run down his spine. He was about to suffer from trypophobia. This wasn't a blind date. This was clearly being used as a princess for a political marriage to be married off. Mom, are you even my real mother? Suya took 2 steps back, his face filled with terror. I just jumped out of the wolf's den, and you're going to push me into the tiger's lair again? I won't get married. I'm allergic to women. Allergic? Li Ziyulian raised an eyebrow, her eyes sharp. When those 4 bodyguards were protecting you, I didn't see you get a rash. That was work. That was forced upon me. Suya became anxious, protesting defiantly. Mom, I want to build my career. I want to earn a living with my own talent. I don't want to be called a gigolo who climbed the social ladder by relying on women anymore. I want to sing, I want to act, I want to win Best Actor. Li Ziyulian looked at her son's stubborn expression and remained silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, she smiled. It was a cold smile, somewhat enigmatic. Fine, you've got guts. Li Ziyulian slowly took out her phone from her bag and dialed a number. Hello, Lao Wang? Freeze all of Suye's bank cards, including the 5 million yuan I just transferred to him yesterday as pocket money. Yes, immediately. Suye, Mom, what are you doing? That's my hard-earned money. I earned it by eating steamed buns on a deserted island. Suye cried out. Your hard-earned money? Li Ziyulian put away her phone, stood up, and looked down at him. Since you want to build a career and rely on yourself, then don't use the family's money. From today onwards, all of the Su family's resources are no longer yours. The car is back, the house is back, even the 1,000 yuan in your pocket was given to you by me, give it back. Suye clutched his pocket, refusing to let go. Mom, isn't this going too far? At least leave me some money for a taxi. No money? If you don't have money, walk. Li Ziyulian ruthlessly pulled the few crumpled bills from his pocket and stuffed them into her piggy bank. Then, pointing to the gate is over there. Didn't you want to prove yourself? Didn't you not want to be a kept man? Go on, son. Li Ziyulian's lips curled into a meaningful smile, a mocking anticipation of a good show. Not relying on family, not relying on connections. I want to see how your spineless, easily manipulated nature fares in that female-dominated, ruthless entertainment industry. Don't come crying back to me later, begging to go back to school. Suye stood in the empty hall, penniless, with only Su Xiaobao beside him, backpack on, looking like he knew this would happen. Son. Suye looked at his son, tears welling in his eyes. Is your grandma serious? Su Xiaobao sighed, pulling a coin from his pocket, one he'd found on the bus. Dad, look on the bright side. The little guy stuffed the coin into Suye's hand, his tone sympathetic. At least, we still have $1. Enough for the bus. Clang, clang. A coin traced a desolate parabola before landing in the bus's coin box, its crisp, lonely sound echoing. It was Su Xiaobeo's only possession. It was also the last act of defiance from father and son. The bus was packed, filled with the smells of sweat and leaked buns. Suya gripped the handrail, swaying with the bus, watching the neon lights recede outside the window, his eyes resolute like a soldier about to go into battle. Son, don't be afraid. Suya looked down at Su Xiaobeo, who was squeezed under his armpit, and said, although we're penniless now, this is just the beginning of a legend. Before, I relied on my looks to make a living. From today onwards, I'll rely on my talent, on my ability, to let those superficial women know what a true artist is. Su Xiaobeo struggled to peek out from the crowd, adjusting his sunglasses, which had been askew. Dad, having ambition is a good thing. But according to my calculations, if we can't find work within 3 days, we'll have to sleep under a bridge, fighting with stray cats for cardboard boxes. First stop, an audition for a period drama in Hundian. The place was bustling with noise, filled with extras in costumes. With her pass accessible simply by showing her face, Suya easily met the assistant director in charge of casting. It was a woman, in her 40s, dressed very glamorously. Oh, isn't this Suya? The female director sized Suya up and down, her eyes like those of someone picking out pork belly at a market, full of scrutiny and covetousness. I heard you're not going to be a kept man anymore? Want to get roles based on your own abilities? Yes, director. Suya straightened his back, his face sincere. Although I haven't had professional training, I have life experience. I can play roles that have experienced hardship, even if it's just a passerby. A passerby? That's too much of a waste of your talent. The female director chuckled, walked around the table, and stood in front of Suya. A strong, cheap perfume wafted over. She extended a chubby hand and placed it very naturally on Suya's shoulder, then slid it down. Little Su, I happen to have a leading role in a drama. I need a male concubine. Oh no, I mean the third male lead. The female director leaned close to Suya's ear, her breath hot on his neck. There are a lot of scenes, including a few, rather passionate bathing scenes. However, acting skills need some work. She pulled a room key from her pocket and discreetly slipped it into Suya's hand, her eyes filled with unspoken ambiguity. Come to my room tonight, and I'll teach you how to act passionately. Suya froze. The room key felt like a hot iron. What? You think your role is too small? The female director drew circles on his chest with her finger. If you perform well, the second male lead role isn't out of the question. Sorry. Suya abruptly took a step back, slamming his room key on the table, his face ashen. Director, I'm an artist, not a prostitute. Save this kind of training for someone else. With that, he grabbed Su Xiaobeo and fled the audition studio as if escaping. Behind them came the female director's furious shouts. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? You're in this industry and still want to maintain a virtuous image? Sooner or later you'll be begging me. The second stop was a well-known music studio. Suya wasn't giving up. Acting wasn't going to work, but singing would surely do, right? With the popularity of father and a person like me, he felt he could at least make a living. He was greeted by a renowned gold medal producer in the industry, known as Sister Hua. In her 50s, well-maintained, and adorned with jewels. Suya, I've heard your songs, you definitely have some talent. Sister Hua sat on a leather sofa, swirling a glass of red wine, her eyes fixed on Suya's sharply defined face with a dreamy gaze. I want to release an album, original works, Suya said expectantly, the royalties are negotiable. Talking about money is so vulgar. Sister Hua put down her wine glass, stood up, and pressed him further. In this industry, talent is the cheapest commodity. How many talented young people spring up like leeks every year? But how many actually become famous? She walked up to Suya, reaching out to straighten his tie. Little Su, you need to understand one thing. Opportunity is in the hands of a few. I admire you, not only your songs, but also you as a person. Sister Hua's fingers traced Suya's Adam's apple, her tone full of implications. Come to my house tonight. My cat can do backflips. We can watch the cat and discuss the deeper details of the contract? It's that same old routine again. Watching the cat again. Late at night again. Suya was going crazy. He shoved Sister Hua's hand away, staggering back 3 steps, his back against the wall, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Sister Hua, I'm allergic to cat fur. Seriously. And I have claustrophobia, I can't go to other people's houses. With that, he fled again with Su Xiaobeo. Evening. The setting sun cast long shadows of the father and son. Suya slumped onto the curb, a half-empty bottle of mineral water in his hand, feeling utterly drained. Exhausted. Mentally exhausted. He'd spent the entire day running around, visiting 5 film sets and 3 music companies. Without exception. No one looked at his resume, no one listened to his demos. Everyone's gaze was like X-rays, fixed on his face, his back, his legs. Those female bosses, directors, and producers, talking about collaboration, their eyes screamed, "I want to sleep with you." Why? Soo-yeah clutched his hair, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. "I just want to build my career. I just want to earn a living with my own abilities. Why are they all lusting after my body? Is being handsome a crime? Am I destined to be nothing more than a pretty face?" This feeling of being treated like a plaything, like a bargaining chip, filled him with profound powerlessness and humiliation. He finally understood that the so-called nation's dream husband list wasn't an honor. It was a shackle. It was the biggest stumbling block on his path to becoming a true talent. Suzaobeo sat beside him, licking a lollipop he'd somehow acquired. The little guy looked at his father's bewildered expression and shook his head helplessly. "Dad, admit it." Suzaobeo's tone was low and sharp. "In this appearance-obsessed era, your good looks are so overshadowed that your talent has become a bonus. Buying the box and returning the pearl is a common human failing. And..." Suzaobeo pulled a document from his bag, information he'd casually looked up while waiting for Su-ye's interview. "It's almost impossible for you to take on freelance work now." "Why?" Su-ye looked up. "Because you still have a contract." Suzaobeo pointed to the terms on the document. "The Starlight Entertainment company you signed with 5 years ago, although they've blacklisted you, your contract hasn't expired. According to the terms, taking on acting roles or commercial performances without authorization is a breach of contract. Any legitimate company wanting to hire you will have to get past Starlight Entertainment first." Su-ye was stunned. For the past 5 years, he'd been busy raising his child and serving Lin Wanner, long forgetting about that contract of servitude. Starlight Entertainment. Su-ye murmured to himself, his memories beginning to return. That was the company he signed with when he first debuted. The boss back then was a man, and he treated him quite well. "Since there's a contract, I'll go back and terminate it." Su-ye suddenly stood up, his eyes rekindling with fighting spirit. "Instead of wandering around like a headless fly, I'd rather get my freedom back first. Once I terminate the contract, I can open my own studio. I refuse to believe I can't survive without my face." Suzaobeo looked at his spirited father, hesitant to speak. He pushed up his sunglasses, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. "Dad, I have some bad news that I think you need to know." "What?" Su-ye was brushing dust off his pants. "Your former company's boss changed 2 years ago." Suzaobeo pointed to a blurry photo on the file, a woman in a black suit with sharp, piercing eyes. "The current CEO is named Qin Lan. According to the gossip I found on hacker forums." The little guy paused, his tone becoming somewhat subtle. "This woman is a ruthless character. Her nickname is the female demon of the entertainment industry. And it said, what she hates most is handsome men who lack ability. But if you're both handsome and capable, she usually chooses." "Choose what?" Su-ye swallowed. "Lock you up and turn you into her private collection." The Starlight Entertainment building is located in the heart of the CBD. This towering black glass curtain wall building, like a sword piercing the sky, exudes a chilling aura that keeps strangers at bay. Inside the elevator, the numbers jumped rapidly. Su-ye tightened his trench coat and tidied his hair in front of the mirrored wall. Since he was here to negotiate, he couldn't afford to lose face. "Son, don't say a word when we go in." Su-ye lowered his voice, his face serious as he instructed, "I'm here to terminate the contract, to negotiate with the capitalists. It might be bloody, very violent." Suzaobeo stood beside him, holding his laptop, rolling his eyes helplessly. "Dad, based on my profile of Qin Yan's personality, the scene will most likely be ambiguous." "Don't talk nonsense." Su-ye puffed out his chest. "Do you think I'm that kind of person? I'm here today to settle things." Ding! The top floor has been reached. The CEO's office door was tightly shut. The secretary at the door, seeing Su-ye, flashed a hint of surprise in her eyes, quickly turning into a look of pity for a lamb to the slaughter. "Mr. Su, President Qin is waiting for you inside." Su-ye took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The office was large, spacious, and empty. Behind a huge black marble desk by the floor-to-ceiling window sat a woman. She had her back to the door, gazing at the scenery outside. She wore a perfectly tailored black suit that accentuated her beautiful back. Her hair was styled in a high bun, revealing her long, swan-like neck. Hearing the door open, the executive chair slowly swiveled around. In that instant, Su-ye felt the temperature in the room drop 10 degrees. Qin Lan. This was the legendary female demon of the entertainment industry. She was beautiful, but that beauty carried an intense, aggressive quality. Her eyes, behind gold-rimmed glasses, were long and sharp, her lips were painted a vibrant red. She exuded a queenly aura of "those who obey me prosper, those who defy me perish." "You're here." Qin Lan didn't stand up, but simply tapped the table lightly with her slender fingers, producing a rhythmic tap-tap. "Sit." This single word carried an undeniable air of command. Su-Ye's prepared opening remarks were abruptly cut off by this word. But he didn't sit. He was here to turn the tables, not to obey. Su-Ye strode to the desk and pulled out the pre-printed termination letter from his pocket. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as the document was slammed heavily onto the marble tabletop in front of Qin Lan. Su-Ye braced himself on the edge of the table, leaning forward, his peach blossom eyes filled with determination. President Qin, no need to sit. I'm here today to terminate the contract. The contract has 2 years left, but I can't wait any longer. Name your penalty, and from now on, we're done. After saying this, Su-Ye felt incredibly cool. This is how a man should be. Resolute. Qin Yan's fingers, which had been tapping the table, stopped. She slightly raised her head, and through her gold-rimmed glasses, a playful glint flashed in her eyes. Like a hunter seeing his prey suddenly bristling and resisting in his trap, she wasn't angry, but rather found amusing. Terminate the contract? Qin Lan parted her red lips slightly, her voice slightly husky, carrying a languid magnetism. Su-Ye, 5 years have passed, and your temper has grown quite a bit. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly stood up. Su-Ye only felt a blur before his eyes. Before he could react, Qin Lan had already walked around the large desk, her 10-centimeter red-soled heels clicking crisply on the marble floor. 1 step, 2 steps. Her approach was too fast, too imposing. Su-Ye instinctively retreated. What do you want? Retreat for what? Where did your momentum go when you slammed the table? Qin Lan pressed on, a half-smile playing on her lips. Su-Ye kept retreating until his back pressed against a cold, floor-to-ceiling glass wall. There was nowhere left to retreat. Bang! A muffled thud. Qin Yan's hand slammed against the glass near Su-Ye's ear. A classic wall slam. The distance between them instantly closed to an extreme. Su-Ye could even smell the cool, woody scent of her perfume, the aggressive, almost invasive aroma of Terra de Hermes. What do I want? Qin Lan lowered her head slightly. She was even slightly taller than Su-Ye in her heels, her gaze locking onto Su-Ye's eyes with an intense, almost manic intensity. Su-Ye, you want to leave? Did you ask me? Is Starlight Entertainment a place you can come and go as you please? Su-Ye pressed against the glass, her heart pounding wildly. This isn't how the script is going. Shouldn't the normal procedure be discussing breach of contract fees and lawyers' letters? Why is it suddenly turning into an idle drama? And why is she the one playing the domineering CEO? President Qin, President Qin. Su-Ye gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his last shred of dignity, and reached out to push her away. Please have some self-respect. I'm here to discuss business. If you don't agree to terminate the contract, we'll take legal action. Legal action? Qin Lan chuckled lightly, not letting him push her away, but instead using the momentum to press even lower. Her red lips almost touched Su-Ye's earlobe. Hot breath sprayed over him. Su-Ye shuddered, goosebumps rising on his skin. Su-Ye, have you forgotten what contract you signed? Qin Yan's voice became very soft, like a lover's whisper in his ear, but the words she spoke were chilling. An S-level full contract. The penalty for breach of contract is 300 million. 300 million? Su-Ye's pupils dilated in shock. That's right. Qin Lan extended her other hand, her slender fingertips lightly tracing Su-Ye's tie, then moving upwards to his Adam's apple. As far as I know, you're penniless right now. Even your taxi fare was paid for by your son. Even if you were sold, you wouldn't be worth 300 million. Su-Ye's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty, trying to avoid the dangerous finger, but it was firmly suppressed. Then what do you want? Su-Ye's voice was dry. A predator's excitement flashed in Qin Yan's eyes. She tilted her head slightly, looking at Su-Ye's face, slightly flushed with nervousness, and his eyes filled with a brokenness. Too captivating. In the past 5 years, she had met countless men, but none like Su-Ye, even in his utter destitution, still possessed an urge to ruthlessly ravage and then fiercely cherish him. Don't want to pay up? That's fine too. Qin Lan breathed into his ear, her tone incredibly suggestive. Then, pay with your body. What? Su-Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the impeccably dressed female CEO before him. Be my personal assistant. Qin Yan's fingers hooked his chin, forcing him to look at her. On call 24/7, available at any time. Live next door to me, take care of my daily needs, and certain late-night emotional needs. If you agree, the 300 million will be wiped clean, and I'll use the entire company's resources to make you a star. Isn't this blatant sugar daddy/sugar baby arrangement? The kind where you sign a contract to sell yourself? Su-Ye's anger flared instantly. Death is acceptable, but humiliation is not. He shoved Qin Lan away with all his might. Qin Lan, you're dreaming. Su-Ye straightened his disheveled collar, leaning against the glass window, his eyes stubborn and angry, like a lone wolf driven to the brink but still bearing its fangs. Su-Ye, may be poor, may be down on my luck, but I'm not so lowly as to sell myself to pay off my debts. 300 million, is it? Fine, I'll pay. Even if I have to do manual labor, sell my blood, beg for food, I will definitely pay you back this money. I have no money. I'll take your life. Qin Lan was pushed back 2 steps. She wasn't angry. On the contrary, looking at the unyielding man, her admiration and possessiveness intensified. She slowly straightened her cuffs, turned, and walked back to her desk, picking up a document she had prepared beforehand. Thump! The document was thrown on the table. Very well. Qin Lan pushed up her glasses, a cruel yet pleased smile playing on her lips. So yeah, I love your rebellious spirit. Since you want to play hardball, I'll play along. This is a lawyer's letter and a debt confirmation. Starting today, interest will be calculated daily. And just a reminder. Qin Ian's eyes turned icy. Until you've paid off these 300 million, all the freelance work you take on, all the money you earn, must be used first to pay off this debt. Even your personal freedom is part of the collateral. Suya stared at the thick stack of documents, feeling as if the sky had fallen. He turned to look at Suzayo Bayo, who had been sitting on the sofa watching the drama unfold, his eyes filled with despair. Son, it seems we just escaped one trap only to fall into another. The air in the office felt heavy as lead because of the exorbitant debt confirmation. Qin Lan leaned against her desk, arms crossed, like a cat toying with a mouse, her eyes filled with an unwavering certainty that you can't escape. Suya stared at the dizzying string of zeros, his palms clammy with cold sweat. 300 million. Even if you sliced him up and sold him by the gram, you probably wouldn't even get a fraction of that. So, Qin Ian's slender fingers tapped lightly on the desk, producing a death knell-like sound. Sign and seal your agreement, becoming my man, or wait for the court summons, going to jail to work on a sewing machine? Suya gritted his teeth, about to say, don't underestimate a young man's potential. Bang! The heavy mahogany door, a symbol of the highest power within Starlight Entertainment, was violently pushed open from the outside. No, to be precise, it was kicked open. 2 unfortunate secretaries stood blocking the doorway, but were forcefully pushed back by a powerful aura. A white figure, clad in sky-high heels, strode in with an arrogant, domineering air. 300 million? The newcomer sneered, her voice crisp yet carrying an undeniable air of dominance. You think you can buy a top star's entire life for that little bit of money? Qin Lan, I heard your scheme coming from the building next door. Su Ye whirled around. There stood Zhao Qing, the aloof and sophisticated woman from Tianhua Entertainment, standing in the doorway. She had changed into a sharply tailored white suit, carrying a silver briefcase, and looked at Qin Lan as if she were a heartless contractor exploiting his workers. Zhao Qing. Qin Ian's face darkened. She removed her gold-rimmed glasses, a cold glint in her eyes. This is the president's office of Starlight Entertainment, not your marketplace. Who let you in? If I want to come in, no one in Beijing can stop me. Zhao Qing completely ignored Qin Ian's order to leave. She walked straight to the desk and slammed her silver briefcase onto it. Click. The briefcase popped open. Inside wasn't cash, but a black and gold checkbook and rows of stamped share transfer agreements. 300 million, is it? Zhao Qing picked up a pen, scribbled down a string of numbers, then defiantly tore off a check, held it between 2 fingers, and tossed it in front of Qin Lan. I'll pay this for him. From now on, Suye's debts are transferred to my name. He's mine. The room fell silent. Suye stared at the check that had fluttered lightly onto the table, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Is this the legendary spending a fortune for a lover? While it felt good, it somehow felt more like ransoming someone from a brothel. You're paying for him? Qin Lan laughed in exasperation. She slowly tossed the check aside, leaning forward, her domineering aura exuding an instant burst. Zhao Qing, get this straight. Suye signed a full contract. The penalty for breach of contract is only part of the termination. If I don't release him, you have nowhere to spend your money. Not release him. Zhao Qing raised an eyebrow, the arrogance of top-tier capital. So, you don't have enough money? She picked up the pen again and filled in a number on another check. 500 million. Principal and interest, plus your laughable compensation for emotional distress. Is that enough? Qin Ian's eye twitched. This isn't about money. 600 million. Zhao Qing raised the price expressionlessly. Zhao Qing, don't be so arrogant. 800 million, plus 5% of Tianhua Entertainment shares. Zhao Qing threw her pen on the table, bracing herself with her hands, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Lan, or rather, on Suye standing beside her. Qin Lan, you should know that this price is enough to buy your entire company. I'm just telling you, there's no man I set my sights on that I can't have. The atmosphere in the office instantly became tense, so explosive it felt like a spark could ignite an explosion. 2 women at the top of the entertainment industry, at this moment, were like 2 little girls fighting over a limited edition toy, completely abandoning any semblance of decorum or reason. and Suya was that toy. He was caught between two powerful female CEOs, looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. To his left was his former boss, threatening sexual favors if he didn't obey. To his right was his new sugar daddy, ready to bury him in money. Suya shrank back, trying to minimize his presence, but those two burning gazes were like searchlights, fixed on him, burning holes in him. Ladies. Suya tremblingly raised his hand, trying to interject. Could we ask the person involved? Even though I'm in debt, I still have human rights, right? Shut up. The two women spoke in unison, turning to glare at him. You have no right to speak here. Qin Lan declared domineeringly, you're my collateral. Stand still. Zhao Qing's eyes were fanatical. Once I buy you, you can say whatever you want, even if you want to dance on my desk. Yeah. He looked despairingly at the sofa in the corner. Su Xiaobao sat cross-legged, holding a carton of want milk he'd somehow acquired, drinking it with relish. The little guy, wearing sunglasses, watched the multi-million-dollar talent war like nothing was wrong, even yawning boredly. Son. Suya mouthed for help, your dad's going to be dismembered. Su Xiaobao finished the last sip of milk, crushed the empty carton, and accurately tossed it into the trash can 2 meters away. 3 points. He commented casually, then slowly pulled a slightly worn document from his SpongeBob SquarePants backpack. It was a printout he'd made last night while hacking into the company's back office and conducting due diligence. Su Xiaobao jumped off the sofa, his short legs carrying him to the priceless desk. He was too short, so he had to stand on tiptoe to slam the document down between the two arguing female CEOs, their faces flushed. The sound wasn't loud, but in the tense atmosphere, it felt particularly jarring. Qin Lan and Zhao Qing simultaneously stopped arguing, looking down at the tiny boy who wasn't even as tall as the table. Su Xiaobao adjusted his sunglasses, looked up, and a smile radiating the brilliance of a rule of law society appeared on his youthful face. Ladies, could we pause the bidding process for a moment? He gestured to the documents on the table, his tone as calm as a seasoned lawyer with 30 years of experience. Although you are very wealthy and sincere. But, from a legal perspective. Su Xiaobao paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over Qin Ian's delicate face. This so-called S-level full contract is completely invalid. The sound of the document slamming onto the table wasn't loud, but it was like a muffled thunderclap, shattering the tense atmosphere between the two female CEOs. Qin Lan looked down at the chubby, even slightly baby-faced, little hand pressing against the document and couldn't help but laugh. That laugh carried the disdain of an adult for a child's ignorance and fearlessness. Invalid? Qin Lan took off her glasses, rubbed her temples, as if she'd heard the funniest joke of the year. Little one, although I don't know whose child prodigy you are, Auntie has to teach you a lesson. This is an S-level contract drafted by dozens of elite lawyers in Starlight Entertainment's legal department. Every punctuation mark has undergone rigorous review. She leaned down, a playful smile curving her red lips, and reached out to pinch Su Xiaobao's cheek. You're talking to me about law? Can you even read? Don't touch me. Su Xiaobao turned her head away in disgust, dodging the hand painted with scarlet nail polish. He pulled a wet wipe from his bag and slowly wiped his hands, which had just touched the table. His tone was as cold as a heartless assassin. Auntie, your legal department is indeed very elite. But they clearly forgot to tell you that, according to Article 26 of the Labor Contract Law, a contract concluded through fraud or coercion is invalid from the outset. Su Xiaobao flipped to the first page of the document, pointing to the clause. 5 years ago, when my father signed the contract, your promises of top-tier resources and professional team were never fulfilled during the contract's term. On the contrary, you used a dual contract to embezzle 70% of my father's appearance fees. Qin Ian's smile froze. This is a serious breach of contract. Su Xiaobao's voice was childish, yet every word was piercing. Not only is the contract invalid, but you also have to pay back the salaries for the past 5 years, probably a few million yuan, but my dad is generous and can waive it. You're talking nonsense. Qin Lan slammed her hand on the table, furious and embarrassed. These are all industry unspoken rules. What evidence do you have? Evidence. Su Xiaobao pushed up his sunglasses, a chilling smile playing on his lips that sent shivers down Qin Ian's spine. That's for the police. What I'm showing you is this. With a flick of his wrist, the document reached its last page. It wasn't the contract terms. It was a series of densely packed screenshots of Excel spreadsheets, and several internal transfer records stamped with an official seal. It clearly recorded detailed data on Starlight Entertainment's money laundering and tax evasion using shell companies over the past 3 years. Every transaction was accurate to 2 decimal places. Qin Ian's pupils contracted sharply, her face turning deathly pale. She reached out to snatch the document, but Su Xiaobao nimbly dodged it. Don't get agitated. Su Xiaobao held the document close to his chest, as if teasing a ruffled cat. This is just a photocopy. The original. I've already set a timer for it to be sent. If my dad doesn't receive the unconditional termination letter within 10 minutes, the little guy raised his wrist, glancing at the non-existent watch. This document will be automatically sent to the Tax Bureau's Inspection Department's email address. It will also be copied to major financial media outlets. At that time, Mr. Chin, you might not be drinking coffee in your office, but working on a sewing machine behind bars. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Zhao Qing, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. She had originally intended to use money to intimidate him, but this little brat who suddenly appeared had practically overturned the table. This combination of hacking skills and legal extortion, oh no, legal rights protection was masterful. You. Qin Lan pointed at Su Xiaobao, her fingers trembling violently. Her usually arrogant queen-like face was now filled with fear. She couldn't afford to gamble. Once these things were exposed, not only Starlight Entertainment, but even the capital behind her would be destroyed. Sign, or not sign? Su Ye finally reacted. Looking at his son's domineering "the world is ending" attitude, he instantly straightened his back. He was a master at using someone else's power. President Qin, give me a straight answer. Su Ye crossed her arms, a smug look on her face that said, I have connections. My son has a terrible temper. If he slips his finger, your company will be gone. Qin Lan gritted her teeth, staring at the father and son, wishing she could devour them alive. But in the end, she slumped back into her chair, defeated. Bring me a pen. Qinian's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, filled with endless resentment and humiliation. The secretary nervously handed over the termination agreement. Swish, swish, swish. Signed, stamped. The moment the bright red company stamp touched the ground, Su Ye felt a sense of relief wash over her. The shackles that had weighed her down for 5 years had shattered completely. Get out! Qin Lan slammed the agreement on the ground, pointed at the door, and roared, take your son and get out of here right now. Su Ye bent down to pick up the agreement, blew off the dust, and smiled brightly. Thanks, President Qin. I wish you a speedy payment of your taxes and to become a law-abiding citizen. With that, he scooped up Su Xiaobao and, under the astonished yet regretful gaze of President Zhao, swaggered out of the CEO's office. In the corridor, Su Ye held his son, wanting to kiss him on the cheek. Son, you're amazing. You're my god. That last-ditch comeback move was absolutely awesome. Look at Qinian's face, it's as green as chives. Su Xiaobao wiped the drool off his face disgustedly and adjusted his sunglasses. Standard procedure. The little guy said coolly, but his eyes betrayed a hint of worry for his father. Dad, remember this lesson. Women will only slow you down. In this industry, either you have money, or you have power, or you have me. Otherwise, you're just a dish on their table. Su Ye nodded frantically, got it. Completely got it. From now on, I'll avoid female bosses. Ding. Just as he stepped out of the office building, Su Ye's phone vibrated again. He was now traumatized by vibrating phones, handling them with extreme care. It was an email. The sender was an unfamiliar variety show production team. Dear Mr. Su Ye, given your recent popularity and unique single parent with a child persona, our company cordially invites you to participate in an S-level large-scale observational variety show. Su Ye's eyes lit up. An S-level variety show? This is a great resource. Could it be a hardcore program like Challenge the Impossible? Or a purely masculine program like Follow Bear Grylls to Adventure? He looked down expectantly, his gaze landing on the program title. The next second, Su Ye's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a feeling of utter disgust, as if he had swallowed a fly. The title prominently displayed 7 large pink characters. Sisters Romance Season 4. And the list of invited guests included Qin Lan, Zhao Qing, Bai Lu, Lu Bing, even a special guest observer Lin Warner. Smash! Su Ye slammed his phone to the ground, letting out a furious roar that startled even the stray cats on the street. Love my ass. Are they trying to lure me in and kill me? Su Xiaobao looked down at the phone on the ground, then at the guest list that was practically a family-wide hellscape. Dad, actually I think. No way. I'd rather die than go. Su Ye picked up the phone, frantically tapping delete and block on the screen, gritting his teeth. Su Ye, would rather starve to death, die outside, jump off a cliff than participate in this deadly variety show. A tense atmosphere hung in the air beside the trash cans outside the office building. Thud! A sharp crack. The expensive smartphone, which had just received an email, was slammed into the deepest part of the trash can by Su Ye with a clean 3-point shot. The movement was swift and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Damn it! Su Ye clapped his hands, as if he had just thrown away a bag of nuclear waste, his face filled with the horror of surviving a close call. Love? Love with the older women? This isn't a variety show invitation. This is clearly a death warrant from the Grim Reaper. He turned to Su Xiaobao, who was calmly eating a lollipop beside him, his tone filled with utter despair. Son, look at that guest list. Qin Lan, Zhao Qing, and that bunch of female bosses who were waiting for me downstairs. Putting all these ladies together at one table, that's not dating, that's raising a poisonous insect. Whoever goes is doomed. Su Xiaobao chewed the candy in his mouth, pushed up his sunglasses, and objectively analyzed. Dad, from a biological point of view, this is indeed a high-risk environment. Once you enter that closed villa, the probability of being completely devoured is as high as 99.9%. But, the little guy pointed to the phone still vibrating wildly in the trash can. From an economic point of view, the other party seems very sincere. This is already the third time it's rang. Sure enough, a series of urgent rings came from the trash can, sounding particularly jarring in the quiet afternoon. It was the call of money, and the resentment of capital. Suya initially didn't want to answer, but the ringing was so persistent it was giving him a headache. Fine, I'll see what other nonsense they have to spout. Suya gritted his teeth, suppressing his nausea, picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, and immediately put it on speakerphone. Hello, I said I'm not going. Can't you understand human language? On the other end of the line came an extremely humble, almost fawning male voice. It was Director Liu, the chief director of Sisters Romance. Teacher Su, don't hang up. Please don't hang up. I know you have concerns, but the price is negotiable. President Qin and President Zhao have both increased their investments, as long as you're willing to be a male guest. Director Liu took a deep breath and quoted an astronomical figure. 200 million for the appearance fee, after tax. And you won't have to do any work, you just need to sit there and be taken care of by the sisters. 200 million? Su Ye's heart skipped a beat. In the past, he would have agreed without hesitation. But now, thinking of Qin Yan's pleading look and Zhao Qing's plan to open up the balcony, Su Ye felt a chill run down his spine. Those 200 million yuan seemed like worthless ghost money. Director Liu, this isn't about money. Su Ye straightened his back and shouted righteously into the phone. Although I, Su Ye, am poor and in debt, I have my bottom line. I'm a single father with a child. My heart is only for my child and my career. Dating? That's a desecration of art. Even if I starve to death, die outside, jump off this cliff, I would never participate in this kind of sexually exploitative variety show. After saying that, he hung up the phone again and blocked the number. The world was finally quiet. But then, a new problem arose. If they didn't date, what would they do with the 300 million yuan debt? Where would they stay tonight? What would they eat for dinner? Suye squatted on the curb, looking at the few coins he had left, so worried he felt like his hair was about to fall out. Son, it seems, we're really going to go bankrupt. Just then, a slightly dilapidated second-hand van screeched to a halt in front of the father and son. The door opened, and a young man wearing thick-rimmed glasses, carrying a backpack, and covered in sweat jumped out. He was the cheap assistant Su Xiaobao had just temporarily hired online, named Xiao Zhou, a college graduate, recent, cheap, obedient, and most importantly a man. Su, brother Su. Xiao Zhou ran over, panting, carrying a pile of messy documents. Finally found you. These are the job offers I just selected. Su Ye's eyes lit up, as if he'd grasped a lifeline. Quick. Are there any decent jobs, no women involved, that pay with physical labor? Yes, there are. Xiao Zhou hesitated, flipping through the documents, and pulled out a crumpled application form. You rejected all the dating shows and film crews. The only ones left are this. Su Ye snatched it and looked at it. Program title, Challenge the Impossible, Career Experience Season. Task description, go deep into the grassroots, experience the most arduous, dirty, and despised jobs, and showcase the glory of the working people. This episode's job, fishmonger at the market. Job description, killing fish, scaling, gutting, and hawking. 12-hour workday, extremely harsh environment, foul stench. Salary, 500,000, daily payment. Killing fish? Su Ye looked at those two words, not only without disgust, but her eyes blazed with wild joy. The market. What kind of place is that? It's the domain of old men and women. It's a place filled with the smell of cooking and fish. How could there be a female CEO in a place like that? How could there be a female celebrity? Those socialites who wear half a bottle of perfume every time they go out would probably faint from the smell of fish. Great. That's fantastic. Su Ye excitedly slapped Xiao Zhou on the shoulder, almost knocking the skinny assistant apart. This job. I'll take it. But brother Su. Xiao Zhou adjusted his glasses, kindly reminding him, that's a wet market, dirty and tiring, and you have to kill animals, your hands. What's a little dirt? What's a little tiredness? Su Ye waved his hand dismissively, his face beaming with the happiness of finally finding refuge. As long as no woman bothers me, I'd even clean the sewers. Besides, think about it, covered in fish scales, hands stained with blood, reeking of fermented seafood, what woman would throw herself at me? It's practically natural pepper spray. Suzayo Bayo, listening nearby, silently pushed his sunglasses up. He glanced at his father's confident expression, then remembered the still-present, friend of women, halo in the system. He hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping himself. All right. The little guy sighed, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and was the first to climb into the dilapidated van. Dad, since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you, but I suggest you prepare a few extra pairs of gloves. Not to protect against fish bones, but because, never mind, whatever makes you happy. Suye didn't catch the hidden meaning in his son's words. His mind was now filled with the word safety. Let's go! Let's go! Suye jumped into the car and shouted to Xiao Zhou in the driver's seat, his voice loud and clear, full of fighting spirit. To the market. I'll show everyone what it means to be a hard worker. Selling fish is good. It's fishy. Women will definitely stay far away. This time, Suye, will definitely earn 500,000 quietly and honestly. The morning market was as noisy as a pot of boiling 8-treasure porridge. The air was thick with the stench of dead fish, the fermenting smell of rotten vegetables, and the unique fragrance wafting from the poultry section. The ground was slippery, covered in black puddles. Splash! A dark green high-top rubber boot stepped into a puddle without hesitation, splashing up a few mud splatters. Suye looked down at his attire. A waterproof black leather apron, still stained with unidentified bloodstains left by the previous fishmonger. Thick, yellow rubber gloves that went all the way up to his elbows. Even his hair was deliberately tousled, like that of a down-on-his-luck laborer who had just finished a long night of bricklaying. Perfect. Suye stood in front of the fish stall, took a deep breath of the fishy-smelling air, and a look of ecstasy spread across his face. This is the taste of freedom. He turned to look at Suzayo Bayo, who was sitting on a small stool, covering his nose and looking disgusted, and raised an eyebrow smugly. Son, look at this environment, how awful, how down to earth. In a place like this, let alone a female CEO, even a factory girl looking for an honest man to marry would probably avoid me if she saw my appearance. Suzayo Bayo pushed up his sunglasses and didn't say anything. He just silently took out a bottle of air freshener from his bag and sprayed it twice in Suye's direction. Dad, don't be so confident. The little guy coldly poured cold water on him. According to Murphy's law, the safer you feel, the more dangerous it often is. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suye waved his hand, scooped a still-throwing grass carp from the sink, and slammed it onto the cutting board. Today, I'm just a heartless fish-killing machine. Nobody can disturb my money-making. Just as Suye raised the rusty cleaver, preparing to give the grass carp a quick death, the system in his mind, dormant all night, suddenly sprang back to life without warning. Ding! Detected that the host is currently in a state of extreme confidence, and the environment matches the underdog's rise to power scenario. Random side quest triggered. Hone your acting skills. Quest description: as a man about to enter the entertainment industry, how can you lack superb acting skills? Please reject 10 confessions of love from women while selling fish. Quest reward: God-level acting mastery. From now on, your eyes will speak, and your eyebrows will be full of expression. Failure penalty: friend of women aura effect doubled. Clang! Suye's hand trembled, and the cleaver fell onto the cutting board, nearly cutting his finger. He stared wide-eyed at the empty task panel, feeling like the system had lost its mind. Reject 10 confessions? Suye mentally screamed. System, are you still asleep? Open your eyes wide and look around. This is a market. A fish market. Looking like this, covered in fish scales and with blood on my hands, who would confess to me? Those old ladies buying vegetables. This task is impossible to complete. Unless pigs can fly. The system didn't respond, only silently starting the task countdown. Suye sneered. Impossible to complete? That's perfect. This damn halo is annoying enough already. What's the harm in doubling it? Does it expect sows to line up and deliver spinach to me? I'm abandoning the mission. I choose to lie down. Suye picked up his cleaver again, deciding to ignore this idiotic system. Come on. Fresh grass carp. 15 a pound. Freshly killed and sold. He imitated the vendor next to him, shouting at the top of his lungs. His voice was loud and clear, full of energy. But within it, there was a hint of the world weariness he had honed on the deserted island, unique to Suye. At the next stall, a woman chopping ribs instinctively stopped when she heard the voice. Her name was Wang Xia, a well-known pork beauty in the area. Although she was a bit stout, she still retained her charm. She had very high standards. She wouldn't even give a second glance to an ordinary fishmonger. But today, that voice was a little different. It was like a hook, scratching at her heart. Wang Xia turned her head almost unconsciously, wanting to see what the new neighbor looked like. And that one look led to trouble. The morning sunlight filtered through the dilapidated roof of the market, dappling Suye's profile. He was bent over, intently scaling a grass carp. The rusty kitchen knife in his hand seemed to transform into a peerless sword, its blade gleaming coldly. The flying fish scales sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight. He pursed his lips slightly, his eyes focused and deep, a wisp of hair falling down his forehead, obscuring his eyebrows and eyes, but unable to conceal the aura that emanated from his very bones. A sense of brokenness. Even wearing the dirtiest apron, even with the ugliest gloves, he stood there, still like a prince fallen to earth, experiencing life's hardships. The aura of being a friend of women was silently radiating a deadly pink glow. Gulp. Wang Xia swallowed hard, feeling her grip on the rib knife falter. Her heart was pounding. Is this the legendary feeling of being smitten? She'd been in this market for 10 years, used to seeing shirtless, foul-mouthed, rough men. She'd never seen a man like this, who could exude a melancholy poet air even while killing a fish. So captivating. Wang Xia murmured to herself, twisting the rag in her hands into a tangled mess. She could no longer control her restless heart. She put down the knife, hastily wiped the lard off her hands on her apron, and tidied a stray hair at her temple. Then, she swayed her hips, a smile that was ostensibly shy but actually quite eager, as she moved step by step towards Suye's fish stall. Suye had just finished scaling the fish and was about to gut it. Suddenly, he felt a huge shadow loom over him. A strong smell of raw pork mixed with cheap face cream assaulted his nostrils. Who's there? Suye looked up warily, still clutching the blood-stained cleaver. He saw a burly woman with a face full of scars, trying her best to look shy, standing in front of the cutting board, gazing at him with intense longing. Her eyes were drooling, really drooling. Suye's heart skipped a beat, that feeling of being controlled by the system returned. Sister-in-law? Suye shrank back, trying to shield herself with the cleaver. Buying fish? Grass carp is 15, common carp is 12, no bargaining. What kind of fish? Wang Xia said coquettishly, her voice rough yet with a hint of affected squeak, making Suye's skin crawl. She stretched out a chubby hand, across the cutting board, trying to touch Suye's hand, but Suye nimbly dodged it. Wang Xia wasn't angry. She rested her chin on her hands, elbows braced on the fish blood-stained cutting board, completely unconcerned about the dirt on her clothes. She stared intently into Suye's eyes and said with deep affection, "Young man, killing a fish? I think what you're holding isn't a knife, but Cupid's arrow. And what you're killing isn't even a fish." Wang Xia pointed to the grass carp in Suye's hand, which was already dead, then pointed to her own pounding heart, and winked. "It's my heart." Your heart, your heart." Suye stared at the pile of bloody fish entrails on the cutting board, then at Wang Xia's lecherous face, and felt a wave of nausea wash over her. This cheesy pickup line was too overpowering. It was even more intoxicating than 3 days' worth of fermented, stinky mandarin fish. Sister-in-law, stop joking. Suye shrank back, holding the cleaver horizontally in front of her chest, trying to create a physical barrier. "I'm a fishmonger, not a surgeon. I can't handle a heart." "Oh, you're so funny." Wang Xia laughed heartily, her large, fleshy body shaking violently with the rhythm, making the fish on the cutting board bounce. Without caring about the mess, she reached out her dripping, oily hand and grabbed a freshly gutted, 5-pound, fathead fish. Snap! The cleaver fell, and the fish head was severed. Her movements were swift and decisive, carrying a chilling aura of menace. Wang Xia shoved the fish head towards Suye, her eyes glazed, but her tone was as domineering as a female bandit queen. "See that? Brother, you're like this fish. Though you look slippery, anything Wang Xia, set my sights on will eventually end up in my pot." Suye swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his neck. This wasn't a confession. This was clearly a threat. Sister-in-law, I actually. Suye was about to make an excuse to slip away. But Wang Xia didn't give him a chance. She turned and pulled 2 of the largest, most lively red carp from under her stall. Then she found a red string, expertly threaded it through the gills, and tied a tight knot. "Take it." Wang Xia, without a word, shoved the 2 still-throwing fish into Suye's arms. It was a heavy expression of love. The fish's tails flicked across Suye's designer, though dirty, trench coat, leaving wet streaks. "This is a token of our love," Wang Xia said generously, patting Suye's shoulder so hard he almost fell over. "In my hometown, giving a red carp means I want to spend my life with you. It's free. It's yours." "No, no." Suye was terrified and quickly tried to push the fish back. "This is too precious. I can't accept it. Besides, I don't eat fish, I have gout. I have high uric acid. And I'm a father. What's wrong with having children? I have 2 too." Wang Xia waved her hand dismissively, not only not taking the fish back, but also grabbing a handful of scallions, ginger, and garlic and stuffing them into Suye's pocket. "Take it back. Make soup for the kids. If it's good, tomorrow night, come to my house, I'll make you some noodles. Yeah. Looking at Wang Xia's suggestive gaze, he was completely defeated. I'm sorry, sister-in-law, but I really can't accept your feelings. Suya gritted his teeth, shouted, put the fish on the cutting board, grabbed Suzaobeo who was still watching the scene, and turned to run. In his mind, the system's notification sounded like heavenly music. Ding! Rejected pork beauty Wang Xia's hardcore confession. Task progress, 1/10. However, Suya clearly underestimated the power of the friend of women halo in a place like the heavily gloomy market. He had only run a few steps from the fish stall. Oh my! Isn't that the handsome young man from earlier? An older woman selling vegetables nearby, waving a bunch of tender green scallions, blocked Suya's path. Her eyes, kind yet fervent, grabbed Suya's sleeve. Young man, don't run away. You look familiar, like my first love from abroad. Take these scallions. Come find me when you buy vegetables next time, I'll give you a discount, or, give me your WeChat ID, I'll transfer the money to you. Suya's lips twitched. Auntie, I don't add you on WeChat, I use an old-fashioned phone. Ding! Task progress, 2/10. Just as he escaped the older woman, a white-collar worker in business attire and high heels, who had come to buy vegetables, suddenly slipped, cried out, and fell precisely into Suya's arms. Thank you. The white-collar worker looked up at Suya's face, which, though dirty, was breathtakingly handsome, and her face instantly turned red. She clung tightly to Suya's collar, her eyes gleaming. Handsome, I can't repay your life-saving grace, except only a bank transfer. Suzaobeo coldly interjected from the side. Auntie, Alipay or WeChat? 500 for saving someone, no credit. The female office worker froze. Suya seized the opportunity to straighten her up, taking 3 steps back. No need for repayment. It was nothing. Goodbye. Ding. Mission progress, 3/10. The next 10 minutes were a nightmare for Suya, a veritable confession to love. The tofu seller offered him free tofu pudding. The anti-frying dough sticks offered him some. Even the stray calico cat from the market rushed over, rubbing against his trousers and meowing courtly. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Suya, panting heavily, hid in a corner behind the public restroom, looking at the 2 red carp that had somehow been shoved back into his hands, tears welling up in his eyes. The mission was complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully rejected 10 confessions from the opposite sex, including cross-species confessions. Reward, God-level acting mastery, issued. But he felt like his soul had been hollowed out. Son, where's the car? Where's Xiao Zhou? Suya leaned against the wall, his voice weak. Hurry up and get him to bring the car over. This place is too dangerous, it's full of female hooligans. A few minutes later, the dilapidated van, like a refugee ark, screeched to a halt by the roadside. Suya, clutching the 2 still-throwing love fish, grabbed Suzaobeo and sprinted into the van. Drive! Drive! Suya locked the car doors. Only after the car had driven out of the bustling street and the market signs were receding into the distance did he slump into his seat and let out a long sigh. That was terrifying. Suya stared blankly at the roof of the car. I never want to go to a market again in my life. Xiao Zhou, driving in the front, glanced at the disheveled Suya in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Su, your charm, it's indiscriminate. Those old ladies were practically glued to you. Don't even mention it. Suya waved his hand, his face showing a weary expression of past regrets. I only want to focus on my career, not on finding a partner. Why is it so hard to be a quiet, handsome man these days? Back in his temporary rented room, Suya tossed the 2 red carp into the bucket, then tossed the bag of scallions, ginger, and garlic that had been forced upon him into the kitchen. Although the process was a bit convoluted, at least, dinner was sorted. Son, we'll have fish soup tonight. Suya rolled up his sleeves, preparing to prepare the 2 fruits of love. However, Suzaobeo, who had been sitting on the sofa playing on his phone, suddenly called out to him, Dad, don't rush to kill the fish. The little guy's voice was cold, carrying the low pressure of an impending storm. What is it? Suya turned around, still holding a kitchen knife. Your ex-wife is causing trouble again. Suzaobeo held up his phone. The screen displayed a Weibo post that had just gone viral. Posted by Lin Warner. The text is long, every word dripping with emotion, and the accompanying image is simply stunning. One image shows Lin Warner in her pajamas, looking pale and haggard, sitting on the floor of a mansion, holding a bowl of instant noodles. The background appears empty and desolate. Another photo shows Suya being fawned over at the market today, carrying fish and chatting happily with the older women. At Lin Warner, I used to think that as long as I backed down, as long as I endured for the sake of my child, everything would be alright. But I never expected that when I was eating instant noodles alone late at night, reminiscing about our past. You're already eagerly searching for new prey at the market. Suya, is this what you call building a career? Selling your body for a few fish? What will Xiaobao think of you? How can I bear this? The comments section below has become chaotic due to the new wave of online trolls hired by Lynn Warner. Oh my god. Sister Warner eating instant noodles? That's so pitiful. So yeah is disgusting. She just got divorced and she's already hooking up with the fishmongers? What a heavy taste. This is the so-called national male god? I think he's more like a national gigolo. He doesn't even spare middle-aged women. My heart aches for Sister Warner. The sooner you leave this scumbag, the better. Suya stared at the Weibo post, at the distorted and twisted words. His mood, which had slightly improved after completing the mission, instantly plummeted. He gripped the kitchen knife tightly, his knuckles turning white. Lynn Warner. Suya gritted his teeth, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. You really don't want to live anymore, do you? In that dilapidated rented room, the air was heavy and oppressive, as if a storm was brewing. Suya gripped the dripping kitchen knife, his knuckles white from the force. The photo of Lynn Warner on the screen, looking pitiful as she ate instant noodles, pierced his eyes like a thorn. She's twisting the truth. She's trying to drive me to my death. Suya gritted his teeth, his chest heaving. I'm issuing a statement right now. I'm going to expose everything she did back then, how she forced me to leave the entertainment industry, how she treated me like a servant. Dad, calm down. Suzaobeo sat on a small stool, holding a cucumber he'd picked up from the market. He took a bite, his tone as calm as if he were watching a trivial monkey show. This kind of low-level game doesn't need your personal involvement. The little guy pointed to his phone screen, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Have you forgotten your current identity? Identity? What identity? A fishmonger? Suya was taken aback. No. Suzaobeo pushed up his sunglasses, his voice low and brooding. You're the darling of all the rich women online, the white moonlight of top female celebrities. If someone touches their treasure, do you think they'll just sit idly by? Before he finished speaking, Suya's phone suddenly vibrated. Then came the second, the third. The vibrations grew faster and faster, eventually becoming a continuous barrage, making the phone so hot she almost dropped it. On Weibo's trending topics list, the top spot, previously dominated by Lynn Warner's sob story post, was instantly bombarded by several heavily verified IDs. The first to fire was the hottest-tempered eldest daughter of the Zhao family. She didn't post any text, but directly shared a high-resolution image and tagged Lynn Warner. At Zhao family's eldest miss, eating instant noodles? So pitiful. If I hadn't seen the Hermes First Snow handbag in the background, which was just released yesterday, is one of only 3 available worldwide, and is worth 2.8 million yuan, I almost would have believed it. By the way, here's my purchase record at the counter. Yesterday afternoon at 3 p.m., I saw someone swiping their card at the Hermes counter. Didn't you say you were crying your eyes out at home then? Did your tears go into the POS machine? This single stone stirred up a huge wave. This solid evidence photo completely shattered Lynn Warner's carefully staged tragic photo. But this was just the beginning. Following closely behind was the popular top actress Bai Lu. This usually cool and sassy little wildcat transformed into a fiercely protective tigress. At Bai Lu, as an actress, I give your acting a negative score. Eating instant noodles without ham is one thing, but you didn't even open the seasoning packet. Were you just eating the noodles dry? Also, next time you pose for a photo, remember to take off that diamond ring. That Cartier full diamond panther ring is enough for an average person to eat instant noodles for a lifetime. Bullying Sugeg because he has no background? Sorry, his background is us. This wave of mockery is simply devastating. The sentiment in the comments section instantly reversed. Netizens who were just feeling sorry for Lynn Warner now felt their intelligence had been severely insulted. Holy crap. A bag worth 2.8 million? This is considered miserable? What about me screwing in screws in a factory? Is that hell mode? Eating plain noodles without any seasoning? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. This staged photo is so careless. Lynn Warner, have some shame. You squander Suya's money while simultaneously accusing him of being a gigolo? If these two were merely physical attacks, then the next one is a magical critical strike. Actress Lu Bing, who has always maintained a cool and aloof image, posted a long article. No insults, only a calm and objective industry blacklist. At Lu Bing, in view of Ms. Lynn Warner's recent series of false statements and egregious behavior, which seriously violate professional ethics. On behalf of Binghe Pictures, I announce that, effective immediately, we are terminating all contact with Ms. Lynn Warner and withdrawing the 3 previously proposed S-level script offers. Furthermore, anyone who dares to use such an unethical artist is going against me, Lu Bing. This move directly cut off Lynn Warner's escape route. Meanwhile, the financial backers of the dating app Suzaobeo had hacked, the mining magnates, and even the fishmonger, who, though without Weibo, mobilized her market intelligence network, all launched a coordinated attack on Lynn Warner from their respective spheres. In just half an hour, Lynn Warner's Weibo comments section was flooded with 800,000 messages. Her pitiful Weibo post became the biggest joke of the year. In the mansion, Lin Warner stared at the shocking evidence and ban notices on her phone, collapsing to the floor. Her phone slipped from her grasp and crashed onto the expensive carpet. She was finished. Completely finished. She couldn't understand how Suya, whom she had once completely controlled, had suddenly acquired such terrifying power. Why were these usually arrogant heiresses and top actresses all protecting him like madwomen? Suya, you're ruthless. You're so ruthless. Lin Warner screamed in despair, clutching her hair. Inside the rented room, Suya stared at the one-sided massacre on his phone, his mouth agape in an O shape, unable to close it for a long time. It's over already? He looked at the kitchen knife in his hand, which he hadn't even had a chance to swing, and suddenly felt like a freeloader who'd won without lifting a finger. Son, you're right. Suya put down the knife, a look of on his face. Being a kept woman, it really is addictive. This feeling of being kept by a rich woman, oh no, being protected by justice, it's so sweet. Suzayo rolled his eyes and stuffed the remaining half of a cucumber into his mouth. Alright, stop reminiscing. The little guy jumped off the stool and pointed to the two red carp still struggling stubbornly in the bucket. The crisis is over, time to eat. Dad, I'm hungry. When are you going to kill those two love-binding fish? They'll become spirits if we don't kill them soon. Suya finally snapped out of his daze and quickly rolled up his sleeves. Kill them. I'll kill them right now. Dad will make you braised fish tonight. To celebrate that we held firm to our manly principles. The kitchen soon filled with the clanging of chopping vegetables and the sizzling of hot oil. The aroma of fish gradually filled the small rented room, dispelling the earlier gloom and adding a touch of homely warmth. Suzayo sat on the small, worn-out sofa in the living room, holding his laptop, cleaning up the traces left by the online battle he'd just had. Just then, knock, knock, knock. The peeling paint on the security door was suddenly gently knocked on. The sound was soft and polite, but it was remarkably clear in the quiet hallway. Suya was carrying a steaming plate of braised fish out of the kitchen when he heard the knock and instinctively stopped. Who is it so late? He looked warily towards the door. Could it be that crazy woman Lin Warner blocking the door again? Or had the fishmonger really come to make him some noodles? Son, go check the peephole. Suya put the fish on the table and grabbed a rolling pin. Suzayo put down his laptop, shuffled to the door in his slippers, and peered through the peephole from his small stool. Then, the little guy frowned, turned his head, and gave a strange look. Dad, it's not Lin Warner. Then who is it? It's the top female star, Bailu. Suzayo paused, then added. And she was wearing pajamas and carrying a script. Looks like she wanted to have an in-depth discussion with you about the script. Creak. Suya opened the door, and a strong scent of Jo Malone Bluebell perfume, mixed with the fresh fragrance of a post-shower bath, filled her nostrils. Standing outside was, as expected, the rising starlet Bailu. She was clearly meticulously dressed. She wore a silk slip dress, with a sheer cardigan draped over it, revealing her long legs and delicate collarbones. Her hair was still wet, casually draped over her shoulders. The languid sensuality of someone just out of the shower was enough to make any man's blood boil. She clutched a thick script, her eyes innocent yet alluring, like a little wildcat waiting for its owner to open the door. Brother Su, you're still up so late. Bailu blinked, her voice soft and sweet. I saw what happened online, and I was so worried about you. I was worried you wouldn't be able to sleep, so I came over to keep you company, to go over the script. As she spoke, she tried to slip into the room. Wait. Suya reacted quickly, bracing himself against the doorframe and blocking the doorway completely. He glanced down at Bailu's battle armor, then at the unopened script in her hand, and his lips twitched. Mr. Bai, did you wander onto the wrong set? Suya, his face righteous, eyes as clear as mountain spring water, said, It's the middle of the night, isn't it a bit inappropriate to come to a single man's room dressed like this? What's inappropriate about it? Bailu gave a coquettish laugh, reaching out to tug at Suya's sleeve. We're colleagues and good friends. Discussing art late at night, isn't that normal? Besides, she leaned closer, her sweet fragrance instantly enveloping Suya. There's a romantic scene in this script, and I just can't get the hang of it. Brother Su, could you teach me step by step? Suya's back was pressed against the doorframe, feeling like Tang Santang trapped in a cave by a female demon. Teaching me a romantic scene? This is practically trying to teach me how to do it in bed. Teacher Bai, I'm so sorry. Suya took a deep breath, his tone becoming serious and distant. First, I'm not an actor, I don't know anything about romantic scenes. Second, my house is too small to accommodate two such important people. Third, he pointed into the house, his voice rising 8 octaves. My son isn't asleep yet. I'm helping him with his homework. This is a matter of great importance concerning the future of our nation's future. Homework. Bailu paused, peeking into the house. Xiao Bao is still studying so late? he must be working too hard. Auntie will come in and check on him. Just then, a loud, eager shout suddenly came from inside the house. Dad! Suzayo Bayo sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding a copy of Advanced Mathematics he'd somehow found, and shouted towards the door. I can't solve this calculus problem. Come teach me. Don't waste Auntie's time. If Auntie wants to come in, let her solve this problem first. If she can't solve it, she shouldn't bother us, father and son, with our academic pursuits. By Lu. Calculus? She looked at the 6-year-old brat and listened to this absurd request, completely dumbfounded. She's an art student, and she can't even solve a linear equation with 2 variables, let alone calculus? Is this an insult to her intelligence? Did you hear that? Suye shrugged, looking helpless. Professor Bai, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just, academic research requires quiet. You should probably find someone else to work on this script. With that, he didn't give Bai Lu a chance to react. Bang! The security door slammed shut, and he locked it twice from the inside. Outside, Bai Lu stared at the closed door, stomping her feet in anger. Suye, you're such a blockhead. A deadbeat. She gritted her teeth, angrily clutching her script as she stormed off. Inside, Suye leaned against the door, letting out a long sigh. Son, you cooperated well. Suye wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. For a moment just now, I felt like I almost lost my virginity. Suzayo Bayo closed the Advanced Mathematics book he'd only used to prop up his computer, and pushed up his sunglasses. Dad, don't be too happy yet. The little guy pointed out the window. Bai Lu's gone, Shen Qingkaya is probably still waiting downstairs. And that eldest daughter of the Zhao family, I heard she's already bought this building and is negotiating the acquisition with the property management. These women won't give up easily. Especially when they discover you're a virtuous man who can remain unmoved even with a woman in his lap, their desire to conquer will only intensify. Suye covered his face in despair. I can't live like this anymore. He slumped onto the sofa, staring at the mold on the ceiling, feeling like a piece of braised pork swarming with flies. No, I have to think of a way to completely extinguish their hopes. Suye sat up abruptly, his eyes flashing with a resolute what's the use attitude. Don't they like me? Don't they think I'm a god? Then I'll shatter that filter. Shatter it to pieces. I'll let them see that the real Suye is actually a vulgar, slovenly, even slightly male chauvinist, burly man. He acted immediately. Suye set up his phone again and opened the live streaming app. This time, he didn't use beauty filters, didn't use lighting, and didn't even wash his face. He was wearing that old vest that smelled of fish, his hair was a mess, and he was holding a bottle of makeup remover. The title was simple, direct, and full of provocation. Tonight's live stream, teaching you how to scientifically remove makeup and reveal your most authentic self, God-shattering special. The broadcast had just started. The number of viewers in the live stream exploded instantly. Countless female fans, waiting for late-night perks, flooded in, only to be greeted by Suye's appearance. Holy crap! What happened to my husband? Was he kidnapped? This look is so down-to-earth. But why do I feel it makes him even more masculine? Removing makeup? Suye, are you going to teach makeup? You're so versatile. Suye looked at these still affectionate comments and sneered. Ha, women. I'll make you all cry and unfollow later. Ahem, everyone, good evening. Suye mimicked the tone of those corny streamers, scratching his toes, though not showing them, and said to the camera, no singing, no talent show today. Today we're talking about hypocrisy. He held up the makeup remover, his eyes sharp. These days, girls won't dare go out without makeup. All that pure and innocent makeup, that plain water makeup, it's all fake. As a straight man, I hate this kind of fake packaging the most. Today, I'm going to tear off this veil of pretense in front of the entire internet. I'll show you what true ugliness really looks like. Suzayo Bayo sat beside him, watching his father's suicidal attack, and silently turned the computer screen away. Dad, are you sure this is losing followers, and not gaining? The little guy looked at the skyrocketing numbers in the backend and shook his head helplessly. The tastes of this generation of netizens are getting heavier and heavier. The live stream signal had barely connected, before the screen even displayed anything, when Suye's distinctly straight man roared in. Family, listen to my advice. Never believe online dating. Never believe photos. They're all just technology and ruthless tricks. The camera shook a few times before finally focusing. Suye's unwashed face was shoved directly onto the screen, his stubble clearly visible, his hair a mess as if he'd just been struck by lightning. He clutched a bottle of makeup remover like a grenade. Today, no talent shows, no sob stories, we're going to do something hardcore debunking. Suye's eyes sharpened, and with a tap of his finger on the screen, he activated random connection mode. Since he was going to ruin his image, he needed to find a few unlucky souls to sacrifice. Beep. The connection was established. Across from them sat a female internet celebrity with millions of followers, nicknamed Sweet Little Wildcat, dressed in a luxurious mansion, the backdrop, sporting an exquisitely alluring makeup look, ready to ride on Suye's popularity. "Oh, is this Brother Sue?" The Wildcat was clearly surprised by her luck, her voice crackling with excitement. "Hello, Brother Sue. I'm your fan. You can call me Meow Meow." "Stop." Suye interrupted her coquettishness expressionlessly. He brought his face close to the screen, like a quality inspector scrutinizing something with a magnifying glass, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. "This, Miss Cat." Suye pointed at the screen, his disdain undisguised. "Who did your eyeliner? Are you in the late stages of Parkinson's? It's shaking like an electrocardiogram, the corners of your eyes are practically flying to your temples. Anyone who didn't know better would think you had 2 centipedes crawling on your eyes." The entire room fell silent. The little Wildcat smile froze on her face, her voice almost splitting into a split. "Sue, Brother Sue, this is the current trend in makeup." "Trend my ass," Suye retorted mercilessly, "and your eyelashes, even fly legs, are smoother than this. Doesn't it prick you when you blink? Doesn't it block your vision? The most outrageous thing is your lipstick." Suye looked utterly pained, as if he'd seen something disgusting. "It's stuck to your teeth. Big sister. Don't you know there's a huge red patch on your front tooth? Did you just eat something that killed a child?" "Puffed." Suzayo Bayo, who was watching the live stream, spat a mouthful of water onto his keyboard. "That's ruthless. This isn't just male chauvinism, this is downright verbal sparring." The little Wildcat had never suffered such humiliation before, and her composure crumbled on the spot. She burst into tears and frantically disconnected. In the live stream, the chat paused briefly, then scrolled wildly. "Holy crap. That's so blunt. Ha ha ha. It stuck to her teeth. Suye, are you streaming with a microscope on? It's sarcastic, but why do I feel so good about it? That girl's false eyelashes really do look like fly legs." Suye looked at the grayed out profile picture and sneered. She ran away already? Such poor mental fortitude. He clicked the connection button again. This time it was a mature, sophisticated streamer, with bright red lipstick and a face so shiny it looked like a light bulb. "Hello, Mr. Sue," the mature woman tried to remain calm. "Turn off that level 10 beauty filter." Suye didn't waste any words with her, directly issuing the order. "Your face is as white as if you just had putty applied, your nose is practically gone, don't you think you look like Voldemort?" The mature woman was speechless with anger. "Also, stop posing like that." Suye picked up the makeup remover in her hand, as if demonstrating a biological weapon. True beauty is daring to face the bleakness of life, daring to face your bare face. "Come on, do as I say." Suye poured a large handful of makeup remover into her hand, without even using a cotton pad, directly wiping it onto the layer of grease and grime she'd brought back from the market. The movements were rough, full of violent aesthetics. Removing makeup is all about one word: vigorous. Suye roared at the camera while rubbing his face, scrubbing until his skin was bright red and his features were distorted. "Scrub harder. Scrub all those fake masks off. Don't be afraid of the pain. Your skin won't turn red if you don't scrub. Only by rubbing off that fake skin can you reveal the true soul underneath." He was scrubbing his handsome face like he was scrubbing dirt in a public bathhouse. His ferocious expression, his attitude of treating his looks like dirt, was almost unbearable to watch. The mature woman on the other end of the line was stunned. She subconsciously touched her face, which had received 8 injections of hyaluronic acid, imagining the consequences of Suye scrubbing it like that. "Are you crazy?" The woman screamed, logging off in a flash, afraid that Suye would crawl through the internet cable to give her a skin cleanse. The next half hour, Suye seemed to have transformed into the Voldemort of the beauty world and the Thanos of the influencer circle. Every female celebrity and influencer who connected with him was mercilessly torn apart by his venomous tongue. "Your under-eye bags look like puffy eyes. Your highlighter is so heavy, you don't need a flashlight at night. Stop pouting, it's greasy. You look like you just ate lard and didn't wipe your mouth." Finally, when Suye clicked to connect again, system notification, current queue size, 0. No one. They all ran away. Who dares to come? This isn't a live stream connection, it's a public execution. Humph, a bunch of cowards. Suye hastily wiped his face with a towel, shoving his red, even slightly peeling face in front of the camera. No beauty filters, no filters. Although he looked somewhat disheveled, his hair a complete mess, and his eyes gleamed with "I quit" kind of madness, he felt his current appearance must be utterly repulsive, utterly disgusting. "See that?" Suye pointed to his face, flashing what he thought was a greasy smile at the camera. "This is the real me. Rude, unromantic, lacking in chivalry, even a bit violent. I don't like women who wear makeup, I don't like gentle women, I just like scrubbing people in the bathhouse. So, ladies and gentlemen." Suye took a deep breath and issued his final warning. Stop being obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. A terminal case of male chauvinism like me doesn't deserve love. Unfollow me. Block me. Don't delay your search for a good man. After saying that, he threw the makeup remover on the ground, striking a fierce pose as if to say, I'm going to fight, and abruptly cut off the live stream. The screen went black. A deathly silence returned to the rented room. Soo-ye slumped into a chair, his face burning with pain. Ouch. I used too much force. He touched his cheek, grimacing. But, this should be a done deal, right? I want to slap myself for that look I just had. Those female fans are definitely disillusioned now, probably ganging up to curse me online. Thinking this, Soo-ye felt a sense of relief. Let them curse. The more the better. Ideally, they should curse me until I quit the entertainment industry, until all the rich women avoid me like the plague. Son, check how the battle is going? Soo-ye nudged Suzayo-beo, who hadn't spoken until now, her face full of anticipation. How many followers have you lost? Has it already surpassed 1 million? Suzayo-beo sat cross-legged on the sofa, a laptop on his lap. The screen's light reflected off his large sunglasses, obscuring his eyes. But his tightly pursed lips and slightly twitching cheeks suggested that things weren't simple. Dad. Suzayo-beo slowly raised his head, his tone carrying a deep sense of powerlessness, the helplessness of someone whose intelligence had been utterly crushed. Is there a possibility? There's a huge, insurmountable gap between your aesthetic sense and the aesthetic sense of this generation of netizens. What do you mean? Soo-ye's heart sank. Didn't you lose any followers? Not only did you not lose any. Suzayo-beo turned the computer screen around, pointing to the red number in the backend that was skyrocketing at an alarming rate. In the half hour you were frantically rubbing your face and cursing the internet celebrity to tears. Your follower count exploded by 1.5 million. Soo-ye, and it's still rising. Suzayo-beo sighed and opened the comments section. Look for yourself, this generation of female fans seems to have a bit of a masochistic tendency. The air in the rented room seemed to freeze. Soo-ye's face, flushed red from rubbing himself, was slowly turning towards the laptop in Suzayo-beo's hand. His eyes were filled with disbelief at this surreal world. The bright red plus 1.5 million number on the screen felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing his retina. No, impossible. Soo-ye's voice trembled. He snatched the laptop, his fingers shaking as he clicked on the replay comments of the live stream. There were no expected unfollows, fans turning against, or trashy male chauvinists. The comments were so bizarre that he wondered if he was hallucinating. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Soo-ye, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about your looks? The way you rub your face is so wild. I declare this the most hardcore makeup removal tutorial I've ever seen. I've already ordered the same makeup remover. Lipstick stuck to my teeth. That's so true. My best friend is like that. Soo-ye is practically my internet mouth double. You won't get red unless you rub your face. What kind of lewd words are those? Why do I find them a bit suggestive? Soo-ye's fingers slid down. The further he slid, the colder his heart became. Not a single comment was insulting him. They were all praising him for being authentic and unpretentious, a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry, a master at spotting sluts, and the pinnacle of straight men. Even his outrageous statement, I just love scrubbing my face, was interpreted as a love of life, down to earth, and full of masculinity. They're insane, completely insane. Soo-ye slumped onto the sofa, feeling her entire worldview being rubbed into the ground. Son, pinch me. Soo-ye stared blankly at the ceiling. Am I dreaming? My appearance just now, those words, it looked like I was going to lose 8 million followers. Not only did they not unfollow, but they love me even more? Do they all have some kind of masochistic tendency? Suzayo-beo calmly pulled a printed A4 sheet from his bag, covered with densely packed data analysis charts. Dad, based on my public opinion monitoring and user profile analysis. The little guy pushed up his sunglasses and said in an academic tone, your behavior just now, although on the surface it was self-destructive, actually precisely hit a sore spot in the current fan culture aesthetic fatigue. What do you mean? Soo-ye was completely bewildered. What I mean is, Suzayo-beo sighed, trying to explain in simpler terms, these days, male celebrities all wear heavier makeup than female celebrities, their words and actions are impeccable, they're as perfect as mannequins. And you, the kind of I just can't stand you bunch of flashy, cheap bastards attitude you just displayed, that kind of chauvinistic male chauvinist attitude, has become a rare resource. In the eyes of fans, you're not just insulting people, you're rectifying the entertainment industry. Suzayo-beo pointed to the top-rated comment on the screen. This is the man I want. Real. Flesh and blood. Unlike those effeminate guys who only know how to wear eyeliner. Soo-ye looked at that comment and felt a tightness in her chest. So all my hard work resulted in not only no loss of followers, but also the creation of a straight as an arrow persona? You could say that. Su Xiao. Bao nodded, then added, moreover, this new persona seems to be more popular than your previous broken heartthrob image. Because female CEOs and celebrities think that a straight man like you, even if you're a bit sharp-tongued, definitely won't mess around outside. Marrying you is safe. Puffed. Su Yan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Safe? Are they trying to keep me locked up at home like a living chastity arch? I quit. I really quit. Su Ya grabbed her hair, letting out a desperate wail. This entertainment industry is too dangerous. I'm quitting. I want to go back to my hometown and farm. I'd rather be chased by the village aunties offering me eggs than be treated like a scarce resource by these she-devils. Just as Su Ya was preparing to pack his bags and run away that very night, his work phone, which he had tossed aside in a corner, suddenly buzzed with a new email. Su Xiaobao picked it up, glanced at the sender, and his expression turned somewhat strange. Dad, it seems you can't retire from the industry yet. The little guy handed the phone to Su Ya. A film crew sent you an audition invitation. No way. Su Ya shook his head vigorously. Which female director wants to see me for a late-night script reading again? Not a female director. Su Xiaobao pointed to the email content, his tone subtle. The director is a man, and a notoriously old-fashioned old man in the industry, who hates unspoken rules the most. Su Ya took the phone with a hint of disbelief. The email content was simple. Dear Mr. Su Ya, we are the production team of the film Crossing the Throne, and we sincerely invite you to audition for the male lead the role of Xianzang. Director, Li Angguo. Li Angguo? Su Ya was stunned. This is a national treasure-level director in China, whose films are all aimed at winning awards. He's known for being aloof and only looking at acting skills. Why would he approach me? Su Ya continued reading. Attached, director's comments. Miss Su, I just finished watching your makeup removal livestream. Your aura of not being interested in women and regarding women as skeletons is exactly the Tang Santang I envisioned, single-mindedly focused on obtaining Buddhist scriptures from the West, unmoved even by the Queen of the Women's Kingdom. Come to the set tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. This role is perfect for you. Su Ya stared at the phrase, not being interested in women and regarding women as skeletons, and felt completely numb. So, my suicidal livestream last night not only didn't lose me any followers, but actually landed me a movie lead role. And as a monk? A monk. Su Ya murmured to herself, her eyes instantly lighting up. That's right. Monks are great. Monks are pure of heart, untouched by worldly affairs. Buddhist temples are full of men. Not even a female mosquito could fly in. Isn't this the love-resistant person I've always dreamed of? Go. I have to go. Su Ya jumped up from the sofa, snatched her phone, her fingers trembling as she replied to the email. Tell Director Li. I'll take this role. I'll even work for free. He could almost picture himself shaving his head, wearing a monk's robe, far away from those female demons, quietly chanting scriptures on set. However, Su Xiaobao, sitting beside him, silently opened his laptop. He typed the film's registration information, Crossing the Throne, into the search bar. When he saw the synopsis and the female lead's name, the little guy's lips twitched. He looked up at his father, who was still dreaming of a peaceful life, his eyes filled with pity. Dad, there's something. I think you need to know about it beforehand. What is it? Don't bother me. I'm researching how to shave my head to look cool. Su Ya rubbed his hands excitedly. This movie, it doesn't seem to be what you think. Su Xiaobao pointed to the synopsis on the screen, reading each word carefully. The movie, Crossing the Tribulations, tells the story of the eminent monk Xianzang, who, on his journey to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures, endures 81 tribulations, and ultimately, is converted by the Queen of the Women's Kingdom and 7 spider demons from the spider cave, returning to secular life and marrying them, a love story. Moreover, the actress playing the Queen of the Women's Kingdom is Qin Lan. The actress playing the second female lead, the eldest spider demon, is Zhao Qing. Su Ya's smile instantly froze on his face. He slowly turned his head, looking at Su Xiaobao, his eyes empty like black holes. Son. Su Ya's voice trembled. What did you just say? This movie is about? Su Xiaobao sighed, closed the laptop, and put on his sunglasses. Dad, look on the bright side. At least, this time you can date 8 vixens at once. And it's perfectly legitimate, with payment. Su Ya's vision went black, and she collapsed stiffly onto the sofa. Help me. The aroma of braised fish still lingered in the rented room, but the atmosphere was colder than an icebox. Su Ya lay stiffly on the worn-out sofa, his eyes vacant, foaming at the mouth, from fear, like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. Su Xiaobao knelt beside him, methodically performing CPR. Dad, wake up. The little guy, while pressing on his chest, calmly analyzed, statistically speaking, the probability of being liked by 8 women at the same time is less than 0.01%. You should feel honored. Honored my ass. Su Ya sat up abruptly, snatched the laptop from Su Xiaobao's hand, pointed at the cast list on the screen, a veritable death list, his voice trembling. Qin Lan as the queen of the women's kingdom? Zhao Qing as the spider demon? This isn't filming. This is clearly sending this little lamb into a wolf's den for a team-building exercise. No way. I'm not doing this. I'll pay any penalty. Just as Suya was about to call director Li Angguo to cancel the contract, his phone, which had only been turned on for less than 2 minutes, suddenly rang incessantly. The caller ID showed Mother. Suya's hand trembled, almost dropping the phone. Hello, Mom? Suya's voice instantly became incredibly obedient, even carrying a hint of fawning. Humph, you still remember I'm your mother? On the other end of the phone, Li Ziyulian's voice was full of energy, and even through the receiver, you could feel the domineering "I'm not happy" aura. You've grown bold, haven't you, Suya? You think you're all grown up now? Qin Lan and Zhao Qing both called me just now, saying you rejected their offers? What? Did you think they offered too little money? Or that they weren't pretty enough? Upon hearing this, Suya almost burst into tears. Mom, are you even my real mother? How could you possibly support them keeping me as a mistress? Suya, with a mournful face, began to frantically complain, I just want to earn a living with my own talent. I don't want to be a gigolo. Your son has backbone. Can backbone put food on the table? Li Ziyulian sneered, can it help you pay back that 300 million yuan breach of contract fee? Suya choked. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Li Ziyulian's tone seemed to soften a little, and she sighed. Alright, Mom knows you're shy and have a strong sense of pride. Since you don't want to deal with those aggressive, strong women, Mom won't force you. Suya's eyes lit up, really? Mom, you've changed your mind. Yes. Li Ziyulian's voice sounded full of affection. Mom will introduce you to some suitable women, okay? Suitable. Yes, they're all girls from ordinary families, with good personalities and pure hearts, definitely not like Qin Lan, that vixen. Li Ziyulian coughed and continued, here's the arrangement, come find me at Golden Years Square at 7 o'clock tonight. My square dance partner's daughters and nieces have just returned from abroad, each one as beautiful as a spring onion. I'll introduce you to them. Square dance partner's daughters? Suya instantly pictured an auntie like Grandma Wan from the vegetable market. Although the scenario was a bit down to earth, it was still better than being pinned against a wall by a female CEO, right? And it could even repair the mother-son relationship, so why not? Okay, Mom, I'll definitely be there. Suya agreed without hesitation, as if grasping at a last straw. Hanging up the phone, he let out a long sigh of relief, feeling hopeful again. Son, did you hear that? Suya raised an eyebrow at Su Xiaobao triumphantly, your grandma still loves me. Knowing I like the innocent type, she specially arranged a blind date for me. Su Xiaobao looked at his father's naive expression, sighed silently, and pushed his sunglasses up. Dad, I suggest you don't get too excited. The little guy's tone was wistful. Based on my understanding of Grandma, her definition of ordinary family might be a tiny bit different from our understanding of ordinary. 7 o'clock in the evening, Golden Years Plaza. This is the most famous square in the city's affluent neighborhood. The aunties dancing here aren't wearing ordinary sportswear, but Chanel tracksuits. Suya, dressed in a suit borrowed from his assistant Xiao Zhou, though it didn't fit perfectly, holding a bouquet of flowers, stood nervously at the square entrance. Mom, I'm here, where are you? Go inside, the one that's the brightest is me. Suya followed the directions on the phone and quickly found his target. It was impossible not to find him. In the very center of the square, a group of aunties in shimmering gold dance costumes were dancing in perfect unison to the energetic melody of the most dazzling ethnic trend. And the lead dancer was none other than his adoptive mother, Li Ziyulian. Today, she wore an even more extravagant outfit, a dance costume sewn with pure gold thread, 3 pearl necklaces around her neck, and a diamond-encrusted folding fan in her hand. Her posture wasn't like she was doing square dancing, it was more like she was ascending a throne. Suya covered his face, feeling a little embarrassed, and forced himself to walk over. Mom. Oh, your son's here. Li Ziyulian's eyes lit up when she saw Suya. She immediately turned off the music and pulled him into the group of dance partners. Come on, ladies, stop for a second. Li Ziyulian cleared her throat, as if introducing some rare treasure, and loudly announced. Let me introduce you, this is my good-for-nothing son, Suya. Just divorced, currently single, desperately needing all you ladies to save him. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk. Dozens of intense gazes instantly focused on Suya. Those gazes were filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and the satisfaction of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Suya felt his scalp tingle under their stares, and he almost crushed the flowers in his hand. He smiled awkwardly. Hello, aunties. Oh my. This is Xiao Ya. He's so handsome. An auntie wearing a huge diamond ring was the first to rush over, grabbing Suye's hand, her eyes practically wanting to take him away on the spot. Even more handsome than on TV. Look at that physique, so strong. Yes, yes. Look at those features, so delicate. Another auntie in a mink coat also squeezed in, looking Suye up and down, becoming more and more satisfied. Zayulian, what's your son's zodiac sign? Blood type? Let me calculate his birth chart, see if he's compatible with my daughter. Suye was completely dumbfounded. This scene was even more frightening than Granny Wang's at the market. And he glanced at the watches on these aunties' wrists and the earrings hanging from their ears. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier. These weren't just ordinary square dancing aunties, they were clearly a group of walking money printing machines. Suye sensed something was wrong and quietly tugged at Li Ziyulian's sleeve, lowering his voice. Mom, this is what you meant by ordinary family? Li Ziyulian nodded confidently, her voice not loud, but loud enough for everyone around to hear. Yes, very ordinary. She pointed to the auntie with the huge diamond ring. Old Lu, his family owns a few chain supermarkets, their net worth is only a few billion. She then pointed to the one in the fur coat. Old Wang, her husband is in real estate, he's just recently made the Forbes list. Suye's smile froze on his face. He looked at the group of aunties, their faces showing a helpless expression of I knew she'd say that because their family's assets had been belittled. He felt dizzy. Mom. Suye's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. You call this ordinary? This is clearly a mother-in-law dream team of bigwigs from all walks of life. The music stopped. The catchy tune of the most dazzling ethnic trend abruptly ended, replaced by the static of dozens of eyes scanning the room. The air seemed to freeze. Suye stood in the center of the square, the bouquet of carnations he had originally intended to please his mother now feeling unbearably hot. He felt less like a dutiful son visiting his mother on set and more like a piece of freshly cooked, steaming, sizzling pork belly thrown into a wolf pack. Sisters, look over here. Li Ziyulian was clearly oblivious to her son's embarrassment, or rather, she was enjoying the thrill of showing off her collection. She slammed her diamond-encrusted folding fan shut, pointing at Suye as if displaying a prized item at an auction. This is my son. All natural, no surgery. That nose, those eyes, all inherited from his dead father. Even though he's divorced and has a child, he's incredibly strong. Did you see that video of him running 100 meters with a baby in his arms? His core strength is amazing. Suye felt a wave of dizziness, wishing he could rush over and cover his mother's mouth. Mom, am I even your biological son? Are you selling your son, or a breeding pig? However, these words were a fatal blow to this group of wealthy mothers-in-law. Oh, I love this kind of strong guy. Aunt Lu, the one wearing a huge diamond ring, the one whose family owns a chain of supermarkets, was the first to break through the defenses. Although slightly plump, she moved with the agility of a sprint champion, grabbing Suye's left hand. Little Su, I felt an instant connection with you the moment I saw you. Aunt Liu's eyes burned with enthusiasm. With her other hand, she pulled a brand new foldable phone from her Hermes bag, expertly swiped through the photo album, and shoved it directly at Suye's nose. Look at this. This is my eldest daughter. 25 this year, a Harvard PhD in finance, just returned to China to take over the family business. On the screen, a sophisticated, intelligent woman with gold-rimmed glasses was sitting in a Wall Street office, sipping coffee. Although she's highly educated and a bit assertive, she's missing a handsome, gentle man like you to compliment her. Aunt Lu spoke with gusto, her tone domineering. Once you two get together, you'll control the family finances. She'll be responsible for earning money and supporting the family, and you'll be responsible for being beautiful and taking care of the kids. How about that? Suye looked at the Harvard PhD, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Auntie, I have a low level of education, I'm afraid I won't have anything in common with a PhD. Education is nothing. Before Aunt Lu could retort, Aunt Wang, the wife of a real estate tycoon, dressed in a mink coat, squeezed in and grabbed Suye's right hand. Little Su, don't listen to old Lu. You have to find a beautiful wife. Aunt Wang glanced at Aunt Lu with disdain, then pulled out her phone like a treasure. Look at mine. Last year's Miss Universe regional winner. 1.78 meters tall, long legs. The photo showed a bikini-clad model with a stunning figure, posing on a yacht. My daughter said she doesn't lack money. She just needs a genetically improved offspring. Aunt Wang grabbed Suye's arm, her eyes gleaming with a fanatical fervor for eugenics. Look at your features, and look at my daughter's figure, their future children will be instant celebrities. I've already planned the dowry. 3 large apartments in the city center, plus a 200 million yuan childcare fund. 200 million yuan for 1 child, double that for 2. Suye, he felt like he was being roasted on a fire. On his left was a Harvard PhD, on his right a beauty pageant winner. On his left, she wanted him to be a kept man, on his right, she wanted him to be a stud. Is this the kind of romantic luck a normal person can handle? Aunties, calm down, calm down. Suyet tried to pull his hand back, but these two aunties, who were regulars at square dancing, had an absurdly strong grip, like iron clamps holding him tightly. Calm down. What time is it? Exactly. Good men are like good cabbages, first come, first served. The other aunties around couldn't sit still either, and they all crowded around. Little Sue, look at my man. His family is rich. Really rich. Little Sue, my family is in the jewelry business. From now on, I'll buy all your jewelry. Make way, make way. My daughter owns a hospital. You won't have to wait in line when you're sick. In just 1 minute. Suya was surrounded by dozens of wealthy aunties whose combined net worth could buy half the city. Various phone screens were like mirrors, flashing before his eyes. Photos of various socialites, heiresses, and returnees from overseas exploded in his mind like a slideshow. The strong scent of perfume mixed with the auntie's enthusiastic sweat made Suya dizzy and almost suffocated. He looked despairingly at Li Ziyulian, who stood on the sidelines watching the show. Mom, help me! Suya cried out desperately, I'm being strangled. This isn't a blind date, it's kidnapping. Li Ziyulian stood to the side, waving her diamond-encrusted folding fan, grinning from ear to ear. Son, just give in. Li Ziyulian had an expression that seemed to enjoy watching a good show. These aunties have all watched you grow up, even if they only watched you on TV, they know you inside and out, and your family is rich. You're a million times better than that Lin Wanner, right? Besides, didn't you want to build a career? Marry any of their daughters, and you'll have the startup capital, won't you? Suya was utterly desperate. His own mother. This was definitely his own mother. Selling her son with such joy, only a mother could do that. I can't take it anymore. I have claustrophobia. Suya rolled his eyes, trying to feign unconsciousness, but the aunties were clearly seasoned veterans. Fainted? Quick! Old Zhang, doesn't your family own a hospital? Call your daughter. Tell her to bring an ambulance. Don't move. I have an ancestral skill for pinching the philtrum. A hand with bright red nail polish pinched Suya's philtrum hard. A sharp pain. Suya screamed in pain, her plan to feign unconsciousness had failed. Just then, Su Xiaobao, who had been hiding behind a flower bed with an ice cream in her hand, finally couldn't stand it anymore. The little boy sighed, stuffed the last bite of ice cream into his mouth, and then pulled out his portable megaphone from his backpack. Ahem. His childlike yet calm voice instantly drowned out the auntie's commotion. Excuse me, ladies. Su Xiaobao stood on the floorbead, looking down at the group of frenzied wealthy women, and adjusted his sunglasses. My dad is indeed very outstanding, but he has a fatal flaw, and I think you all need to know it. The aunties froze, turning around in unison. What's wrong with him? Aunt Lu asked nervously. This child seems quite clever, could he have some hidden health problem? He's healthy. Su Xiaobao shook her head, her tone becoming mysterious and heavy. But, the fortune teller said my dad has a lone star destiny. He's particularly bad for his wives. And the kind that, the richer the wife, the worse the curse. The little guy paused, pointing to Suye's pale face. Haven't you noticed? His ex-wife, Lin Wanner, has seen her career plummet since their divorce. She's practically blacklisted now. And those female CEOs who wanted to keep him. Qinian's company was investigated for taxes. Zhao Qing was impeached by shareholders. So, Su Xiaobao spread her hands, looking innocent. For your daughter's life and property safety, I suggest you stay away from him. The room fell silent. The aunties exchanged bewildered glances. Although they were wealthy and believed in science, when it came to such mystical things, they preferred to err on the side of caution, especially when it involved their precious daughter and family assets. Is it really that strange? Aunt Wang loosened her grip and subconsciously took a half step back. It seems, there is something going on? That Lin Wanner has indeed been having a lot of bad luck lately. Oh dear. My husband hasn't been feeling well lately either, don't let him get into trouble. A gap instantly appeared in the encirclement. Although Suye didn't know what his son was talking about, he knew this was his only chance to escape. Yes, I'm a jinx. I'm especially jinxed. Suye shouted, and taking advantage of the auntie's momentary daze, he slipped through the crowd like a slippery eel. Mom, I suddenly remembered I forgot to turn off the gas. I'm off. With that, he grabbed Su Xiaobao, abandoning his suitcase, since he hadn't brought it anyway, and sprinted towards the roadside. Taxi! Quick! Drive! Suye flagged down a taxi and practically rolled inside. Only after the car had driven 2 blocks out of sight of the terrifying square did Suye slump into the back seat, his heart still pounding. It was too scary, too scary. Suye clutched his hair, his eyes filled with terror of the world. Is this what a marriage alliance is like? This is harder than the journey to the West. Son, thank you. You saved your dad's life again. Su Xiaobao calmly wiped the fingerprints off his sunglasses. Dad, superstition can only save you temporarily. Since Grandma has already decided to do this, if it doesn't work today, there's always tomorrow. If the square doesn't work, there's always the tea house. As long as you're still in this circle, as long as you're still single, this encirclement won't stop. Su Ye felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, you can run from the first day of the month, but you can't run from the 15th. The female CEO wants to sleep with him, the female celebrity wants to flirt with him, and now even the whole group of mothers-in-law want to drag him away to breed. In this vast world, is there really no pure land for Su Ye? No, I have to find a place to hide, to completely escape this mundane world. Su Ye bit his fingernails, his mind racing. Su Ye suddenly, a flash of inspiration. He remembered the script offer he had tossed aside. Crossing the tribulation. The male lead Xianzang. A monk. Su Ye slapped his thigh, his eyes gleaming with a desperate glimmer of hope. That's it. Play a monk. Only by becoming a monk. Only by entering the monastic life can I completely sever these women's hopes. As long as I shave my head, put on a monk's robe, and eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures every day, I don't believe they can still harm me. Although the script was a bit outrageous, and although there were quite a few actresses, but as long as he established the persona of a high monk on set, even Qin Lan and Zhao Qing wouldn't dare to act recklessly before Buddha, right? What's this called? This is called the most dangerous place being the safest place. Master, turn around. To the airport. Su Ye shouted to the driver, then took out his phone and dialed his assistant, Xiao Zhou's number. Hey, Xiao Zhou, wake up. Contact director Li Angguo for me. I'll take the role of the monk. Tell him I'm not just going to act, I'm going to act it out completely. I'm going to actually shave my head. Join the crew immediately. The sooner the better. I want the whole world to know that I, Su Ye, from this day forward, am detached from worldly desires and will not be near any women. The film studio, nestled deep in the misty mountains, was as silent as a corner forgotten by the world. There were no luxury cars, no socialites, and none of the mother-in-law's gang chasing him with her household registration book. Only birdsong, insect chirps, and the distant, lingering sound of bells. Whoosh! Su Ye stood at the entrance to the dressing room of the Crossing the Calamity film crew, greedily inhaling the cool mountain air. He survived. He really survived. He glanced back at the winding, rugged mountain road behind him, a smug smile of escaping death playing on his lips. Son, see that? That's called wisdom. Su Ye placed the crammed suitcase on the ground, his tone light as if he wanted to hum a tune. Even if those aunties drove a Rolls-Royce, they couldn't climb this winding mountain road. This is our refuge, a haven for us, father and son, a pure land beyond the hustle and bustle of the world. Su Xiaobao sat on a large rock, wiping the computer screen, dampened by the mountain mist, with a wet wipe. He glanced up at his father, then at the sign at the film set's entrance that read, "No trespassing." Dad, that's how it is theoretically. The little guy pushed up his sunglasses, his tone still tinged with caution. But according to Murphy's Law, the biggest crisis often comes when you feel absolutely safe. Don't jinx it. Su Ye glared at him, straightened her collar, and strode into the dressing room. Today, I'm going to shave my head and become a monk. I refuse to believe that even if I'm bald, they can still have any improper thoughts about me. In the dressing room, famous director Li Angguo sat in front of the monitor, his brow furrowed in worry. He was a typical acting fanatic, extremely demanding when it came to casting. The role of Xianzang is just too difficult. Director Li sighed, twirling a string of walnuts in his hand. He needs to be holy, compassionate, and also possess that contradictory feeling that makes you want to kneel down in repentance at first glance, yet you can't help but want to pull him down from his pedestal. We tried over a dozen young, handsome actors before, but they looked like cosplay in the monk's robes, lacking any Buddhist quality whatsoever. Just then, the curtain was lifted. Su Ye walked in. Although he wore an ill-fitting suit, his hair was disheveled, and his face bore the weariness of fleeing. But his peach blossom eyes, at this moment, became exceptionally clear and bright because of the joy of finally escaping women, even revealing a kind of detachment from worldly affairs. The walnuts in Li Angguo's hand fell to the ground with a thud. He abruptly stood up, staring intently at Su Ye, his eyes flashing with a wolf-like light. That's the look. Director Li's beard trembled with excitement. This is the Xianzang I want. That look of someone who has endured hardship yet still yearns for the light. Quick! The razor! Get the razor! I want to shave his head myself. 5 minutes later. Su Ye sat before the vanity mirror, wrapped in a white cloth, looking at herself. With the snip-snip of Director Li's clippers, strands of her thick black hair fell. Su Ye felt an unprecedented calm, even a little bit of satisfaction. No hair, no worries. Even bald Qian gets no love, let alone me, Su Ye? Done. As the last stubble was trimmed, Director Lee turned off the clippers and brushed Soo-ye's head with a sponge. In the mirror, a round, smooth head, even reflecting the light, appeared. Soo-ye touched her head. It was smooth and a little cool. It really is ugly. Soo-ye nodded in satisfaction, mentally giving herself a score. This look, let alone a rich woman, even the village dog would shake its head in disapproval. However, standing behind her, Director Lee stared, as if admiring a masterpiece, his eyes filled with fascination. Perfect, it's simply a gift from the creator. Director Lee murmured to himself, the height of the crown, the curve of the back of the head, and the facial features fully revealed without the hair. Absolutely stunning. True beauty lies in bone structure. Quick, change clothes, put on makeup. Half an hour later, when the curtain to the dressing room was drawn back open, the once noisy film set instantly fell into a deathly silence. It was as if even the air had been sucked out. Soo-ye stepped out. He wore a snow-white monk's robe, its wide sleeves hanging down, a pale blue ribbon tied around his waist. A string of ancient sandalwood prayer beads hung around his neck. 9 ordination scars, made up, adorned his bald head. He clasped his hands together, his eyes slightly lowered, his bare feet touching the wooden floor. In that instant, all the lights seemed to converge upon him. Without the embellishment of his hair, the impact of his face was magnified tenfold. Sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, a high, straight nose. That ascetic, holy, seemingly otherworldly aura acted like an invisible barrier, isolating him from this noisy world. Beneath that sanctity, the slight upturn of those peach blossom eyes subtly revealed a hint of a bewitching, seductive allure. This was Buddha and demon. A fatal temptation that, with just one glance, compels one to want to disrupt his cultivation, to watch him succumb to the mortal world. Gulp. The girl in charge of lighting swallowed hard, nearly dropping the reflector in her hand. The female production assistant beside her covered her mouth, her face as red as a monkey's bottom, her eyes glued to the scene. Even Director Lee, accustomed to grand occasions, gasped. This is Tang San Tang? Director Lee muttered to himself, if he were to go on a pilgrimage to the west, wouldn't those female demons tear down the heavenly palace to steal him? Soo-ye remained oblivious to the strange atmosphere around him. He sat cross-legged on a prayer mat, closed his eyes, and felt the cool breeze on his head, feeling quite pleased with himself. Comfortable. This monk's robe is loose and breathable, much better than a suit. And everyone's silent, they must be scared by my respectable appearance. Looks like my avoiding unwanted attention plan is a huge success. He even gave a smug V sign to Suzayo Bayo in the corner. Suzayo Bayo, seeing his father's confident "I'm perfectly safe" expression, silently turned down the brightness of his computer screen. Dad, your aesthetic sense, you might need to go to the ophthalmology emergency room. The little guy shook his head helplessly. Just then, the publicity manager for the film crew, a young woman wearing black-rimmed glasses, rushed over with a camera. Looking at Soo-ye, her hands trembled as if she were having a Parkinson's attack, snapping photos rapidly. Click, click. Sue, Teacher Sue. Absolutely stunning. This look is absolutely amazing. The publicity woman was so excited she was almost incoherent. The director wants me to take some promotional photos to post on Weibo to generate buzz. Hold this pose and don't move. Yes. Make your eyes a little more ethereal. A little more detached. Soo-ye cooperated readily. He slightly raised his head, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, striking a pose of detached, world-weary indifference. Take the photos. Post them quickly. Let all those women who still harbor fantasies about him see that their idol has become a hard-boiled egg. Let's see how they'll call a bald man their husband now. Are you done? Soo-ye asked. Okay. The PR girl nearly had a nosebleed as she looked at the finished photos on the camera. Every single one looked like a meticulously retouched magazine spread. The visual impact of the snow-white robes and the jade-like bald head was almost criminal. Mr. Soo, can I post this now? The girl asked cautiously, afraid of disturbing this high monk. Post it right now. Soo-ye waved his hand dismissively, his tone bold. No need for retouching. Straight from the camera. The more realistic, the better. It'd be best to add a caption, something like, "From now on, I'll live a life of quiet contemplation, detached from worldly affairs." He wanted to completely extinguish those women's hopes. All right. The PR girl nodded excitedly, her fingers flying across the Weibo post. At Movie Crossing the Torch official Weibo. 81 tribulations, all for your salvation. The most handsome, oh no, the most holy Xianzang in history, officially launched. At Soo-ye, from now on, I'll live a life of quiet contemplation, detached from worldly affairs. Click. Send. Soo-ye looked at the sent successfully notification and closed his eyes in satisfaction. It's settled. This is completely settled. He could almost picture the female fans crying and unfollowing him, the wealthy women leaving in disgust. However, What he didn't know was that, within just 3 minutes of posting that Weibo message, the internet, which had just begun to calm down, was once again engulfed in a wave 10 times more terrifying than before. A pink tsunami. The night in the deep mountains was as still as a stagnant pool. Suya lay on the hard wooden bed, listening to the chirping of insects outside the window, sleeping soundly. In his dream, he became a pebble, free of desires. No one wanted to send him money, no one wanted to bear his children. World peace reigned. However, in the unseen world of the internet, a cyber tsunami, worthy of being recorded in history, erupted precisely at 10 p.m. because of the release of those 9 photos. Xiao Wang, a Weibo programmer, was just about to leave work to be with his girlfriend when he saw the traffic curve on the monitor suddenly plummet to a 90-degree angle. His coffee slammed to the floor. It's over. Xiao Wang closed his eyes in despair. I won't be sleeping tonight, the server is going to crash again. At the top of the trending topics list, a brand new term, with an unreasonable force, instantly crushed the news of a top celebrity's infidelity and a famous actress's public feud, directly claiming the top spot with the word hot. Hashtag Suya, the most handsome Tang Santang hashtag. Hashtag all female benefactors on the internet break their monastic rules hashtag. Clicking on the entry reveals 9 high-definition promotional photos. In the photos, Suya, draped in a snow-white monk's robe, sits cross-legged beneath a withered tree. Without his hair to conceal him, his bone structure, a masterpiece of divine artistry, is fully revealed. A round, full back of the head, a sharply defined jawline, and those deep, captivating eyes, made even more striking by the absence of bangs, seemingly holding the entire universe within them. He lowers his gaze, his fingers gently touching prayer beads. That extreme asceticism, that pinnacle of holiness, yet tinged with a fragile, worldly weary quality, directly shatters the aesthetic defenses of all women. If the previous Suya was the national husband who made people want to fall in love, then the current Suya is the escaped Tang Santang who makes people want to commit a crime. The comments section, which should have been filled with Amitba, had completely veered off course. Amitba? No! I want to sleep with him. Help! This is too pure. This kind of ascetic monk is practically tempting me to commit a crime. Master! My worldly ties are not yet severed, I have demons in my heart. Can you personally guide me? Preferably, a hands-on guidance. The sister upstairs, put your pants on. This is a sacred Buddhist place, never mind, I can't put them on either. I want to collect Suye's bald head. Even more outrageous is this. Overnight, it seemed as if all women on the internet had reached some mysterious consensus. Countless female fans changed their profile pictures to the photo of Suye chanting sutras with his eyes closed. Their personal signatures also changed from looking forward to love to a unified slogan. Starting today, I'm breaking my vows for Suye. Someone even started a poll in the super topic. If Suye went to the Western paradise to retrieve the scriptures, would you rather be the queen of the women's kingdom and keep him there, or the Pipa demon and drag him into her cave? Option A, queen of the women's kingdom, I want to date him. Option B, Pipa demon, I want to eat Tang Santang's flesh. Option C, white dragon horse, I want, for him to ride. The result? The number of people choosing C far exceeded the others. It was absolutely insane. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a halo of light on Suye's bald head. He stretched, rubbed his eyes, and sat up, feeling refreshed. A beautiful day begins without a woman. Suye hummed a little tune, habitually reaching for his phone to check the time. Son, what time is it? Suzaobeo was already dressed and sitting at the table, drinking porridge. Looking at his father's unsuspecting expression, he silently handed Suye his phone, a complex mix of pity in his eyes. Good morning, Dad. Also, I suggest you take 2 nitroglycerin pills before looking at your phone. TCH, making a fuss. Suye took the phone dismissively and swiped to unlock it. The next second, his smile froze, gradually cracking, finally turning into a horrified, existential crisis. What is this? Suye pointed at the screen, at the overwhelming declarations of breaking the vows, and the explicit, even blush-inducing, language, his voice trembling. Are they crazy? I'm a monk. A monk. Monks don't lie, they don't get close to women. What kind of psychopath is it for them to shout, I want to have sex, at a bald man? Suzaobeo took a sip of porridge, adjusted his sunglasses, and spoke with the calmness of a sociology professor. Dad, this is the weakness of human nature. What you can't have always seems more alluring. You used to be the nation's husband, someone everyone could fantasize about. Now you've become a high monk, an untouchable taboo. The little guy paused, tapping the rim of his bowl with his spoon. A sense of taboo is the most potent aphrodisiac. The more aloof and sanctified you are, the more they want to drag you down from your pedestal and watch you wallow in the mortal world. Suye was dumbfounded. He touched his chilly head, feeling a coldness shoot from the solace of his feet to the top of his head. So, all that hair I shaved, was for nothing? Not only was it for nothing, Suzaobeo added, but because being bald is such a test of looks, your current attractiveness rating is 10% higher than when you had hair. So yeah, wanted to cry. He had originally thought this ancient temple deep in the mountains was his refuge, a firewall against unwanted advances. But now it seemed like it was a donation box under the spotlight. Everyone passing by wanted to stuff some money in, and maybe even touch it a couple of times. Just as Suya was staring at her bald head in the mirror, questioning her existence and contemplating whether to buy a wig, a sudden burst of hurried footsteps and the sound of suitcase wheels rolling over the cobblestones came from outside. Quick, quick, move the stuff inside. President Qin's private dressing room needs to face south. Where's President Zhao's massage chair? Be careful, it's a limited edition. The production coordinator rushed in, her face beaming with excitement, shouting, "Teacher Su, are you awake? If you're awake, hurry up and get ready. Great news." Suye's heart skipped a beat, a deeply ominous premonition washed over her. What great news? The coordinator waved her hand, pointing to the long convoy of cars arriving outside. Our female lead and second female lead have officially joined the cast today. Director Lee was worried about finding suitable big names to pair with you, but last night, the two major investors suddenly increased their investment, and the bosses themselves came in. The older woman grinned from ear to ear, completely oblivious to Suye's increasingly pale face. The female lead, the queen of the women's kingdom, will be played by Qin Lan, CEO of Starlight Entertainment. The second female lead, the leader of the Spider Cave, will be a guest star, played by Zhao Qing, CEO of Tianhua Entertainment. Surprised? Unexpected? This is the debut of two beautiful female CEOs. Teacher Su, you're in luck. Boom. Suye felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck that bald head. Qin Lan? Zhao Qing? The former boss who wanted him to repay her debts with his body? The new sugar daddy who wanted to connect the balcony? They've come after us? And even into the play? Suye's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the floor, gripping the bedside, his eyes vacant like a truly blind man. Good fortune. I think it's more like misfortune. He turned to Suzayo Bayo, a smile more painful than a grimace creeping onto his lips. Son. I'm dumbfounded. I thought playing the monk meant he'd entered a refuge, but it turned out he'd entered a donation box. Everyone wants to offer incense. And what's coming are two female demons who not only want to offer incense, but also want to tear the temple down. Suzayo Bayo sighed, closed his laptop, and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Dad, stop being so emotional. Get ready to receive guests. Oh no, I mean get ready to undergo tribulation. The rest area of the film studio had been transformed into the executive lounge of a 5-star hotel. The small stools originally intended for the actors had been long gone, replaced by two expensive leather massage chairs. Suye, dressed in a pristine white monk's robe, sat cross-legged on a central prayer mat, his fingers twirling prayer beads as he chanted mantras. He was reciting the Great Compassion mantra. He had no choice. To his left sat Qin Lan, radiating an aura of power and dressed in her stage costume, a queen's outfit. To his right sat Zhao Qing, clad in a seductive ancient costume, a spider demon, her eyes alluring. The two female CEOs sandwiched the bald monk in a bizarre and suffocating sandwich arrangement. Suye, open your mouth. Qin Lan, holding a purple clay thermos, spoke in the domineering tone of someone issuing a KPI to a subordinate. This is ginseng chicken soup I personally cooked at 5 this morning. I couldn't bear to drink it myself, so I brought it all for you. The spoon was brought to her lips, the soup was golden, and the aroma was intoxicating. Suye closed her eyes tightly and clasped her hands together. Amitba, benefactor Qin, this humble monk is currently fasting. Fasting what? You're so thin you're almost unrecognizable. Zhao Qing, on the other side, sneered, not to be outdone. She opened an exquisite crystal cup, inside which lay translucent bird's nest. Chicken soup is too oily and can clog pores. Here, try this top-grade bird's nest. It's good for your skin, nourishes your complexion, and soothes your throat. President Zhao, shouldn't we have a sense of order? Qin Yan's eyes turned cold. She didn't touch the spoon, but her murderous intent was already palpable. Ha, you think business is about first come, first served? Mr. Qin, when did you become so naive? Zhao Qing wouldn't budge, shoving the crystal cup directly at the other corner of Suye's mouth. Suye was caught in the middle, scalding hot chicken soup on his left, an icy cold bird's nest on his right. A stark contrast of hot and cold. He felt like he wasn't on a film set, but inside Lao Zi's alchemy furnace. Two female benefactors. Suye suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with despair. Can you please spare this humble monk? I really can't eat anymore. If I eat anymore, I'll break my vow. Break your vow? Qin Lan and Zhao Qing exchanged a glance, and surprisingly, both revealed a playful smile. Isn't that perfect? Just as this battleground was unfolding in full swing, a commotion arose at the police cordon outside the film set. Lin Wanner wore a mask and faded old clothes, carrying a shabby insulated lunchbox. Behind her followed several paparazzi who had been bribed. Cameras were hidden in their bags. This was her last chance to turn things around. Since being blacklisted, she hadn't received any work, and the breach of contract fees forced her to sell her house and car. Today, she was there to play a bitter trick. She had the script written. A down-on-her-luck ex-wife tearfully visits the set, bringing home-cooked meals, begging her ex-husband for forgiveness and a family reunion. If Suya softened his heart, or if the media published her humble plea, public opinion might reverse. "Let me in. I'm Suya's ex-wife. I brought him food." Lin Wanner shouted from outside the police cordon, her voice filled with anguish. The security guard initially wanted to stop her, but seeing her pitiful state and hearing the jeers from behind, he hesitated and let her through. Lin Wanner was overjoyed. She quickly tidied her deliberately messy hair, grabbed the lunchbox, and, adopting a pitiful posture, ran towards the rest area. "Suya, I've come to see you." She had prepared her tears, ready to burst forth at that moment. However, when she pushed through the crowd and saw the scene in the rest area, her steps froze, as if she had been frozen in place. The insulated lunchbox in her hand clattered to the ground, spilling its watery contents everywhere. In her sight, her former ex-husband, who used to wear an apron at home, reeking of cooking oil, and only knew how to cook and do laundry for her, was now dressed in a cassock, with a dignified and handsome appearance, so striking that it was almost unbearable to look directly at him. And what devastated her even more was, those two powerful female CEOs in the entertainment industry, whom she normally had to book 6 months in advance just to see, were now like two concubines vying for the emperor's favor, surrounding Suya, holding out top-quality ingredients they'd never seen before, and humbly coaxing him to take a bite. "Just one bite, be good." Qinlan even took a tissue to wipe Suya's mouth, her movements so gentle it was as if she were a completely different person. "Don't like bird's nest? Then I'll have black truffles flown in by air." Zhao Qing's pampering was utterly boundless. A stark contrast. An extreme comparison. Lin Wanner looked at the scattered, rotten vegetable leaves on the ground, then at the bird's nest and ginseng soup in the other person's hands. An indescribable fire of jealousy instantly extinguished her reason. Why? That man was clearly hers. He used to fawn over her, so why is it the other way around now? Why is he doing so well after his divorce, adored by so many outstanding women, and she has to beg him like a beggar? "Suya!" Lin Wanner screamed, abandoning all pretense of self-pity, and charged forward like a madwoman. "You heartless man! You're enjoying yourself here. Have you ever thought about me and the child?" She wanted to rush forward and overturn the garish bird's nest and chicken soup. She wanted to tear apart Suya's seemingly indifferent face. However, before she even got close, two burly men in black suits blocked her way like two walls. They were Qin Ian's bodyguards. "Get out of my way." Lin Wanner scratched and clawed like a shrew. The bodyguards, expressionless, pushed her away. Bang! Lin Wanner fell to the ground in a disheveled state, her palm cut by a pebble, blood flowing freely. The commotion finally alerted the three people in the rest area. Suya turned his head and saw Lin Wanner on the ground. He didn't speak, his eyes as calm as a stagnant pool, without even a ripple. That kind of indifference was more hurtful than any physical or verbal abuse. Qinlan put down her soup bowl, slowly stood up, straightened her dragon robe, costume, and looked down at Lin Wanner. "Oh, isn't this my ex-wife's sister?" Qin Ian's tone was mocking, her eyes looking at her like she was looking at a bug. "What? Haven't you been blacklisted enough? Coming to my film set to cause trouble?" Zhao Qing also walked over, still holding a bowl of bird's nest soup, and slowly took a bite. "Where's security? Why are you letting all sorts of dirty things in here? It's ruining teacher Su's appetite. Can you take responsibility for that? You've gone too far." Lin Wanner sat on the ground, her makeup ruined from crying, pointing at Suya. "Suya, you just watched them treat me like this? I'm Xiao Bao's mother." Suya closed his eyes and started spinning his prayer beads again. Amit Ba. This humble monk has entered the monastic life, all past events are but fleeting clouds. Female benefactor, please leave. This unyielding attitude completely shattered Lin Wanner's last illusions. She knew that Suya would never turn back. "Since I can't have him." Lin Wanner wiped away her tears, a venomous glint flashing in her eyes. She struggled to her feet, but the bodyguards prevented her from approaching Suya, but she didn't cause any more trouble. Instead, she turned her gaze to Zhao Qing, who hadn't said much and seemed slightly more friendly than Qinlan. "President Zhao." Lin Wanner suddenly revealed a strange smile, her voice low but just loud enough for Zhao Qing to hear. "You'd better be careful. You probably don't know, but President Qin has used all sorts of underhanded methods to get Suya. Her company's CFO was just arrested a couple of days ago for falsifying accounts. Aren't you afraid that she might plant a time bomb for your company to monopolize Suya?" Zhao Qing paused in his drinking of bird's nest soup. She slightly turned her head, giving Lin Wanner a sharp look, although she knew this was an attempt to sow discord. But in business, Qin Lan was indeed a madwoman who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Interesting. Zhao Qing put down his crystal cup, a playful smile curving his lips. Although you're a noisy mad dog, but your barking has reminded me. Lin Wanner was overjoyed at this. If these two she-devils could really fight, so yes, life would be miserable. President Zhao, I know a secret about Qin Lan. Lin Wanner leaned closer, wanting to say something more. Just then, Su Xiaobao, who had been sitting cross-legged next to Su Ye, suddenly closed his laptop. A soft click sounded. The little guy stood up, standing between Zhao Qing and Lin Wanner. He looked up at his mother, who was trying to stir up trouble, his eyes behind his sunglasses as cold as two ice blades. Auntie. Su Xiaobao's voice was childish, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. This tactic of sowing discord might work in The Legend of Zhen Huan. But here, he held up a small device flashing red. Sorry, bad signal. Because I just bricked your phone, and that Aunt Zhao's phone. The sunshades of the van were drawn tightly, blocking out the noise from the film set outside. Inside, the air conditioning was blasting. Su Ye slumped in the massage chair, still clutching the Buddhist prayer beads he'd swiped from the film crew, a look of relief on his face. Son, that signal jamming was brilliant. Su Ye patted his chest, still shaken. If that crazy woman Lin Wanner and that she-devil Zhao Qing had really teamed up, what would have become of your old man? Teamed up? Did they even deserve it? Su Xiaobao sat cross-legged opposite him, a black laptop seemingly an extension of himself resting on his lap. The screen's glow reflected on his sunglasses, displaying lines of dazzling code. The little guy's fingers danced across the keyboard, their speed like playing Flight of the Bumblebee. Dad, don't underestimate Zhao Qing. Su Xiaobao didn't even look up, his tone chilling beyond his years. Lin Wanner is stupid, but her evil is outwardly apparent. But this Zhao Qing, she's cunning, evil to the core. What do you mean? Su Ye was taken aback, sitting up straight. Wasn't she here to chase after a celebrity? The way she looked at me when she gave me the bird's nest soup, she practically wanted to devour me. She really did want to devour you, but not necessarily because of love. Su Xiaobao sneered and abruptly pressed the enter key. Snap! The screen switched, revealing a hacked WeChat chat interface. It was Zhao Qing's private WeChat account, the contact name a period without any information. See for yourself. Su Ye leaned closer, squinting as she read aloud the latest chat messages on the screen. Zhao Qing, is this the useless heir of the Su family? He certainly doesn't seem very bright. Mysterious man, don't underestimate him. That old fox Li Ziyulian has hidden the thing very well, it's said to be on Su Ye. Zhao Qing, don't worry, I've already gotten close to him. This man is a typical pretty face, a little sweetness and he'll be blinded. The plan is underway, he's not on guard against me. Mysterious man, act quickly. Once we get that key, the Su family's business empire will be nothing but an empty shell. After reading them, Su Ye felt a chill run down her spine. Key. Su Ye subconsciously touched his bare neck, then his empty pockets. What key do I have? I don't even have a key. Is this woman delusional? Whether you have it or not isn't important, what's important is her motives. Su Xiaobao closed his laptop, took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of clear yet sharp eyes. He looked at his father, who still hadn't grasped the situation, and sighed helplessly. Dad, you think this is just a simple rich woman falls in love with me drama? Wrong. This is a corporate espionage war against the Su family. And you are the naive and innocent used as the breakthrough point. Su Ye felt his pride had been brutally attacked. Who's naive and innocent? I'm just being wise beyond my years. Su Ye argued angrily, then immediately backed down. So what do we do now? She's the investor, the second female lead, and she's always hanging around the set. I can't possibly guard against her. Simple. Su Xiaobao put his sunglasses back on, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Since she's only after money, I'll cut off her financial lifeline. Make it impossible for her to move an inch in this world. With that, the little guy's fingers landed on the keyboard again. This time, his actions were even more ferocious. Red warning boxes popped up on the screen, the highest level alerts for intrusions into banking systems and social media platforms. But in Su Xiaobao's hands, these so-called impenetrable defenses were as fragile as paper. Locking all bank accounts under Zhao Qing's name. Freezing third-party payment channels. Revoking social media login permissions. Changing cloud passwords. With each line of commands executed, Su Ye seemed to hear the sound of money shattering. Son, what are you doing? Physical isolation. Su Xiaobao pressed the last enter key, and a large green success appeared on the screen. From now on, wherever there's internet coverage, she's a dead person. No money, no signal, no identity. The little guy clapped his hands, concealing his accomplishment. Trying to scheme against my dad? He'd better see if he has enough money for a return ticket first. On the other side of the film set, inside a luxurious RV, Zhao Qing was humming a tune, a glass of red wine, in a good mood. Although that old woman Li Ziyulian had ruined things earlier, she didn't care. As long as Suye was still on set, she'd have plenty of opportunities to make her move. That good-for-nothing seems pretty easy to fool. Zhao Qing swirled her wineglass, a smug smile playing on her lips. If I get him drunk tonight and get the key's whereabouts out of him, the Su family's billions in assets. Just then, she picked up her phone from the table, intending to report the progress to the mysterious person. However, unlocked, screen lit up. A glaring red cross appeared on the signal bar, no service. The signal's so bad in this cramped mountain valley? Zhao Qing frowned, not giving it a second thought, and casually connected to the RV's Wi-Fi. She opened WeChat. Login failed, your account has been permanently banned for suspected violations. What? Zhao Qing's hand trembled, almost spilling her red wine. Unconvinced, she opened Alipay. Account abnormal, your assets have been frozen. Please contact your issuing bank. She then opened her bank's app. System error, no such account found. Within a single minute, Zhao Qing felt as if the entire world had abandoned her. She couldn't log into Weibo, couldn't make phone calls, and even the Bluetooth speaker that had been playing music suddenly stopped working. An unprecedented sense of panic gripped her heart. What's going on? Assistant! Assistant! Zhao Qing screamed, shouting towards the door. The female assistant rushed in, flustered. Mr. Zhao, what's wrong? My phone is broken. Give me your phone. Zhao Qing snatched the assistant's phone and expertly dialed the mysterious person's number. Beep, beep, beep. It connected. Just as Zhao Qing was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a childish, cold, and distinctly mocking synthesized voice came through the receiver. Sorry, the user you are calling has been blacklisted by Su Ziyobeo. Please learn to be a decent human being before you do business. Beep. The call ended. Zhao Qing, holding her phone, froze on the spot, her face ashen. Su Ziyobeo? That seemingly harmless little brat who always wore sunglasses, carried a laptop, and was always dressed like a monster? So yes, son? It's him. It's actually him. Zhao Qing gritted her teeth, her smugness instantly turning into venomous hatred. She had planned everything, but she hadn't expected Suye to have such a top-tier hacker hidden around him. This wasn't taking care of a child, it was clearly taking care of a bodyguard and an intelligence agency. Ms. Zhao, should we call the police? Her assistant asked cautiously. Call the police my ass. Zhao Qing slammed her phone onto the sofa, her chest heaving. What would I call the police for? Say I tried to steal someone's trade secrets and got killed in self-defense? Are you trying to kill me already? She took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. Since the internet wouldn't work, she'd take the old-fashioned route. Since underhanded tactics weren't working, she'd be direct. As long as she was on set, she refused to believe she couldn't handle a man. Go! Zhao Qing turned around, his eyes flashing with a fierce light as he stared at his assistant, his voice like it had been pulled from an ice cellar. Go to the car and get my treasured bottle of 82 Lafite. The assistant was taken aback. Mr. Zhao, you want a drink? It's not for me. Zhao Qing walked to the mirror, straightened his flamboyant spider demon costume, applied his brightest lipstick, and a dangerous smile curved his lips. Tonight is the crew's dinner party. I'm going to make that little monk. Truth comes out when drunk. I don't believe a drunk man's mouth can be as hard as that brat's firewall. Inside the largest VIP room, the Emperor's Hall, of the five-star hotel next to the film studio, the lights were blazing. A huge round table was laden with delicacies, but no one touched their chopsticks. The air was thick with the scent of expensive red wine, and an invisible, intangible yet chilling aura. This was a banquet, ostensibly a welcome feast, but in reality, a trap to lure Suye into a trap. Zhao Qing sat to Suye's right, swirling a glass of 1982 Lafite worth 5 figures, her smile even more enticing than the wine itself. Teacher Su, this first toast is to you. Zhao Qing's eyes were alluring, her body leaning slightly forward, her neckline revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Thank you for not holding a grudge and for accepting this role. I apologize for any offense I may have caused, it's all in this wine. Suye looked at the blood-red wine, his Adam's apple bobbing. He hadn't wanted to drink it. But as a newcomer to the workplace, striving to build his career and integrate into the team, refusing a toast from the investor seemed inappropriate. Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. Suye picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, warming his stomach. Before he could put down his glass, Xin Lan, to his left, moved. This usually aloof and domineering female CEO was now as attentive as a newly hired salesperson. Suye, I'd like to toast you too. Xin Lan personally filled his glass, her eyes carrying an undeniable domineering air. I'm the producer of this film, and also your former boss. Our relationship is much deeper than some unexpected outsiders. Her words were loaded with meaning, brimming with tension. So yeah, caught in the middle, felt like a sandwich filling. Drink. You have to drink. To quell the flames, Suya gritted his teeth and downed another glass. However, this was just the beginning. As if receiving a signal, the other actresses, screenwriters, and even the makeup artist at the table all gathered around, glasses in hand. Teacher Su. I'm your fan. A toast to you. Brother Su. Your portrayal of Xianzang was so cool. I'll drink mine, you can drink as you like. Master. I want to break my vow too. Drink. Round after round. Red, white, beer. Suya was like a small boat, drifting aimlessly in a vast ocean of alcohol. At first, he tried to stay sober, to uphold male virtue, but he couldn't resist the women's enthusiasm and ferocity. Half an hour later, Suya's eyes began to wander. That cold, aloof monk aura was crumbling little by little as the alcohol evaporated. In its place was a kind of irresistible charm that made one want to commit a crime at first glance soft and cute. Ugh, I can't drink anymore. Suya slumped on the table, his cheeks flushed, as if coated with the finest rouge. His usually tightly pursed lips were now slightly pouting, glistening with moisture. His deep, peach blossom eyes were now veiled with a hazy mist, wet and unguarded as he looked at those around him, like a lost kitten, or like a freshly peeled lychee, tender, juicy, and tempting to be picked. Burp. Suya let out a small hiccup, pointed a finger at Zhao Qing with a dazed expression. You stop swaying, I have 3 shadows. Boom. In that instant, the rational defenses of all the women in the private room collapsed collectively. Their previously restrained gazes completely changed. They were now pairs of eyes gleaming with a green light, naked, undisguised wolf eyes. Too obedient. Too lustful. This kind of normally unapproachable, abstinent male god, once he lets down his guard and reveals this vulnerable, helpless state, is devastatingly powerful. Zhao Qing swallowed, feeling her throat go dry. She put down her glass, her eyes fixed on Suya's flushed face, her mind racing with calculations. What trade secret? What key? At that moment, she only wanted to do one thing: take this man home, hide him away, and only let her see him. Teacher Su is drunk. Zhao Qing stood up, her voice a little hoarse, and reached out to help Suya's arm. Since you're drunk, don't just lie there. My RV is downstairs, the bed is big and soft. Slap. A hand appeared out of nowhere, forcefully slapping Zhao Qing's hand away. Qinlan stood up, her aura overwhelming, like a lioness protecting her prey. President Zhao, what are you trying to do? Qinlan sneered, pressing Suya's head onto her shoulder to assert her dominance. This is my leading man, and also my former employee. Even if anyone's going to be escorted, it'll be me escorting him back to his room. You'll escort him? Zhao Qing narrowed his eyes, unyielding. Qinlan, don't think I don't know what you're up to. It's late at night, a man and a woman alone together. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Heh, same to you. Qinlan retorted, you know perfectly well what's in that RV of yours. The 2 female CEOs faced off, sparks flying. The other actresses around, though not daring to interrupt, were all itching for a chance, their eyes lingering on Suya, clearly looking for an opportunity to take advantage. Suya had no idea he was in the eye of the storm. He felt Qin Ian's shoulder was a little stiff, uncomfortable. He whimpered and, like a caterpillar, slid down, finally ending up in Qin Ian's arms. He even grabbed Qin Ian's clothes and rubbed against her. Smells good. This murmur was the last straw. Qin Ian's breathing quickened instantly. Zhao Qing's eyes reddened instantly. Let him go. Zhao Qing finally lost all pretense and reached out to snatch him. Suya is mine. You're dreaming. Qinlan held onto Suya tightly around the waist. No one is taking him away tonight. The scene spiraled out of control. 2 female CEOs worth billions, in a 5-star hotel private room, were pulling and tugging like schoolchildren over a drunk man. The other actresses were also getting restless, and the circle of women grew smaller and smaller. It seemed Suya was about to be devoured by this pack of predatory women. Suya suddenly. Bang! A loud crash. The heavy, ornate, and expensive door to the private room was kicked open from the outside. The force of the kick was so great that the door bounced twice against the wall, sending dust flying. All movement froze. All eyes turned in terror to the doorway. Standing outside was a middle-aged woman in a dark green cheongsam and a mink vest. Behind her were 4 towering black-clad bodyguards, exuding a menacing aura. Li Ziyulian stood in the doorway, looking at the chaotic private room, at her beloved son, disheveled and bleary-eyed from being fought over by Qinlan and Zhao Qing. Her face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. A terrifying aura, the aura of someone accustomed to high office and controlling a multi-billion-dollar empire, swept through the room like a tsunami. Stop it, all of you, Li Ziyulian roared, her voice shaking the crystal chandelier. This is outrageous. In broad daylight, no, in the clear blue sky, how dare you lay a hand on my son? She strode into the private room in her high heels, each step feeling like a blow to everyone's hearts. The oppressive aura made the previously arrogant Zhao Qing and Qin Lan instinctively loosen their grip. Where did these stray cats and dogs come from, daring to covet the Su family's flesh? Li Ziyulian walked up to Su Ya, tenderly touching her son's burning face, then abruptly turned, her eyes like knives, sweeping across the room. Get out of here, all of you. Son, come home with mom. The air in the private room seemed to have been sucked out in an instant by some powerful pump. In the suffocating silence, only the faint hum of the enormous crystal chandelier could be heard. Li Ziyulian stood in the doorway, the large imperial green jade pendant on her chest rising and falling with her heavy breathing, reflecting a cold and angry light. Her eyes, which had seen countless people, now acted like two high-powered X-ray security scanners, scrutinizing every woman in the room with ulterior motives. Her gaze finally settled on Zhao Qing and Qin Yan's hands, which were still clutching Su Ye's clothes, not yet withdrawn. Bang! Li Ziyulian slammed her crocodile handbag heavily on the table. The 5-figure bottle of 1982 Lafite shook violently, nearly tipping over. Very well indeed. She sneered, her voice not loud, but carrying a chilling pressure, like the rumble of thunder before a storm. I sent my son here to film a movie, to pursue art. Not to have him be your hostess. You all dressed so smartly, is this how you do business? Qin Lan, after all, was a seasoned businesswoman with a strong mental fortitude. She quickly withdrew her hand, straightened her clothes, and attempted to adopt the air of a CEO to control the situation. Madam, you may have misunderstood. Qin Lan forced a professional smile, attempting to explain, we were just having a normal crew dinner. Teacher So can't hold his liquor. Misunderstanding? Li Ziyulian didn't give her a chance to explain, rudely interrupting her. Forcing alcohol down my son's throat is a misunderstanding? Taking advantage of him while he's drunk, practically trying to rip his clothes off, is a misunderstanding? Li Ziyulian took a step forward, her terrifying aura, cultivated from years of managing billions in assets, forcing Qin Lan to take a half-step back. Qin Lan, do you think I'm blind? Or do you think my Su family is so weak that you she-wolves can bully this little lamb? Qin Lan was speechless, her face alternating between pale and flushed. And you, Zhao Qing. Li Ziyulian turned her head to the other side, her gaze as disdainful as if she were looking at roadside weeds. I heard you wanted to knock down my son's balcony? You think you're worthy? Don't you even look at yourself in the mirror? Besides having a bit of money, what do you have that makes you worthy of my son? Zhao Qing's face turned deathly pale. She opened her mouth, but found her throat felt like it was blocked with cotton. She couldn't utter a single word. In front of this true helmsman of a wealthy family, these usually powerful women of the woods were instantly reduced to their true forms, appearing childish and laughable. Li Ziyulian was too lazy to waste any more words on them. Just looking at them was an eyesore. She turned around and looked at Su Ya, who was slumped over the table, her cheeks flushed, muttering, "This humble monk does not approach women," and her brows furrowed with heartache. Look what you've done to the child. Li Ziyulian reached out and touched Su Ya's forehead. It was frighteningly hot. Son, wake up, mom's here to pick you up. Su Ya groggily opened his eyes. His vision was blurry, but the familiar, reassuring scent made him instinctively nuzzle Li Ziyulian's hand. Just like when he was a child. Mom, this liquor is strong. Su Ya slurred, his eyes glazed over. I think I saw Grandma waving at me. Saw my ass. That's your mother. Li Ziyulian snapped, her eyes slightly red. She turned and waved to the bodyguards behind her, her movements as arrogant as a bandit leader about to abduct a bride. What are you standing there for? Take the young master away. This place is filthy, full of vixens. I'm afraid he'll get a sty if he stays here even a second longer. Yes. 2 bodyguards, each over 6 feet tall and wearing sunglasses, stepped forward. Their movements were practiced and rough. One grabbed his arm, the other lifted his leg. Lift! A low shout rang out. Su Ya was lifted from the chair like a helpless sack of potatoes and hoisted onto the broad shoulders. Hanging upside down on the bodyguard's back, bouncing with his every step, her stomach churning. Ugh, slower. I'm dizzy. Su Ya offered a weak protest, but it was clearly ineffective. Seeing that he was about to be taken away, Qin Lan finally panicked. If he left, how could they film tomorrow? What about her investment? Wait, you can't take him. Qin Lan rushed forward, trying to block their way. Tomorrow's schedule is already set. Hundreds of people in the entire crew are waiting. Filming? Li Ziyulian stopped and slowly turned around. She stood at the door of the private room, her back to the corridor lights, her expression inscrutable in the shadows. But her voice, cold as a Siberian wind, seeped into the bones of everyone present. President Qin, President Zhao, I'm laying this out here. You can continue filming, that's your business, I don't care. But Li Ziyulian paused, her eyes flashing like knives, a warning from an apex predator. From today onward, if my son loses even a single hair on the set, or if he ever encounters another of these messy, ostensibly casual gatherings that are actually just opportunities for groping, she pointed a finger lightly into the air. I'll make sure your company disappears from the business landscape by tomorrow morning. Don't doubt me. The Su family could destroy 2 entertainment companies with a flick of their fingers. I don't even need to get involved myself. My 6-year-old grandson could easily crush you. With that, she gave a disdainful snort, tossed her shawl, and turned to leave. Son, let's go home. Mom will make you a hangover soup, the kind with lots of vinegar. A large group of people left in a grand procession, leaving behind a room full of bewildered female celebrities and their bosses, sweating profusely. The private room was deathly silent, not even a breath could be heard, until a long time had passed. Clang! Zhao Qing's legs went weak, and she slumped into a chair, the wine glass in her hand falling to the floor and shattering. The red wine spilled onto the carpet, resembling a shocking pool of blood. This is Su Ye's background? She muttered to herself, her face ashen. The thought of how she had actually tried to swindle the Su family's business secrets sent a chill down her spine. This wasn't an innocent little rabbit. This was clearly a Tyrannosaurus Rex cub in sheep's clothing. Outside the hotel lobby, night was deep. A black, extended Rolls-Royce was already parked at the entrance, its engine humming softly, like a lurking beast. Bodyguards carried Su Ye, as if transporting some valuable cargo, rushing towards the car. Li Ziyulian walked behind, cursing as she went. These vixens, they have no shame. If I see them again, I'll tear their mouths off. And that director, he's unreliable too. We have to withdraw our investment. We absolutely have to. However, while this scene avoided the film crew, it couldn't escape the paparazzi who had been lurking in the greenery surrounding the hotel. Click, click, click. From the bushes, a dark telephoto lens was pointed directly at the hotel entrance, the shutter clicks ringing out in rapid succession, like a machine gun. Paparazzo Xiao Wang stared at the photos on his camera, his hands trembling with excitement, almost dropping the camera. In the photos, Su Ye, usually aloof, known as the escaped Tang Santang, was being carried like a dead pig on a bodyguard's shoulder, utterly devoid of any semblance of decorum. Walking ahead was a powerful, mysterious, and jewel-adorned socialite. Her expression and demeanor were simply breathtaking. The background featured the opulent entrance of the 5-star hotel, and several panicked film crew members chasing after them. The scene was incredibly impactful. The potential for interpretation was immense. Breaking news. Absolutely breaking news. Xiao Wang swallowed hard, quickly emerging from the bushes. He ran while calling his editor, his voice shrill and distorted with excitement. Boss, get me a front-page headline, even a column. A wealthy socialite breaks into a film set at night. She snatches him away in public. Su Ye is suspected of being forcibly taken back to the palace by the Empress Dowager. Is this a distortion of human nature, or a feud within a wealthy family? I've already thought of the headline shocking. Su Ye is carried away drunk late at night. A mysterious rich woman angrily berates an actress, "Stay away from my son." This juicy gossip is guaranteed to be true. That night, Weibo's servers once again endured pressure far beyond their years. A single photo, like a nuclear bomb, was dropped into the already turbulent ocean of the internet. The background of the photo was the luxurious revolving door of a 5-star hotel. The foreground was a blurry yet dynamic scene. 2 bodyguards in black were carrying a drunken man at breakneck speed, led by a domineering socialite. Although half of the man's face was obscured, his signature bald head and the white monk's robe he hadn't yet changed out of clearly identified him. Su Ye, the Tang Santang who had just sparked a frenzy of breaking the rules online with his costume-fitting photos. The accompanying text was even more sensational. Breaking news late at night. Mysterious socialite barges into film crew's drinking party, angrily shouts at actresses, "Stay away from my son." Su Ye suspected of being offended and taken away overnight. This was like pouring a ladle of cold water into a pot of hot oil. It exploded. It completely exploded. The comments section was instantly flooded with comments, and the tone was extremely bizarre. There was no mockery, no insults, only a screen full of heartache and anger. Holy crap! I saw it clearly. Are those Qin Lan and Zhao Qing? These 2 female CEOs actually chased her to the film set. That's terrifying. Look at the way the bodyguards carried her. Su Ye was clearly unconscious. If they had arrived a moment later. It's chilling to think about. Tang Santang's flesh was almost devoured by monsters. Who is that wealthy lady? Well done. She's a role model. She protected our brother's innocence. A new trending topic shot to the top of the list at rocket speed, becoming incredibly popular. Hashtag protect Su Ye's chastity across the internet. Hashtag Following closely behind were hashtags like hashtag I will protect Suya's innocence hashtag and hashtag please have respect female CEOs hashtag. Netizens transformed into Sherlock Holmes, scrutinizing every detail of the photo with magnifying glasses. Look, Zhao Qing's hand is still reaching into Suye's arms. She's clearly trying to take advantage of the chaos to grope her. And Qin Lan, her eyes are practically drooling. This isn't a boss eyeing an employee, it's a wolf eyeing its prey. Wah, our brother is so pitiful. He just wanted to act properly, and he got attacked by a bunch of female hooligans. Some radical fans even went so far as to petition the official Weibo account of the film crossing the throne overnight. Tens of thousands of comments were uniformly consistent. Strongly demand that Suye be provided with a personal bodyguard. 24/7. The production team is strictly prohibited from arranging kissing scenes, bed scenes, or any form of physical contact. If Suye's safety is not guaranteed, we will boycott this movie. No one can touch our holy monk. The entire entertainment industry was stunned. I'd only ever heard of male celebrities getting their images ruined because of sleeping with fans. I'd never seen a male celebrity cause such widespread panic online simply because he was too easy to sleep with. Suye, single-handedly, redefined the word victim. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. On the custom-made, 3-meter-wide bed at the Su family manor, Suye groaned and struggled to open his eyes. His head was throbbing. It felt like 1,000 monks were chanting in his head. Water! He called out in a hoarse voice. The next second, a cup of warm honey water was placed to his lips. Suye gulped it down, feeling as if his soul had finally returned to his body. He blinked, looking at the dazzlingly luxurious crystal chandelier above him, then at Su Xiaobao standing by the bed, his face expressionless. His memories began to slowly return. The film crew, a dinner party, drinking, being forced to drink, and then, he seemed to see his mother? Son. Suye rubbed his temples, tentatively asking, "What happened last night? How did I get back?" "You were brought back in a bag." Su Xiaobao placed the empty cup on the bedside table and casually handed him a tablet. "To be precise, when you were almost taken advantage of by those aunties, Grandma arrived just in time and rescued you." Rescue? Suye was stunned, taking the tablet. On the screen was the photo that had gone viral online, along with the trending search terms that had made his vision go black. The entire internet protects Suye's chastity. Popular male star almost lost his virginity. He is the only virgin in the entertainment industry. Puffed. Suye almost spat blood onto the screen. A virgin. Suye pointed at the hashtag, his hand trembling, his voice filled with grief and indignation. Are they talking about me? Me, a grown man. My son is 6 years old. They're actually worried about my virginity? This is an insult. This is a trampling on my male dignity. Su Xiaobao pushed up his sunglasses, offering no comfort, but instead adding insult to injury. Dad, look on the bright side. At least now the whole internet knows you were passive. You're pure and innocent, untainted by the mud persona is now firmly established. And the little guy pointed to the comments section where people were crowdfunding to buy Suye pepper spray and a chastity lock. They really love you, they're even worried you'll be defiled by bad women. Suye threw his tablet on the blanket, collapsing in despair. This blessing is yours, do you want it? He closed his eyes, the predatory gazes of Qin Lan and Zhao Qing from last night flashing through his mind, along with the actress's expressions of wanting to devour him. It was terrifying. The world was full of malice towards him. He just wanted to act well, earn some appearance fees, and incidentally prove his abilities. And the result? He became everyone's easy prey. Everyone who approached him seemed to have an ulterior motive. Some wanted his face, some his body, and some the Su family behind him. Even that so-called deep affection was nothing more than an act. Heh. Suye suddenly sneered. He abruptly threw off the covers and walked barefoot to the huge French windows. Outside the window were the neatly manicured lawns of the Su family manor and the distant, faintly visible, bustling city. Sunlight shone on his shaved head, but it couldn't penetrate the coldness in his eyes. Son. Suye, his back to Su Xiaobao, spoke in a low voice, yet with an unprecedented clarity. You're right. In this circle, nothing is real. They're acting, and so am I. Everyone's acting, it's just a matter of who acts better. Since everyone enjoys acting, since everyone thinks I'm an easy target, then I'll play along. Suye turned around, his peach blossom eyes no longer filled with the previous confusion and fear. In their place was a mocking indifference that seemed to have seen through everything. Give me your phone. He held out his hand to Su Xiaobao. Su Xiaobao raised an eyebrow, took his phone from his bag, and handed it to him. What do you want to do? Post a clarification on Weibo? Clarify. Suye scoffed, took the phone, and expertly dialed a number. It was the number of the recording studio owner he had worked with before. No clarification. No matter how much I explain, they'll only think I'm playing hard to get. I'm going to teach these self-righteous women a lesson in my own way. The call connected. Hello, old John? It's me, Soo-yeah. Reserve a booth for me, the best kind. Yes, I need to record a song. A playful smile curved Soo-ye's lips, his eyes sharp as knives. This song won't be about family, nor will it be about tragedy. I want to sing a song about acting skills. For those women who are having so much fun acting around me. Suzio Bao, watching his father's all-out performance, silently closed his copy of The Art of War. Interesting. The little guy muttered to himself, a smile creeping onto his face. Looks like someone's about to break down. Midnight. The internet was still reeling from the anger stemming from Soo-ye's narrow escape from harm. There was no warning, no massive publicity campaign. Soo-ye's personal Weibo account didn't even bother with a caption, simply posting a 4-minute music video link. The title was just 2 words: the actor. The cover was black and white. In the photo, Soo-ye still sported his signature bald head, wearing a slightly thin white shirt, sitting on a high stool in a recording studio. He lowered his head, his expression obscured, only half his profile hidden in shadow. That sense of decadence, indifference, yet also a detached air of seemingly understanding everything practically overflowed the screen. What is this? Countless night owls, still awake, clicked on the video out of curiosity. The video began. No intro, no fancy arrangement. Only a low, somber piano note, like a drop of water falling into a calm lake. Then, Soo-ye's voice rang out. No longer the heartfelt emotion of singing father, nor the bewilderment of singing a person like me. This time, his voice was flat, indifferent. As indifferent as a cold, lifeless scalpel, ready to precisely dissect the facade of certain people. Keep it simple. Keep your way of speaking simple. Omit the emotional build-up. You're not an actor, don't create those scenarios. The first line of lyrics was like a resounding slap across everyone's face. The audience in front of the screen froze. These lyrics, why do they sound so familiar? This scene, why does it resemble the calculating drinking party from last night? In the video, Soo-ye slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed directly on the camera. That gaze was sharp as a sword, seemingly able to pierce through the screen, striking straight into the hearts of certain people. No objection, I just want to see how you're going to explain yourself. Your sadness is too superficial, like an actor without talent, the audience can see right through it. That sarcasm, that disdain, that I'll just watch you pretend vibe, instantly reached its peak. The comments section exploded after a 3-second pause. Holy crap. These lyrics. Who the hell is this subtly implying? Is it even a question? Too superficially sad, isn't that talking about Lin Wanner? Every time she tries to play the victim, it's so fake. And don't orchestrate those scenarios. Isn't that talking about Qin Lan and Zhao Qing? Staging drinking parties, orchestrating chance encounters, they'd do anything to steal someone's face. My god. Soo-ye is going crazy. He's not singing, he's issuing a challenge. Soo-ye's voice continued to echo in the night sky, carrying a languid weariness. I should play along and pretend I don't see. Forcing the person who loves you most to improvise. When did we start lowering our standards, conforming to the changing times and watching those clumsy performances? Every word was like a nail. Nailed to Lin Wanner's vanity, nailed to Qin Yan's domineering nature, and nailed to Zhao Qing's scheming. In the mansion, Lin Wanner listened to this song, and the wineglass in her hand suffered another blow. He knows everything. Lin Wanner's face turned deathly pale, her whole body trembling. He's mocking me. He's mocking me for always acting. Meanwhile, Qin Lan was working overtime in her office. Hearing the phrase dropped her bottom line, she slammed her laptop shut, her breathing rapid. She remembered how she had plied Soo-ye with alcohol at the dinner table, how she had resorted to any means to get him. So, in his eyes, she was just a clumsy actress? Ridiculous. Qin Lan gave a self-deprecating smile, but a barely perceptible pain flashed in her eyes. So, the clown has always been me. The song entered its chorus. Soo-ye's emotions finally stirred. It was an outburst after being pushed to the brink, a merciless indictment of this hypocritical industry. Actually, I was the only audience member. Actually, I could tell you were a little reluctant to part. The scenes used to are back and forth, what's there to fuss about? Actually, saying we can't separate isn't necessarily true. Actually, the worst thing in a relationship is dragging it out. The more intense the scene, the less I can cry. Is it still worth it? Boom! These lyrics were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Countless people who had been hurt and deceived in relationships instantly broke down. Wah! This is so heartbreaking. Isn't this just about me and my ex-boyfriend? Soo-ye understands so well. What has he been through? How can he write such insightful lyrics? The more intense the scene, the less I can cry. This line is absolutely brilliant. Wasn't Lin Wanner forcing herself to cry on the beach last night? This isn't a song, it's a demon-revealing mirror. It stripped away the masks of all those monsters and demons. Overnight, the song The Actor swept across major music platforms with viral speed. Within an hour of its release, it garnered over 100 million plays. Within 3 hours, it had over 100,000 comments. By the next morning, the song had dominated all the charts, utterly crushing the new songs of those popular idols. Musical prodigy, soulful singer, a truly enlightened person. Various high-sounding labels were slapped onto Suya without restraint. Those who initially thought Suya was just a good-looking guy were completely silenced. With this kind of talent, even if he looked like Pigsy from Journey to the West, he would still be a hit. On the terrace of the Su family manor, Suya, holding a cup of coffee, watched the download numbers frantically jumping on his phone, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Son, looks like we've won again." Suya blew on the hot coffee, a look of satisfaction on his face. "With this song out, I doubt anyone will dare act in front of me anymore. After all, whoever does it will be embarrassed." Suzayo sat on the swing next to him, holding his black laptop, monitoring online opinions. "Dad, your dimensional reduction attack is really impressive." The little guy pushed up his sunglasses, a hint of approval in his voice. "Now the whole internet is doing your reading comprehension, analyzing your song as a modern guide to avoiding dating scams." However, Suzayo paused, turning the screen towards Suya, his expression somewhat strange. "It seems I went a little overboard." "What's wrong?" Suya leaned closer. "Did someone insult me?" "No one insulted me, but someone broke down." Suzayo pointed to a scene on the live stream screen. "Look at this." Suya looked closely. It was a live stream room decorated in pink and cutesy colors. The streamer was a pretty, third-tier actress who usually projected a pure and alluring image. Her name was something like Little Sweetie. Normally, she was always smiling and calling everyone brother in her live streams in a very sweet way. But right now, this Little Sweetie was slumped over the table, crying her heart out. Her makeup was ruined, and one of her false eyelashes had fallen off. The background music was Suya's song on repeat, The Actor. "Wah-ah-ah, he insulted me. He insulted me." Little Sweetie cried as she confronted the camera, frantically wiping her nose with tissues. "Suya's song, it's a dig at me. He said, I should have played along with your act, but I pretended not to see you." "Wah-ah-ah, isn't that what he meant when I pretended to fall and throw myself into his arms at the last event, and he didn't help me up?" He also said, like an actor without talent. Little Sweetie cried even harder, a truly heartbreaking sight. "I admit it. I admit I'm a bad actress. I admit I wanted to ride his coattails, but why did he write that in his song? Why did he let the whole world know I'm a joke? Suya, how cruel you are. I just wanted to be famous. Was I wrong?" Suya stared blankly at the female internet celebrity on the screen, crying uncontrollably and frantically accusing him of guilt. The coffee cup in his hand nearly fell to the ground. Who is this?" Suya looked at Suzayo, completely bewildered. "Do I know her? When did I ever see her fall? I have absolutely no recollection of it." Suzayo shrugged. I knew it look on his face. "You don't know her, but that doesn't stop her from thinking she's the female lead in this song. Dad, you need to understand. A guilty conscience sees everything as if it's about them. And..." The little guy pointed to the rapidly increasing number of viewers in the live stream, and the screen filled with heartache and hugs. "Her crying seems to have made her famous." Suya felt a sharp pain in his teeth. This actually works? These days, even staged accidents have become more sophisticated? No way. I have to explain. Suya put down his cup and took out his phone. "I don't know her at all. I'm not taking the blame for this." However, before he even opened Weibo, another trending topic popped up, completely stunning him. Hashtag multiple female internet celebrities cried during livestream. "Suya, we were wrong." Hashtag. Clicking in, he saw, good heavens. It wasn't just this Little Sweetie. Several female internet celebrities who usually like to flirt and create personas, and even a few minor celebrities, collectively broke down in tears during their live streams. They were all crying their eyes out, vying to confess to Suya. "I'm sorry, brother Su. I shouldn't have photoshopped the picture to pretend I was with him. I'm guilty. I shouldn't have fabricated being his ex-girlfriend for the sake of traffic. This song is so hurtful. Every line is slapping me in the face. Suya, please stop singing it. I'll change it, okay?" What started as a counterattack against a specific target has turned into a nationwide green tea confession conference. Suya watched this surreal scene, feeling his worldview shattered. "Son," he pointed at his phone, his voice trembling, "I said I really didn't mean to imply anything about them. Does anyone believe me?" Suzayo closed his laptop, jumped off the swing, and patted Suya's shoulder. "Dad, don't struggle anymore. In their eyes, you're not a person anymore. You are light, you are electricity, you are the only mirror that reveals your true nature. The live streaming platform servers were destined to be sacrificed tonight. As the melody of the actor spread like wildfire across the internet late at night, an inconspicuous live stream room suddenly and unexpectedly crashed due to overwhelming traffic. That was Xiaowa's live stream room. The same Xiaowa who, in a previous variety show, had been moved to tears by Suye's rendition of Accomplishment, vowing to turn over a new leaf. Originally, she just wanted to ride the wave of popularity tonight, hosting her own review session. She had deliberately applied a pitiful, pure and alluring makeup look, dressed casually, and prepared to discuss the song's artistry. However, when Suye's line, "I should play along with your act," pretending not to see, blared from the speakers, the wine glass Xiaowa was holding, meant for show, shattered with a crack. Red wine spilled all over her, staining her white dress like blood, but she didn't bother to wipe it away. She stared intently at the scrolling lyrics on the screen, trembling uncontrollably as if struck by lightning. "He's insulting me," Xiaowa murmured, her eyes instantly reddening, her voice filled with the shame of being publicly stripped naked. "He must be insulting me. Last time on the show, I pretended to fall to get him to help me up, but he didn't, and he even glanced at me. That look, exactly like the lyrics, like a talentless actor, easily spotted by the audience." A massive, overwhelming sense of shame and fear instantly shattered her mental defenses. "Wah!" A piercing wail echoed through the live stream. Xiaowa's composure crumbled. She truly crumbled. She abandoned all pretense of image management, grabbed makeup remover wipes from the table, and frantically wiped her makeup off, hysterically shouting into the camera, "I'm guilty. I confess I'm guilty. I shouldn't have acted. I shouldn't have fooled men. I shouldn't have become a good sister for a few handbags. Teacher Sue, please stop singing. These lyrics are too harsh. Every line is slapping me in the face." This sudden breakdown stunned hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream. Holy crap, what's going on here? Immersive breakdown? Even though she's crying so hard, why do I want to laugh? Is this the legendary identifying with someone? Suye's singing is phenomenal. She's exposed the true nature of the green tea character. However, the magical things were just beginning. Xiaoya's breakdown was like toppling the first domino. In an era where traffic is king, nothing attracts more attention than authenticity, even if that authenticity is built on self-destruction. Xiaowa's livestream instantly surged to the top of the entire platform, gifs flooded the screen, and her fan base exploded. This revealed a new wealth code to other female internet celebrities who were observing from the sidelines, all harboring their own ulterior motives. And so, an unprecedented nationwide confession conference unfolded late at night. If you open any short video app, you'll find the style has become extremely bizarre. No more swaying and groping, no more dressing up and showing off. Instead, it's all about glamorous female internet celebrities, bare-faced, with Suye's the actor playing in the background, weeping bitterly in front of the camera. A popular beauty blogger with millions of followers. Family, I'm coming clean. My face is photoshopped, my mansion is rented, I'm not some socialite, I'm just a vain liar. After listening to Suye's song, I feel so dirty. A relationship coach. I taught you how to manipulate men, how to get them to spend money, but it was all a routine, it was all an act. Suye was right, when did we start abandoning our principles? I'm guilty. Even the pure school beauty from the neighboring platform posted a video admitting to dating 5 boyfriends simultaneously and saying she would return the gifts and start anew. The entire internet is in complete chaos. On the trending topics list, each hashtag was more explosive than the last. Hashtag Suye's new song triggers collective self-exposure of green tea women. Hashtag nationwide confession night. Suye, we were wrong. Hashtag the actor, a mirror revealing the truth of the entertainment industry, a guillotine for scumbag women. Hashtag netizens were like weasels in a melon patch, jumping around, eating their fill of gossip. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Suye's song directly purified the online environment. I suggest listing the actor as the anthem for identifying green tea women. From now on, anyone who can't look me in the eye after listening to this song has a guilty conscience. Suye, I just released a new song. Why are you all kneeling before me? At the Su family manor, the morning sun shone on the terrace. Suye held a cup of hot milk, staring blankly at the videos of horrific women dancing wildly on his phone. The milk in his hand had gone cold, but he hadn't taken a sip. Son. Suye turned her head with difficulty, looking at Su Xiaobao calmly coding beside her, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. What kind of monsters are these? That guy crying and saying he cheated the top spender out of 3 million, do I even know him? And that guy saying he was willing to get plastic surgery to become famous, what does that have to do with me? Suye pointed at the screen, feeling more wrong than doughy. I wrote this song to subtly criticize those female demons, Sheen Lan and Lin Warner. Why are these little internet celebrities getting involved? They want to apologize to me? They want me to forgive them? Forgive them my foot. I don't even know them. Suzayo Bayo stopped what he was doing, pushed up his sunglasses, and a mysterious "I'm the only one who's sober in a world of drunks" look appeared on his young face. Dad, this is a combination of what's called survivorship bias and group unconscious revelry. The little guy pointed to the super topic titled Confess to Suya, his tone chillingly calm. In their eyes, you're not just a person anymore. You are light, you are electricity, you are the moral high ground, you are the only mirror that reveals true nature. By confessing to you, they can not only ride your wave of popularity but also establish a repentant and corrective persona, thus whitewashing themselves. Suya was dumbfounded. So, I'm being used as a whitewashing tool? More or less. Suzayo Bayo shrugged, adding insult to injury, and because you haven't responded, a certain voice has emerged online. What voice? They say your silence is because you're magnanimous, like Buddha embracing these lost sheep. Some even suggested you do a live stream, specifically to bless these repentant female devotees. Puffed. Suya spat out a mouthful of milk, coughing violently. Blessing? Is that even a proper term? No, absolutely not. Suya abruptly stood up, pacing back and forth on the terrace like a cornered beast. This misunderstanding is too big. If this continues, I'll become a cult leader. I must clarify. I must clarify immediately. I need to tell them I'm just an ordinary male artist who wants to build a career, not some moral exemplar, much less a savior. He grabbed his phone, opened the live streaming app, his fingers trembling. Son, give me some light. I'm going live. I need to dispel these rumors. 3 minutes later. So yes, live stream started. Almost instantly, the number of viewers surpassed 5 million, and it was still skyrocketing at a rate of 100,000 per second. The screen was filled with comments like, "Master, holy monk, please help me." Suya looked at this bizarre scene, took a deep breath, and gave the camera an extremely helpless and devastated expression. He didn't waste any words and went straight to the point, his voice filled with exhaustion. Everyone, every female benefactor, can you please calm down? This song is truly just artistic creation. It's not directed at anyone, and I certainly didn't intend for you all to collectively mourn. He clasped his hands together, bowed to the camera, and spoke with utmost sincerity. I really didn't imply anything about anyone. I don't even know any of you. Please, please, don't walk into the line of fire, okay? I just want to sing a song quietly. I don't want to be some kind of demon-revealing mirror. The live stream room was brightly lit, almost blindingly so. Suya's handsome face was pressed against the camera, his features contorted in a grimace. He clasped his hands together, bowing repeatedly to the screen, his expression more aggrieved than that of Do-e, a legendary figure known for her tragic fate. Family, can't we be reasonable? Suya pleaded earnestly, his voice tinged with deep helplessness. Regarding that song, the actor, I solemnly declare again. It's just an ordinary song. It's artistic creation. It's an emotional outpouring. It really didn't specifically refer to anyone, and it certainly didn't imply anything about anyone. He pointed to the screen still flooded with plea for forgiveness and confessions, feeling his brain throb. Especially that, what's that little sweetie streamer? Girl, don't cry, your makeup's ruined. I swear, I don't know you, and I've never seen you fall. When I was writing lyrics, all I could think about was how to rhyme. I didn't have time to figure out who was a green tea *TCH and who was a white lotus. You guys you're overinterpreting. Yes, overinterpreting. Suya felt that what he said was incredibly sincere, incredibly straightforward. He emphasized telling the truth, attempting to defeat magic with logic. However, he clearly underestimated the absurdity of fandom thinking. After his desperate attempt to distance himself, the livestream chat didn't calm down. Instead, it strangely paused for a second. Then, an even more frenzied and touching wave of pink instantly flooded the screen. Oh my god, he's still explaining for that green tea bitch. I'm crying. He was clearly being used for publicity, clearly disgusted, yet he's still worried about her makeup being ruined. That's class. That's good manners. So yeah, why are you so gentle? He didn't want to embarrass that girl, so he said he didn't know her, right? He's giving her some dignity. I also want to be gently, subtly insulted like Sugeg. I'd even be willing to be scolded. Suya's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he looked at these comments. No. He pointed at the screen, then turned to look at Suzayo Bayo sitting beside him, his lips trembling. Son, did they get perfect reading comprehension? Is this what you call gentleness? I'm distancing myself. I'm showing disdain. Can't they see that? Suzayo Bayo, holding his laptop, calmly took a screenshot. Dad, through the fan's filter, even your farts smell sweet. The more you explain, the more they think you're holding back, the more you deny, the more they think you're protecting the weak. The little guy pointed to the new hashtag that had just topped the trending list on the computer screen, his tone gloomy. Congratulations, your sharp-tongued persona has collapsed. Now, you are universally acknowledged. Hashtag Suya gentle hashtag. Hashtag Suya giving green tea face hashtag. Hashtag the last gentleman of the Chinese entertainment industry hashtag. These three hashtags were incredibly popular, completely crushing the previous rumors of him being a scumbag and a playboy. Suya looked at the gentle tag and felt goosebumps all over. Gentle? Me? A lazy bum who wanted to make a living by playing the victim and be a hands-off boss, suddenly became a gentle gentleman? This is a huge misunderstanding. I'm not broadcasting anymore. This conversation is over. Suya angrily shut down the live stream, threw his phone on the sofa, and sprawled out in a GEU slouch. I want some peace and quiet. Don't ask me who Jing Jing is, I don't want to know anyone right now. The living room of the Su family manor was deathly silent. Only the sound of Su Xiaobao typing on the keyboard, clack clack, seemed to be a funeral dirge for Suya's shattered worldview. Just then, ding dong, the doorbell rang. Suya jumped in fright, leaping from the sofa and staring warily at the door. Who is it? If it's a woman, just say I'm dead. The 7-day mourning period has passed. Su Xiaobao shook his head helplessly and toddled over to open the door. Standing outside wasn't a crazed female fan, nor a wealthy woman offering comfort. It was a delivery man in uniform, holding a black envelope with gold lettering that looked incredibly expensive. Is this Mr. Su Yes home? The delivery man replied respectfully, this is an invitation sent urgently by the organizing committee. Please sign for it. An invitation? Su Ye leaned closer, suspiciously taking the envelope. On the black cover was a golden musical note logo, below which were bold, powerful characters. 32nd Chinese Golden Melody Awards Ceremony. Su Ye's hand trembled slightly. The Golden Melody Awards? This is the most prestigious award in the Chinese music scene. It's known as the Oscars of the music industry. He shakily opened the envelope and pulled out the gilded card inside. Dear Mr. Su Ye, congratulations! For the phenomenal success of your original singles Father, A Person Like Me, and The Actor. You have officially received the following nominations for this year's Golden Melody Awards. 1. Best New Artist of the Year. 2. Best Lyricist of the Year. 3. Golden Melody of the Year. You are cordially invited to attend the award ceremony. Time, this Friday evening at 8 p.m. Location, Shanghai Grand Theater. Su Ye stood there, holding the invitation, stunned, feeling as if a huge pie had hit him on the head. He was completely dizzy. I'm going to win an award? Su Ye swallowed hard, his eyes blazing with elation. Son, see that? That's talent. That's skill. I told you I earned my living through my own abilities. The Golden Melody Awards. Once I win this, who will dare call me a gigolo anymore? I'm going. I have to go. I'm going to hold the trophy and slap those haters in the face. Su Ye excitedly spun around the living room, already imagining himself standing on the stage, radiant and triumphant. However, a bucket of cold water was poured on him at just the right moment. Su Xiaobao sat back on the sofa, reopened the computer, tapped a few keys on the keyboard, and pulled up a list. Dad, calm down. The little guy pushed up his sunglasses, his tone tinged with sympathy. Going to accept the award is a good thing, and I support you going. But, he turned the computer screen around, pointing to the list of attendees, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. I think you should take a look first. Who else was nominated in the same batch as you? Su Ye leaned closer to look. His smile instantly froze. Nominated for Best Film/TV Song of the Year, by Lu, Candy Girl. Nominated for Most Popular Female Singer of the Year, Shen Qingkaiyu, crossover debut. Special guest presenter, Lu Bing, Triple Crown Best Actress. Sponsor representative, Zhao Qing, Tianhua Entertainment. Special guest attending the ceremony, Xinlan, Starlight Entertainment. Su Ye. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But these names were like branded marks, firmly nailed to the screen, glaringly obvious no matter how he looked at them. What's going on? Su Ye's voice trembled as she pointed at the screen. They're all here. Is that even a question? Su Xiaobao closed his laptop, jumped off the sofa, and slung his SpongeBob SquarePants backpack over his shoulder. This is the biggest event in the entertainment industry. Everyone with a name or influence goes. And, the little guy walked up to Su Ye and patted his father's stiff thigh. Dad, didn't you notice? This isn't just an awards ceremony. This is practically tailor-made for you. A massive team-building event for exes, current girlfriends, rumored girlfriends, and female bosses who want to keep you as a mistress, a veritable hellhole. Su Ye's legs went weak, and he slumped onto the carpet. The invitation in his hand instantly turned into a hot potato. I'm not going, my stomach hurts. Suye clutched her stomach, trying to escape reality. Son, go pick it up for me. Just say I'm critically ill. Su Xiaobao shook his head, grabbed Suye's hand, and pulled her forcefully out. Too late, Dad. The organizers have already officially announced your attendance. The whole internet is waiting to see you walk the red carpet. Let's go. If you're a man, face the storm. And let the whole nation see which of your good sisters can truly outshine everyone else. The Shanghai Grand Theater was ablaze with starlight tonight. Flashlights blazed wildly along the red carpet, illuminating the night sky like daylight. Screams erupted in deafening roars. This was the annual grand event of the entertainment industry, the Golden Melody Awards ceremony. A black van slowly pulled up at the end of the red carpet. The door opened. A gleaming leather shoe stepped out. Suye took a deep breath and straightened his impeccably tailored black bespoke suit. For the occasion, Su Xiaobao had specially chosen an outfit for him. A delicate blue iris brooch adorned his chest, meaning noble, mysterious, and broken. Son, let's go. Suye took Su Xiaobao's hand, who was dressed in a black tuxedo. The moment the father and son appeared, the deafening noise of the crowd exploded. Suye! Suye! Little Bao, look at mommy. Suye smiled and waved, but his heart was pounding. His right eyelid kept twitching. This usually meant misfortune. And sure enough, he had just walked the red carpet and hadn't even had a chance to sign the autograph wall. Behind him, a bigger commotion erupted. Ah, it's Bai Lu. The pinnacle of girl groups is here. Suye instinctively turned around. He saw Bai Lu stepping out of a pink sports car. She wasn't wearing one of those hot mini skirts today, but a deep blue starry sky long dress. The key point was, her skirt was embroidered with **Iris's star. It was a perfect copy and paste match to the brooch on Suye's chest. Brother Su. Bai Lu saw Suye, her eyes lit up, and she ran over, lifting her skirt, completely ignoring the reporters' cameras. She even deliberately twirled around, showing off the pattern on her dress. Look, our couple, oh no, our perfectly matched outfits. Don't we look great together? Suye's lips twitched. This is too much of a coincidence. Before he could even think of an explanation. Oh, what a coincidence. A gentle yet subtly sharp voice rang out. Shen Qingqiu, carrying that priceless Hermes bag, the one she bought to smash Lin Wana last time, walked over elegantly. Today she was wearing a black backless dress. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. But when she reached Suye's side, everyone noticed the blind spot. The belt on her dress was also dark blue, and the material was exactly the same as Suye's tie. Brother Su, I think they match perfectly too. Shen Qingqiu stood on Suye's other side, smiling innocently, but subtly pushing Bai Lu aside slightly. Black on black, that's the proper, oh no, the formal color. The two women, one on the left, one on the right. One clashing colors, the other clashing styles. A thick, tense atmosphere instantly filled the air. The reporters' camera shutters were practically worn out. This isn't a red carpet, it's a battlefield. Suye's damn charm, is he made of wholesale blue paint? Suye, sandwiched in the middle, was sweating profusely. Gentlemen, let's go inside first. What's the rush? A cold snort, carrying a powerful queenly aura, came from the end of the red carpet. Lu Bing had arrived. This three-time Golden Horse Award-winning actress never followed the beaten path. She wasn't wearing a skirt. She was wearing a sharply tailored dark blue suit. Slicked back hair, red lips, exuding a powerful aura. The blue suit was a perfect match for Suye's outfit. Lu Bing strode up to Suye, removed her sunglasses, and glanced at Bai Lu and Shen Qingqiu with a playful look. Such a young girl, all she knows how to wear is a skirt. Lu Bing reached out and casually adjusted Suye's tie, her gesture both intimate and domineering. Suye, come with me. Only a suit paired with a suit creates the ultimate couple vibe. The entire room erupted in commotion. The live stream chat went wild. Holy crap! A battleground. A top-tier battleground. Bai Lu is sweet, Shen Qingqiu is alluring, Lu Bing is queenly. Suye's life is just too good. What a load of rubbish. Look at Suye's expression, he's about to cry. Ha 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 ha. Three women make a drama, and Suye is the prop. Suye was indeed about to cry. He was like Tang Santang, who had mistakenly entered the spider cave, surrounded by three female demons, struggling to even breathe. He finally made it through the red carpet. He entered the inner area. Suye thought, the seats must be separate, right? After all, they're from competing companies. However, when he saw the round table with Suye on it, he despaired. The organizers definitely did this on purpose. It was a 5-person table. Suye's seat was in the very center. Bai Lu was on his left, and Shen Qingqiu was on his right. Across from him was Lu Bing. Su Xiaobao, on the other hand, was seated at the very edge, responsible for watching the drama unfold. This isn't appropriate, is it? Suya grabbed a passing staff member, his voice trembling. Could you please give me another seat? Even near the restroom. Teacher Su, this is a most watched group assigned based on big data algorithms. The staff member gave him a "I can't help it" look and quickly slipped away. Suya forced himself to sit down. The moment his bottom touched the chair, he felt 3 burning gazes, like laser beams sweeping over him. Brother Su, have some water. Bai Lu unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, held it to Suya's lips, and thoughtfully inserted a straw. I don't drink cold things. Shen Qingkaya magically produced a thermos. Brother Su, this is pear soup I made, it's good for your throat. What kind of soup? Lu Bing coldly slammed the menu on the table. Order first. Suya, this farewell my concubine is good, it has a good meaning. Suya, farewell my concubine? Are you implying I'm that consort you? The entire awards ceremony was torture for Suya. On stage, awards were being presented. Off stage, a palace intrigue was raging. Bai Lu peeled oranges for him, while Shen Qingkaya wiped his hands. Lu Bing was even more ruthless, directly reading lines from the script into his ear, euphemistically calling it working during spare moments. Suya sat there, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in his back, like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He dared not move. He dared not laugh. He even dared not breathe loudly. She was terrified that a single wrong glance could trigger a world war. Meanwhile, Su Xiaobao was enjoying his meal, occasionally eating a segment of orange, sipping pear soup, and discussing the script's logic with Lu Bing. Son, save me. Suya kicked Su Xiaobao's shoe under the table. Su Xiaobao wiped his mouth, adjusted his sunglasses, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, Dad, just bear with it. This is being broadcast live online. If you run away now, tomorrow's headlines will be Suya abandons 3 girlfriends in public. Suya's vision went black. Just as he was about to collapse, the large screen on stage suddenly lit up, and rousing music filled the air. The host's voice was full of passion. Next, we will present the most anticipated award of this year's Golden Melody Awards. Best New Artist of the Year. All eyes turned to the stage. The battle at Suya's table subsided slightly. The nomination list began to scroll across the large screen. Suya's song's Father, A Person Like Me, and the actor. Every song was a hit, every song was a phenomenon. Without a doubt. It was truly without suspense. When that name appeared on the big screen, the entire audience erupted in applause. Congratulations! The presenter, holding the envelope, smiled broadly at the happy man surrounded by beautiful women in the audience. Suya! The spotlight instantly shone on Suya. At that moment, he felt finally saved. Never before had he longed to go on stage, longed to leave this round table filled with the smell of perfume and a murderous aura. Suya sprang to his feet, his movements as swift as a spring. Thank you! Thank you everyone! He didn't even dare hug the 3 beautiful women beside him, afraid of being torn apart by the other side, only hastily shaking Su Xiaobao's hand. Then, he strode towards the stage, his back view carrying a resolute air of escaping for survival. The award presenter, watching Suya run faster than a rabbit, paused for a moment, then teased. Looks like our contestant Suya is very excited, eager to give his acceptance speech. Well then, the presenter handed over the heavy gold trophy, then held the microphone to Suya's lips, a gossipy smile on his face. Please welcome the winner, Suya, to the stage to give your acceptance speech. I heard tonight, your entourage is quite impressive. Suya, holding the trophy, stood in the center of the stage, looking at the 3 women in the audience still staring intently at him, then at the host beside him who seemed to enjoy the drama. He took a deep breath. His gaze gradually hardened, carrying a hint of a tragic resolve. The spotlight was scorching hot, casting a captivating glow on Suya's sharply defined face. He stood center stage, clutching the heavy gold microphone trophy. The cool, metallic touch finally eased the tension in his chest. Whew! Suya exhaled a long breath while adjusting the microphone. He survived. As long as he stood here, even for just a few minutes, it was a safe haven. No oranges offered to him, no scarf forced on him, and no film contract that felt like a slave contract. Congratulations, Suya! The award presenter, a veteran musician who never misses a good spectacle, chuckled and teased. Just now, backstage, I noticed your table was the liveliest in the entire audience. Surrounded by beauties, quite the lucky one. How about it? Shouldn't you thank those confidants first in your acceptance speech? The camera, ever the discreet lens, instantly cut to that battle royale table in the audience. On the big screen, Bai Lu, chin in hand, stared adoringly at the stage. Shen Qingkaya still held his thermos. Lu Bing, with legs crossed, wore a playful expression. 3 women, 3 dramas. The audience erupted in good-natured, gossipy laughter. Thank them. Suya gave a wry smile, his voice weary from years of experience as he spoke into the microphone. To be honest, I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid that thanking one will offend another, and I might never leave this grand theater after this performance. Ha 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 ha. The laughter from the audience grew louder. Everyone thought he was joking. Only Su-ye knew he was stating a fact. He took a deep breath, his smile fading. His gaze pierced through the layers of people, past the glamorous female celebrities, finally settling on the small figure sitting calmly peeling an orange at the table. Actually, there's only one person I truly want to thank for this award. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone pricked up their ears. Was this an official announcement? Thanking his ex-wife? Or thanking some mysterious financial backer? Su-ye gripped the trophy tightly, her tone becoming unusually sincere, even tinged with admiration. I want to thank my son, Su-zio-bao. The camera immediately focused on Su-zio-bao. The little guy was popping a segment of orange into his mouth. Seeing the camera panning over, he expressionlessly pushed up his sunglasses, his cheeks puffed out, like a cool-headed hamster. Su-ye looked at her son, a tender light flashing in her eyes, and continued. People might think I wrote father because fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. I wrote the actor because I saw through the illusions of the world. Actually, that's not it. Su-ye sighed, gazing up at the dome at a 45-degree angle, activating her ultimate Versailles mode. The reason I have the time and energy to create is entirely because of my son. It was he, single-handedly, who shielded me from all these unwanted romantic advances. It was he, with his tender shoulders, who bore the burden of the love of wealthy women, a burden I shouldn't have had at my age. The entire room fell silent for 2 seconds. Then, a thunderous roar of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. What the hell does this blocking romance mean? Su-ye, I don't want to date, I just want to focus on my career. My son saved my life. Su-zio-bao, in the end, I shouldered everything alone. This isn't an acceptance speech, it's a victory declaration in the battle to protect singles. The harem and the audience had various expressions. Bai Lu angrily jabbed the table, humph. Xiao Bao was just blocking others for me. Lu Bing raised an eyebrow, her gaze toward Su Xiao Bao growing even more admiring. This kid has skills, he's suitable to take over. Only Su-ye continued his performance on stage, a look of lingering fear on his face. Really, without him, I might already be on some island being forced into a vacation, or being force-fed in some mansion. I wouldn't even have time to stand here accepting an award. So, half of this trophy belongs to Mr. Su Xiao Bao. He gave me, as an independent man, the last vestige of dignity and freedom. After speaking, Su-ye bowed deeply to his son below the stage. His posture was as devout as if he were worshipping an elder brother. Su Xiao Bao rolled his eyes from below the stage. He slowly swallowed an orange and mouthed. Appearance fee, settle it. Thunderous applause erupted. Su-ye's unconventional acceptance speech not only avoided offending anyone, but also perfectly captured the helplessness of being forced into a performance. It was humorous, sophisticated, and simultaneously solidified his just focused on his career persona. It was practically perfect. Su-ye straightened up, feeling refreshed. Okay, thank you again to the organizing committee, thank you everyone. I have to get off here quickly, my son's almost finished his orange, I need to peel it for him. With that, he grabbed his trophy and turned to slip away. His eagerness to escape the stage and return to his stay-at-home dad persona drew another round of laughter from the audience. However, he had only taken one step. Mr. Su, please wait. A passionate voice, clearly with a mischievous glint in its eye, came from the side of the stage. The host, holding cue cards, blocked Su-ye's path with a sly grin. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The host stopped Su-ye, winking at the audience. Tonight is the Golden Melody Awards, how can we let you get through so easily? Su-ye's heart skipped a beat, and her right eyelid started twitching again. Host, I need to pee. Su-ye tried to make an excuse. Hold it in. The host ruthlessly rejected her, then turned and pointed to the huge LED screen behind her. Ms. Su-ye's speech was brilliant, but it avoided many substantive questions. For example, the issue of relationships that everyone is most concerned about. Su-ye broke out in a cold sweat. I have no feelings, I'm just a singing machine without any emotion. Whether you have feelings or not, we'll find out with a test. The host snapped her fingers, and the screen instantly lit up. The rousing music changed to the tense drumbeats typical of variety shows. 2 huge option boxes appeared on the screen, each accompanied by a photo. On the left is a photoshopped image of Lin Wanner, with tears streaming down her face, kneeling and begging for reconciliation, a parody version by netizens. On the right was a high-resolution photo of Shen Qingkaya gazing lovingly at Su-ye on the red carpet, as if he were about to propose. Come on, Ms. Su. The host held the microphone to Su-ye's lips, smiling like a witch holding a poisoned apple. Since you thank your son for protecting you from unwanted suitors, let's have an interactive session to test your resolve. Now, you have 2 paths before you. A. Your ex-wife has turned over a new leaf. For the sake of your child, would you choose to reconcile? B. The nation's goddess publicly professed her love. For the sake of love, would you choose to start over? Please note, this is live. Hundreds of millions of eyes are watching. So yeah, tell us, what is your choice? The light from the large screen was almost blinding. The heart-pounding drumbeats characteristic of variety shows echoed throughout the stadium. Each beat felt like a precise strike to the top of Suye's head. It made his head throb. The host stood beside Suye, a professional, fake smile on his face, as if he were enjoying the spectacle. He shoved the microphone towards Suye's mouth, his other hand pointing exaggeratedly at the massive LED screen behind him. Teacher Su, don't be nervous. The host winked, a mischievous glint in his eyes, like a wolf in sheep's clothing tempting a little rabbit. Our Golden Melody Awards are always known for their authenticity. Since you just mentioned romantic entanglements, let's strike while the iron is hot. Let's help you sort out this tangled web of emotions. Suye stared at the screen, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Sorting out? This wasn't sorting out anything. This was clearly putting him on the hot seat. The screen was split in two, the left side displaying a bright red option A, the right side a pink option B. The accompanying images were extremely provocative, practically designed to manipulate his mindset. The photo for option A was clearly a photoshopped parody. In the photo, Lin Warner, wearing the ripped dress from the deserted island, was kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face, her makeup ruined. Next to it was a line of pitiful, manipulative text. A prodigal son's return is more precious than gold. To give Xiaobao a complete family, would you choose to forgive your ex-wife and mend the broken mirror? Below, it thoughtfully indicated the real-time support rate, 1%. That 1% was probably paid votes from Zhao Hong, Lin Warner's agent who wanted to ride the wave of popularity. It was utterly appalling. Option B's photo was a high-definition snapshot from the red carpet. Shen Qingqiu, wearing the black backless dress that was matching with Suye, gazed at Suye with infatuated eyes, her face clearly saying I do. The background was even photoshopped with pink bubbles and hearts. The accompanying text was saccharine sweetness, like a promotional poster for an idol drama. The nation's goddess publicly professed her love. Deep affection is not as good as long companionship. For love, would you choose to hold her hand and start a new life? Support rate 99%. The red versus blue showdown was instantly decided. Whoa! The roar of the crowd nearly lifted the dome of the Grand Theater. Tens of thousands of audience members, as if injected with adrenaline, waved their glow sticks and chanted the same letter in unison. B. 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 Choose Shen Qingqiu. Choose the nation's first love. Suye. If you're a man, choose B. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The shouts grew louder and louder. The director, a master of creating drama, was quick to adapt. The camera instantly switched to the round table area below the stage, giving several close-ups. On the big screen, Shen Qingqiu's stunning face appeared. At this moment, the nation's goddess no longer cared about maintaining a composed expression. She gripped the thermos she had brought for Suye tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her pretty face was as red as a ripe tomato, even her neck was tinged with an alluring pink. She didn't try to avoid the camera. Instead, she looked up, her large, watery eyes fixed on Suye on stage through the vast crowd. Her eyes shimmered with expectation, shyness, and a desperate courage. It was as if Suye nodded, she would rush onto the stage without hesitation and slap her household registration booklet in Suye's face. Beside her, Bailu's orange had been crushed into juice, dripping from her fingers. She gritted her teeth, staring intently at option B on the big screen, muttering something unintelligible. Judging from her lip movements, it sounded like she was cursing. The production team is rigging this, why wasn't I included? Lu Bing, on the other hand, sneered, arms crossed, her eyes watching a clumsy farce. But the slightly trembling tips of her high heels betrayed the inner turmoil of this award-winning actress. A battlefield. This was a top-tier battlefield. The air was thick with the pungent smell of gunpowder and vinegar, almost palpable even through the screen. Suye stood center stage, clutching the heavy trophy, which felt frighteningly hot. Sweat trickled down his temples, dripping onto his collar. What kind of death trap was this? Choose A? That would absolutely get him roasted by the entire internet, accused of being brain-dead, of going back to an ex, and of insulting the audience's intelligence. Choose B? Wouldn't the other two ladies, Bailu and Lu Bing, explode on the spot? Besides, he had no interest in dating. He was here to build his career, not to find a partner. Teacher Su? The host, seeing Suye's silence, assumed he was shy or caught in a happy dilemma. So the host urged even more fervently. Is it hard to choose? On one side is the child's biological mother, who, despite her mistakes, is bound by blood. On the other side is the goddess, beloved by all, deeply devoted to you. The host leaned closer to the microphone, his voice low and manipulative, like a charlatan. This is indeed a difficult choice. But, a man must make a decision. We can't always keep the girl waiting, right? Come on, tell us, which side does your heart truly lean towards? The entire audience held their breath. All the noise ceased abruptly. Tens of thousands of eyes, dozens of cameras, were all focused on Su-ye's sharply defined face, waiting for that judgmental answer. Su-ye was silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. He slowly raised his head and glanced at the two options on the big screen that sent chills down his spine. He looked down again, glancing at Su Xiaobao, who was calmly eating an orange in the audience, seemingly watching a show. The little guy pushed up his sunglasses, shrugged at him, and even spread his hands. The meaning was clear. Dad, good luck. This question is beyond my comprehension, I don't know the answer either. Su-ye took a deep breath. He looked at the enthusiastic faces in the audience, at Shen Qingkai's hopeful eyes. Suddenly, he felt a sense of absurdity. Who am I? I am Su-ye. I am the Su-ye who, on a deserted island, wanted to eat wild vegetables but not lobster. I am the Su-ye who rejected 10 confessions of love at the market. Why am I trapped by these two options? Su-ye raised the microphone, his eyes gradually clearing, even taking on a hint of a resolute determination. Since you insist on forcing me, then don't blame me for not playing by the rules. Host. Su-ye's voice was steady, clearly carrying through every corner via the top-notch sound system. This question is wrong. Wrong? The host was taken aback, subconsciously glancing at the script in his hand. Where is the mistake? Su-ye extended a slender finger, gently shaking it, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. The options are incomplete. Only A and B, too limiting, too narrow-minded. He turned to face the audience, his voice rising abruptly, carrying an undeniable firmness. For me, neither of these is the answer I'm looking for. The old one is broken, and I haven't considered fixing it. The new one is good, but right now, I'm not ready to take it. The audience erupted in murmurs. What does that mean? Not choosing either? Then what will you choose? Become a monk? Although his bald look does make it seem quite fitting. So, Su-ye paused, his eyes gleaming as he stared directly at the camera. Under the astonished, confused, and even anxious gazes of tens of thousands of people, he firmly uttered 3 words. I choose C. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. The host's smile froze, as if solidified. He subconsciously glanced back at the large screen, then at the script in his hand, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Where did this C come from? The director didn't even show C on screen. Professor Su. The host wiped the cold sweat from his brow, awkwardly reminding him, his voice slightly weak. There's no C on the screen. Do you mean, you're giving up? Or are you considering seeking help from outside the studio? No. Su-ye shook his head, gripping the trophy tightly, as if grasping his own destiny. He looked at the camera, his eyes gleaming with a light called freedom. It was a sense of ease that came from being free from worldly judgment and emotional blackmail, even though it's not on the screen. But in my heart, there's always been an option C. And that's the only answer I currently want to choose, and the only answer I dare to choose. C. Su-ye's voice was soft, yet like a depth charge dropped into deep water, it created a terrifying low-frequency resonance in the deathly silent stadium. The host froze. His hand holding the microphone froze in mid-air, a crack appearing in his professional, fake smile. He instinctively asked, Mr. Su, Ms. Su, option C is. Su-ye raised his head, his gaze clear as water, yet firm as iron. He didn't look at the large screen that made his scalp tingle, nor at the 3 rumored girlfriends in the audience, each with a different expression. He simply looked at the camera, a relieved smile playing on his lips. C represents single. The entire audience erupted in uproar. It was like a ladle of hot oil being poured into a pot of boiling water. It exploded. Single. The host exclaimed, his tone changing. Mr. Su, are you serious? Faced with a proposal from the nation's goddess, faced with your ex-wife's return, you choose single? That's right, single. Su-ye gripped the trophy tightly, feeling its cool metallic texture, his confidence growing stronger. He took a deep breath, his tone becoming unusually sincere, even carrying a hint of world-weary clarity. People might think I'm in Versailles, or running away. Actually, no. Su-ye paused, his gaze becoming distant, as if recalling those turbulent years. These past few years, I've been through a lot. From obscurity to being scorned, and now standing here today. I've come to understand one thing: emotions are a luxury. He pointed to Su Xiaobao in the audience, wearing sunglasses and coldly eating his 3rd orange, a hint of fatherly tenderness and helplessness in his eyes. Right now, I only want to focus on my career, I only want to raise Xiaobao. My shoulders are too narrow, they can't bear the weight of complicated love and hate, nor the heavy burden of family feuds. Women. Su-ye gave a bitter smile, shrugged at the camera, and uttered a line that would be etched into the history of the entertainment industry. they'll only slow down my ability to draw my sword. A deathly silence lasted 3 seconds. Then, boom! Applause, screams, whistles, like a tsunami, swept in from all directions, almost lifting the stadium's dome. This time, it wasn't just female fans screaming. Even the male audience members, and even the security guards who were just there to make up the numbers, couldn't help but clap their hands until they were red. Awesome! Someone shouted hoarsely, "Suya, you're my god. A true man. This is real man. No wonder you're so popular. Who else in the Chinese entertainment industry has this kind of awareness? Who else?" The live stream chat even crashed the server. Those netizens who were arguing about choosing A or B miraculously formed a united front. Hashtag Suya I choose to be single hashtag explosive. That's real vision. Not swayed by emotions, focused solely on his career. So cool. Listen to that line, "Women only slowed down my sword drawing speed." It cracked me up, but it also makes so much sense. His ex-wife cried, the goddess was stunned, only Suya was completely dumbfounded. Even though he rejected everyone, why do I love him even more? This kind of abstinent, career-driven guy is simply top-notch. Off stage, Shen Qingqia's thermos clattered to the ground and rolled quite a distance. Looking at the radiant yet aloof man on stage, tears welled in her eyes, yet she couldn't help but smile with a touch of infatuation. He actually chose to be single. Is it to avoid hurting us? Brother Su, you're so gentle. Bai Lu beside her stood up abruptly, clapping vigorously until her palms were red. Well said. Forget about relationships, focusing on your career is the real business. Brother Su, I'll wait for you, until the day you pull out your sword. Even the usually picky Lu Bing nodded slightly, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, and a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Interesting. Unattached, uncompromising, and clear about what he wants. This man is more ambitious than I imagined. Amidst cheers, Suya bowed and stepped off the stage. At that moment, he felt the wind whipping around his trench coat. What is liberation? This is liberation. He preserved his innocence, maintained his public image, and even managed to appease those old ladies, probably. This maneuver was absolutely perfect. Half an hour later, the banquet hall on the top floor of the Shanghai Grand Theater was resplendent and dazzling. The celebration banquet was underway. Champagne towers were piled higher than people, and the air was filled with the expensive aroma of wine and the smell of money. As the biggest winner of the night, Su Yan naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Teacher Su, congratulations. Brother Su, what you said just now was excellent. How about we collaborate sometime? Master Su, I'm the director of XX TV station. We have an S-level variety show we'd like to invite you to. A group of usually aloof capital tycoons and famous directors were now surrounding Su Ya, holding wine glasses. Behind those smiling faces, the word interest was written everywhere. Su Ya held a glass of juice, resolutely refusing to drink to maintain his good dad persona, a stiff social smile plastered on his face, constantly clinking glasses, nodding, and exchanging pleasantries. Thank you, Director John, definitely. President Lee, you're too kind. Please take care of me in the future. He felt like his facial muscles were about to cramp from smiling so much. This kind of occasion was more tiring than manual labor. He had to deal with the big shots while constantly keeping an eye on the movements of his rumored girlfriends. Fortunately, perhaps his earlier single declaration had worked. Bai Lu and Shen Qingqiao only watched from afar and didn't rush over to get close to him like before. This allowed Su Ya to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Phew! Taking advantage of a moment when everyone was toasting Lu Bing, Su Ya quickly turned to the side and hid behind a huge Roman column, wanting to catch his breath. Sun, water. Su Ya loosened his tie, feeling his throat parched. Su Xiaobao appeared like a ghost, handing over an open bottle of mineral water. Dad, not bad. The little guy, looking at the rapidly increasing follower count on his tablet, unusually offered a word of praise. After tonight, your commercial value will at least triple. 10 high-end luxury brand endorsements have already approached us. Don't mention money, it hurts feelings. Su Ya took a big gulp of water, shaking his head with a wry smile. I just want to go home and lie down right now. Just then, a strange feeling suddenly crept up Su Ya's spine. It was a murderous aura. Although the banquet hall was heated, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his neck, as if he were being stared at by some cold-blooded animal. This feeling was more dangerous than when Qin Lan pinned him against the wall, more sinister than when Lin Wanner blocked him at the door. Su Ya subconsciously frowned, turning his head sharply to follow the uncomfortable gaze. In a corner of the banquet hall, the lighting was dim, a blind spot in the VIP lounge. A woman in a black evening gown sat alone on a high stool. She held a glass of blood-red wine, swirling it gently, but didn't drink. The woman was beautiful. But her beauty was different from Bai Lu's sweetness, Shen Qingqia's purity, or Lu Bing's domineering aura. It was a cold, icy beauty, like an iceberg, devoid of any warmth. Her skin was almost translucent white, strikingly bright against her black dress. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her back, obscuring half her face. And those eyes were fixed intently on Suya, beyond the bustling crowd, beyond the clinking glasses of the guests. No emotion whatsoever. No admiration, no anger, no jealousy. Only a cold, scrutinizing gaze, like that of someone looking at a dead man, or prey. That look reminded Suya of the feeling of being watched by a venomous snake lurking in the grass when he was a child in his rural hometown. Gulp. Suya swallowed hard, nearly dropping the water bottle in his hand. Son. He quietly tugged at Suzayobeo's sleeve, his voice low, afraid of disturbing the monster in the corner. Look over there, that woman in black in that corner. You're a hacker, can you check? Suya took a deep breath, feeling a chill run down his spine. Who is that? Why, is she looking at me with that look that says she wants to chop me up and feed me to the dogs? The clamor of the banquet hall was shut out by a heavy solid wood door. Huff. Suya rushed into the men's restroom, slamming the door shut behind him, like a deserter who had just crawled out of a trench. He leaned against the cold tile wall, panting heavily. It was terrifying. The line for toasts outside was longer than the Spring Festival travel rush queue. That station manager insisted on making him sworn brothers. That investor, drunk, insisted on giving him a room key, a universal key card, no less. This isn't a victory celebration banquet, it's a buffet of Tang monk's flesh. Suya turned on the tap and splashed a handful of cold water on his face. The icy water droplet slid down his cheeks, clearing his feverish mind slightly. In the mirror, his face was still outrageously handsome, but it was etched with exhaustion. My son's right. Suya looked at himself in the mirror and muttered to himself, being handsome is truly a work-related injury. Just as he pulled out a tissue, preparing to dry his face and make a quick getaway, click! A crisp, metallic sound pierced the quiet restroom. It was the sound of the door being locked from the inside. Suya froze, his hand still on his face. An extremely ominous premonition crept up his spine, making the hairs on his body stand on end. This was the men's restroom. This was the VIP men's restroom of a 5-star hotel. Who would bother locking the door? Unless, Mr. Su, are you done washing? A cold, icy voice, yet with a hint of husky magnetism, rang out behind him without warning. Suya whirled around. His back slammed heavily against the sink, but he ignored the pain. He noticed someone had appeared at the restroom door. It was the woman in black who had stared at him with that look of utter contempt in the corner of the banquet hall. She wore an extremely fitted black velvet evening gown, like a black rose blooming in the night. On her feet were a pair of stilettos studded with rhinestones, the toes sharp as daggers. She was leaning against the locked door, still holding the half-finished glass of red wine. Her eyes were playful, a cold smile playing on her lips. You! Suya instinctively clutched his collar, his face filled with terror. Miss, have you come to the wrong place? This is the men's restroom. The men's restroom, understand? I know. The woman strode closer to him. The high heels clicked crisply on the tiles, each step feeling like a tap on Suya's heartbeat. Because there are no security cameras, no bodyguards, and none of those annoying flies. She stopped a meter away from Suya, her powerful, queen-like aura making Suya almost breathless. Let me introduce myself. The woman swirled her wine glass, the crimson liquid clinging to the rim. My name is Li Qingleng, the only daughter of the Li family in the capital, and also, the only person in the banquet hall who didn't go up to toast you. The Li family? Suya's mind went blank. Although he wasn't in business, he had heard of the prestige associated with that surname. That's a top-tier conglomerate that controls half of the country's energy lifeline. Compared to the Li family, Qini and Starlight Entertainment and Zhaoqing's Tianhua Entertainment are child's play. Ms. Li. Suya swallowed hard, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Nice to meet you. If you don't mind, could you move aside? I need to pee. Oh no, I'm done, I want to leave. Trying to run away? Li Qing chuckled coldly, her smile devoid of any warmth. She suddenly reached out and slammed her hand against the mirror behind Suya. Bang! Another wall slam. This time, however, the aura was 10 times more terrifying than Qinian's. Suya was trapped between the sink and this woman, with nowhere to retreat. Suya, you just said on stage that you chose C? Li Qingling lowered her head slightly, her stunningly beautiful face close to Suya's, her eyes flashing with an almost obsessive light. Single? Focused on your career? Heh. She reached out her other hand, her icy fingertips gently tracing Suya's cheek, as if caressing a trophy that was already hers. Don't be naive. In this industry, no one can remain untouched. You rejected Lin Wanner, rejected Shen Qingkaiyu, even rejected Qin Lan and Zhao Qing. You think you've won? Li Qinglan's voice was low, carrying an irresistible domineering air. No, you're just waiting for the highest bidder. And I am that Terminator. Su-ye froze, not daring to breathe. How come this woman's thought process is so different from others? I genuinely want to be single. I'm not waiting for the highest bidder. Miss Lee, you've misunderstood. Su-ye tried to explain, I really just want to take care of the child. Don't use the child as an excuse. Li Qinglang interrupted him, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. I heard your son is a genius? He even set up a screening program on a dating app? Su-ye was stunned. How did she know that? Billions in assets, no debt, independent inheritance rights. Li Qinglang read out the 3 criteria, a haughty smile curving her lips. Coincidentally, on the entire app, only 3 people meet all 3 conditions. And I'm the first one listed. She took a step forward, her body almost pressed against Su-ye's chest. That unique, cool perfume instantly enveloped Su-ye. So, Su-ye, whether you choose A, B, or even C, your final choice can only be me. This isn't just your son's choice, it's also the choice of capital. With that, she tilted her head slightly, her lips, painted with dark red lipstick, slowly approaching Su-ye. The gesture was clearly an attempt to force a kiss, or rather, to seal his fate. Holy crap! Su-ye's pupils dilated in shock. He desperately tilted his head back, his neck almost breaking. Help! She's robbing me! Is anyone there? Security! Police! He screamed frantically in his mind, but his mouth seemed sealed shut, unable to utter a sound. Just as those red lips were a mere 0.01 centimeters from his own, and Su-ye had already closed his eyes in despair, bracing himself for the tragic fate of losing his innocence. Squeak! The door to the 3rd toilet stall, which had been tightly closed and ignored by everyone, suddenly opened slowly and quietly, accompanied by the sound of flushing water. A little boy wearing sunglasses and carrying a SpongeBob SquarePants backpack stepped out. He calmly straightened his little suit jacket, then looked up at the extremely ambiguous and inappropriate scene before him. He didn't scream. He didn't cover his eyes. Suzayo simply pushed up his sunglasses, his little face, so similar to Su-ye's, revealing a hint of extreme disgust mixed with a touch of annoyance at being disturbed. He reached out his little hand and patted the hem of Li Qinglang's priceless evening gown. Auntie. The voice was childish, yet it rang out like a thunderclap in the deathly silence of the bathroom. Li Qinglang froze. Su-ye suddenly opened her eyes, as if seeing a savior. Suzayo pointed at Li Qinglang's high heels, then at her own small feet wearing Air Jordans, her tone as indifferent as stating an objective fact. Excuse me for interrupting your lovey-dovey conversation. But, you stepped on my foot. Also, according to the law on the protection of minors, you laid hands on my dad in front of me, and I can call the police to arrest you. The air in the bathroom seemed to freeze instantly, as if liquid nitrogen had been injected into it. Li Qinglang's carefully crafted, domineering CEO-like pose, instantly stiffened like a dried-out concrete slab due to the foreign object under her feet. She looked down, her gaze passing over her priceless, diamond-studded high heels, and landed on the Pikachu-patterned Air Jordan sneaker pressing firmly on her foot. Following the shoe upwards, there was a tiny child, barely reaching her waist. Wearing sunglasses, carrying a backpack, hands in the pockets of his blazer, he was looking up at her with an expression of utter disbelief. Where did this wild child come from? Li Qinglang frowned instinctively. The romantic atmosphere of wanting to force a kiss on Su-ye had been interrupted, and the pent-up frustration within her instantly transformed into rage. She was about to kick this clueless brat away. President Li. Suzayo didn't back down because of her angry glare. Instead, he took a half-step forward, his calm voice, so incongruous with his age, echoing in the empty restroom. Regarding the 3rd phase of R&D funding for the Skynet chip project, I think we need to reassess it. After all, as the CEO of the project, your emotional control seems inadequate. Boom! It was as if an invisible thunderbolt struck Li Qinglang's skull. Her once cold, noble, and arrogant face instantly turned deathly pale, as if it had just been plastered with putty. Her pupils contracted violently, a sign of extreme fear. Skynet? Li Qinglang's lips trembled, and the wine glass in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter, splashing crimson liquid all over her, but she didn't care. She stared intently at the 6-year-old boy before her, as if she were seeing some demon from hell. That voice. That tone. And then there were those iconic, infuriating sunglasses. Wasn't this the mysterious investor who dominated the dark web, commanding her with emails and holding the power of life and death over the Li family, Mr. K? You are. Li Qing's legs went weak, her domineering CEO aura instantly vanishing. She even wanted to kneel down on the spot, if Su-ye hadn't been watching. Mr. K? Su-ye, pressed against the mirror, stared at the surreal scene before him, utterly dumbfounded. He looked at the domineering CEO who had just tried to kiss him, now trembling like a guilty schoolchild, then at his son, barely tall enough to reach the stove, hands behind his back, lecturing him with an air of authority. Mr. K? Suye swallowed hard, cautiously interjecting, "Son, you know each other?" Su Xiaobao ignored his father's question. He stretched out his small hand and pointed to Li Qinglen's high heels, still pressing down on his shoes, his tone icy cold. "Li Qinglen, is this how you treat your largest investor? Stepping on my feet is one thing. You're going to corner my dad in the bathroom and, well, in legal terms, that's called forced molestation against a man's will." "No, no." Li Qinglen was terrified. She quickly pulled her foot back and even considered using her evening gown to polish Su Xiaobao's shoes. "Misunderstanding, Mr. K. It's all a misunderstanding," she explained frantically, her words tumbling out incoherently. I didn't know he was your father. I thought he was just a..." "Just what?" Su Xiaobao removed his sunglasses, his clear eyes now flashing with a chilling light. "Just a soft persimmon to be manipulated at will? Or a plaything to be sold? Li Qinglang, I gave you the funds so you could do research and development to seize the market. Not so you could take my money and come here to play the domineering CEO falls in love with me drama, especially not by targeting my father." Li Qinglang was almost in tears. Who could have imagined? The legendary, incredibly wealthy, and mysterious Mr. K was actually a 6-year-old toddler. And, so yeah, the one everyone online was talking about living off a woman, was actually this tycoon's biological father. This is no gigolo. This is clearly an emperor emeritus. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was really wrong." Li Qing bowed deeply to Su Xiaobao at a 90-degree angle, his posture so humble it was almost groveling. "I'll leave right now. I'll disappear immediately. Please don't withdraw your investment. Hundreds of people in the Li family are counting on this project for their livelihood." "Humph." Su Xiaobao snorted coldly, putting his sunglasses back on to conceal the sharpness in his eyes. "I'll let it go this time, but don't let it happen again." The little guy waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly. "Also, remember to show some respect when you see my dad in the future. He's not just my dad, he's also my most important business partner. If I ever see you having any improper thoughts about him again, or trying to force him with those greasy methods." Su Xiaobao paused, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. "I'll make your Li family truly become history. Yes, yes, yes. I understand. I won't dare to do it again." Li Qingling felt as if she had been granted a pardon and scrambled out. At the door, she twisted her ankle because her high heels were too high, but she didn't dare stop. Lifting her skirt, she disappeared into the end of the corridor like a stray dog. In the restroom, a deathly silence returned. Only the faucet, not fully turned off, was still dripping water. Su Ye leaned against the sink, feeling his entire worldview shattered into dust, ready to be scattered by a gust of wind. He watched the little boy diligently wiping footprints from his shoes with wet wipes, his throat dry, unable to utter a single word for a long time. "Son, son." After a long while, Su Ye finally found his voice, but it was as dry as a rusty gear. That woman just now, was she the eldest daughter of the Li family? The one worth hundreds of billions? Yes. Su Xiaobao didn't even look up, focused on wiping his shoes. "She called you, Mr. K?" Su Ye pointed at her son, her fingers trembling. "What else? A chip project? Withdrawing investment? Oh, that." Su Xiaobao wiped his shoes clean, casually tossed a dirty tissue into the trash can, his tone as flat as if he were saying, "I just bought an ice cream. That was a small project I casually invested in with my New Year's money, it's in semiconductors. The Li family's technology isn't good, and their cash flow is almost dried up, so I just gave them a hand and bought some shares." "What's wrong, Dad? You're interested in chips too?" "Su, yeah, interested? I don't even know what a chip looks like." "New Year's money." Su Ye's voice rose 8 octaves, almost cracking. "Where did you get New Year's money to invest in projects worth billions? Did you rob a bank?" "Tisk, Dad, that's not right of you." Su Xiaobao gave him a disdainful look, as if looking at a country bumpkin who'd never seen the world. "I'm a hacker. In the online world, there are more ways to make money than you've ever eaten rice. Besides, what's a little money?" The little guy walked to the door with his hands behind his back, glancing back at Su Ye. "Alright, stop worrying about the details. Let's go, the celebration banquet is almost over. If we don't leave now, your rumored girlfriends will be chasing you into the men's restroom again." Su Ye looked at his son's back, feeling that the small figure suddenly seemed incredibly tall in his eyes, even surrounded by a golden aura. He quickly caught up, hugged Su Xiaobao tightly, his eyes filled with awe for money and power, and a kind of wild joy at clinging to someone powerful. "Son, tell me the truth, how many aliases do you have? That Li Qingling, is she really afraid of you?" Su Xiaobao, feeling a bit breathless from being choked, rolled his eyes helplessly. "Dad, she's not afraid of me. She's afraid of not having money. As for the aliases..." Su Xiaobao nudged Su Ye's head, signaling him to let go, then pointed to the group of female celebrities still looking around, searching for Suya outside in the corridor. None of that matters. The important thing is, can you control yourself? That Li Qingling just now looked at you like she wanted to devour you alive. If you keep spreading your damn charm everywhere, I might not be able to get to your rescue in time next time. Suya immediately cowered upon hearing this. He shrank back, following closely behind his son like a wronged little wife. I didn't. I'm innocent. She insisted on blocking my way. And she insisted on looking at my glow-in-the-dark watch. I don't have a glow-in-the-dark watch. This watch is a digital watch I bought for 20 yuan at a street stall. Su Xiaobao stopped and turned back to give his father a deep look. Dad, your excuse. It's utterly lame. But, to fool those love-struck aunties outside, it might, maybe, enough, right? The crystal chandeliers in the corridor were dazzling. Suya leaned against the wall, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. The power struggle he'd just experienced in the restroom had drained all his brain cells and adrenaline. Son, slow down. Suya wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glancing back with lingering fear at the door of the men's restroom, which resembled a hellish abyss. It's best if we avoid these high-level situations in the future. Too much for Dad. Su Xiaobao walked ahead, hands in his pockets, his back view as cool as a miniature secret agent. Dad, don't look back. The little guy's voice came through his sunglasses, carrying a calm acceptance of life and death. Instead of worrying about what's behind you, look at what's in front of you. According to my radar, high energy warning ahead. Your love tribulation hasn't ended, it's escalated. Ha! Suya was stunned, instinctively turning his head. At the end of the corridor, two stunningly beautiful figures stood side by side, blocking the way like two guardian deities. On the left was Bai Lu, dressed in a starry sky dress, arms crossed, her face radiating an air of utter displeasure. On the right was Shen Qingkaiu, in a black backless gown, her eyes slightly red, clutching a thermos tightly. Behind them, a visible black flame seemed to burn. And at the center of their gazes was Li Qingling, who had just fled from the men's restroom. Although Miss Li had sprained her ankle, she was, after all, a daughter of a wealthy family, and maintained her last shred of dignity, coldly passing between the two, leaving behind a trail of chilling fragrance. That's Miss Li. Bai Lu narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint in her cat-like pupils. She turned her head, her gaze like a laser beam locking onto Suya, who had just stepped out of the restroom. A chilling smirk curled at the corner of her lips. Brother Su, what a coincidence. Miss Li just came out, and you came out right after. What? These days, even 5-star hotels have a trend of double teaming in the men's restrooms. Suya's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Caught red-handed. This kind of one after another time difference, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear his name. Lulu, Qingkaiu, let me explain. Suya raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, backing away step by step. It's not what you think. It was an accident. Purely an accident. An accident. Shen Qingkaiu took a step forward, her voice soft and weak, yet carrying the sharp edge of a wife catching her husband cheating. Brother Su, didn't you just say on stage that you chose C? Didn't you say you wanted to be single, that you wanted to focus on your career, and that women would only slow you down? She sniffed, tears welling up instantly, looking as wronged as an abandoned wife. So, this is your single? Locking a billionaire's daughter in the bathroom, this is your focus on your career? I went to the bathroom. I really went to the bathroom. Suya was sweating profusely, feeling more wrong than Do-yi. She blocked me. I didn't block her. And my son was in there too. We're innocent. Don't use Xiao Bao as a shield. Bai Lu didn't believe him at all. She rushed to Suya and sniffed him like a puppy. The next second, she exploded. You still say no? Bai Lu pointed at Suya's collar, her voice shrill. You smell of her perfume. It's Hermes' snowy realm. It's a custom-made one, no one else uses it. Suya, you lied to me. You big jerk. You'd rather be in the bathroom with that cold woman than say a word to me. Faced with the barrage of questions from the two goddesses, Suya completely panicked. How the hell is he supposed to explain this? Say Li Qingling tried to kiss him? Wouldn't that make him even more charming? They'd go even crazier. Say Li Qingling came to talk business with his son? Then Xiao Bao's disguise would be exposed. A dilemma. A desperate struggle for survival. Suya's mind raced, searching for a reason that would both absolve him of responsibility and make him appear innocent. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the 20 yuan digital watch he'd bought at a street stall. A flash of inspiration. Or perhaps a sudden lapse of judgment. Look at the watch. Suya roared, his voice startling even himself. Bai Lu and Shen Qingkaiu were taken aback by his outburst, instinctively stopping their interrogation. Look at what watch. Suya swallowed hard, raised his wrist, and shoved the cheap black digital watch in front of them, his face serious, even carrying a hint of anger at being misunderstood. What do you think we were doing in there? We were talking about academics, technology, physics. He took a deep breath and said with an extremely certain, utterly absurd tone, "It's her. It's Miss Lee. She insisted she'd never seen such a unique digital watch. She insisted on dragging me to a dark place like the restroom. Look at my glow-in-the-dark watch." The entire room fell silent. Even a waiter passing by slipped, nearly dropping his plate. Su Xiaobao stood to the side, covering his face in anguish. He pulled his sunglasses down, revealing eyes filled with despair, as if saying, "I don't know this person. Dad, even saying you were unclogging the drains would have been more believable. A glow-in-the-dark watch? What kind of 1980s elementary school student's pickup line is that? Do you think these two top actresses are on PIR with kindergartners?" However, reality is often more surreal than fiction. Or perhaps the focus of a woman obsessed with love is always a mystery. Bai Lu stared at the dark, seemingly inexpensive 20 yuan digital watch for a full 3 seconds. Then, she wasn't angry, instead, her eyes lit up. A glow-in-the-dark watch? Bai Lu murmured to herself, a strange smile creeping onto her lips. She suddenly looked up, staring intently at Su Ye, the flames of jealousy in her eyes instantly transforming into a more terrifying possessiveness. "Just to see a glow-in-the-dark watch, she dragged you into the bathroom?" "Yes. That's it. Isn't that outrageous?" Su Ye nodded frantically, thinking he had gotten away with it. "It is outrageous." Bai Lu approached step by step, cornering Su Ye against the wall, one hand bracing against the wall. This gesture looked so familiar. If she can see it, why can't I? I've never seen a glow-in-the-dark watch before. I'm curious too. I want to study physics too. Su Ye. Before he could react, Shen Qingkaiu, not to be outdone, squeezed in from the other side. "I want to see it too." The nation's first love abandoned all pretense of modesty, grabbing Su Ye's other hand, her eyes burning with fervor. "Brother Su, you can't be biased. How many minutes did Li Qingling watch it? I want to see double. Right here. Now." "No, there are lights in the corridor. I can't see the glow in the dark." Su Ye tried to struggle. "Then turn the lights off." Bai Lu turned and shouted at a nearby waiter, "Turn off the power for this floor. Hurry, we want to see the glow in the dark watches." The waiter trembled with fear, too scared to move. "Stop it." Su Ye was sandwiched between two women, one saying, "Let me see," the other, "I want to see too." The scene was even more terrifying than what had happened in the bathroom. He felt like a toy about to be dismantled. "Son, help." Su Ye looked at Su Xiaobao in despair. "They're crazy. They actually believed it." Su Xiaobao sighed. He pulled out the megaphone from his bag, about to speak. "Get out of the way." A cold shout, carrying a powerful aura, came from the other end of the corridor. Lu Bing, in high heels, strode over. Behind her was a group of reporters with cameras. "What kind of behavior is this? Pulling and shoving." Lu Bing pushed aside by Lu and Shen Qingkaiu, standing righteously in front of Su Ye, as if she had come to rescue him. Su Ye was moved to tears. "Sister Lu, you're so thoughtful. Take me away quickly." Lu Bing smiled slightly and reached out to straighten Su Ye's tie. Then, she leaned close to Su Ye's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "I've never seen a luminous watch before. We'll go to my van later. The car curtains block out light very well. We can take our time looking." The air in the corridor was now as thick as solidified glue. Lu Bing's whispered words, "Let's go check the glow-in-the-dark watch in the van," though barely audible, sounded like a declaration of war to Bai Lu and Shen Qingkaiu. Van? Bai Lu's cat-like eyes narrowed instantly, the dangerous glint in them brighter than an X-ray. "Sister Lu, I heard everything you were planning on the red carpet. Once the car curtains are drawn, a lone man and woman, do you want to check the watch, or do you want to see me?" Shen Qingkaiu dropped the act. She slammed her thermos on the ground with a loud clang, her imposing aura unleashed. "No, absolutely not. Brother Su is everyone's brother Su, why should he go to your car? If you want to see here. See in public. We want everyone to get their share." Lu Bing sneered, arms crossed, exuding queenly authority. "Everyone gets their share? Little sister, do you think this is like dividing up pork? In the adult world, the winner takes all." The three women stood in a triangular formation, their eyes meeting in the air, as if you could hear the crackling of electricity. And Su Ye, surrounded in the middle, was like that piece of pork about to be divided, trembling, weak and helpless. Ladies." Su Ye tried to raise her hand to speak, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. "Actually, my watch is broken, it's not working. Can we look at it another day? My son is sleepy and has to go home to do his homework." "An excuse." "Shut up. You have no right to speak." Three angry shouts rang out simultaneously, forcing Su Ye to shrink back. Just then, the elevator doors at the end of the corridor opened with a ding. A more rapid, more domineering sound of high heels followed. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family, lifting her skirt, rushed in, panting, followed by 4 bodyguards carrying safes. Who wants to see a luminous watch? Miss Zhao, though late, was no less imposing. I want to see it too. I'll pay 5 million for a ticket. Let me stand in the front row. Brother Su, I brought the best watch repairman in Switzerland. It's okay if the watch is broken, we'll fix it on the spot. Once it's fixed, you can continue watching. Su Ye's vision went black. It's over. This is truly over. This isn't a celebration banquet corridor, it's a battlefield designed to devour him alive. Powerful forces converged from all sides, surrounding Su Ye completely. On his left was the top idol's adorable pleading, on his right, the nation's first love's tearful blackmail. In front was the actress's domineering contract, behind was the wealthy heiress's bombardment of money. Su Ye felt like a salted fish thrown into a boiling oil pan, unable to even turn over. Son. Su Ye looked desperately at Su Xiaobao, who hadn't spoken a word, his eyes filled with the desperate plea for help. Stop watching. Your dad's about to die. If they drag him away, I'll be done for tonight. Su Xiaobao leaned against the wall, a freshly unwrapped lollipop dangling from his mouth. He watched the surreal scene unfold before him and shook his head helplessly. Dad, I told you before. The little guy pushed up his sunglasses, his voice low and somber. Being handsome is a crime, and you, clearly, are beyond redemption. Though he was verbally sarcastic, Su Xiaobao's hands weren't idle. He reached into the side pocket of the SpongeBob SquarePants backpack and pulled out a small, black, remote-like device. It was a toy he'd casually made while hacking into the hotel's security system. Ladies. Su Xiaobao suddenly spoke, his voice soft but carrying an eerie calm. You want to see glow-in-the-dark watches, right? Fine, my wish will be granted. Then I'll show you what true darkness is. His voice had barely left his lips. His thumb slammed down on the red button. Snap! A crisp sound of electricity being cut off. The entire corridor, and even the entire banquet hall floor, all the lights, went out at the same moment. The once magnificent world was instantly plunged into pitch blackness. Ah, what's going on? The power's out? My watch. My 5 million. The women's screams, the bodyguard shouts, and the clatter of high heels twisting into chaos instantly erupted. Now! Su Xiaobao hissed, grabbing Su Ye's hand with astonishing strength. Run! Su Ye had no time to think, instinctively following his son's lead, running wildly through the darkness. Su Ye, where are you? Don't run, let me find you. Behind him came Bai Lu and Lu Bing's anxious shouts, and even Miss Zhao's order to the bodyguards to block the exits. But Su Ye couldn't care less. He was like a cat stalking in the night, relying on his survival instincts to weave through the chaotic crowd. Left turn, right turn, down the stairs. Bang! He smashed open the fire escape door. The cool moonlight streamed in, illuminating the road ahead. Huff, huff. Su Ye gasped for breath, feeling like his lungs were about to explode, but he dared not stop, dragging Su Xiaobao along as they rushed to the back alley of the hotel. There, an inconspicuous black taxi, the ride-hailing car Su Xiaobao had booked in advance, was parked in the shadows. Get in, quick! The father and son tumbled into the back seat, slamming the door shut. Driver, drive, to Mars. No, to the airport. No, anywhere. Just get out of here. Su Ye shouted incoherently. The driver was startled, slamming on the gas, and the car shot off like an arrow. Only when he watched the hotel's brilliant lights grow smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror, finally becoming a tiny dot, did Su Ye completely slump into his seat. His bespoke suit was wrinkled like pickled vegetables, his tie askew, and the delicate iris brooch was nowhere to be seen. Disheveled, yet free. I'm alive. Su Ye wiped the cold sweat from his face, watching the city lights flash by outside the window, feeling as if he had been transported to another world. From being kicked out of his home a few months ago, to the hardships of surviving on a deserted island. From the dead-end job selling fish at the market, to the spotlight on the Golden Melody Awards stage. It all happened so fast, like a dream. An absurd, outrageous dream, yet filled with the scent of money and hormones. Son. Su Ye turned her head and looked at Su Xiaobao, who was calmly tidying his school bag beside her. The little guy's suit was disheveled, and sunglasses perched on his nose, revealing eyes that resembled hers but were even more intelligent. You said. Su Ye sighed, a hint of confusion in her eyes. When will this love triangle ever end? I just want to live a good life with you, why is it so difficult? Su Xiaobao took off his sunglasses, put them in his pocket, and then pulled the tablet computer out of his school bag. The screen lit up. It was covered with unread emails and messages. Dad, according to my big data analysis. Su Xiaobao swiped the screen, his tone tinged with sympathy and a hint of schadenfreude. Your suffering has only just begun. Look. He handed the screen to Suye. These are the new invitations that were sent to my email in the past hour. Suye leaned over to look, and his vision went black. S-level variety show Me and My Ex-Boyfriend invites you to share the stage with Ms. Lin Warner, with a fee of 300 million. Historical drama The Palace Suye's story invites you to play the only male lead, alongside 12 top actresses. A princess from an oil-producing country sent a private message. She wants to invite you to her private island to be the island's mistress or wife. What a disaster. Suye wailed, burying his head in his seat, wishing he could die on the spot. This isn't an invitation, it's a wanted poster. I want to retire. I want to live in seclusion. I want to become a monk. Suzayo Bayo patted his father's shoulder, speaking earnestly like an elder. Dad, accept your fate. In this world where looks matter, being handsome is a sin in itself. Love is beautiful, but don't overindulge. However, the little guy glanced at the bustling night outside the window, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. At least, we're no longer those penniless guys who had to go on variety shows for 20 eggs. Isn't that right? Suye paused. He touched the check the organizers had given him when he received the award, then looked at his son beside him, who, though sharp-tongued, always protected him. Suddenly, he smiled too. A smile tinged with helplessness, yet also with relief. Yes. Suye closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and let the night wind tousle his hair. Although there's more trouble, more suitors, more creditors. But at least, I have money. And, I still have you. The car drove into the vast night, heading towards an unknown, even more magical future. The black ride-hailing car darted about like a startled fish, weaving through the bustling traffic of Shanghai. Only when the magnificent theater and the taillights of the frantically chasing luxury cars disappeared from sight did Suye dare to pull down his mask and breathe in the slightly polluted air. I'm alive again. He slumped into the back seat, ripped off his tie and tossed it aside without any regard for his image, feeling like he'd just crawled out of a meat grinder, his skin peeled off. Son, hurry up. Suye weakly nudged Suzayo Bayo, who was resting with his eyes closed beside him. Get your tablet out, find Dad something to do. There's only one requirement, it has to be a closed-off management system. It has to be free of those shady female bosses. Preferably a serious, rigid, and impersonal place. Suzayo Bayo opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. He pulled a tablet from his bag, swiped a few times on the screen, and brought up a densely packed list of offers. Dad, according to your requirements, prison is actually the most suitable. The little guy pushed up his sunglasses, his tone languid. It's not only secluded there, but there will be absolutely no female bosses harassing you, and you can even build your career with a sewing machine. Stop being silly. Suye rolled his eyes, snatched the tablet, and looked at it himself. On the screen, the S-level variety show offers made him dizzy. Sisters romance? Crossed out. That's a death trap. Me and my ex-boyfriend from a wealthy family? Crossed out. That's a love triangle. The domineering female CEO falls in love with me? What kind of script is this? Crossed out. Suye's fingers swiped faster and faster, his heart growing colder and colder. What's wrong with the entertainment industry? Isn't there a single serious, pure program that only talks about art and not romance? Just as he was about to give up treatment and seriously consider going to the mountains to farm, his fingers suddenly stopped. In the corner of the screen, a seemingly normal announcement caught his attention. Large-scale female idol growth variety show, Flash Girls. We cordially invite Mr. Suye to serve as special guest vocal coach. Responsibilities: responsible for providing vocal guidance to the trainees, commenting on stage performances, no need to participate in daily life recording. Coach. Suye's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent. He stroked his chin, quickly constructing an image in his mind. He was wearing a strict Zhongshan suit, a stern face, holding a pointer, sternly criticizing a group of trembling girls. Wrong pitch. Sing again. If you still can't sing well, you'll be eliminated. A strict teacher produces outstanding students. As long as he acted fiercely enough, sharply enough, and unapproachably enough, those girls would definitely be afraid of him, avoid him, and would absolutely not have any improper thoughts about him. Besides, this is a talent show. The trainees are all working hard to debut. How can they have time to date? Isn't this a natural love-repellent type? This is it. Suye slapped her thigh, almost jumping up with excitement. I want to be a mentor. I want to be a strict, emotionless teacher. Son, contact the production team. We'll join them tonight. Suzayo Bayo looked at the pink logo, hesitant to speak. He really wanted to tell his dad that these girl group audition shows were usually called massive feasts of good looks, and throwing someone like Suye, this golden goose, into it, that wasn't being a mentor. That was opening a buffet. But seeing Suye's enthusiastic expression, the little guy ultimately couldn't bring himself to dampen her spirits, only silently cursing the show's security system in his mind. The next morning, A black van drove into the film studio located in the suburbs. It had been transformed into a huge, fully enclosed European-style castle, surrounded by high walls, looking quite safe. Suya dragged her suitcase out of the van, looking at the imposing iron gate, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, these walls are high enough, Zhao Qing and the others definitely can't climb over. However, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a gust of wind blew by. A suffocatingly strong fragrance, a mixture of high-end perfumes, hairspray, and the cloying sweetness of a young girl, slammed into his face like a wall. Achoo! Suya sneezed violently, rubbing his nose and frowning. What's that smell? It's like I've fallen into a pile of cosmetics. Teacher Su, you've finally arrived. A middle-aged man in a floral shirt and a baseball cap rolled out of the castle like a bouncy ball. It was Director Zhang, the program's director. How to describe the expression on his face? It was like the Buddha waiting for Tang Santang and his disciples at the Great Thunder Temple, or like the big bad wolf watching a fat sheep willingly walk into his den. I've heard so much about you. I've been waiting for you like the stars and the moon. Director Zhang gripped Su Ye's hand tightly, as if afraid he'd run away. Your presence is an honor for our program. It's an honor to have you here. Su Ye felt a little uncomfortable under his enthusiasm and awkwardly pulled his hand away. Director Zhang, you're too kind. I'm just here to teach some singing, and by the way. Oh, I understand. I understand. Director Zhang winked and gave a knowing, sly smile. Don't worry, this place is absolutely sealed off. Absolutely safe. Not even a male mosquito can get in. There are 101 beautiful, youthful, and naive little vixens, oh no, I mean trainees. They're all eagerly waiting for you, their Tang monk, to come, cough cough, to convert them. Su Ye's heart skipped a beat upon hearing these words. Little vixens? Tang Santang? Salvation? This sounds increasingly off. Director Zhang. Su Ye took a half step back, that familiar, ominous premonition washing over her again. May I ask who the other mentors are? Oh, there are two more. Director Zhang pointed to the castle. One is a famous dance master, a man, over 50. The other is a rapper, also a man, recently married. So, Director Zhang leaned closer to Su Ye, lowering his voice, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. You're the only single, handsome, and universally sought-after, male mentor. These 100-plus girls have been stuck inside for 3 months, without even seeing a single handsome guy. You'll be going in. Director Zhang didn't finish, only making an explosion gesture. Su Ye's face instantly turned green. Stuck inside for 3 months? The only handsome guy? This isn't a talent show base. This is clearly a starving land of women. I didn't come here to be a mentor, I came here to deliver takeout. And I'm delivering myself in. Director Zhang. Su Ye grabbed her suitcase and turned to run, her movements as fast as a startled rabbit. I suddenly remembered, I think I left the gas on at home. I'm not taking this job. I'll pay the penalty. Too late. Director Zhang chuckled and waved to the security guard behind him. Click. The heavy iron gate behind him slammed shut. Teacher Su, it's written in black and white in the contract. Director Zhang pulled a copy of the contract from his pocket, pointed to the last line of small print, and grinned like a shrewd businessman. Unauthorized departure from the group during the show's recording will incur a penalty of 10 times the amount. That's 500 million. Su Ye's legs went weak, and she almost knelt on the ground. 500 million? Even selling him wouldn't be worth that much. Please, Teacher Su. Director Zhang gestured please, pointing to the door leading to the studio, a door that seemed to lead to hell. The trainees have all gathered and are waiting to see you. You don't want to disappoint over 100 young ladies, do you? Su Ye looked at the tightly closed door, then at Su Xiaobao beside her, whose face said, I knew it would happen. Despair. Deep despair. Son, did I fall into a trap again? Su Xiaobao sighed, took a mask out of his bag and put it on, handing one to Su Ye as well. Wear it, Dad. When you go in, try not to talk, don't laugh, and don't make eye contact with them. Otherwise. The little guy glanced at the pink light shining through the crack in the door, his voice low and menacing. I'm afraid they might not be able to resist, eating you alive. Creak. The heavy door slowly opened under Su Ye's horrified gaze. A huge wave of sound, a mixture of screams and heat, instantly erupted from within. Su Ye looked up. He met 101 pairs of eyes. Green, hungry eyes, as if they had seen a priceless delicacy. The spotlights in the studio were ridiculously bright. 3 mentor chairs were arranged in a triangular formation. The central chair, the one in the center, was upholstered in red velvet, with several rhinestones of questionable authenticity embedded in the back. It exuded an air of opulent luxury. It also looked like an electric chair awaiting execution. Professor Su, please. Director Zhang, with a fawning expression, pressed Su Ye into the central chair without a word. The moment Suye's bottom touched the chair, she felt as if she had been pricked by needles, her entire body stiffened. Director John, this seat is too hot for me. Can I sit on the side? Suye tried to resist, pointing to the side. I think the corner is more suitable for someone like me with social anxiety. No way. Director John pressed down on his shoulder, his grip like an iron clamp. You're a vocal coach and a top influencer online, this center position is yours. Hold on tight. With that, Director John slipped away faster than a rabbit. Suye had no choice but to accept his fate. He straightened his collar and looked somewhat awkwardly at his two colleagues beside him. The one on the left was Hanyu, a popular male idol known for his singing and dancing. He sported striking pink hair, smoky makeup more elaborate than any female celebrity, and a sequin suit that dazzled under the lights. The one on the right was Lao Hei, a rapper wearing a thick gold chain. With an air of don't touch me coolness, his sunglasses were even more tightly pulled back than Su Xiaobeo's. Humph. Hanyu glanced at Suye, letting out a soft snort. He was clearly unhappy that Suye had stolen the center position. A variety show personality who became famous through hype, does he even know what a boy band is? Hanyu muttered under his breath, deliberately straightening his back and striking what he thought was his most handsome profile, preparing to greet the trainee's screams. Suye ignored him, because his mind was currently filled with thoughts of how to use the most vicious language to make those girls cry, so they would give up on him. All departments, prepare. Recording begins. Trainees, enter. With a crisp click of the clapperboard, the huge archway, covered in pink feathers, slowly opened to both sides. Boom! A wave of heat, a mixture of youthful hormones and expensive perfume, instantly swept through the entire studio. Then, 100 trainees, dressed in matching uniforms, their short skirts billowing, their long legs like a forest, marched in with synchronized steps. They were youthful. They were beautiful. Their eyes were gleaming with a green light. Suye, who had been maintaining his composure, trying to project the cold, stern image of a strict teacher. But the moment he looked up, he was startled by the sight before him. These 100 pairs of eyes weren't looking at the flamboyantly dressed Hanyu, nor at the cool-looking Lao Hei. Their gazes, as if guided by autopilot, were all locked onto Suye. That look. It wasn't like students looking at a teacher. It was more like a pack of wolves that hadn't eaten for 3 days suddenly spotting a tender, juicy, freshly cooked piece of tang santang meat. Greed, fanaticism, and undisguised. Ah, it's Suye, the real Suye. My God, he looks even more broken in person than in the photos. I want to wipe his tears. Is this my shortcut to debut? No, this is my future husband. Before the trainees even stood still, a barely suppressed commotion erupted from the group. Some covered their mouths to stifle laughter, some frantically adjusted their bangs, and others boldly flirted with Suye. Hanyu, standing nearby, couldn't sit still any longer. He coughed twice, straightened his sequin bow tie, and flashed a standard idol smile into the microphone. Hello everyone, trainees, I'm your dance mentor, Hanyu. He confidently awaited the screams. However, the entire room fell silent. Only a few oblivious crows seemed to fly overhead. The trainees merely clapped politely, their hands barely turning red from the effort. Hanyu's smile froze on his face, his lips twitching. This was incredibly disrespectful. Just then, Suye felt her throat go dry. He instinctively picked up the bottled water on the table and unscrewed the cap. Glug! His Adam's apple bobbed as he took a sip. It was just an ordinary drinking motion. Even a little nervous, he drank a bit too quickly, a drop of water sliding down his chin and across his sexy jawline. Ah! The next second, the studio ceiling nearly blew off. 100 female trainees, as if a switch had been flipped, collectively let out ear-piercing screams. Help! The way he drinks is so seductive. That Adam's apple. I want to slide down it. Let go of that bottle. Let me do it. Teacher Sue, is the water good? Do you need me to wipe your mouth? Hanyu almost dropped the microphone. His eyes widened as he stared at Suye next to him, dressed in a plain white shirt, barely wearing any makeup, and his composure completely crumbled. Why? I've practiced facial expression management for 3 years, and it's not even as good as someone drinking water? Suye was also startled by the commotion. Cough, cough, cough. He choked, coughing violently, his face turning bright red. Stop yelling. Suye gripped the microphone, his face filled with terror. I was just drinking water. Is it really necessary? It is. The trainees below the stage chorused, their eyes burning even brighter. Even when Teacher Su coughs, he looks so handsome. That vulnerability is amazing. Suye closed his eyes in despair. Hopeless. These people are hopeless. This is what Director Zhang called a talent show? This is clearly a large-scale Suye appreciation conference. Meanwhile, in the family observation area behind the mentors' seats, Su Xiaobeo was sitting cross-legged in a chair, holding a black laptop. On the screen was a dazzling data analysis chart. The red wavy line was jumping wildly, the numbers skyrocketing. Tisk tisk tisk. Suzayo Bayo took off his sunglasses, looked at his trembling father on the stage, and shook his head helplessly. He pressed the Bluetooth earpiece to his ear, connecting to Suye's in-ear monitor. "Dad, things are bad." Hearing his son's voice, Suye felt like he'd grasped a lifeline. "Son, quick, analyze this. Are these women possessed?" "Not possessed, they're in heat." Suzayo Bayo's tone was calm, like he was giving a weather forecast. "According to my real-time monitoring, the average heart rate of the 100 women here has exceeded 120. Pupillary dilation exceeds 30%, and adrenaline levels are 5 times the normal value." "What does this mean?" Suye asked. "It means this is no longer a talent show." Suzayo Bayo tapped a key on the keyboard, and a large red warning box popped up on the screen. "This is a high-concentration hunting ground. And you are the only prey. Dad, I suggest you button your shirt all the way up and wear a mask too. Otherwise, I'm afraid they'll rush up and tear you apart." Suye felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively covered his collar, buttoning his shirt tightly, wishing he could bury his head inside his clothes. "I can't do this job anymore." Suye wailed inwardly, "I want to go home. I want to carry bricks. I miss that old lady at the construction site who only knows how to shake a ladle." Just as Suye was about to make an excuse to pee and escape this pink hell, in his mind, the system that always liked to cause trouble at crucial moments suddenly emitted a shrill, ear-piercing alarm. Beep, beep, beep. High-energy warning. Host detected in an extremely dangerous spider cave environment. Surrounded by high concentrations of mating pheromones, host's virginity value is rapidly decreasing. Please immediately activate level 1 defense mode. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Suye was completely stunned. Virginity value decreasing? What the hell is this value? Before he could react, the system's task panel popped up on his retina. The bright red text looked particularly ferocious at this moment. Emergency survival mission triggered. Mission name. Pft. A mouthful of mineral water, still unswallowed, sprayed out as a mist, precisely hitting the microphone in front of him. Accompanied by a piercing electrical whirring sound, Suye nearly slid off the red velvet chair in the center position. He didn't bother wiping his mouth, his eyes glued to the line of blood-red text on his retina. Emergency survival mission, remain pure. Mission background: the host has mistakenly entered a high-concentration female hormone-filled zone, commonly known as the spider cave. Every creature here is eyeing you covetously. Mission requirements. 1. During the recording of the program, physical contact with any female trainees is strictly prohibited, including but not limited to handshakes, hugs, and head pats. 2. It is strictly prohibited to have any romantic feelings for any female trainee. Heart rate fluctuation must not exceed 120. 3. It is strictly prohibited to be successfully conquered by any female trainee, including receiving love letters and eating love-filled bento boxes. Mission reward: God-level stage presence. The moment you stand there, you are the undisputed king. Failure penalty: doubled romantic luck, abnormal version. Suye stared at the words abnormal version in parentheses, feeling a chill run down his spine. His current romantic luck was already enough to shorten his lifespan. Doubled again? And in an abnormal version? What kind of scene would that be? Would it be an 80-year-old woman knocking on his door in the middle of the night? Or a female gorilla from another species courting him in the street? No, absolutely not. Suye sat bolt upright, his eyes flashing with a resolute light called survival instinct. For the peace of his remaining years, for not being entangled by strange things, he was determined to remain chaste. "What's wrong, Teacher Su?" Hanyu, sitting next to him, handed him a tissue with a look of disgust. "You choked on water? Your physical condition isn't good." Suye took the tissue and wiped his mouth haphazardly. Ignoring Hanyu's sarcasm, he quickly adjusted his posture. He buttoned his shirt collar all the way up, even tightening the cuffs. He shrunk into the chair, arms crossed, adopting a defensive stance of keep away. Strangers don't dare approach, acquaintances don't dare disturb. "I've figured it out." Suye's eyes were sharp as he stared at the students on stage who were still flirting with him, mentally formulating a battle plan. "Since they like me, I'll make them hate me. I'm going to be a strict teacher. A devil. A sharp-tongued one. I'll berate them until they question their existence, until they want to run away at the sight of me. As long as I'm hateful enough, the peach blossoms can't catch me." Just then, the first group of students finished their performance. 5 girls in pink tutu dresses, panting, struck their final pose, then looked expectantly at the judges' panel, especially at Suye in the center. Their eyes, watery and brimming with "praise me" and "give me a compliment." Following the usual format of variety shows, the judges should have said something polite at this point, like "You've worked very hard" or "You've improved." Hanyu took the microphone, about to launch into his usual cheesy critique. "Stop." Su-ya suddenly spoke. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was as cold as a frozen ribbon fish just taken from the freezer. He took the microphone, his face expressionless as he stared at the 5 girls on stage, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Is this the result of 3 months of practice? The entire room fell silent. The girls' smiles froze on their faces. Su-ya stood up, one hand in his pocket, the other holding the microphone, his tone sharp as a knife. Pitch accuracy, off to the Pacific Ocean. Breath control, a complete mess, like someone's working a bellows. And the dance. He pointed to the captain, standing in the center, still struggling to wink. Is your eye twitching? Why are you blinking so much? This is a stage. This is a competition. Not a place for you to send telegrams. If this is your attitude, then I suggest you turn right and go home to farm. Don't waste everyone's time. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Even the director, Director John, standing nearby, was startled by these words. He had initially thought Su-ya was there as a mascot, but it turned out this girl had taken on the role of a sharp-tongued judge? The 5 girls on stage clearly hadn't experienced anything like this before. The captain, who had been called eye-twitching, instantly had tears welling up in her eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Su-ya watched this scene, secretly pleased. Cry. That's right. Hate me. Despise me. Ideally, rush down here right now, point your finger at me, call me cold-blooded and heartless, and swear you never want to see me again. That way, my mission is guaranteed. However, reality is often more surreal than the script. The captain sniffed, but didn't run off the stage crying. On the contrary, she raised her head, and a strange, fanatical light suddenly erupted in her previously somewhat aggrieved eyes. She stared at Su-ya's icy face, his thin lips pressed tightly together in sternness, and his undeniably handsome aura even when he was scolding. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh my God. The team leader clutched her chest, her cheeks flushing crimson at an alarming rate. Her muttered words came through the earpiece. The way he scolds, so handsome, so manly, so intimidating. This is a strict teacher. This is a responsible man. Those mentors who only praise us for being cute are nothing. And it wasn't just her. The 90-odd trainees waiting to go on stage were also in an uproar. Ah, Teacher Su's angry look is so cool. I think I'm a masochist. I really want him to yell at me. That aloof, cold gaze. Help. I'm hooked. Teacher Su. Yeah. I'm not in tune. Su, yeah. His hand holding the microphone froze. Looking at the pairs of eyes on and off the stage, not only not backing down, but even more green with a hint of masochistic desire. Su-ya felt his scalp tingle, his worldview shattered. This year's trainees, are they all seriously ill? I'm yelling at you. I'm humiliating you. Shouldn't you hate me? Shouldn't you turn from fans to haters? What's with all this blushing, heart-pounding, drooling look? Son. Su-ya pressed his earpiece, his voice trembling as he called for backup. This isn't right. Did I go too far? In the family section, Suzayo stared at the rapidly rising heart rate on the computer screen and sighed helplessly. Dad, this isn't going too far. This is called precisely stepping on a landmine. These days, girls are tired of the warm guy type, they like this domineering CEO kind of toughness. The fiercer you are, the more they think you have personality, the colder you are, the more they want to melt you. Congratulations, you've now evolved from a Tang Santang into a calm and aloof demon lord. Su-ya's vision went black. This is terrible. Can this halo be turned off? It's like it turned my defense tower into a magnet. Next group. Su-ya gritted his teeth, deciding not to say another word, trying to fight this damn charm with silence. However, what followed was completely out of control. The second group took the stage. They didn't sing or dance. Instead, they brought out several chairs and arranged them in an extremely seductive formation. Teacher Su, the lead student, wearing black stockings and holding a pointer, from who knows where, gave Su-ya a wink that could electrify an elephant. You said we lacked attitude earlier. Well, do we have enough attitude now? As she spoke, she began to dance an extremely hot and daring jazz dance. Every movement was aimed at Su-ya. Every glance was blatant seduction. Stop. Su-ya jumped up from her chair in fright, covering her eyes with her hands. I'm talking to you about art. What are you doing? Put your clothes on. Button them up. This is a talent show, not a nightclub. Hee. The contestants didn't stop. Instead, they boldly stepped off the stage and approached the judges' seats. Teacher Su, don't be shy. This is art, human body art. Could you give us some pointers? Is this pose soft enough? Is it alluring enough? As the group of beautiful women rushed towards her, the overpowering perfume almost made Su-ya nauseous. Suya was devastated. He gripped the microphone and roared in despair. Next! Next! Whoever it is, come up here now. Show us your talent. Singing, dancing, breaking rocks on your chest, anything's fine. Please, please stop flirting with me. I have astigmatism. I'm nauseous at the sight of milk. I'm allergic to women. Under the spotlight in the studio, the air was stiflingly hot, as if it would bake you dry. Suya slumped in his mentor's chair, his collar buttoned all the way up, but his back was already soaked with cold sweat. That jazz dance face-to-face kill had almost killed him. Having finally managed to get that group of beauties off the stage, Suya grabbed a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. Before he could even catch his breath, the clapperboard sounded again. Next, popular contestant, Lin Xiao Xiao. With the announcement, a girl carrying a wooden guitar and wearing a white floral dress walked onto the stage. Long hair cascading down her shoulders, two shallow dimples appearing when she smiles. She looks harmless, as pure as a glass of lukewarm water. Suya's eyes lit up. A huge weight had finally been lifted from her heart. Guitar. Folk music. A little white dress. This is what a talent show should be like. This is a proper talent display. Looks like there are still some normal people among this year's trainees. Suya said with satisfaction to Hanyu beside her. This kind of refreshing and unconventional style is rare in the entertainment industry these days. Hanyu rolled his eyes, thinking, weren't you just criticizing her pitch? Now you're saying she's refreshing and unconventional. On stage, Lin Xiaoxiao held her guitar, not in a hurry to play. She adjusted the microphone height, her large, watery eyes, through her long eyelashes, shyly but firmly fixed on Suya in the center of the judges' panel. Teacher Su. Her voice was sweet, soft, and slightly nasal. Suya immediately sat up straight, adopting the posture of a strict teacher, and nodded. Please begin your performance. I see you brought a guitar. Are you going to sing and play? Yes, but before singing and playing, I have a few professional questions I'd like to ask Teacher Su. Lin Xiaoxiao looked eager to learn. Suya was even more satisfied. Look, that's what you call professional. That's what you call eager to learn. Ask away. Suya waved his hand, even thoughtfully picking up a pen to take notes about chords, or about vocal techniques. I'll answer anything you know. Lin Xiaoxiao plucked a string, producing a crisp tinkle. She tilted her head, looking at Suya, her eyes suddenly becoming somewhat wistful. Teacher Su, can you play the guitar? A little, Suya answered modestly. I know a little. Then, Lin Xiaoxiao took a step forward, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her voice carried clearly through the microphone throughout the room. Then why did you pluck my heartstrings? Snap. The pen in Suya's hand broke. Dead silence filled the room. Then, boom, the studio roof was once again ripped off by screams. Ah, so good, so good. This isn't some innocent little rabbit. This is clearly a master of seduction in sheep's clothing. Suya, I'm here to be a mentor, not a defendant. Suya stared wide-eyed at the pure girl on stage who was still winking at him, his head spinning. So corny. So corny. So corny it's sickening, so corny it makes your scalp tingle, but also, damnably, it makes you blush. You, what kind of question is that? Suya stammered, I didn't call. I was 5 meters away from you. Even a staged accident wouldn't be done like that. But your eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, continuing her barrage. Your eyes are like a fire, igniting my heart. Teacher Su, you're not only my vocal coach, but also my guide on the road to love. Suya clutched his chest, feeling like he needed oxygen. Next one, quick. He dared not let Lin Xiaoxiao speak again, fearing she might say something outrageous and send him to his death on the spot. However, he didn't realize that once Pandora's box was opened, it could never be closed again. Although Lin Xiaoxiao was gone, the corny virus she left behind spread rapidly backstage like a plague. Since talent couldn't compete, then flirting would. Since Teacher Su fell for it, not really, then he'd go all out. Next up was a short-haired girl with a cool and edgy style. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, she kicked the microphone stand with a remarkably stylish move. Suya thought, this one must be a rapper, more real, definitely not doing any of that pretentious stuff. But then, the short-haired girl walked to the front of the stage, one hand in her pocket, and coolly pointed at Suya. Teacher Su, I have a question for you. Suya cautiously shrank back, loved, guaranteed a baby, doesn't lend money, no boyfriend. Not that. The girl's lips curled into a wicked, arrogant smile. I just want to ask, what's your zodiac sign? Suya breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it was just a background check. I'm a tiger, Suya answered honestly. Wrong. The girl shook her finger, her eyes brimming with affection. You belong to me. Pfft. Old Black, the rap mentor next to Hanyu, sprayed a mouthful of water directly onto Hanyu's expensive sequin suit. Cough cough cough. That rhyme, amazing. Old Black gave a thumbs up. Soo-ye's vision went black, and he almost slipped off his chair. This is a disaster. He wailed inwardly, is this a talent show? This is a cruel pickup lines awards. Director, someone control this. How are we supposed to record this? Soo-ye turned to look at Director Jang behind the monitor. He found Director Jang wearing headphones, grinning like a doting ant, even nodding along to the rhythm. Clearly, this segment was guaranteed to be a rating smash. No one could save him. The next half hour became the darkest, most embarrassing, yet most heart-pounding moment of Soo-ye's life. Teacher Soo, you're acting a little strange today. Strange in what way? Strangely beautiful. Teacher Soo, do you have a lighter? I don't smoke. Then how did you ignite my heart? Teacher Soo, do you know what I like to drink? Milk tea? No, I like to cherish you. 100 students, 100 different approaches. From puns to riddles, from direct flirting to forceful flirting, the entire studio seemed to have turned into a giant pink bubble, filled with the stench of love and the sounds of awkwardness so intense it made toe scratching. Hanyu sat to the side, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He's a top idol. Usually, others flirt with him, but today, he's been sitting here all night as a third wheel and background character. Enough! Hanyu finally couldn't take it anymore, picking up the microphone, trying to regain some dignity as a mentor. Students, please watch your words and actions. This is a stage. This is an arena. We're looking at skill, singing and dancing, not empty talk. Do you think this is worthy of your dreams? The entire audience was silent for a second. Then, the student who was preparing to unleash a killer gaze on Soo-ye turned around and glanced at Hanyu indifferently. Teacher Han. The student's tone was calm. Our dream is to marry Teacher Soo. Is there a conflict? Hanyu. He clutched his chest, feeling like he'd been hit hard, and silently muted his microphone. Soo-ye sat in the center, numb. He was like a broken rag doll, staring blankly ahead. I'm tired. Let it all end. Soo-ye silently prayed, system, just punish me already. Double my luck with romance. I just want this all to end quickly. Just when Soo-ye thought this was hell, something even more terrifying happened. The studio doors were suddenly pushed open in a panic from the outside. A stagehand wearing a name tag, sweating profusely and pale-faced, rushed in, clutching a walkie-talkie, and ran frantically to the judges' seats. No, it's terrible, the stagehand gasped, his voice trembling with fear. Director Jang, Teacher Soo, something awful has happened. Director Jang removed his headphones, his face annoyed. What is it? Is the sky falling? It's worse than the sky falling. The stagehand swallowed hard, pointing towards the entrance, his voice trembling. The entrance, a crazy woman is here. She claims to be Teacher Soo's ex-wife, something like Lin Wanner. She brought a full set of singing and dancing gear, and a bunch of reporters, saying she's here to challenge us. Challenge. Soo-ye sat bolt upright, his previously vacant eyes instantly sharpening. Lin Wanner? This woman hasn't given up? What's she up to? Director Jang was stunned. What kind of challenge? This is a talent show, not a martial arts school. She said. The stage manager glanced at Soo-ye's ashen face and forced himself to repeat. She said she's here to participate in the competition. She said that although she's a bit older, she's still a former superstar with excellent singing and dancing skills. She wants to debut as a trainee, and the stage manager paused, lowering his voice. And she specifically named her, wanting to challenge Teacher Soo's bottom line. She said that since Teacher Soo likes doing talent shows, she'll play along to the end, until Teacher Soo changes his mind. The entire audience erupted in uproar. The trainees stopped flirting and stared wide-eyed, their gossip ignited. An ex-wife coming to challenge? What kind of melodramatic soap opera is this? Soo-ye clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He hadn't even had a chance to speak. Soo-zio-bao, sitting in the family section, suddenly closed his laptop. With a click. In the noisy studio, the voice sounded exceptionally clear. The little guy stood up, slowly straightened his little suit, and then pushed up his sunglasses. A chilling smirk appeared on his face, which resembled Soo-ye's. Ex-wife? Trying to challenge me? Soo-zio-bao jumped off the chair, slung his SpongeBob SquarePants backpack over his shoulder, and walked straight towards Soo-ye. Dad, stay seated. You don't need to lift a finger to deal with this shameless filth. As he walked out, he pulled out the special cell phone he used to contact the Empress Dowager. Looks like the lesson we taught her last time wasn't profound enough. Since she wants to play, we'll play a big game with her. Hello, Grandma? Soo-zio-bao's voice instantly became sweet and aggrieved, full of the essence of complaining. It's Zio-bao. That bad woman is here again. Yes, it's that Lin Wanner. She's bringing people to storm into the studio and beat up my dad. She even said she'd take him back to be her bandit queen. Yeah, we're recording a show, and she's trying to cause trouble. Su Xiaobao hung up the phone and glanced back at the still stunned crowd. Done. If she's still standing at this door within 10 minutes, I'll take her surname. The character, Chuan, that was the only shape on Su Ye's forehead at that moment. If being surrounded by 100 female students was physical torture, then hearing the words ex-wife was downright mental pollution. Su Ye's fingers tightened suddenly around the thermos, his knuckles turning white, and the goji berry tea inside rippled with unease. A challenge. He spat out the 2 words through clenched teeth, his voice as cold as frozen ribbon fish just taken from the freezer. Director John, does your show have no entry requirements? Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can just come in and kick things around? Director John was currently in a state of extreme excitement. He gripped the walkie-talkie, his eyes gleaming with the shrewd calculation of a businessman. Teacher Su, you're wrong about that. Director John leaned closer, lowering his voice, a lewd expression on his face that screamed sacrificing for art. Infamy is still fame. Think about it, an ex-wife parachuting into a talent show, challenging her ex-husband's bottom line. What a huge gimmick that is. As soon as she shows her face, our ratings this episode will absolutely crush the other channel. And Director Zhang chuckled, rubbing his hands together. She paid a hefty sum to get in, she brought her own funding, we can't refuse. Su Ye felt a wave of nausea wash over her. That crazy woman, Lin Warner. After being blacklisted, she not only didn't learn her lesson, but instead learned these despicable tactics. What kind of older trainee is this? What kind of pursuing dreams? This was clearly an attempt to exploit the closed-book recording rules to forcibly infiltrate his life, subjecting him to 24/7 relentless close harassment and forced whitewashing. Once she entered this room, given her shameless personality, coupled with the production team's deliberate editing for ratings, within 3 days, the entire internet would be flooded with sensationalist articles about Su Ye's lingering relationship with his ex-wife and rekindled romance. No way. Su Ye abruptly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with a piercing scream. Tell her to get out. If she comes in, I'm leaving right now. I'll pay the breach of contract penalty. I'll pay even if I have to sell a kidney. This was his bottom line. It was his last line of defense as a man. Director Zhang's smile froze. He hadn't expected Su Ye's reaction to be so intense, even to the point of risking everything. Teacher Su, don't be impulsive. Director Zhang began to evade the question, his eyes darting around. She's already at the door, at least let her in to sing a song. What if she really has talent? Just as Su Ye was trembling with anger, preparing to throw down the microphone and leave, in the shadows behind the instructors' seats, Su Xiaobao, who had been silently observing the situation, slowly closed his laptop, which was running a stock market index. Click. The sound was crisp, but it didn't attract Director Zhang's attention. The little guy pushed up his sunglasses, a cold, extremely disdainful smile appearing on his face, which resembled Su Ye's. Idiot. He wasn't cursing Su Ye, but rather the money-grubbing Director Zhang and the reckless Lin Warner. Su Xiaobao pulled a specially made pink children's phone from the side pocket of his backpack. That was his red hotline to the highest authority in the family, his grandmother, Li Ziyulian. It wasn't used lightly under normal circumstances, but when it was a devastating blow. His fingers flew across the screen. Su Xiaobao, Grandma, urgent news. Su Xiaobao, that wicked woman is here again. Su Xiaobao, she bribed the director to join the crew as a trainee and even wants to live in the same building as my dad. My dad is about to cry from anger and is preparing to sell a kidney to pay the penalty for breach of contract. Sent. 2 seconds later, the phone vibrated and a reply popped up. You could feel the overwhelming anger even through the screen. Empress Dowager, she's gone too far. Sell a kidney? I'd like to see who dares to touch my son's kidney. Empress Dowager, just wait. Grandma will show her what the iron fist of capital is like. Su Xiaobao looked at the screen, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He put his sunglasses back on, concealing his accomplishment. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Inside the studio, Director Zhang was still earnestly persuading Su Ye. Ms. Su, we signed a contract, we must uphold the spirit of the contract. Suddenly, a rapid, sharp, and ominous phone ring interrupted Director Zhang's incessant chatter. It was Director Zhang's personal cell phone. He impatiently pulled it out and glanced at the caller ID. The next second, his fat face twitched violently, his knees buckled, and he almost knelt down before Su Ye on the spot. The caller ID clearly displayed 3 large characters, sponsor, and it was the largest one, the chief financial officer of Li's holding group. Hello, Mr. Li? What brings you here? Director Zhang answered the phone, bowing low like a boiled shrimp, his voice dripping with honeyed obsequiousness. However, the voice from the other end of the line was as cold as a bucket of ice water poured directly onto his head. Zhang Qian, right. The other party cut straight to the point without any pleasantries. Our chairman just watched the live broadcast and is extremely dissatisfied with your program's security. We heard that a disgraced celebrity is trying to sneak into your recording studio." Director Zhang instantly broke out in a cold sweat, which trickled down his bald head and neck. "This, Mr. Lee, please let me explain, it was for the sake of the program's effect. I won't listen to explanations." The other party's voice was cold and ruthless, the arrogance and domineering nature unique to capital. The chairman said, "If that woman surnamed Lin even steps 1 foot into the studio, the Lee Group will immediately withdraw all investments and initiate accountability procedures. Not only that, starting tomorrow, anyone in the entire entertainment industry who dares to cooperate with your team will be going against the Lee family. You'd better think carefully." Beep beep beep. The phone hung up. The dial tone was like a series of slaps to Director Zhang's face. He stood frozen, phone in hand, as if struck by lightning. Withdrawal of investment? A blacklist? This wasn't just a challenge, this was kicking a bomb. Offending his biggest investor for Lin Warner? Was he out of his mind? Quick, 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 quick. Director Zhang snapped back to reality, leaping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and roared, his voice cracking. "Security! Where are the security guards? Stop that crazy woman at the door. Don't let her in. Not even a fly-in. Throw her out. Now. Immediately." Outside the studio entrance, Lin Warner was touching up her makeup in front of the mirror. She had changed into an extremely figure-hugging practice outfit, her face adorned with exquisite stage makeup, her eyes gleaming with a determined light. "So yeah." She looked at herself in the mirror, a sinister smile curling at the corner of her lips. "You can't escape. Once you step through this door, we'll be teacher and student around the clock. I have plenty of ways to make you fall at my feet again. Teacher Lin, are you ready? It's almost your turn." The assistant director, who had received payment, rushed over, his face full of obsequiousness. "Ready." Lin Warner took a deep breath, adjusted her expression, and prepared to enter with a stunning entrance. Just as her hand was about to touch the doorknob, "Stop!" A loud shout, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. 7 or 8 fully armed security guards, like a human wall, rushed over and blocked the entrance. "What are you doing? I'm a guest." Lin Warner was startled, her eyebrows furrowing. "Jia my ass." The security captain, having received a death order, showed no mercy whatsoever. He waved his hand, and 2 burly men stepped forward, one on each side, grabbing Lin Warner's arms like she was a sick chicken. "The director has ordered. No unauthorized personnel are allowed in. Especially you surnamed Lin. Get as far away as you can. Let me go. Do you know who I am? I'm a superstar. I'm Su Ye's wife." Lin Warner struggled desperately, her high heels screeching on the ground, her hair disheveled, her makeup ruined, looking like a pathetic shrew. "Throw her out," the security captain said coldly, showing no mercy. Bang! Lin Warner was thrown out of the film studio's gate, landing on the dusty concrete. The suitcase full of her battle outfits was also thrown out, scattering with a crash. The iron gate slammed shut in front of her. She was left standing there, bewildered in the wind, staring at the castle so close yet so far, letting out a desperate, resentful scream. Inside the studio, Director Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, looking at Su Ye with a fawning expression. "Teacher Su, don't worry. The flies are gone. Let's continue recording." Although Su Ye didn't know what had happened, judging from Director Zhang's expression, which looked like his father had died, she guessed most of it. "You're smart enough." Su Ye snorted coldly, sitting back in the instructor's chair, straightening her sweat-soaked shirt. The crisis was over. But, was it really over? In the family section, Su Xiaobao looked at the door that had closed again, then at the female students on stage who were still eyeing their father with predatory intent. The little guy shook his head and slowly stood up. He straightened his little bow tie and slung his SpongeBob SquarePants backpack over his shoulder. "Dad's too weak." Su Xiaobao sighed, a weary look in his eyes that spoke of "this family can't do without me. Relying solely on long-range attacks from capital isn't enough. For this kind of high-level situation, I still have to personally oversee things." With that, he strode forward on his short legs, amidst the astonished gazes of the entire audience, step by step, towards the center of the stage, the center of everyone's attention. Dust swirled under the spotlight. The studio doors opened again. There was no security clearing, no director's roar. Only a small figure, backlit, slowly walked in. Less than 1.2 meters tall. Yet his aura was that of someone 2.8 meters tall. Su Xiaobao wore a well-tailored suit, his bow tie perfectly tied. His signature sunglasses perched on his nose, obscuring most of his face. He carried that slightly incongruous SpongeBob SquarePants backpack, his hands in his pockets. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, each step perfectly timed with the background music. Cool. It was a cool that transcended age and gender. The entire studio fell silent for 2 seconds. The trainees, who had just been buzzing about the ex-wife's challenge, all turned their attention to the uninvited guest. Then, a scream even more frenzied and piercing than when they first saw Su-ye instantly ripped the roof off. Aha, oh my god, it's Xiao Bao. It's the real Xiao Bao. Help, how can he be so cute? Those sunglasses, that little suit. I want to eat him up. Is this a miniature version of Su-ye? This is too unfair. The 101 female trainees who had been eyeing Su-ye covetously at the edge of the stage, now, as if they had discovered a new continent, collectively shifted their focus. Compared to that aloof Tang Santang who could only be looked at but not touched, and who even possessed the over-the-shoulder throw skill, this soft, cute, on the surface, arrogant, appearing, and seemingly harmless little boy was clearly much more attractive. Whoosh! The crowd surged. Before Suzayo Bayo even reached the mentor's seat, he was surrounded by a group of long-legged beauties. It was a true mass of perfume. The rich scent of perfume, mixed with the sweet fragrance unique to the women, instantly overwhelmed Suzayo Bayo. Zayo Bayo, let me hug you. Zayo Bayo, look here. I'm making a heart for you. Wah, he's so cute, I want to steal him home and raise him. Su-ye, sitting high on the mentor's seat, stared dumbfounded at the tiny black dot below, instantly swallowed up. His hand, holding a thermos, froze in midair. This is a betrayal? Su-ye felt a pang of jealousy. He was so determined to marry me just now, and now he doesn't want his father anymore after seeing my son. Meanwhile, in the center of the crowd, Suzayo Bayo didn't cry in fright or shyly hide like ordinary children. He maintained his aloof demeanor, his sunglasses not even tilting. Facing the clutches reaching out from all directions, he simply raised his head and said in an extremely calm voice, "Aunties, please maintain social distancing. I don't like being touched on the head, it'll stunt my growth." That one auntie was incredibly effective, but paired with his cool little expression, it only excited the group of girls in their early 20s even more. Ah, he called me auntie, but he's so cool, I love him. Is this the legendary domineering CEO in his younger days? One of the bolder students pulled an imported chocolate from her pocket, unwrapped it, squatted down, and offered it to Suzayo Bayo with a fawning expression. "Xiao Bao, call me sister, and this truffle chocolate is yours." Suzayo Bayo glanced at the chocolate. A good brand, pure cocoa butter, no cocoa butter substitutes. Thank you. He held out his little hand, took it without hesitation, and popped it into his mouth. He chewed it. The taste was acceptable. But, Suzayo Bayo swallowed the chocolate, pushed up his sunglasses. Calling me sister is impossible. According to seniority, since you all want to pursue my dad, theoretically you're all potential stepmothers in reserve. Calling me sister messes up the seniority. The student who gave him the chocolate was stunned, then overjoyed. Stepmother? Xiao Bao, you don't object to us pursuing your dad? This sentence was like opening Pandora's box. The students, who had been relatively reserved, instantly erupted. Countless snacks rained down on Suzayo Bayo. Xiao Bao, eat mine. I have white rabbit candy. Xiao Bao, I have potato chips, tomato flavored. Xiao Bao, I have the latest game console. It's yours. Xiao Bao accepted everything. He unzipped his backpack, calmly receiving the offerings from all sides like a little landlord collecting rent. In no time, the SpongeBob SquarePants backpack was bulging. Seeing that the sugar-coated bullet offensive was almost over, finally, someone revealed their true colors. A popular student with a glamorous appearance and a hot figure leaned close to Xiao Bao's ear, lowered her voice, and said seductively, "Xiao Bao, look how good I am to you. Could you give me your dad's private WeChat account? I promise, I'll buy you delicious food every day from now on." The whole room fell silent. Everyone pricked up their ears, waiting for the crucial answer. This was their ultimate goal in besieging Suzayo Bayo, a roundabout way to achieve their objective. If they got their son under control, how could their father escape? Suzayo Bayo stopped stuffing jelly into his bag. He looked up, and through his sunglasses, gave the female student a deep look. That look conveyed a piercing clarity, and a hint of shrewdness. "Want to add my dad on WeChat?" Suzayo Bayo asked. Yes. The female student nodded frantically, her eyes practically gleaming with greed. "Sure." Suzayo Bayo nodded. Just as everyone was overjoyed, thinking they had found a breakthrough, the young man's tone shifted abruptly, becoming businesslike and cold like an emotionless asset verification machine. "But, my dad's WeChat friend slots are very expensive. And it's not just about having money." He pulled out a pre-prepared tablet with a QR code, displaying the familiar asset verification interface. "To ensure my dad's quality of life and to filter out invalid social interactions, please scan the code to verify your assets first." Those with less than 50 million in liquid assets under their name, please step aside. Family businesses with debt or a history of plastic surgery will be automatically blocked by the system. Once you meet the criteria, we can discuss adding friends. Suzayo Bayo paused, looking at the stiff-faced female student, and added insult to injury. Auntie, your nose looks translucent. You probably won't even pass the first hurdle of the system. So, I'll take the chocolate, but forget about the WeChat. Puffed. Director John, who was watching the show from a distance, sprayed his water directly onto the monitor. Ruthless. Too ruthless. This isn't a son, this is clearly Su-Yes chief and only firewall. The female contestant's smile completely vanished. She covered her nose and retreated amidst a chorus of laughter. The other contestants, who had initially been eager to try, wilted like frostbitten eggplants upon hearing 50 million and verification of funds. They were there for a talent show, most were amateurs who hadn't even debuted yet. Where would they get that much money? The crowd surrounding Suzayo Bayo instantly dispersed by more than half. Only a few persistent rich kids remained in line to scan the QR code. Suzayo Bayo put away his tablet, patted his bulging backpack, and wore a satisfied expression of a fruitful haul. He strode confidently through the crowd, ascending the high judge's platform. Suya quickly reached out and pulled her son to sit beside her, even gently wiping the lipstick stains from his face, from the sneak attack. Son, how was it? Suya turned off the microphone, leaned close to her son's ear, and asked expectantly. This isn't a visit to the set, it's like you went to a military parade. Did you find anyone you liked? I thought that girl who delivered the potato chips looked kind, and she had a cheerful appearance. Suya was genuinely anxious now. If he could find a stepmother on the show that he liked and who was rich, wouldn't he be able to keep his gigolo lifestyle secure? Suzayo Bayo took off his sunglasses, revealing eyes slightly cloying from eating too many sweets. He pulled a bottle of water from his bag and gulped down more than half of it. Then, he turned his head, surveying the 100-odd girls below the stage, their eyes still burning with fervor for his father, even after their initial setback. The little guy sighed and slowly shook his head. The movement was filled with a mature yet helpless sigh. Dad. Suzayo Bayo's voice was soft, yet tinged with despair. Let's leave. This generation of aunties is no good. They're all just pretty faces, and the kind, not only trying to seduce you sexually, but also financially. The judges' seats in the studio were designed high, giving one the illusion of looking down on everyone. But at this moment, Suya felt like he was on an execution platform. The 100 or so green gazes surrounding him were like invisible nets, suffocating him. He didn't even dare to breathe deeply, afraid of inhaling only the cloyingly sweet scent of perfume. Son, come here. Suya turned off the microphone in front of him and pulled Suzayo Bayo to his side. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the other two judges who were touching up their makeup and completely ignoring him, then lowered his voice, his tone filled with desperate urgency. You went down for a walk just now, how did it go? Was there someone from a wealthy family, gentle, preferably the kind who only talks about money and not feelings, a high potential catch? Suya had given up hope of finding love here. He just wanted to find a safe haven where he could help pay off his debts and, incidentally, quietly be a gigolo. Suzayo Bayo sat in the large red velvet chair, his two short legs dangling in midair, swinging back and forth. He slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of large, clear eyes now filled with a world-weariness and discernment far beyond his years. The little guy didn't answer directly, but instead pulled the tablet from his backpack. The screen lit up, displaying a series of candid close-up photos of the students, alongside densely packed data analyses. Dad, although I really want to find you a good match. Suzayo Bayo sighed, swiping his finger across the screen. But unfortunately, based on my on-site investigation and big data comparison, the quality here is too low. You could even say it's all fluff. Fluff? Suya was taken aback. What do you mean? Look at this. Suzayo Bayo pointed to a photo of a sweet-looking girl making a heart shape with her hands for the camera. Contestant number 3, known as a naturally beautiful girl. But when I passed by her just now, my metal detector went off. Her nose has an 80% light transmittance, and the bridge of her nose is most likely made of silicone. If you argue with her, never pinch her nose, it'll collapse easily. Suya's face twitched, and he subconsciously touched his own nose. And this one, number 7, the most popular, claims to be a Chable heiress here to experience life. Suzayo Bayo sneered, slamming her finger on the screen. I checked her credit report. She has 6 overdue credit cards and debts on 3 online lending platforms. She's not here to experience life, she's here to find a sucker to pay off her debts. Dad, if you marry her, our family won't get a dowry, we'll have to fill her hole. Suya broke out in a cold sweat instantly. This isn't a talent show. This is clearly a large-scale scam. Then, what about that one? Suya persisted, pointing to a quiet-looking girl in the corner who was constantly reading, that one looks quite well-behaved, she should be cultured, right? That one. Su Xiaobao glanced at her, her eyes filled with even more contempt. That one is even more dangerous. She's been holding that book upside down for half an hour without noticing. And her eyes kept drifting towards your waist and wallet. According to micro-expression psychology, this playing dumb to fool others type is the most cunning and the hardest to shake off. The little guy closed his laptop, put his sunglasses back on, crossed his arms, and delivered his final summary. In conclusion, Dad, the quality of this generation of nannies is really terrible. It's all about technology and ruthless work, not one of them genuinely wants to support you. They not only lust after your body, but they also want to swindle your money, and might even want to use your fame to promote products. This is an unequal transaction, we've lost big time. Su Ye felt numb after hearing this. Looking at the seemingly youthful, yet secretly menacing smiling faces below the stage, he felt a chill run down his spine. It's terrifying. The entertainment industry is too murky, he, a naive single father, simply can't handle it. Let's go. Su Ye acted decisively, grabbing Su Xiaobao's hand, his eyes resolute as if he were about to join the party. Son, you're right. This place is no place to stay. Let's go. I'll pay the penalty for breach of contract. I'll even sell my kidney. Even begging on the streets is better than being eaten alive here. Father and son were of one mind. Su Ye bent over, trying to slip away with his son through the side door of the mentor's seating area while the director adjusted the camera positions. However, they had just stood up, not even taken 2 steps. Click. A dull, metallic sound of a lock clicking shut echoed clearly in the empty studio. Then came a second, a third. The several exit doors, which had been open, were locked from the outside almost simultaneously. What's going on? Su Ye's heart skipped a beat, and he turned around abruptly. Director Zhang, the chief director, was now standing behind the monitors. He held a walkie-talkie, a capitalist's characteristic smile both benevolent and sinister broadcasting across the crowd to Su Ye. Teacher Su, where are you going? Director Zhang's voice, laced with a cat-and-mouse smirk, came through the loudspeakers. The recording has only just begun, the real show is yet to come. To prevent any shy mentors from backing out, and to ensure the integrity of the program, I've specifically increased security measures. Director Zhang snapped his fingers. Attention all departments. Global live stream activated. Boom! All the spotlights on the studio ceiling instantly switched on, illuminating the mentors' seats like daytime, leaving them nowhere to hide. At the same time, the word live appeared in red on the large screen. The number of viewers in the live stream surpassed 10 million within seconds. The screen flooded with comments like, Su Ye, I'm here, and, husband, don't run away. Su Ye froze, caught in a dilemma. Run? The door was locked, and security guards were everywhere. Stay? That was a den of wolves, the kind of den of starving wolves. Director Zhang, this is illegal detention. Su Ye protested into the microphone, her voice tinged with despair. I need to use the restroom. I need to see a lawyer. Hold it in. Director Zhang ruthlessly rejected her, smiling as he raised the clapperboard. Teacher Su, since you're here, make the best of it. Just sit back and enjoy this star treatment. Now, please welcome our popular trainee to give us a fantastic performance. The words had barely left her lips. The stage lights suddenly dimmed, leaving only a single, alluring spotlight shining on the stage entrance. A rapid, seductive sound of high heels filled the air. Tap, tap, tap. A girl in a fiery red sequin miniskirt, with a figure so hot it was almost unfair, strode out. She was the leader of this year's trainees, and known for her bold personality. At this moment, she wasn't holding a microphone, but rather a vibrant red rose. Her smoky-eyed eyes, like hooks, were fixed intently on Su Ye and the judges' panel. That look was no longer the adoration of a fan for their idol. It was the fervent fervor of a hunter spotting its prey, determined to possess it. Teacher Su. The girl wasn't standing in the center of the stage. She sang, swaying her hips, as she walked down the steps, approaching the judges' seats. The background music was a provocatively adapted version of The Offering of Love. Holding you in my hands, I devoutly burn incense. She sang slowly, softly, each word like a breath squeezed from the depths of her throat, enough to make one's bones melt. Cutting a piece of candlelight, illuminating the scriptures. With the song, she had reached the front of the judges' seats, less than 2 meters from Su Ye. Su Ye gripped the armrests of her chair tightly, her body stiff as a stone, desperately leaning back, trying to create distance. You stay away. Su Ye's voice trembled. This is a competition. Please go back to your seat. Don't interfere with the judges' scoring. Scoring? The girl chuckled, not retreating but becoming even bolder. She held the red rose in her mouth, placed her hands on the judges' table, and leaned forward. Her deep cleavage was displayed without reservation before Su Ye. Professor Su, I don't care about those superficial scores. She removed the rose from her mouth, lightly brushing the petals across the microphone in front of Su Ye, her eyes filled with intense longing. I just want to sing to you alone, up close. Very, very close. With that, she stepped over the barrier, her entire body lunging towards Suye like a beautiful snake. At that moment, the air in the studio seemed to be injected with a high concentration of aphrodisiac gas. The girl in the fiery red sequin mini-skirt was like a raging fire, ignoring all rules and boundaries, approaching step by step with an aura that seemed intent on burning Suye to ashes. Her name was CC, the most ambitious big boss among this year's trainees. She would stop at nothing to become famous. And at this moment, Suye, trembling in the judges' seats, was no longer just a person in her eyes. That was popularity. That was trending topics. That was her ladder to the top of the entertainment industry. Teacher Sue. CC's voice, amplified by the microphone, carried a trembling quality that sent shivers down the spine, echoing throughout the studio. She didn't stand there singing. Instead, she boldly stepped across the barrier in front of the judges' seats with her long, slender legs clad in fishnet stockings. A high heel clicked crisply on the table. That foot not only landed on the table, but also on Suye's taut nerves. What do you want? Suye gripped the armrest tightly, leaning back as far as he could, the chair back creaking under the weight. His eyes widened as he stared at the microphone almost touching his face, and at the exquisitely made-up face etched with desire. The strong scent of rose perfume, like countless invisible hands, desperately tried to numb his senses. What do I want? Can't Teacher Sue tell? CC chuckled softly, her eyes languid. She didn't pounce immediately, but rather, like a cat toying with a mouse, she savored the prey's final struggle. Accompanied by the mesmerizing background music of The Power of Love, she slowly bent down. The fiery red collar swayed before his eyes, like a bottomless whirlpool. I hold you in my heart, my palms clasped together. She sang, extending a hand painted with bright red nail polish, like a beautiful serpent, slowly climbing up Suye's white shirt. Her fingertips brushed against the buttons, sending a shiver down his spine. Suye's hair stood on end. Stop. This is live. Tens of millions are watching. Suye roared in a low voice, trying to use morality and public opinion to awaken the woman's reason. Don't you care about your future? You're playing with fire. Future. CC's actions didn't stop. Instead, they became even more audacious. Her fingers had already hooked onto Suye's meticulously tied tie, and with a gentle tug, Suye was forced forward, their noses almost colliding. Teacher Sue, you are my future. CC breathed softly in his ear, her voice so low only the two of them could hear. If we both trend on social media tonight, even if I don't debut, I can still be a million-follower internet celebrity. Being infamous is still fame, isn't it? Crazy. This woman is a complete madwoman, willing to die for traffic. Alarm bells rang in Suye's mind. He wanted to push her away, but the system's warning exploded in his head like a tightening spell. Warning. Warning. Mission maintaining chastity in progress. Physical contact strictly prohibited. Any attraction to worldly desires is considered mission failure. Suye's hand froze in midair, unsure whether to push or not. Pushing would mean physical contact, mission failure, and the punishment would be doubled luck with women, perverted version. Not pushing would mean this woman was about to climb on his neck. A dilemma, a desperate struggle for survival. The surrounding cameras, like sharks smelling blood, zoomed in for close-ups, even capturing the fine beads of cold sweat on Suye's forehead. Director Zhang, behind the monitor, was so excited he crushed his thermos. Great. Excellent. That's the tension. Director Zhang's eyes lit up, showing no intention of calling cut. This is what the audience loves. A celibate mentor being overpowered by a fiery student. This is going to be a ratings explosion. Beside them, mentors Hanyu and Lao Hei were completely dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, both seeing deep jealousy and helplessness in each other's eyes. Both mentors, why such different treatment? While their side was cold and quiet, Suye's side was like a raging fire, almost reaching the point of being explicit. Meanwhile, in the family section, Su Xiaobao pushed up his sunglasses, looking at the woman who was almost pressed against his father, a cold smile playing on his lips. Low-level tactics. The little guy commented, not rushing to intervene, because he knew that although his father was a coward, when faced with matters of innocence, he often displayed an astonishing survival instinct. On stage, seeing Suye hesitate, CC assumed he was captivated by her charm or too afraid to resist due to the live broadcast. A glint of triumph flashed in her eyes. Since Teacher Sue doesn't object, then I won't hold back. CC reached the climax of the song. I will dedicate my entire life to you. As the last syllable of this line faded, her body suddenly swayed without warning. Her high heel, resting on the table, seemed to have accidentally stepped on something, and her ankle twisted sharply. Ah! A delicate, affected exclamation rang out. Immediately afterward, CC lost her balance. This was, of course, not an accident. It was a fake fall she had rehearsed countless times in the practice room. The angle was perfect, the force just right. According to her prediction, this fall would land her squarely in Soo-ye's arms. Then, the two would be locked in a tight embrace, face to face, even their lips brushing against each other. That would be a definite live streaming disaster. That would be tomorrow's headline: hug scandal at talent show exposes Soo-ye's relationship with a trainee. Teacher Soo, save me. CC spread her arms wide in midair, like a moth drawn to a flame, crashing down on Soo-ye with unwavering determination. In that instant, time seemed to stretch out. Soo-ye watched the ever-growing red figure, saw the cunning glint of impending victory in her eyes. His pupils contracted sharply, a primal reaction of a living being facing extreme danger. In his mind, the system's countdown was a death knell. 0.01 seconds left until mission failure. Warning: contact imminent. Punishment program preloading. Punishment preview: cross-species courtship, an 80-year-old rich woman forcing marriage, an ex-wife running away pregnant. No! Soo-ye let out a piercing cry in his heart. He couldn't fail. He absolutely couldn't accept that twisted version of romantic luck. Even if it meant social death, even if he was called a chauvinist, he absolutely couldn't let this woman touch even a single finger of his. The will to survive conquered everything at this moment. Adrenaline surged, and Soo-ye's body reacted even faster than his brain. He didn't reach out to catch her. Nor did he back away. There was a wall behind him, nowhere to hide. Just as CC was about to throw herself into his arms, Soo-ye suddenly stood up. His eyes instantly sharpened, a muscle memory honed from years of construction work, and the passive activation of the god-level self-defense technique granted by the system. He focused his energy, his waist and stance becoming one. Soo-ye's hand shot out like lightning, not to embrace her, but rather, precisely and ruthlessly, they gripped CC's outstretched wrist and her slender waist. Not to catch her, but to use her as leverage. The air in the entire arena froze at that moment. All the screams and music seemed to vanish. Only thousands of eyes remained, fixed on the two figures about to collide on the judges' panel. A victorious smile even appeared on CC's lips. She could almost feel the warmth of Soo-ye's embrace. However, the next second, the world spun. The entire audience widened their eyes and erupted in a unified, deafening scream. Ah, they're going to hug. They're going to kiss. This 1 second. Time seemed to have been paused by God. Or perhaps not just paused, but abruptly cut off. In the studio, all sound vanished in that instant. Only the girl in the fiery red sequin dress remained, like a fragrant cannonball, pulled by gravity, relentlessly hurtling towards the seemingly unsuspecting man sitting in a chair. Closer. Closer still. CC could even clearly see the slightly trembling button on Soo-ye's collar. She could smell the faint, pleasant scent of soap on him. A victorious smile uncontrollably curved her lips. If only this pounce landed. If only her face pressed against his chest. Tomorrow's headlines would be CC's crowning achievement. However, reality is often more surreal than fiction, and the internet is more insane than reality. The moment this frame was simultaneously transmitted via high-definition camera to tens of millions of screens worldwide, the live stream exploded. It wasn't a simple buffering issue, it was an instantaneous, devastating paralysis. The previously densely packed chat messages transformed into a thick wall of text, brimming with anger and murderous intent. The video was completely obscured. It was all text. Red, purple, black, the burning rage in the hearts of tens of millions of female fans. Aha! What is that woman doing? Stop! That's my Soo-ye. That's my Tang monk's flesh. This is sexual harassment. Blatant workplace sexual harassment. Call the police. I'm calling the police. Who gave her the audacity? Who gave her the audacity to touch Soo-ye's clothes? Even the wealthy women who already held high positions in the Soo-ye fan club were so enraged that they smashed their phones. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family screamed in the villa, splashing her red wine at the television screen. Bitch! How dare she touch my Sugeg? I'm going to blacklist her. Blacklist her across the entire internet. This is the trainee you chose? This kind of trash doesn't even deserve it. Throw her out. Throw her out, chair and all. Even the casual fans who usually just lurked couldn't hold back anymore. Let go of that man. Let me handle it. Although I'm envious, I want to slap her even more. Soo-ye, run. That's a spider demon from the spider cave. That's a white bone demon. Where's the director? Where are the security guards? Are they all dead? Just watching Soo-ye get forcibly kissed? On site, Director Zhang was still holding the crushed thermos, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit a dinosaur egg. He wanted to yell cut, but his throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton. He couldn't make a sound. Too fast. Everything happened too fast. 1 second they were singing, the next it was an R-rated action movie. He could even see a fleeting glint of despair in Soo-ye's eyes. It's over. Director Zhang had only one thought in his mind. This is a disaster. If Soo-ye really gets kissed, those female fans will tear my studio down and burn it for firewood. Beside him, the expressions of mentors Hanyu and Lao Hei were incredibly interesting. There was a mixture of excitement, a mischievous thrill, and a subtle, manly envy and resentment. Hanyu even unconsciously licked his lips, his eyes brimming with, "Why can't I have this kind of good fortune? This is face wash, top-tier perk." However, amidst the chaos, fear, and jealousy, one person remained as calm as a meditating monk. Su Xiaobao. The little guy was still sitting on the high chair in the family section. He didn't even change his posture, still with his legs crossed and arms folded over his chest. His eyes behind sunglasses coldly observed the scene. When he saw CC lunge at Su Xiaobao didn't scream, didn't rush to her aid. He simply moved his chair back silently and slowly, creating a distance of about 2 meters. Then, she pulled an umbrella from her bag, not opening it, but already in a defensive stance. Tisk. Su Xiaobao shook his head, a knowing sneer playing on his lips, and muttered under his breath, "This auntie's taken a bad turn. Trying to take advantage of my dad? She probably doesn't know what kind of passive skill my dad developed while carrying bricks on construction sites. That's the kind of superhuman arm that can swing a 200-pound cement bag with one hand." On the stage, Cece's body had completely lost its balance. Her arms were outstretched, like an octopus, about to wrap around Suye's neck. Her lips, painted a fiery red, were less than 5 centimeters from Suye's cheek. She had even closed her eyes, ready to savor this moment of tenderness. "Teacher Su, catch me," she murmured to herself. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch Suye's collar, just as the hearts of the entire audience leaped into their throats, Suye moved. Not a panicked evasion, not a weak rejection, but honed through countless trials, etched into his DNA, a swift and deadly reaction like a cheetah hunting its prey. Suye's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints. Those peach blossom eyes, previously filled with a sense of brokenness, now flashed with 2 chilling beams of light. He focused his energy. His waist and stance became one. His hands, which had been gripping the armrest, shot out like 2 venomous snakes emerging from their holes. The speed was so fast it left after images. His left hand precisely seized Cece's outstretched right wrist. His right hand, with lightning speed, reached out and wrapped around Cece's slender waist. The movement. At first glance, it resembled a romantic scene from an idol drama where the male lead catches the female lead as she falls. Even Cece herself thought so. A surge of joy filled her, and she was about to fall into that warm embrace. "It's done," she cheered inwardly. But, the next second, she felt something was wrong, because Suye's hands didn't have that gentle, lifting feeling. Instead, they felt like 2 iron clamps. Firmly, mercilessly, with a force that seemed to crush bones, they locked her joints. Pain. Excruciating pain. Cece jolted awake, staring at Suye in terror. Suye, so close to her, showed no pity whatsoever. Only a resolute determination, a terrifying will to survive, erupted in the defense of his innocence, as if facing a raging flood. He gritted his teeth. Veins bulged on his forehead. His gaze wasn't that of someone looking at a beautiful woman. It was more like looking at a 100-pound sack of cement about to smash into his foot. Female benefactor. Suye's voice was low and hoarse, forced out through clenched teeth, carrying an undeniable air of righteous indignation. "Forgive me." "Ha!" A short, powerful shout, delivered from the depths of his abdomen, boomed through the deathly silence of the studio. Suye moved. Without the slightest hesitation. Without the slightest tenderness. His left hand gripped Cece's wrist tightly, like a vice, locking her joint. His right hand smoothly wrapped around her waist. Not to embrace, but to find that perfect point of leverage. The next second, Suye's waist suddenly tensed, his entire body like a fully drawn bow, snapping instantly. A twist. A back bend. A hip thrust. Power. This series of movements was fluid and fast, leaving after images in the air. This was the god-level self-defense technique rewarded by the system. Add to that the muscle memory he developed from carrying cement on construction sites for 3 whole months to earn money for baby formula. In that instant, Cece felt her forward-moving body suddenly crash into an iron wall. Then, an irresistible, immense centrifugal force surged forth. The world spun, her vision inverted. Before she could even utter a cry of surprise, her feet were off the ground, and she was airborne, like a discarded rag doll, or like a sack of cement tossed onto the shoulder of a skilled worker. She traced an extremely beautiful, extremely perfect, yet extremely tragic parabola through the air. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart was clearly audible. A red sequin skirt bloomed in the air, like a tragic flower of blood. Everyone was stunned. The hundreds of audience members in the audience, and the tens of millions of netizens watching the live stream. Even director John, sitting behind the monitor, who had been expecting a pink bubble moment. At this moment, their expressions were frozen in utter shock, a sense of who am I? Where am I? What am I seeing? Time seemed to stretch out. Those 0.5 seconds CC spent flying through the air felt incredibly long. She saw the blinding spotlights overhead. She saw the little boy with sunglasses calmly eating potato chips behind the judges' seats. Then, gravity returned. Thud! A dull, heavy, and echoing impact slammed onto the floor. Thankfully, to prevent trainees from getting injured during dance practice, the production team had laid a thick layer of foam mats next to the judges' seats. CC didn't fall onto the hard floor. But even so, the fall was quite hard. She landed sprawled on the soft mats, her hair a mess, the red rose she'd been holding in her mouth now broken in two, hanging sadly by her ear. One of her high heels flew off and landed on the judges' table several meters away. Thump! The heel striking the table was the only sound in the deathly silent space. The background music, the offering of love, continued relentlessly. Holding you in my hands, I devoutly burn incense. But the lyrics sounded so ironic at that moment. Holding you in my hands? This was more like holding you up and throwing you. So yeah, remained frozen in the pose after the over-the-shoulder throw. He was in a half-squatting horse stance, one hand outstretched, his eyes sharp as knives, exuding a terrifying aura that screamed, "Don't touch me." That posture. It was textbook perfect, a model to follow. Cool, but too brutal. A full 5 seconds passed. No one in the studio spoke. Only the static crackled from the speakers. Director Zhang's walkie-talkie clattered to the floor, hitting his foot, but he seemed numb to the pain. His mouth gaped open, staring at the culprit on stage, only one sentence echoing in his mind. It's over. This time he really messed up. This was live. He'd sent a delicate female student flying in front of tens of millions of people? If a feminist saw this, wouldn't she tear Suya to shreds? This is rejection. Instructor Hanyu beside him nearly dislocated his jaw. He looked at CC, sunk into the mat, and instinctively shrank back, feeling a throbbing pain in his spine. This wasn't a rejection. This was clearly attempted murder. And in the center of the stage, Suya finally recovered from the adrenaline rush. He blinked, looking at his empty arms, then at CC sprawled on the floor, bewildered. Reason began to return. Cold sweat poured down his back. Holy shit! Suya screamed inwardly, his hands and feet instantly turning ice cold. What did I do? I threw her? This was a girl. A girl in a short skirt. Did I just mistake her for my coworker who was trying to steal my job? This is it. This is really going to be a disaster. Beating a trainee, violent maniac, chauvinist, these labels are probably indelible. Suya stiffly withdrew his hand and slowly straightened up. He looked at the terrified eyes around him, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. An explanation. A necessary explanation. And it had to be a reasonable, convincing explanation. Suya took a deep breath, his face quickly switching to an expression of innocence, shock, and deep apology. He strode to the cushion, squatted down, intending to help CC up, but pulled his hand back halfway. No, he couldn't touch her. The mission was still ongoing, touching her would ruin everything. Suya could only squat there, hands suspended in the air, as if performing a ritual, looking earnestly at the still-dazed girl. Suya's voice, trembling slightly with embarrassment, carried throughout the room through the microphone. This female benefactor, are you still alive? CC. She moved her fingers, feeling as if her entire body was about to fall apart. She opened her eyes, looked at the outrageously handsome face before her, now etched with innocence, and was about to burst into tears. Teacher Su, you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Suya quickly interrupted her, speaking first, his tone so sincere it was impossible to blame him. I have a bit of a problem. He scratched the back of his bald head, explaining with a honest and simple expression. I used to work as a porter on construction sites for a few years, specializing in carrying cement, the kind that weighs 200 pounds a bag. Back then, construction sites were chaotic, and people always tried to steal my cement, so I learned this skill for self-defense. Suya sighed, a hint of weariness from the pressures of life showing in her eyes. You know, in our line of work, our bodies react faster than our brains. When you pounced on me just now, the movement, the momentum. It was just like that cement-stealing coworker. The whole room, stealing cement? CC's eyes widened, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to fall. So, in your eyes, this beautiful girl in a haute couture gown, spraying that irresistible perfume, am just a cement thief? So, Suya shrugged, a helpless look on her face. It's purely a conditioned reflex. Muscle memory, understand? As long as someone suddenly gets close enough to my safe distance, my arm will move on its own. He pointed to his massive arm, a serious expression on his face. It won't obey me, it only recognizes cement. This explanation was absurd. Absolutely absurd. It was practically an insult to the intelligence of everyone present. But for some reason, combined with Suye's sincere face, his faded old clothes, and his previously well-known down-on-his-luck dad persona, this absurd reason somehow created a strange sense of logical consistency. After all, besides being driven mad by manual labor, who would do something like throwing a beautiful woman like a punching bag? The live stream chat, after a long period of silence, finally erupted. But the tone seemed to be different from the universal online backlash Suye had feared. Ha 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 ha. Stealing cement, my foot. CC, I treat you like my husband, but you treat me like a coworker. Although I feel sorry for the girl, why can't I stop laughing? That reaction speed, that perfect form. Suye wasn't lying, this is definitely trained. A conditioned reflex? I believe it. After all, a man who runs 100 meters carrying a baby in one arm must have extraordinary physical abilities. Suye looked at Director Zhang's still wide-open mouth, his heart pounding. He asked tentatively, his eyes filled with a hint of caution. Director Zhang, is this considered a work injury? I don't need to pay compensation, right? I only have coins left for the bus. Director Zhang finally came to his senses. He looked at the soaring data on the monitor, then at Suye's I'm poor but I'm very strong look. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, his face trembling with excitement. What compensation? Suye, you're a genius. This part absolutely cannot be cut. This is the kind of effect we want. Hardcore. A plot twist. This is exactly what we've been looking for. Straight man self-defense technique. CC on the ground finally recovered. She struggled to sit up, rubbing her sore bottom, and looked at Suye with a gaze that changed from greed to a more complex, fanatical mix of fear and adoration. Teacher Su. CC sniffed, looking at him with teary eyes. You hurt me. But, her cheeks flushed, and her voice became incredibly shy. That fall just now was so manly. I think I like you more. What should I do? Suye. He looked at CC's gaze, which not only didn't falter but became even more intense. Then he glanced at the female trainees below the stage, who, though startled, now all had hearts in their eyes and looked so reassuring. Suye was in despair. He looked up at the ceiling and let out a silent scream. What's wrong with this world? I even hit someone. I even sent someone flying. Shouldn't you call the police and have me arrested? Shouldn't you call me a violent maniac? Why are you still looking at me with such adoration? Do you think that as long as someone is handsome, even an over-the-shoulder throw is a form of flirting? Son. Suye mentally called for backup. This question is too hard, Dad can't do it. Are these women's brains blocked with cement? The deathly silence in the studio lasted less than 10 seconds. But those 10 seconds felt like an eternity to Suye. He remained in that half-squatting defensive posture, his hands still trembling slightly. Looking at the girl slumped on the cushion, completely bewildered, Suye's mind automatically replayed the song Tears Behind Bars. It's over. It's utterly over. If it were before, at most it would just be paying compensation. Now, he'd be branded a violent maniac in front of the entire nation, not only paying compensation but also retiring from the entertainment industry, and even being repeatedly humiliated and ridiculed by angry fans. CC. Suye swallowed hard, his voice dry as if he'd been thirsty for 3 days in the desert. If you want to call the police, could you wait until I go borrow some money first? I don't think I brought my medical insurance card. He was prepared for online harassment, receiving death threats from fans, and being slapped by CC on the spot. However, the expected screams, cries, and insults all failed to materialize. CC moved. She first rubbed her slightly numb shoulders, then looked up. Her eyes, which had been filled with aggression and ambition, now held a strange, incomprehensible, pink mist. Teacher Su. CC's voice wasn't angry, only a trembling excitement from just riding a roller coaster. Your waist strength is amazing. Suye. Girl, are you alright? Did you hurt your head? I'm talking to you about compensation, and you're talking to me about waist strength? Before Suye could react, CC struggled to her feet. She didn't straighten her disheveled skirt, nor did she pick up her fallen high heel. Instead, ignoring everyone's gaze, she took another step closer to Suye. This time, she didn't lay a hand on her. Instead, she clutched her heart, her face filled with adoration, the murderous urge in her eyes not diminishing but intensified by the fall, becoming even more fanatical and twisted. No one has ever. CC bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. No man has ever dared to treat me like this. Those stinky men, every single one of them practically begs to be with me. Only you, Teacher Su, only you. She took a deep breath, as if smelling some irresistible fragrance. You actually went so far as to hit me to uphold your principles. So manly. So principled. This contrast between asceticism and violence. Wah, what am I going to do, love you even more? Soo-ye's chin nearly hit his toes. He retreated in terror, backing up to the wall. You stay away. I'll really throw you again. I'm not afraid, CC shouted, surprisingly spreading her arms wide, looking as if she were ready to die. Come on, throw me again. Punish me severely with your muscle memory. I'm willing to be a speck of dust in your cement bag. Crazy, everyone's fucking crazy. Soo-ye's vision went black. He felt the world had gone mad to a point he couldn't comprehend. And at this moment, contrary to Soo-ye's fears, the live stream comments on the big screen weren't a barrage of criticism. On the contrary, a much larger and more bizarrely styled deification movement was unfolding vigorously in the online world. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Is this the legendary steel straight man? CC, I want to sleep with you. Soo-ye, you want to steal my cement? Here you go. Although I feel sorry for the girl, I have to say, well done. Boys need to protect themselves too. This is called male virtue. This is a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Remaining unmoved by temptation, even resorting to violence. Hashtag Soo-ye, the #1 male virtue provider in the entertainment industry. Hashtag lock this hashtag. I used to think he was just playing the victim, but now I realize this guy is truly hardcore. That over-the-shoulder throw is so perfect, you can't do that without 3 years of construction site experience. Director Jong sat behind the monitor, watching the real-time data spike to the point of triggering server alarms, so excited he slapped his thigh until it was swollen. Genius. Soo-ye is simply a god of variety shows. Director Jong, spitting as he spoke into the walkie-talkie. Quick, editing team, turn that fall into a meme video. Add the background music The Light of Righteousness. Distribute it across the entire internet immediately. The title will be faced with sexy students throwing themselves into his arms. Hardcore instructor teaches self-defense techniques online. The atmosphere on set completely changed. The female students who had initially tried to win Soo-ye over with sweet talk now looked at him with less frivolity and more awe. Even a hint of masochistic anticipation. Teacher Soo is so reassuring. Yeah, if he could throw me like that, wouldn't I be trending? I want to sign up. I want to learn self-defense too. The kind with close quarters instruction. Soo-ye huddled in the corner, looking at the 100-odd pairs of green eyes, feeling a chill run down his spine. He looked pleadingly at Soo-zio-bao in the family section. The little guy was drinking yogurt while browsing popular online comments, a playful smile curving his lips. Dad, congratulations. Soo-zio-bao pressed the in-ear call button, his voice as calm as an AI. You've turned misfortune into blessing again. Now the whole internet is praising you as a modern-day Lu Zioi, and your commercial value has increased by 2 points. Even a security company wants you to endorse pepper spray. I don't want an endorsement. I want to go home. Soo-ye cried, son, take me away. I can't stand this place for another second. They look at me like I'm an unopened package. The recording of the program ended abruptly amidst chaos, screams, and CC's pleading, please drop me again. Soo-ye practically fled the studio. Not even bothering to straighten his trench coat, which had a button torn off, he grabbed Soo-zio-bao and ran towards the front door. Where's the car? Director John promised us the car. Soo-ye stood at the entrance of the film studio, looking around anxiously, afraid that the group of female demons would catch up. Just then, her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but the location showed it was from Beijing. Soo-ye hesitated for a moment, then answered the phone. Hello? A steady, elegant, and somewhat familiar elderly male voice came from the other end of the phone. Young master, this is Wang Fugui. Uncle Wang? Soo-ye was taken aback. Why did you change your number? This is an encrypted line, to prevent harassment from certain criminals, referring to Lin Warner. Wang Fugui's voice carried a cheerful laugh. Young master, the old madam just watched your live stream. She was very pleased. She said your fall showed the Soo family's prestige. It showed a man's integrity. She said, that's what a true member of the Soo family is like. Unwavering in the face of temptation, daring to fight against a vixen. You did the right thing. Soo-ye. Mom, do you have some misunderstanding about the word integrity? I was just scared. It was a conditioned reflex. Therefore, the old lady has decided to give you a reward. Wang Fugui continued, his tone carrying an air of, no need to thank me. Given your current high level of popularity, ordinary nanny vans are no longer safe. They're easily surrounded by obsessive fans and female hooligans. To commend your chaste virtue, the old lady has specially arranged for a family private jet, which is waiting at a nearby private airport. You can board directly with the young master, you don't need to squeeze onto that beat-up bus. A private jet? Soo-ye's eyes lit up. This is a great thing. Flying in the sky, surely no one will bother me, right? Besides, a private jet offers ample space and privacy. I can sleep comfortably and completely escape the disturbances of the mundane world. Great. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Suya was so excited he almost jumped up, pulling Suzaobeo towards the shuttle bus by the roadside. Son, quick, let's go ride the big plane. It's just the two of us on a big plane. Finally, some peace and quiet. Suzaobeo stumbled as he was pulled along. Although he felt something was amiss, he didn't think much of it. After all, a private jet is definitely safer than the ground. Half an hour later, the father and son drove through the VIP channel directly to the tarmac. Under the cover of night, a massive, sleek, silver-white Gulfstream G650 sat quietly. The Su family crest gleamed on its fuselage under the searchlights. Wow, so impressive. Suya looked up, marveling at the power of capital. He straightened his clothes, resuming his cool and aloof god demeanor, and, hand in hand with Suzaobeo, walked down the red carpet and onto the gangway. Once I step through this door, it's my kingdom of freedom. Suya cheered inwardly. However, the moment he reached the cabin door and the uniformed captain respectfully opened it, a clear, sweet, and enthusiastic voice wafted from inside the cabin. Welcome aboard, young master. Suya's smile froze instantly. He stiffly looked up into the cabin. The once empty luxury cabin was now filled with two neat rows of people. Not bodyguards, not flight attendants, but rather, all of them, tall, stunningly beautiful, and undeniably familiar, all dressed in tight-fitting flight attendant uniforms. Beautiful flight attendants. 12 in total. Each one was the kind of woman who could debut as a center in a talent show. They wore exquisite makeup and standard professional smiles, but in their eyes as they looked at Suya, there gleamed a familiar light that sent chills down his spine. It was the light of a wolf eyeing its prey. This is. Suya, gripping the cabin door, felt his legs begin to cramp and instinctively tried to back away. Young master, please come in. The lead flight attendant, a beautiful woman who resembled a Miss Hong Kong, stepped forward, gently took Suya's arm, and with a slight push, half pushed, half pulled him into the cabin. The old lady gave the order. The flight attendant whispered in his ear, her breath sweet as orchids. She said, those flashy, cheap women outside are unclean and unworthy of you. But on this long journey, someone needs to take care of your needs. We are all housebreds, carefully selected by the old lady and known by her inside and out, specially here, to serve you, young master. Whether you want water, a massage, or a chat, we're ready at any time. Bang! The heavy cabin door slammed shut behind Suya. Locked. Suya looked at the long legs filling the cabin, at the 12 pairs of hungry eyes, and then at Suzaobeo, who had already been surrounded by flight attendants and fed candy. He closed his eyes in despair, leaned against the leather cabin wall, and let out a deep, soul-searching wail. Mom, is this a reward for me? Or do you want to kill me? The automatic glass doors of the airport VIP lounge slowly closed, completely shutting out the noisy world behind them. Phew! Suya leaned against the cool marble wall, letting out a long, stale breath. At that moment, he felt like a piece of braised pork that had just crawled out of a pressure cooker, his whole body radiating a thoroughly cooked exhaustion. Finally escaped. No flashing lights, no screams, and certainly no more of those shrewish women who wanted to devour him alive. Son, we're safe. Suya reached out and ruffled Suzaobeo's hair, her voice filled with the relief of surviving a close call. Your grandma really did something right this time. Private jets are great, flying in the sky, nobody can catch us. Suzaobeo, carrying his heavy SpongeBob SquarePants backpack, didn't show much excitement. He adjusted his sunglasses, peering through the floor-to-ceiling window at the massive aircraft on the tarmac, his brow furrowed slightly, as if pondering some profound philosophical question. Dad, based on my big data analysis of Grandma's behavior patterns, the little guy's voice was low and brooding, carrying a world-weary air of having seen it all. She never does things the way things are. The so-called rewards are usually accompanied by some shady additional conditions. Oh, you're overthinking it. Suya waved his hand, his face blindly optimistic. Your grandma's just worried about me. She knows how much I've suffered to remain chaste, so she's making things easier for me. Let's go. Boarding. I'm going to sleep like a log. With that, he picked up his suitcase and strode confidently toward the tarmac. Night fell. The Gulfstream G650, like a silver behemoth, lay silently on the runway. The golden Su family crest on its fuselage gleamed under the searchlights, exuding a suffocating aura of wealth. The gangway was already lowered, covered with a thick red carpet that stretched all the way to Suya's feet. This extravagance. Suya clicked his tongue in admiration, his vanity greatly satisfied. He straightened his trench coat, wrinkled from the over-the-shoulder throw, straightened his back, and, holding Suzaobeo's hand, walked step by step up the gangway. A sea breeze blew by, bringing a touch of coolness. Suya's heart, however, was burning with excitement. He could almost see the soft leather sofas, the chilled champagne, and the large, comfortable bed where he could roll around freely. "Captain, open the door." Su-ye stood at the cabin door, shouting with boundless pride. Click buzz. The heavy, airtight hatch slowly opened, revealing a brightly lit interior. Su-ye, a relaxed smile on his face, was about to step inside. The next second, his feet froze in midair. His smile, as if sprayed with liquid nitrogen, instantly solidified, then shattered into dust. The cabin, which should have been spacious, quiet, and staffed with only 1 or 2 personnel, was now crowded. "Welcome aboard, young master." A uniform, excessively sweet, even slightly trembling voice boomed like a pink sonic bomb. 2 neat rows of people stood on either side of the narrow aisle. Not flight attendants. Not bodyguards. But rather, a uniform of top-tier beauties, all dressed in custom-made, form-fitting flight attendant uniforms. 12 in total. Each with their own unique charm, from plump to slender. Some had long, flowing hair, gentle and graceful, others had short, sharp hair, chic and spirited, still others wore high ponytails, radiating energy. Their uniforms were clearly modified, the skirts revealed just the right amount of long, straight legs, their waists cinched so tightly that they outlined breathtaking curves. 12 pairs of eyes. Like 12 searchlights, they instantly focused on Su-ye. In those eyes, there was no aloofness of a stranger, nor the fervor of a fan. Only one kind of, like a woman who had waited 1,000 years for her lover, finally seeing him return home hunger. This is. Su-ye swallowed hard, his throat feeling dry, and instinctively shrank back. "Young master, don't you remember us?" The lead flight attendant stepped forward. She was extremely beautiful, with a style somewhat reminiscent of that Hong Kong goddess. She was looking at Su-ye with a mixture of sorrow and delight. She extended her gloved hand to take the suitcase from Su-ye's arms, leaning slightly forward. The delicate fragrance of orchids instantly filled Su-ye's nostrils. "I'm Xiao Hong, I used to deliver birds' nests to you at the old mansion." "I'm Xiao Lan, I was in charge of ironing your suits." "I'm Xiao Lu." 12 beautiful women eagerly introduced themselves, their eyes gleaming, practically begging to get close. Su-ye's mind was buzzing. He remembered. Weren't these the housebred trainees his mother kept at the old house? They were supposedly highly selective, proficient in everything from music and chess to calligraphy and painting, specifically groomed to become reserved daughters-in-law for wealthy families. Stop for a second. Su-ye raised his hands, leaning against the cabin doorframe, his face filled with terror. "What are you all doing here? Where is this plane going? Did I get on the wrong plane?" "No, you didn't." The flight attendant covered her mouth and chuckled, her every smile and gesture exuding a charm that could melt anyone's bones. This was a special arrangement by the old lady. She leaned closer to Su-ye, lowering her voice, her tone carrying an "you know what I mean" ambiguity. "The old lady said you suffered outside. The women outside, either after your money or your fame, are neither pure nor clean. Rather than letting you be seduced by those flashy, cheap women out there, why not?" The flight attendant's fingers lightly traced Su-ye's collar, her eyes becoming hazy. "How about we keep it all within the family?" The old lady said, "This is called keeping the good stuff in the family. Throughout the journey, the 12 of us will take turns taking care of your meals and daily needs. Whether it's massages, companionship, or other special requests. As long as you wish, young master, we are ready at any time." Boom! Su-ye felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Keeping it all within the family? Keep the good stuff in the family? What kind of lewd talk is this? Looking at the faces before him, beautiful yet brimming with an air of "I've got you covered," he felt a chill run down his spine and his legs went weak. Was this a reward? This was clearly a Spider Cave 2.0 enhanced version. And the kind where you're locked in, flying through the air, and utterly helpless, a true escape room version. Son. Su-ye frantically turned his head, trying to find his only ally. However, he discovered with despair. Su-zio had already betrayed him. The little guy was sitting on the most comfortable first-class sofa, holding the latest game console, surrounded by 3 flight attendants. One was peeling grapes for him, one was fanning him, and another was wiping his hands with a hot towel. "Young master, is this pressure okay?" Not bad." Su-zio didn't even look up, even waving at Su-ye with a cold take care expression. "It's over." Su-ye felt utterly hopeless. Just as he was about to turn and jump down the gangway, preferring to walk back to the city rather than board this pirate ship, the flight attendant, quick as lightning, grabbed his arm. The soft touch sent a chill down Su-ye's spine. "Young master, the plane is about to take off." The flight attendant smiled gently, but her grip was ridiculously strong, half pushing, half pulling him into the cabin. "It's windy outside, come on in. We'll take good care of you." Bang! The heavy cabin door slowly closed under Su-ye's desperate gaze. The last sliver of a path to freedom was completely sealed off. Inside the cabin, 12 pairs of eyes lit up instantly, like a pack of wolves spotting their prey. Su-ye leaned against the cabin door, with nowhere to retreat. Looking at the room full of long legs and those eager expressions, he finally broke down. He looked up at the empty space and let out a cry from the depths of his soul. Mom, is this a reward for me? Or is it a test for my bladder? Could I request to sit in the cargo hold? Even with the luggage, that's fine. With a slight push, the Gulfstream G650 soared into the sky. The clouds outside the window felt like a thick blanket, isolating the world beneath our feet. Inside the cabin, the air pressure was constant, and the temperature was comfortable. A faint scent of lavender essential oil filled the air, meant to aid sleep. But to Su-ye, it smelled like a sedative incense. Click. The seatbelt indicator light went out. This soft click was like the opening bell in a boxing ring. The 12 beautiful flight attendants, who had been sitting properly, instantly unbuckled their seatbelts. They stood up in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, their smiles as perfect as if copied and pasted. Then, they moved. Like a well-trained pack of wolves, they surrounded us from all sides. Young master, the flight will be long, and you haven't changed your slippers yet. The flight attendant, Xiao Hong, was the first to rush to Su-ye. She didn't give Su-ye a chance to refuse, immediately kneeling on one knee. Her posture was so devout, it was as if she were performing some kind of religious ritual. She extended her slender hands, gloved in white, and gently grasped Su-ye's ankle. No, I can do it myself. Su-ye was startled like a frightened rabbit, quickly pulling his foot back. Oh dear, young master, please don't move. Xiao Hong looked up, her large, watery eyes filled with grievance. This is Xiao Hong's job. Do you think Xiao Hong is clumsy? Before Su-ye could explain, Xiao Lan, on the other side, had already brought over a plate of cut fruit. It was all imported cherries and shine muscat grapes, each one peeled and seeded. Young master, open your mouth. Xiao Lan picked up a glistening grape and held it directly to Su-ye's lips. Ah. Su-ye kept his mouth tightly shut, shaking his head like a rattle. I'm not hungry. I just ate. Fruit aids digestion. Xiao Lan persisted, even pressing her body closer, the soft touch making Su-ye stiffen. Just one, please. She peeled them one by one herself, her nails aching from it. Young master, are your shoulders sore? I've studied Thai massage. Young master, reading is tiring for your eyes. Shall I read you poetry? Young master, would you like an oil back massage? I'm very skilled. In an instant. In the cramped first-class cabin, a cacophony of voices and fragrant breezes filled the air. 12 hands flew up and down Su-ye's body. Some massaged his shoulders, some rubbed his legs, some fed him water, and one even boldly tried to unbutton the second button of his shirt, claiming it was to let him breathe. Su-ye was surrounded, like Tang Santang, the monk in Journey to the West, entangled by spider demons. He could do nothing but chant sutras. Help! Someone save me! Su-ye let out a weak cry for help, his eyes filled with despair as he looked at the leather sofa not far away. There was his own son, Su-zio. However, at this moment, Su-zio was wearing noise-canceling headphones, holding a Switch game console, and having a great time. He was also surrounded by 2 flight attendants. But the atmosphere was completely different. Young master, how do you pass this level? You're so amazing. Young master, have a sip of cola, it's iced. Su-zio calmly operated the controller, occasionally taking a sip of his cola, looking utterly content. He even glanced up at his father's miserable state. Through his sunglasses, he saw Su-ye's flushed face and that indignant expression of I'm tainted. Tisk. Su-zio shook his head, a smug smile playing on his lips. This is the price of Versailles. Su-ye finally snapped. When a hand tried to slip inside his clothes to warm his stomach, he exploded. Enough. Su-ye abruptly stood up, nearly hitting his head on the overhead luggage rack due to the sudden movement. He clutched his collar with one hand and pulled up his belt with the other, his face flushed, and roared. I need to use the restroom. Don't follow me. Anyone who comes with me will jump off the plane. With that, he slipped through the crowd of women like a slippery eel. His fleeing figure was pitifully pathetic. Bang! The lavatory door at the rear of the plane slammed shut, the crisp, pleasant sound of the lock clicking shut. Su-ye leaned against the door, listening to the knocking and the sweet calls outside, feeling like a refugee hiding in an air raid shelter. This is terrifying. This isn't going home, it's a journey to the West. He sat on the toilet seat, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. This blessing, let whoever wants it have it, he certainly wasn't worthy of it. Meanwhile, in the cabin outside, the flight attendants, having lost their target, dispersed with regret. Why is young master so shy? Yeah, I'm not going to eat him. Sigh, take your time, there are still several hours left. Su-zio found the scene amusing. He put down his game console and pulled his phone from his bag. Such a classic scene, it would be a shame not to record it. The little guy opened his photo album. There was a photo he'd just snapped. The angle of the photo was extremely awkward. Suya was slumped in a chair, his eyes vacant, a look of utter despair on his face. Around him were long, white legs and hands reaching for him. Someone was feeding him grapes, someone was massaging his legs, and someone was about to press their face against his chest. The composition of the photo was perfect, full of extravagance, ambiguity, and a Versailles atmosphere that made you want to punch someone. What should I title this? Suzayo Bayo thought for a moment, then tapped on the screen. Dad's Good Friday. He said he wanted some peace and quiet, but Grandma insisted on giving him 12. Is this the pain of adulthood? I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. Editing complete. Click send. Visible on Moments. After posting, Suzayo Bayo closed his phone, satisfied, and continued playing his game. He felt he was just complaining about his father's miserable life and incidentally reporting his work results to his grandmother. But he forgot one thing, a very important thing. In his WeChat contact list, although he had deleted those rich women who wanted to be his stepmothers, he kept one inconspicuous account. That was a distant cousin that Lin Wanner had forced him to add before her divorce, in order to monitor Suya. In other words, Lin Wanner's spy planted in the Su family, working part-time as a paparazzi. On the ground, in Shanghai. In that dark, damp rented room, Lin Wanner was curled up on the worn-out sofa, a bowl of scalding hot beef noodles in her hand. Her hair was greasy, her eyes sinister. Since being blacklisted, her life had been worse than a dog's. She'd paid off her savings in breach of contract fees, her mansion had been reclaimed, and even that gigolo Chen Feng had run away. Now, she could only pass the time scrolling through her phone, occasionally checking her ex-husband's updates, searching for a sliver of hope for a comeback. Ding! Her phone vibrated. It was a screenshot from that distant cousin. Lin Wanner opened it casually. The next second. Clatter! The bowl of instant noodles fell to the ground, splattering soup all over her leg, making her shudder. But she didn't care about the pain. She stared intently at the photo on the screen, her eyes bulging, bloodshot and frighteningly red. What is this? In the photo, her ex-husband, Suya, whom she had once looked down upon for being poor and useless. He was now sitting in a private jet even larger than the living room of her old mansion, surrounded by beautiful women younger than her, prettier than her, and with better figures than her. The extravagant style, the overwhelming stench of money, deeply stung her nerves. Private jet, Gulfstream G650. Lin Wanner's fingers trembled as they traced patterns on the screen, her nails scraping against the surface with a harsh sound. 12 beautiful women serving you, an imperial indulgence. Why? She let out a piercing scream, tearing at her hair like a madwoman. He left me, he should be living like a dog. Why can he live like this? These should all be mine. Mine. Jealousy. Crazy jealousy. Like a venomous snake, gnawing at her heart. She thought of her current situation, eating cheap instant noodles, living in a leaky, dilapidated house, while Suya was enjoying a life of luxury at 10,000 meters in the air. This stark contrast drove her completely mad. Suya, you ruined me. Lin Wanner gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with venomous resentment. I won't let you get away with this. You want to whitewash yourself? You want to create a virtuous and pure persona? Dream on. Her hands trembled as she saved the photo. Then she opened the Weibo account that had been banned and could only be accessed with a secondary account. Her fingers flew across the screen, each word dripping with malice. Everyone, come and see. This is the model of male virtue you all talk about. This is the so-called single-parent good dad. In private, he's a womanizer. He's utterly promiscuous. This kind of disgraced artist should be kicked out of the entertainment industry. She clicked send, and tagged countless marketing accounts and gossip influencers. After doing all this, Lin Wanner looked at her phone, a twisted, triumphant smile spreading across her face. Suya, let's see how you try to whitewash this. 10,000 meters in the air. Suya was hiding in the cramped bathroom, sitting on the toilet, questioning her existence. Suddenly, achoo! He sneezed loudly and rubbed his nose. Who's yelling at me? Suya muttered, a vague sense of foreboding rising within him. This feeling was like the low pressure before a storm, suffocating him. Just then, Suzayo Bayo's unusually calm voice came from outside the door, clearly piercing through the door panel. Dad, open the door. I think you might need to sit on the toilet a little longer. Something's happened. Suya's heart sank. He opened the door a crack and took the tablet computer Suzayo Bayo handed him. On the screen, a headline that had just topped the trending searches, followed by a deep red explosive mark, starkly appeared before his eyes. The headline was extremely alarming, every word seemed to drip blood. Exclusive scoop. Suya's private jet pleasure photos leaked. This is the extravagant life of a top star? Image collapse? Male virtue? What a joke. This is a concubine selection. Shanghai, an urban village. This is a basement where even sunlight seems to avoid getting in. A musty smell permeates the air, peeling paint from the walls reveals the mottled cement underneath. Slurp. Lynn Warner is curled up on a worn-out sofa she bought from a second-hand market, wrapped in a pilling blanket. She holds a steaming bowl of pickled cabbage noodles and takes a slurp without any regard for decorum. The broth splashes onto the back of her hand, scalding her and making her shiver. In the past, she wouldn't even glance at this kind of junk food. Her diet consisted only of bird's nest, truffles, and Evian water. But now, this is the hottest thing she can eat. Damn Chen Feng, damn Suya. Lin Warner chews on a half-cooked noodle, cursing indistinctly. Since being blacklisted across the internet and then thrown off a deserted island like trash by Li Ziyulian's bodyguards, her life has plummeted to rock bottom. Her mansion was repossessed to pay off debts, her luxury cars were auctioned off, and even her former sisterly friends had all blocked her. Now, she's not only penniless but also burdened with a mountain of breach of contract penalties. Ding! Her phone screen suddenly lit up. It was a special notification from Weibo. Although her main account was banned, her secondary account still followed the man she hated to the core. Suya. Breaking news. Photos of the interior of Suya's private jet leaked. A glimpse into the life of the ultra-wealthy. Seeing this headline, Lin Warner's heart skipped a beat. A private jet? That poor bastard Suya? That gigolo who even begs for 20 eggs? How could he possibly afford a private jet? It's definitely photoshopped. Or it's just a staged photoshoot rented for the show. Lin Warner sneered, her face full of disdain. She knew Suya too well, she knew exactly how many coins this man had in his pocket. However, when her trembling finger clicked on the high-resolution image, her sneer instantly froze. Then, it shattered little by little, transforming into unbelievable horror and disbelief. The man in the photo, even slumped in a chair, his expression pained yet still radiating handsomeness, was Suya. And his surroundings. Although Lin Warner was now down on her luck, she had been in the entertainment industry before and had seen the world. She immediately recognized it as the custom interior of a Gulfstream G650. The leather seat alone cost over $500,000. Not to mention the solid gold champagne rack and the Persian handmade carpet on the floor. How is this possible? Lin Warner's hands began to tremble violently, oblivious to the instant noodle soup spilling onto the floor. Her gaze was fixed on the group of women surrounding Suya. 12. A full 12 flight attendants in uniforms, with stunning figures, young and beautiful. Some were kneeling on the floor changing Suya's shoes, some were feeding him fruit, and some were massaging his shoulders. Their humble and fawning posture, the way they looked at him as if they wanted to melt into Suya's body. Even a fool could see that this was no ordinary service. This was a selection of concubines. This was imperial treatment. Ah! Lin Warner let out a piercing scream, slamming the instant noodle bowl in her hand against the wall. Splash! Soup splattered everywhere, red oil stains dripping down the moldy wall like streaks of blood and tears. Why? Why can he live like this after leaving me? He's clearly a good-for-nothing. A spineless coward who only knows how to work around the stove. Lin Warner went mad. She grabbed her disheveled hair, her nails digging deep into her scalp. A venomous snake called regret was frantically gnawing at her internal organs. She had always thought that Suya would starve to death on the streets without her, would kneel on the ground begging for reconciliation. But reality slapped her hard. It turned out, the person she truly couldn't live without was herself. It turned out, Suya was the real, unassuming, top-tier tycoon. This plane, the maintenance alone costs tens of millions a year. And those flight attendants, aren't they all younger than me? Aren't they all prettier than I am now? Lin Warner looked at her reflection in the mirror. A sallow complexion, sunken eyes, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She had smashed a golden rice bowl with her own hands. She even trampled the shards into the mud. If I hadn't divorced him. If I had been kinder to him. Now, sitting on that plane, enjoying the adulation of thousands, spending money like water, wouldn't I be the one? Lin Warner collapsed to the ground, crying her heart out. She was filled with unbearable regret. A truly heart-wrenching pain. She missed out on this immense wealth, and she missed out on the man who once had eyes only for her. So yeah, I hate you. Since you're so rich, why did you pretend to be poor? Why did you lie to me? Lin Warner gritted her teeth, the regret in her eyes gradually transforming into a more frenzied resentment. What she couldn't have, no one else could have either. Since you're doing so well, then I'll ruin your reputation. She picked up her phone, which was still displaying the trending topics, and watched the rapidly escalating public opinion in the comments section, because that photo was simply too explosive. Besides fans trying to defend him, a large number of casual observers and haters had already started stirring up trouble. This is the Suya who cultivated a virtuous man persona? I'm dying of laughter. He outwardly rejects female students, but secretly he's having such a wild time on his private jet. 12 flight attendants serving him personally? This isn't just flying, it's like having a harem in the sky. His image has collapsed. This two-faced scumbag must be banned. Looking at these vicious comments, Lin Wanner's lips curled into a smug, cold smile. She skillfully switched to an alternate account, infiltrated the comments section, and began a frenzy of attacks. According to insiders, Suya often did this even during his marriage, using his wife's money to cheat on her. He's a habitual gigolo. Don't be fooled by his face. This kind of scoundrel doesn't deserve to be an idol. 10,000 meters above the ground, Suya was hiding in a cramped bathroom, sitting on the toilet seat, looking utterly hopeless. Outside the door, the flight attendant's sweet, coquettish calls continued. "Young master, please come out, the fruit has oxidized. Young master, the bathwater is ready. Would you like a back scrub?" Suya covered his ears, feeling like he was about to have a nervous breakdown. Knock, knock, knock. This time the knocking was different, calm, restrained, and only 3 knocks. Immediately afterward, Suzayobeo's voice came through the door. "Dad, open the door. I think you might need to sit on the toilet a little longer. Something's happened." Suya's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly opened the door a crack. A chubby little hand reached in, handing him a tablet. On the screen, the bright red explosive headline stung Suya's eyes. Exclusive. Suya's private jet pleasure photos leaked. His virtuous image completely collapses. The comments section below the photos was in an uproar. Some called him hypocritical, some called him promiscuous, and some even started spreading rumors that he was engaging in group sex on the plane. Who did this? Suya stared at the photo, her hands trembling with anger. "You took this photo, didn't you? How did it get leaked?" Suzayobeo stood in the doorway, adjusting his sunglasses and awkwardly touching his nose. "Ahem, I originally just wanted to post it on my WeChat Moments to vent, visible only to family. But I think I forgot." "Forgot what?" "Forgot to block your distant cousin." Suzayobeo sighed, "That is, the spy Lin Wanner planted next to you." Suye's vision blurred, she almost fainted. "You unfilial son, do you want your father to die?" Suye, clutching his hair, paced back and forth in the cramped bathroom. "Now look what's happened. The whole internet thinks I'm a promiscuous scumbag. I'm innocent. I'm being cyberbullied even hiding in the bathroom. If your mom, no, your grandma saw this, wouldn't she think I've really fallen from grace? Grandma won't care." Suzayobeo said calmly, "She'll just think 12 isn't enough, not impressive enough. But I don't want to be a scumbag." Suya was on the verge of tears. "I still need to make a living in this industry. If my reputation is ruined, who will hire me for movies? Who will hire me for endorsements?" Looking at the vile insults on the screen, the grievances in his heart were like a river flowing backward. They were the ones who insisted on clinging to me. I was forced into it. I'm the victim. Dad, calm down. Suzayobeo shook his head helplessly, looking at his father who seemed ready to jump off the plane at any moment. He pulled a lollipop from his pocket and stuffed it into Suye's mouth, trying to shut him up. At times like this, explanations are useless. The more you explain, the more they'll think you're covering up. Then what do we do? Just let them curse? Suye asked, his mouth full of candy. No. Suzayobeo's eyes sharpened, and a confident smile, typical of a top-tier public relations professional, even at only 6 years old, curled at the corners of his lips. "Since they say you're a scumbag, that your private life is chaotic, then we'll just go with the flow." Go with the flow? Suye was stunned. Yes. Suzayobeo picked up the tablet, opened Suye's Weibo account, and went straight to the editing page. "You need to issue a statement. But not that kind of weak and feeble clarification letter. You need to respond to all of this in a more sophisticated, more Versailles-esque, even slightly scumbag quote way." The little guy's fingers flew across the screen, typing out a line. "Otherwise, you'll never get rid of this ecstasy label. So, just say you're cultivating." Cultivating? Suye stared at the line his son had typed, his eyes widening. This will work? I'll get beaten to death, won't I?" "Don't worry." Suzayobeo pressed send, patting Suye's shoulder. "Trust me. These days, netizens love this kind of thing.